Like and subscribe for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Chu Youqing, are you kidding me? I'm your boyfriend, and you want me to have a baby with your aunt. In the extremely luxurious villa, Yusun seriously doubted his ears. Just now, his school beauty girlfriend Chu Youqing actually suggested that Yusun help her aunt have a child. Yusun, please, help my aunt. Chu Youqing held Yusun's hand and acted coquettishly, her big watery eyes filled with pitiful pleading. No, I can't accept this. Yusun's heartbeat quickened when Chu Youqing's soft little hand pulled him. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted, so he turned his face away. Yusun, as you know, since several waves of disasters caused a sharp decline in the population, the state has stipulated that those over 25 who have not yet opened their meridians must marry or have children, otherwise the state will force them to marry randomly. Once you're randomly matched up, you'll just become a reproductive machine. You might even be matched with someone of a different race or a homeless person. For my aunt, life is worse than death. My aunt will be 25 in 3 months, but she has tried everything but hasn't been able to open her meridians. Grandpa asked a 5th-level grandmaster to come and see her, and he said that my aunt will never be able to open her meridians in her lifetime. My aunt doesn't want to marry just anyone, so she can only have a child. Chu Youqing explained the whole story and tried her best to convince Yusun. If you can't open your martial meridians, why not try opening your spiritual meridians, or your demonic meridians? Yusun asked. After the high martial arts era begins, as long as your meridians are opened, you can embark on the path of cultivation. There are 3 types of meridian opening: martial meridians for martial arts, spiritual meridians for immortality, and demonic meridians for magic. Even the easiest martial veins to open don't work, let alone spiritual veins. As for the demon veins, those are only suitable for Westerners. We've tried all of these before, and none of them worked. Chu Youqing shook her head. Why not IVF? No, my aunt is a virgin and has a special physique. The doctor said the probability of IVF failure is too high. Your grandfather is so powerful and a 4th-level grandmaster, but he can't protect your aunt. Yusun's eyes swept across this villa worth billions. This is Chu Youqing's aunt's villa. The decoration alone cost 100 million yuan, which is extremely extravagant. The allocation is a national regulation. Even if Grandpa breaks through to the 5th realm, let alone the 4th realm of true meaning, it can't change it. Besides, my aunt is the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. Her reputation is well known. I don't know how many eyes are staring at her. Chu Youqing sighed. The most beautiful woman in Rongcheng? Your aunt is Murong Wan. Yusun was stunned. He didn't know about this. Of course, you've gotten a huge advantage. You'll definitely agree now, right? Chu Youqing's eyes were a little evasive. Seeing Chu Youqing's expression, Yusun suddenly felt that something was wrong. This matter might not be as simple as she said. No, this is a matter of principle. Yusun decisively refused, causing the light in Chu Youqing's eyes to go out. You guys find another way. I'm leaving. Yusun turned and walked outside. It's so hot. Before he even reached the door, Yusun's whole body suddenly became hot. A primitive impulse surged from within his body. The desire to open mountains and plow the land has reached its peak. Something's wrong. Chu Youqing, what did you just give me to drink? Yusun turned his head suddenly and looked at Chu Youqing with red eyes. Only then did I realize that Chu Youqing had retreated to the back door at some point. Yusun, I'm sorry. After Chu Youqing finished speaking, she left the villa and closed the door. All the lights in the villa went out. I'm sorry, Yusun, I can't let the beasts of the Wang family take my aunt away. Amidst whispers, Chu Youqing's figure disappeared into the depths of the night. Chu Youqing. Yusun's eyes were red as he chased after Chu Youqing. He wanted to find her and ask her clearly. Ah! Amidst the delicate cries, a soft and boneless figure bumped into Yusuan. The fragrance is overwhelming. Warm and soft in my arms. Yusuan's desire was completely ignited. He lost his mind and became a beast with only primitive instincts. With a low roar, Yusuan threw the beauty in his arms onto the sofa. 10,086 words omitted here. Omitted again here 10,086 words. Here 3 times. In the room filled with subtle fragrance, Yusuan slowly opened his eyes. It hurts. He felt like his waist was about to break. Is that Murong Wan? The remaining pleasure in his body made Yusuan recall the madness of last night. As the lights in the villa went out and he lost his mind under the influence of drugs, he turned into a human Gatling gun who only knew how to unleash firepower. Yusuan didn't see the person under him clearly. But that delicate skin like a baby's, the perfect and hot figure, the soft body, the seductive body fragrance, and it should be Murong Wan, right? She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. Even Yusuan, who has his own principles, has an urge to do it again. Although I have been here many times. Oh, now it's over. How am I going to get along with Chu Youqing from now on? Yusuan has a headache. Once the effect of the drug wore off, his IQ took over again, causing him to start thinking about the subsequent impact of this night. Well, Chu Youqing agreed to this because she wanted to help her aunt. It's a foregone conclusion that she can open my meridians. Once she does, we won't be from the same world anymore. Soon, Yusuan came to his senses. Yusuan's pursuit of Chu Youqing only happened recently. At the beginning, Chu Youqing advised Yusuan not to waste his energy because she had no interest in falling in love. Finally, I suddenly agreed to it a few days ago. Thinking about this incident, if it weren't for her aunt, no one would believe it. From this perspective, as long as Chu Youqing opens her pulse, it is only a matter of time before the two of them break up. As for her aunt, once she becomes pregnant, she will probably kill the father and keep the son, and will no longer have anything to do with Yusuan, a useless person. So, take it easy. Isn't it good to be a handsome salted fish quietly? If I really can't get a pulse, I'll just find a girl I like, marry her, and live a simple life. Then dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and it's all over. Well, I'm not destined to be the protagonist. Yusuan rested his head on his hands, his mind completely at peace. Okay. If it weren't for this incident, how could he be qualified to have such close contact with the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng, the daughter of a master of true artistic conception? Ding! It has been detected that the host has formed a deep bond with someone, meeting the system activation conditions, activating the binding return system. This system aims to unite all beings and transform the host into an almighty supreme being who dominates the heavens. The specific effect is that when the bound object cultivates, the host will receive a multiple of their cultivation points returned. The multiplier effect is increased based on the number of bound objects. Currently bound to Murong Wan. Return multiple 10. Note: Murong Wan possesses the innate constitution Exquisite Treasure Body. Activation progress is 15%. Exquisite Treasure Body is one of the 10 innate constitutions, a top-tier cultivation treasure body. It can open the exquisite meridian and absorb various dark energies, allowing for extremely fast cultivation speeds and low bottlenecks. Reminder: the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice sounded. What? System? Yusuan suddenly sat up from the bed and instantly became alert. Do I, a salted fish, have the capital to turn things around? Chapter 2. Exquisite Body, one of the 10 innate constitutions. Does Murong Wan have such a heaven-defying constitution? Activation progress is 15%, which means it's not activated yet, only 15%. No wonder she doesn't have any special abilities now, and can't even open her meridians. Soon, Liu Sun figured out everything about the system. The function is very simple. Once you bind an object, the other party's cultivation will be returned to Liu Sun multiple times. The one currently bound to her is Murong Wan. What surprised Liu Sun was that Murong Wan possessed an exquisite body, but it had not been activated yet. Perhaps this is why Murong Wan couldn't open her pulse. Otherwise, with the power of the Murong family, even a pig could be forced to open a meridian, right? Murong Wan is only 15% activated at the age of 25. Is it possible for her to activate her exquisite body in this lifetime? Liu Sun frowned. If Murong Wan cannot activate the Linglong treasure body, won't the binding be useless? Binding reward. At this time, Liu Sun discovered that there was still a reward that had not been claimed. So Liu Sun chose to receive it. The host has obtained a wisp of innate essence. Since innate essence dissipates as soon as it leaves the body, it is integrated into the host's body. The host can transmit it to Murong Wan through kissing and other means to help activate her innate constitution. Innate essence. Good stuff, it can help Murong Wan activate her exquisite body. I just want to give this essence to Murong Wan, and I need a kiss. After the passion of last night, Liu Sun and Murong Wan probably won't have any contact again in the short term. Where to kiss? We can only think of a solution. Is that the moon sleep stone? Turning around, Liu Sun saw a white stone shaped like a crescent moon on the bedside table. This stone makes people feel peaceful as soon as they see it. It should be the moon sleeping stone that has the function of calming the mind and helping sleep, and can be said to be a blessing for insomniacs. The Murong family is indeed a wealthy family. The moon sleeping stone, worth millions, is placed right next to the bed. Liu Sun thought. After the advent of the high martial arts era, the Blue Star's heavenly Dao awakened and began to drive the entire planet to upgrade its dimension. Every once in a while, the Blue Star would travel into the Dark Universe. After leaving the Dark Universe, the Blue Star will reach new places, and from time to time, it will reach places with rare treasures and rich resources. After research, experts discovered that the blue planet is on an ancient starry road that leads to the depths of the universe. As for where Blue Star's final destination is, no one knows. Some say it is the mythical fairyland, some say it is the realm of gods, some say it is the center of the universe, and Westerners say that the earth will definitely reach the heaven where God is. Moon sleeping stone is not rare on the ancient starry road, but it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. The price on Blue Star starts at 1 million. Get up. Liu Sun decided to get up and find a way to send his innate essence to Murong Wan. And, I'm sorry. It was my first time giving you the medicine, and I didn't control the dosage well. I gave you a little too much, and I made you suffer. As soon as I opened the door a crack, I heard conversation coming from outside. The person who spoke was Chu Youqing. It turned out that she was the one who drugged him. It's raining so hard. Liu Sun's head still hurts a little now. But the one who suffered the most was not Liu Sun. It should be her aunt Murong Wan. Serves you right. Now you've screwed your own people. Liu Sun felt a little gloating. It's okay, Youqing, I'm fine. I hope I can get pregnant. Another voice said. This should be Murong Wan's voice. She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Chengdu, and she speaks so nicely. Her voice was soft and warm, like the gentle spring rain caressing the newly opened petals, soft and delicate. At the same time, there was a distinct feeling of weakness. Needless to say, the reason for his weakness was naturally Liu Sun. When he heard her voice, Liu Sun couldn't help but think of the lingering love last night, and his mind was wandering. After thinking for a while, he opened the door and walked out. The first thing I saw was the beautiful face next to Chu Youqing, which was so beautiful that it seemed like something out of this world. The other party obviously heard the noise and turned around to look. Their eyes met. Ah! Murong Wan's face turned red like a frightened deer. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Yusuan. This. You are already 25 years old, are you still so shy? Yusuan, I'm sorry. I was the one who gave you the drug. If you want to blame someone, blame me, don't blame your aunt. Chu Youqing looked apologetic. What Yusuan? Call me uncle. Yusuan had a stern face. Puff. Chu Youqing couldn't hold it back and smiled like a flower. Murong Wan's face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Mr. Lu, thank you for your help. There is 5 million in this card. It is a small gift from me. Please accept it. Murong Wan stood up and handed over a black card inlaid with diamonds with both hands. This is a black diamond card. No matter which bank it is from, the black diamond card is worth millions even if the balance is zero. Not to mention there's 5 million in it. Murong Wan was very generous. From another perspective, such generosity also shows her attitude. She didn't want to have any emotional entanglement with Yusuan, she just wanted to borrow Yusuan's child. Obviously, this is to kill the father and keep the son. No need. I didn't suffer any loss in this matter. Goodbye. Yusuan didn't accept it and turned away. There was a hint of strangeness in Murong Wan's eyes, because she had heard Chu Youqing talk about Yusuan's family background. Student Lu, let me take you out. She didn't force it. Together with Chu Youqing, she sent Yusuan to the gate of the villa. Yusuan, my aunt has asked the driver to wait outside. The driver will take you back. Chu Youqing was like a child who felt guilty about doing something wrong, and she didn't dare to leave with Yusuan. Good. Yusuan walked outside. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. The 2 women couldn't help but look at him. Yusuan seemed to be hesitating. After 2 or 3 seconds, he turned around and looked at Murong Wan with a serious look. Can I kiss you one last time? Yusuan asked in a hoarse voice. This question made Chu Youqing's eyes widen instantly, and Murong Wan was stunned. A blush appeared on her cheeks again. Her eyes swept across Yusuan's handsome face. After meeting Yusuan's deep eyes with a hint of melancholy, Murong Wan's heart softened, and she said him softly with a complicated expression. Then she closed her eyes. Thanks. Yusuan walked forward, held Murong Wan's face, and kissed her beautiful lips. Mmm. Murong Wan's whole face trembled. She thought Yusuan's farewell kiss was on the forehead, but Yusuan kissed her on the mouth. Not only did he kiss her on the mouth, Yusuan also kissed her for a full minute. Finally, Yusuan sent all of his innate essence into Murong Wan's body. Goodbye, Miss Murong. Yusuan left Murong Wan and turned to leave. Murong Wan stood there in a daze. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Yusuan, look at what you've done. Chu Youqing thought Murong Wan had a kissing stiffness reaction after being kissed by Yusuan. What she didn't know was that at this moment, after Murong Wan obtained the innate essence, a drastic change was taking place in her body. Her exquisite body is about to be activated. Chapter 3. Student Lu, are you going back to school? Well, back to school. A luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan carried Yusuan towards Chengdu No. 1 Middle School. Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School is a martial arts school. Yusuan is 19 years old and will graduate in a month. At this rate, Murong Wan will be able to activate her exquisite body in just over an hour. In the back seat of the luxury car, Yusuan was paying attention to Murong Wan's situation through the system. Every minute or so, the activation progress of the Exquisite Treasure Body will increase by 1%. Master, please go to the Martyrs Cemetery in the North City District. Ah? Okay, Mr. Lu. Halfway through the journey, Yusuan suddenly changed his destination. The car changed direction and headed north. Student Lu, we're here. Do you need me to wait for you? Sorry for the trouble, master. You don't have to wait for me. Go back. An hour later, we arrived at the martyrs' cemetery. After a rather strict inspection, Liu Sun stepped in. The cemetery for heroes and martyrs is very large, with tombstones one after another, stretching as far as the eye can see. The space inside has been expanded and it doesn't actually take up much land. 10 minutes later, Liu Sun arrived at a joint burial tomb. Looking at the black and white photo on the tombstone, Liu Sun was a little absent-minded. In the photo, the parents are holding hands and snuggling together, smiling brightly. These are his biological parents. They died in a great catastrophe. Liu Sun sat down in front of their tombstones and waited patiently. Murong Wan's activation progress has reached 80%. Time passes by minute. Liu Sun didn't say anything. He had said what he needed to say countless times before. How long has she been like this? It's been over an hour, Grandpa. You Chu family members are unreliable. It took you so long to inform me. Tell me quickly, what happened? A roar was heard in front of Murong Wan's villa door. Chu Youqing was about to cry. More than an hour passed, and Murong Wan still stood there motionless. Chu Youqing tried to push her, but was bounced back by a force and almost got injured. There had been no movement for such a long time that Chu Youqing was worried that something might have happened, so she notified Murong Wan's father, her grandfather, Murong Zhan. A fourth-level grandmaster. In the era of high martial arts, immortal ways, and magic coexisted, and different systems had different realm divisions. In order to facilitate the distinction of strength, unified numbers were used to represent them. For example, the first level of martial arts is opening the meridians, and this level is the same for immortals and martial artists. The second realm is the Qi High realm, which is equivalent to the Qi Ju realm in the immortal way. The third realm is the Tongqia realm, which is equivalent to the Ning Yuan realm of the immortal way. There are actually many things to do before opening the meridians, such as body training, which is considered part of opening the meridians. What? Borrowing a child? That's ridiculous. Where's that kid? I'll twist his head off. After knowing the truth, Murong Zhan was furious. His vigorous blood energy made the surrounding trees tremble. Achoo! In the cemetery, Liu Sun sneezed. Is anyone thinking of me? Liu Sun had some narcissistic thoughts. Grandpa, this is not his fault, nor is it my aunt's fault. I was the one who gave my aunt the idea. Although Chu Youqing was afraid of her grandfather, she still took on the responsibility. Murong Zhan's eyes were like thunder, which made Chu Yuqing's heart beat fast. Grandpa, you don't know, my eldest cousin and his men are colluding with the Wang family. Tianer, why are you here? Chu Youqing was interrupted by Murong Zhan's loud voice halfway through her words. Uncle, I just happened to be passing by. I heard that something happened to Sister Wanner, so I came to see her. A figure appeared at the gate. Chu Youqing took a look and saw that it was the cousin she had just mentioned, Murong Tian. That is, the son of Murong Zhan's younger brother. You're here so soon? You're really a night owl stalking me. You must be holding your fart in. Chu Youqing snorted secretly, pouted, and hid behind her grandfather. She didn't want to say hello to the other party. Soon. In front of the villa, a group of people came in a hurry. The Murong family is large and Murong Wan has a lot of brothers, sisters, uncles, nephews, and nieces. In addition, Murong Zhan has 2 brothers and several sisters, and the entire family is extremely large. What are all these people doing here? Go back. Zioan is fine. Seeing so many people coming at once, Murong Zhan gave Chu Youqing a warning look and then shouted to his many descendants. This is to prevent Chu Youqing from telling anyone about the borrowed child. Otherwise, if the news accidentally spreads, Murong Wan's reputation will be ruined. Murong Zhan, the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng and the daughter of a 4th-level master, actually asked someone to borrow her child. Not only did he lend his son, but he also caused problems for himself. The face of his Murong family will be thrown onto the ancient starry sky road. In the sky, a streak of light was approaching rapidly. That was an immortal cultivator flying on a sword. And he is here. Murong Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was Higu. When she opened the spiritual vein, she opened up a magical vein of heaven and earth, Lingsha Jishimai. This is a medical lineage. This made Higu's medical skills exceptionally advanced, as she could treat both martial artists and immortal cultivators. Therefore, even though flying was prohibited in Rongcheng at ordinary times, Higu was not restricted. Hey! Just as Higu was about to put her hand on Murong Wan's wrist, she felt a recoil force. Even with her strength, she couldn't use her spiritual power to examine Murong Wan's body. This surprised Higu. She is a 3rd-level immortal cultivator. Murong Wan is just an ordinary person. Higu did not give up. She made a hand gesture and wiped it towards her eyes. She activated a special ability granted to her by the Lingsha Jishimai. Eye of Lingshu. It can see through the meridians of the human body and accurately diagnose the cause of the disease. Ah! When she saw this, Higu felt that her eyes were severely burning. It's like an ordinary person forcing himself to look at the sun. And what's wrong? Xiao Wan, what kind of amazing adventure did this happen to you? Higu was surprised. She saw something. She's 25 and she still hasn't opened her pulse. What kind of adventure can she possibly have? Murong Zhan didn't believe it. Perhaps to refute what he said. The next second, Murong Wan suddenly opened her eyes. Her body began to glow. An invisible wave spread from her body. This is... Higu noticed something unusual and her breathing gradually stagnated. Look up at the sky. Someone pointed to the sky. When everyone looked up, they saw that the sky was filled with colorful rays of light at some point in time. The radiance is dazzling and multicolored. This is a phenomenal phenomenon in heaven and earth. Murong Zhan took a deep breath. Vision. Strange phenomena in heaven and earth are not common and are usually caused by strong people breaking through to a great realm. When an unparalleled genius opens his meridians, he may open up some extremely rare and unique meridians of heaven and earth, which will also cause strange phenomena. For example, there was once a genius who opened up the burning heaven martial vein, which caused a strange phenomenon of thousands of feet of red clouds like fire. There were also evildoers who opened up the 9 heavens thunder veins, attracting the 9 heavens divine thunder to dance like a dragon. In this era when geniuses are constantly emerging, a brilliant ray of light is actually not a big vision. The problem is that these rays of light are colorful. That's unusual. Grandpa, it's more than 10,000 feet high, the entire Rongcheng is covered in rosy clouds. Such a large area. Oh my god, has an unparalleled strong man been born? Everyone was shocked. Rongcheng is a large city with a population of tens of millions, covering an area of several hundred miles. The area of this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is a bit too large. Look at Zioan. Attracted by the colorful rays of light, everyone looked down. Murong Wan was surrounded by a layer of glass-like halo, and mysterious spiritual patterns were faintly emerging under her skin. Her originally hanging black hair moved without wind, and the ends of her hair actually condensed into little starlights, as if the Milky Way was hanging down to the earth. Wow! What happened to my aunt? Everyone was shocked. The rosy glow has transformed into a phoenix. Some children clapped their hands and screamed in surprise. The colorful rays of light in the sky turned into dancing phoenixes. There was also fairy music coming from the void, as if thousands of goddesses were singing in unison in the clouds. The colorful rays of light transformed into a phoenix. Brother Murong, you have given birth to an extraordinary daughter. Higu's eyes never left Murong Wan. Are you saying that this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth was caused by one? Murong Wan looked at He Gu suddenly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Chapter 4. This glow is caused by Murong Wan, right? In the martyrs' cemetery, Yusun also saw the colorful rays of light in the sky. This made him look forward to it. Murong Wan activated the Exquisite Treasure Body, so the system return should be coming soon, right? Dad, Mom, just wait and see. My son is going to be awesome. In a month, I'm going to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Yusun said to his parents. Qing refers to Kingxia College and Bei refers to Baida University. One is the main immortal, the other is the main warrior. These are currently the two top training academies in the country and are the lifelong dreams of countless students. Yusun's parents passed away early, and he doesn't have many memories of them. He only remembered that one day his parents asked him which university he wanted to attend in the future, and Yusun said Peking University or Tsinghua University. At that time, his mother caressed his head lovingly and said, "My sooner is really promising." From then on, Yusun was determined to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, the older Yusun got, the more he realized that it was impossible. Until now, Yusun saw hope. This is why Yusun came here. He wanted his parents' spirits in heaven to witness his transformation with their own eyes. Murong Wan successfully activated the Exquisite Treasure Body, and the host received a tenfold return, obtaining the Chaos Divine Body. The system's voice sounded in my mind. The system's first return came, directly returning Murong Wan's exquisite body into a more powerful chaotic divine body. It's so hot. With the arrival of the Chaos Divine Body, earth-shaking changes took place inside Yusun's body. His body seemed to have turned into chaos. Then, the world was created, blood rushed like a galaxy, and billions of cells exploded into a nebula at the beginning of the universe. Universe after universe emerged from chaos. If you look closely, these are not universes, but cells. It is as if every cell in the body has become an independent universe. That's awesome. All these changes made Yusun dizzy and he kept exclaiming 666. Classmate, are you okay? Don't bother him, he comes every year. Two guards patrolled the mausoleum and saw Yusun standing there motionless. They left quietly without disturbing him. As soon as they left, mist rose above Yusun's head and turned into a pool of mist. Pieces of chaotic green lotus bloomed. Above them, a big sun slowly rose. This is the chaos green lotus rising in the morning sun. Another vision. However, for some reason, this strange phenomenon was confined to the area around Yusun and did not cause much commotion. More than an hour later, Yusun opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, they seemed to be filled with stars and the endless universe. The abnormality flashed by. Yusun still looks like that ordinary pretty boy. Nothing seems to have changed. But in fact, Yusun's real change is tantamount to changing the world. Why is there no vision? Yusun looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat puzzled. Murong Wan's exquisite body caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth covering the entire city. His chaotic divine body is even more powerful, so why is there no strange phenomenon? The Chaos Divine Body is one of the top physiques in the universe, capable of accommodating a variety of powers and opening up the Chaos Meridian. Everything has its destiny, and the host is the only one that escapes. Therefore, before becoming strong enough, the host is forbidden to practice on his own, otherwise the strange phenomena will shake the starry sky and bring disaster. The host has automatically shielded the secret. Yusun understood. It turned out that the system blocked the secrets of heaven, no wonder there were no strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But what the hell is forbidden from practicing on your own? Then what use do I have for this chaos divine body? On second thought, Yusun felt that this was not a bad idea. They are all bound to Murong Wan through the return system. Let her take care of this extremely hard and expensive task of cultivation. Anyway, her cultivation will be returned to her tenfold. Why not lie down happily and become stronger? There's still a month left. Can Murong Wan open her pulse? Immediately, Yusung couldn't help but feel a little worried. There are only 31 days left until the national exam. If you want to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, you must open 3 meridians before the college entrance examination. This is a hard indicator. If all the tests are performed, no matter what your other grades are or what grade you are in, you can be directly admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. If you can open up a unique vein of heaven and earth like the burning heaven martial vein or the ice soul spiritual vein, the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University will fight to get you. Although one focuses on immortality and the other on martial arts, the 2 top universities are attacking each other's fields, and the competition for geniuses in the college entrance examination every year is extremely fierce. The Exquisite Body is so amazing, and the Murong family is a wealthy family with plenty of money, a month should be no problem. After thinking about it, Yusung put his worries aside. It's useless to worry. Since it's useless to worry, it's better not to worry. Yusung took out his phone and saw that the internet was flooded with discussions about the strange phenomena in the sky and earth that had occurred a few hours ago. The strange phenomenon in heaven and earth was caused by Murong Wan, the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. The news that the Murong family had produced an unparalleled genius had spread. Oh my God, God is so unfair. He opened a door for Murong Wan and also opened the window. It's not just windows, it's even furnished with furniture and appliances. Just now, when the strange phenomenon appeared, my husky kowtowed 3 times to the sky, and now he's clamoring to cultivate immortality. Is this considered a work-related injury? Can I claim compensation from Murong Wan? Does anyone know what happened to Murong Wan? She's almost 25 and still hasn't opened her meridians. How did she suddenly become a peerless genius? If you let me marry Murong Wan, I'm willing to drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and have a feast every day. Whoever urinates yellow, wake him up. Murong Wan's name was all over the social platforms and chat groups. Overnight, Murong Wan became the most popular person in the entire East. No one knew that an even more monstrous and extraordinary genius had been born in secret. That's fine. Yusung put away his phone. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. I'll come see you again after the exam is over. After saying goodbye to his parents, Yusung turned and left. Wow, I heard that both Qingxu Palace and Baidu Palace sent elders to compete for Murong Wan. Qingxu Palace and Baidu Palace? They are among the top 5 forces in the world. Murong Wan is about to soar to the sky. The news on the internet is always the most timely. Before Yusung left the Martyrs' Cemetery, new news came out. Qingxu Palace and Baidu Hall are the forces behind Qingxu College and Baidu University. Both are top forces with official backgrounds and contain countless powerful people. After the advent of the Zhou era, Eastern culture exploded, and people tended to use classical names to name schools and forces. Murong Wan is awesome now. Yusung couldn't help but smile when he thought of that stunningly beautiful woman. Naturally, he would not be jealous of Murong Wan. On the contrary, Yusung wished Murong Wan would become awesome. Anyway, no matter how awesome Murong Wan was, he, Yusung, was always more awesome than her. Chapter 5. Aunt, how did you suddenly become a genius? You have a delicate body, and it sounds so powerful. On the other side, in the vast manor, Chu Youqing finally found an opportunity to be alone with Murong Wan. When the exquisite treasure body awakened, it seemed to have regained its alluring beauty. Murong Wan, who was once famous in Chengdu for her human face and peach blossoms, is now even more charming than before. Glass bones, cold jade skin, peach blossom eyes, and starry eyes. Chu Youqing was a little fascinated by it. Murong Wan still looked a little dazed. Everything that happened today was like a dream to her. A few hours ago, she was still a 25-year-old loser who couldn't even open her pulse. Suddenly, the world turned upside down. She became a peerless genius who shocked the entire East. Even major forces like Qingxu Palace and Baidu Palace sent elders, not to mention other forces, big and small. The threshold of Murong's house was about to be broken down. That's good now. Even if I'm not pregnant, I don't have to worry about that scumbag from the Wang family. Chu Youqing was happy for Murong Wan from the bottom of her heart. When Murong Wan heard the word pregnant, her expression changed slightly. She needed to get pregnant before, but now she can't get pregnant anymore. Hey, it seems I meant well but ended up with something worse. If I had known you would awaken your exquisite body today, I wouldn't have called Lu Suan. Chu Youqing noticed Murong Wan's expression and felt a little annoyed. I don't blame you, Youqing. This is Jia's meridian opening pill. Please bring it to him for me. Murong Wan handed a small pill bottle to Chu Youqing. Jia's meridian opening pill? This is something that is hard to buy even with money. Auntie, don't you want to use it yourself? I don't need it. All right. Chu Youqing put the pill bottle away. Miss, everything is ready, you can start training now. A young girl came to report. Okay, I'll be right there. And, I'll go take a look too. Good. Soon, Murong Wan and Chu Youqing arrived at a room deep in the manor. In the middle of the room, there is a bathtub made of xianling wood, filled with medicinal juices made from various spiritual objects in heaven and earth. Murong Wan wants to use these medicinal juices to strengthen her body. The first stage of spiritual practice is to open the meridians. Body training is part of the meridian opening stage. Body training can not only enhance physical fitness, but also increase the chance of opening meridians and improve the effect of opening meridians. This is an expensive job. Most ordinary people use primary bodybuilding liquid, which costs 1,000 yuan per bottle. It takes several months of using one bottle every day to break through the first level of bodybuilding. If you want to be faster and better, then use mid to high-level bodybuilding fluids, or treasures such as natural treasures and bodybuilding pills. That's expensive. For example, the best Jia's body strengthening pill is said to be able to make the body as clear as glass, and open the meridians as easily as taking something out of a bag. Although it is good, it also has the reputation of making people bankrupt if they take one of the pills, because one of the Jia's body strengthening pills costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Many ordinary people do not have the money to train their bodies, so they skip this step, or they only train their bodies to the third or fourth level at most, which results in unsatisfactory meridian opening effects and also has a certain impact on subsequent growth. Before awakening her exquisite body, Murong Wan was not only unable to open her meridians, but also had mediocre results in bodybuilding. Now, Murong Wan can have a good rest. She took off her clothes, took out a Jia's bodybuilding pill and swallowed it, then completely immersed her body in the bathtub. The exquisite body began to show its power. The medicinal power of the medicine was quickly absorbed by her body, continuously strengthening her body. The speed and effect of body training far exceeded Murong Wan's imagination. Could it be him? After realizing the magic of the exquisite body, Murong Wan couldn't help but think. She thought of Lu Suan's last kiss. During that kiss, she clearly felt something cool entering her body from Lu Suan's mouth. It was that kind of thing that caused a huge change in her body from the inside out. The exquisite body was thus awakened. Murong Wan didn't dare to be sure about this. She believed that the awakening of the exquisite body must be the result of Lu Suan's efforts. Lu Suan is just an ordinary student, how could he have such magical skills? Despite this, Murong Wan still asked Chu Youqing to bring Lu Suan the extremely expensive Jia's meridian opening pill, which was hard to buy even with money. Just consider it as a reward to Lu Suan. She was not sure whether it was Lu Suan. If she was sure that it was Yuqing, her reward would definitely be more than that. The next day, Chengdu No. 1 Middle School, on the playground. There are still 30 days until the final exam. The coming month will be the busiest month of the year. You will witness all sorts of extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth, and meet all sorts of exceptionally gifted geniuses. Just like yesterday, Murong Wan from our Rongcheng caused a huge, celestial phenomenon that shocked the entire country. My request to you is very simple. One lineage. If you can open one lineage this month, you will be able to enter the training school. Otherwise, you can only enter an ordinary university or even fail the entrance exam, and the possibility of opening your meridians will become increasingly lower. Starting today, each person can receive between 1 and 100 units of dark energy per day. The specific amount depends on the progress of body training and meridian opening. The principal chattered on and on. Why didn't Chu Youqing come? Below, Yuqing looked around for a long time but didn't see Chu Youqing. Murong Wan breaks through the 4th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. Hey! A warm current entered Yuqing's body. Murong Wan's return came so soon. Why is she only at the 4th level of physical training? Yuqing was puzzled. With the financial resources of the Murong family, Yuqing thought that Murong Wan had already reached the 10th level of body forging, but he didn't know that she was only at the 3rd level before. From this perspective, before the Linglong treasure body was activated, it restricted her greatly. That's fine. Yuqing is only at the 2nd level of body forging, so it would be nice to use this to improve his physical condition. Kaka. The tenfold return had a significant impact on Yuqing's health. His bones all over his body were crackling, as if they were growing. The students around heard the noise and looked over. Yuqing, are you okay? It doesn't matter if you can't catch the school beauty, just don't let it get to you. On the side, his good friend Li Bufan thought Yuqing was hurting himself. Your father is doing some physical training. Yuqing was annoyed. Building up your body now? Did you take some bodybuilding pills? Wow, brother, you've hooked up with a rich woman? Take your little brother with you. Li Bufan came closer in a servile manner. Roll. Yuqing kicked him. This kid lives in a dilapidated old city area. He has a pair of poor and stubborn parents. It is said that they are so poor that they can't even make ends meet, but they still refuse to accept help from kind-hearted people. It wasn't until Yuqing accidentally saw his parents secretly driving a luxury car and wearing precious clothes that cost millions of dollars that he suddenly realized the truth. Isn't this just a rich young master who was raised in poverty? No wonder such a poor family could raise a genius who reached the 10th level of body forging a few months ago and has opened 4 meridians now. Body forging level 3, body forging level 4, body forging level 5, body forging level 6, body forging level 7. As for Yuqing, in a short period of time, he directly reached the 7th level of body forging due to the tenfold return. It has risen by 5 levels. Incredibly fast. That's awesome. Yuqing was overjoyed. Chapter 6. 2 Suns in the Sky. The blazing light poured down, enveloping Chengdu No. 1 Middle School in a dazzling golden glow, and the campus was shining. The students were already accustomed to the 2 suns hanging in the sky. Since the advent of the high-level martial arts era and the beginning of the Blue Planet's dimensional upgrading, the people of Blue Planet have seen countless such wonders. The Blue Star has stayed in this binary system for several years, and it is unknown when it will leave. The energy sinks into the Danshan and the fire spreads all over the land. I dare to lock the Blue Dragon in the human world. The 5 senses are connected to the gods, and a thought can break the sky. The Ren and Du meridians carry dual yin and yang, and the 8 extraordinary meridians are beyond description. With the mind guiding the qi and blood through the meridians, the whole body is unobstructed and filled with boundless joy. The practice room was filled with noise. Many students memorized the methods of opening meridians and used the dark energy released by the school to open their meridians. Dark energy is the key to the practice of monks and exists in the universe in a free form. 1 month before the annual major exams, all martial arts schools will distribute varying amounts of dark energy to students every day. By absorbing dark energy into the body, under its stimulation, students' chances of opening their meridians will be greatly increased. Those rich kids who have better ways to open their meridians will also concentrate their efforts this month so that they can enter better training schools. Youqing didn't act too special. He pretended to be working hard, but in fact he was just lying down comfortably. The system forbids him from practicing. What else can he do? Hurry up and check out TikTok. A strange phenomenon has appeared in Heikan. Someone at Heikan No. 3 Middle School has opened up a strange meridian. Wow, another genius is born. There are so many geniuses in this world, why can't there be one more like me? A piece of news on the internet made the students envious. This mere heaven and earth kami is destined to be mine, Li Bufan. Don't panic, my good brother. Once I, brother Fan, open the heaven and earth kami, I will definitely help you get the chi opening pill. Li Bufan is quite ambitious. He opened 4 meridians and received a lot of dark energy from school. Youqing, give me your share of dark energy. I'm almost opening my meridians. It would be best if I could ask Li Bufan for more. You have such a good relationship with him, he won't refuse you. At this time, Youqing received a message. He frowned and turned off his phone, pretending not to see it. Youqing, I saw you looking at your phone, don't pretend you didn't see it. Another message appeared on the screen. Youqing glanced at it and ignored it. Youqing, don't be shameless. Give me your dark energy. I can forgive you and give you another chance to pursue me. I know you're pursuing Chu Youqing. Stop dreaming. You can't even pursue me, and you still want to pursue the school beauty. News pops up frequently. Youqing was a little annoyed. He opened his phone, clicked on the message, and clicked delete in the upper right corner. It's quiet now. Youqing is amazing. He licked Lu Mei for 3 years and deleted it immediately. It seems that the charm of school beauties is really great. Li Bufan accidentally glanced at the screen and gave Youqing a thumbs up. The person who just sent the message was Lu Mei. Something happened to Youqing during his high school entrance exam. The inheritance left by his parents was taken away with an IOU, and he even lost the family home. At that time, he was in a low mood, felt that life was bleak, and almost gave up on himself. A note handed by Lu Mei gave Youqing great encouragement. There was a picture on the note, showing Youqing flying into the sky with a sword, looking very heroic. There are also beautiful small words written below, come on. This note was like a ray of light in a desperate situation, allowing Youqing to regain his confidence in life. It turns out that there are still people in this world who care about him. Youqing always thought the note was from Lu Mei. So Youqing has been very good to Lu Mei in the past 3 years, and therefore he has been labeled as a bootlicker for 3 years. Until recently, Youqing accidentally found out that the note was actually sent by Chu Youqing with the help of Lu Mei. Lu Mei knew that Youqing had misunderstood, but she kept silent. The tea couldn't be any better. In addition, she was also ambiguous with several boys at the same time, making her a typical queen of the sea. After learning the truth, Youqing decisively ignored her and turned to pursue the school beauty Chu Youqing. He didn't actually expect to catch up with her, but mainly wanted to express his gratitude to her and help her block the flies. Unexpectedly, Chu Youqing suddenly agreed. Youqing. Not long after leaving the training room, Youqing was blocked by the angry Lu Mei. Don't think I don't know you're playing hard to get. You've been chasing me for 3 years and haven't gotten me yet. You want to try a different tactic, right? Lu Mei looked as if she had seen through Youqing. Nerve. Youqing didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Mei and turned away. Lu Suan, if you leave now, I will never give you another chance, not even the chance to bring you food. Seeing Lu Suan's reaction, Lu Mei became anxious and said something harsh. She suddenly realized that Lu Suan was serious. In the past 3 years, Lu Suan has brought her all kinds of benefits and conveniences. Where else can she find such a good and handsome bootlicker? Not to mention, there are several of her younger sisters and students around her. Lu Suan walked without stopping, without the slightest hesitation. Lu Mei was embarrassed and chased after Lu Suan, saying, Lu Suan, keep the dark energy for yourself. Now, bring me a serving of braised chicken with rice. We can start over. Start being your lapdog again. Lu Suan smiled. If you can open your pulse, I can also give you a chance to become a regular employee. Lu Mei relaxed the conditions. There were more and more students watching, and if Lu Suan really left, she would be embarrassed. I've already opened my pulse, and I still fancy a piece of trash like you. Lu Suan said something harsh. What are you pretending to be? You're just a piece of crap who's only at the 2nd level of body forging. Do you really think I care about you? I'm letting you be my bootlicker because I feel sorry for you. You're such a loser, and you still want to chase the school beauty. Even if you lick her shoes to pieces, you won't be able to touch her. Lu Mei's defense was broken, she lost her mind, and started to attack in a burst of attacks. Who are you and why are you scolding Lu Suan? At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Lu Mei looked and saw that it was Chu Youqing who was speaking. Although she was somewhat pretty, she was far from being as pretty as the pure and lovely Chu Youqing, and she immediately lost some of her color. Chu Youqing, you came at the perfect time. I'm helping you scold this toad. Lu Mei couldn't continue speaking, her eyes filled with astonishment. Because Chu Youqing naturally took Lu Suan's arm. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously, thinking she had seen it wrong. I'm sorry, he's my boyfriend, not someone's bootlicker, let alone a toad. Chu Youqing tilted her head slightly, and when she looked at Lu Suan, her eyes were as affectionate as autumn water. I don't need him to lick me. Love is a two-way thing, not one person giving and the other taking. Her tone was gentle, but every word was like a knife, piercing Lu Mei's heart. Perhaps she was deliberately trying to anger Lu Mei, so while she was speaking, her soft little hand quietly held Lu Suan's hand. Then, clasp your fingers together. This scene. Lu Mei's heavily made-up face instantly turned redder than pig liver. Chapter 7. Lu Suan, I've told you everything, and I even helped you beat up that woman. Please don't blame me anymore. On campus, Chu Youqing kept pestering Lu Suan. Only now did she tell the whole truth. The reason why she wanted to help Murong Wan find Lu Suan to borrow a child was actually because someone from another large family that had a 5th-level grandmaster had set their sights on Murong Wan. He was a scumbag who liked to play with women. It was said that many beautiful women were ruined by him. The scumbag colluded with the Murong family and made 2 plans. One is to bring generous gifts to propose marriage, and use the pressure from the Murong family to make the Murong family marry Murong Wan directly to the scumbag. If Murong Wan refuses to comply, then we will rig the random marriage. In short, the scumbag is determined to get Murong Wan. That's why Chu Youqing and Murong Wan came up with this idea together. Your grandfather is a 4th-level master, can't he control the entire family? Lu Suan asked. Grandpa was injured on the ancient Starry Sky Road a few years ago and has never recovered. My uncle's lineage has developed rapidly in recent years. My eldest uncle has reached the peak of the 3rd realm. Grandpa is almost unable to control them. Chu Youqing sighed. I still have a few questions that I can't figure out. You say. You suddenly agreed to my pursuit, isn't it just for this? Otherwise, how could you, a proud white swan, be interested in a toad like me? Lu Suan turned and looked at Chu Youqing. Of course not. Chu Youqing's little head shook like a rattle. Then tell me, I come from such a poor family and I'm such a worthless person, what is it about me that you like? Yusun didn't let her go. Of course he's handsome. As Chu Youqing spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yusun's handsome face, as if she wanted to pounce on him and take a bite. Okay, you passed. Yusun was very satisfied with this answer. Then what does your aunt like about me? Yusun then asked questions. I recommended you to her. It's a good idea to keep good things in your family. That day I asked you to take me home so that my aunt could take a look at you secretly. She was very satisfied with you after seeing you, so she chose you. Chu Youqing's reason opened Yusun's eyes. It's a good idea to keep the wealth within the family and use it this way. How is your aunt? After a moment of silence, Yusun asked. It couldn't be better. The elders from Kingxu Palace and Baidu Hall said that she has awakened her exquisite body, and her cultivation speed will be extremely fast in the future. My aunt is a little older and hasn't opened her meridians yet, so she can't join Kingxu Palace or Baidu Palace. However, an elder from Baidu Palace is willing to take her in as a disciple and train her at Baidu University for a few years. As long as she breaks through to the 4th level before she turns 30, she can join Baidu Palace. Chu Youqing did not hide it from Yusun and told him about Murong Wan's situation. Murong Wan is 25 years old and can still go to Baidu University. As expected, only ordinary people who are high and mighty are worthy of enjoying the extremely strict rules of this world. Oh, by the way, my aunt asked me to bring this to you. It should help you open your pulse. Chu Youqing handed a small jade bottle to Yusun. Did Murong Wan bring it to him? No, let her keep it for herself. Yusun didn't answer. This contains the Jia family's meridian opening pill, which is priceless. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Even if you have poor aptitude, you will have a high chance of opening your meridians after taking it. Then you will be able to enter the cultivation school. Chu Youqing said quickly. It's really a good thing. I'll give it to you. You, why are you still angry with me? Chu Youqing thought Yusun was deliberately trying to anger her. No, I just don't need it. Why are you so stubborn? Okay, I'm going back now. Mother has found a good friend to help me open my meridians. Yusun, do you really not want the Jia family's meridian opening pill? Don't want? Then I'll return it to my aunt. Chu Youqing sighed and left the school. Wow, Yusun, brother Sun, you're so awesome. You really managed to get the school beauty? Brother Sun, no, godfather, please teach Fan how to pick up girls. Fan also wants to learn how to pick up girls. You have no idea how PD off Lu Mei was. It said her mouth was twisted with anger. I'm so happy. While eating, Li Bufan heard about this incident from somewhere and was filled with admiration for Yusun. Ha 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 ha, Yusun, your brother Fan's Yinwei meridian is open. The next day, Li Bufan opened his 5th martial meridian and was very proud of it. Ha ha ha, my pulse is open. Today I open my meridians and break free from the mundane world. From now on, my fate is no longer determined by fate. Wow, a spiritual vein. Among the students of Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School, more and more people have successfully opened their meridians. Some people even opened up spiritual veins. Wu Mei is the easiest to open and the most common. Spiritual veins are relatively rare. She was an ordinary girl in class 16. She was originally inconspicuous, but once her spiritual vein was opened, she instantly became a well-known figure in the school. Even the principal was alarmed and personally gave her an extremely generous reward. Murong Wan breaks through the 5th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. At noon, Yusun received another tenfold return. As expected of a delicate and precious body, 1 level higher every day. Linglong Baodi is really awesome. For ordinary people, even if they use the best resources, it will take 10 days, half a month or even longer to advance one level after reaching the 4th or 5th level. Murong Wan, on the other hand, just reached the 4th level of body forging yesterday, and today she has reached the 5th level of body forging. The 10th level of body forging. This wave of rewards allowed Yusun to advance 3 levels in a row, reaching the 10th level of body forging. If this continues to be returned, will I open the pulse directly? Yusun was curious. The meridian opening effect of the 10th level of body building is the best. Those who have the conditions will choose to reach the 10th level of body strengthening first and then open their meridians. Murong Wan has only reached the 5th level of body forging. If she continues to ascend and then returns tenfold, I wonder what will happen to Yusun. Murong Wan breaks through the 6th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. A day later, Murong Wan rose to another level. And you have the 12th level of body forging. Yusun knew the answer. He rushed to the 12th level of body forging. This surprised him a little. Bodybuilding usually only has 10 levels, so how could there be a 12th level? This is not over yet. 2 days later, on Friday morning, Murong Wan broke through to the 7th level of body forging. Yusun reached the unprecedented 14th level of body forging. Chapter 8. Weekend. The lower grades have already had their holidays. Only the students who are about to graduate are still attending classes. This month is basically all cultivation classes. The class format is relatively free. After the teacher gives a brief explanation, the students open their meridians in various ways in the practice room, while the teacher provides guidance. Yusun, don't think I didn't see you slacking off this week. Are you giving up on yourself? Teacher Wu, that's not true. I've been working so hard. You're still quibbling. You didn't even use the dark energy. Did you give it to Lu Mei? No, absolutely not. Don't worry, teacher. I would rather feed it to the dogs than give it to that BCH. Your parents don't want to see you like this, sigh. In the practice room, Teacher Wu shook his head and left. Teacher Wu is an old acquaintance of Yusun's parents. After Yusun transferred to Chengdu No. 1 Middle School 2 years ago, he has always been very caring towards him. He is one of the few people in this world who still cares about Yusun. Sure enough, any little action of the students cannot be hidden from the teacher's eyes. Yusun's week of lying down could not be hidden from Teacher Wu. That's fine. He could now slack off openly without having to pretend to be working hard every day, fearing that Teacher Wu would find out he was slacking off and hurt his feelings. Lao Wu, he has given up on himself, so why bother caring about him so much? Just let nature take its course and let the flowers bloom, the trees grow, and the cattle and horses grow. After all, he's Xiao Ying's child. I can't bear to see him like this. On the other hand, a teacher's dissuasion failed to dispel Teacher Wu's concern for Yusun. Li Bufan, what's wrong with you? 55-55, Yusun, my grandma is dead. Early the next morning, when Yusun saw Li Bufan, he found that his eyes were swollen from crying. My condolences. Yusun comforted. No wonder I didn't see Li Bufan yesterday. Grandma died so suddenly. I left school early the day before yesterday, and I saw my grandma, who had been paralyzed for over a decade, dancing with other grandparents in the park. She ran away as soon as she saw me. I chased her all the way, but I couldn't catch her. After I got home, my father told me that my grandmother had passed away. What I saw was her soul. She couldn't bear to leave me. 5555, my grandma, she loved me so much. Before she died, she was still telling me to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Li Bufan spoke tearfully. As Yusun listened, his expression gradually became intriguing. Li Bufan, your grandma probably didn't. He patted Li Bufan on the shoulder and stopped talking midway. It is better to have less trouble than more. His parents have been acting for 19 years. If they were to find out, there would be chaos. Li Bufan's milk is probably not real milk, but the milk of an actor hired by his parents. I'm afraid he is still a warrior with some strength. Otherwise, why couldn't Li Bufan, who had opened 5 meridians, catch up with an old man? Lu Suan, what happened to my grandma? Li Bufan raised his tearful eyes. It's nothing. You are so filial. Your grandma's spirit in heaven will definitely be pleased. Yes. I will definitely get into Peking University or Tsinghua University and live up to grandma's expectations. Li Bufan wiped away his tears, took out a capsule, swallowed it, and started lifting weights. The capsule contains a unit of dark energy, which makes it easy to store and absorb. Murong Wan breaks through the 8th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. Murong Wan broke through another level. The 16th level of body forging. If this continues, I'm going to become a scion. Lu Suan clenched his fists and felt his whole body filled with strength. Murong Wan spared no expense in training her body. According to Chu Youqing, Murong Zhan even prepared a large number of Jia's bodybuilding pills, each worth tens of millions. As a result, Murong Wan's bodybuilding results were astonishingly good. After returning 10 times the money to Lu Suan, it is clear how much benefit Lu Suan gained. His current body would be a standard Superman in the old times. Li Bufan, you finally have half a day off, don't you want to go out for a walk? No, I want to take the entrance exams to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lu Suan had half a day off on Sunday afternoon, so he decided to go out for a walk. Here. Teacher Wu, there's really no need. Just take it if I tell you to. Listen, Lu Suan. As long as there's still a glimmer of hope, don't give up. Before leaving the school gate, Teacher Wu suddenly appeared and forced a bag into Lu Suan's hand. What was inside was actually dark energy sealed in a capsule. There are quite a few of them, several hundred units. Dark energy is not cheap. Although Teacher Wu is a warrior, he was injured in the disaster and his life is not very affluent. It's not easy for him to take out so much dark energy. Lu Suan refused to take it, but he stuffed it in his pocket and left. Teacher Wu. Looking at Teacher Wu's slightly staggering back, Lu Suan's eyes became moist. Wang Yang, he is Lu Suan. Lu Suan, stop right there. Just after leaving school, Lu Suan was blocked by a group of people. Boy, you are the one who made my wife cry. A student stood in front of Lu Suan with a sullen look on his face. Wang Yang, don't talk nonsense. She's not your wife yet. Lu Mei pretended to be shy. That's it in the future. When I get into college, I'll marry you. Even if you can't open a pulse, you can still live the life of a rich wife. Wang Yang patted his chest and made the promise. Boy, while I'm in a good mood today, kneel down and apologize to my wife, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it today. Immediately, Wang Yang turned around and said to Lu Suan fiercely. What if I don't kneel? Lu Suan's voice turned cold. That's not up to you. Brother, I opened up your Ren Meridian yesterday and today, and my strength has tripled. You have to kneel today, whether you want to or not. Wang Yang is arrogant. On the side, Lu Mei held her head high like a proud swan. Chu Youqing's appearance a few days ago made her lose face and she couldn't even hold her head up among her sisters. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep for several days. Until yesterday, one of her bootlickers, Wang Yang, miraculously developed a lineage. What surprised Lu Mei even more was that after the meridians were opened, Wang Yang not only did not despise her, but became even more fond of her. So, Lu Mei cleverly let Wang Yang know that she was so angry with Lu Suan that she burst into tears. Wang Yang felt heartbroken after hearing this and decided to help her vent her anger. The pulse has opened, no wonder. Wang Yang is a head shorter than Yusun, yet he still dares to cause trouble. It turns out that he has opened his meridians. The order of opening the meridians is Ren, Du, and Chang with double yin and yang, and the Ren meridian is opened first. Once the Ren meridian is opened, blood and qi will surge, and strength will increase more than 3 times. You have to force me to do it, right? Seeing that Yusun didn't move, Wang Yang grabbed him and tried to push him down. Yusun did not surrender and punched Wang Yang. You don't know your own limitations. Wang Yang had been on guard for a long time. With a sneer, he changed his palm into a fist to meet the attack, wanting to let Yusun see the horror of a powerful person with opened meridians. Click! Ah, my hand, my hand! Amidst the screams, the expression on Wang Yang's face was distorted by the severe pain. His finger bones were broken by Yusun's punch. He took several steps back and finally fell to the ground. Wang Yang! Lu Mei couldn't believe her eyes. Wang Yang, whose pulse had been opened, was knocked down by Yusun with just one punch. How is this possible? How can a useless person like you with no meridians be so strong? I will fight you to the death. Wang Yang was unwilling to admit defeat and struggled desperately. With the meridians opened and without, there is a world of difference. How could he lose to Yusun? Is Kaimei very powerful? Yusun kicked him away and then chased after him and started beating him up. I was wrong, Brother Sun, Dad, Grandpa. I won't dare to do it again. Stop hitting me, I'll kneel down for you. Under Yusun's iron fist, Wang Yang, who was beaten black and blue, finally faced the reality and kowtowed to Yusun repeatedly. As for his few bad friends, they had already been scared away. Yusun then let Wang Yang go and walked towards Lu Mei. Yusun, what you want to do is his own decision, it's none of my business. Lu Mei was frightened, thinking Yusun was going to attack her. You guys are all the same kind of people. I don't like hitting women, but don't force me to make an exception. This is my last warning. Yusun stared at Lu Mei coldly. After several seconds, Yusun turned and left. Lu Mei let out a long sigh, only then realizing that her back was already soaked with cold sweat. She suddenly found that Yusun had become so strange. Is this still the Yusun who licked her for 3 years? With my current strength, even someone with 5 or 6 meridians opened wouldn't be my match. If someone opens his meridians, what will happen? Wang Yang's provocation gave Yusun a full understanding of his own strength. Now, he was looking forward to opening his meridians. Judging from Murong Wan's progress in bodybuilding, it will be soon. Chapter 9. Mr. Lin, the news is true. Chu Youqing did admit in person that Yusun is her boyfriend. Yusun, he's looking for death. On campus, Lin Yan's face was filled with anger. Lin Yan comes from a large family. His family customized a pulse opening package for him, so he spends less time in school. After achieving good results, he prepared to come to school to show off and enjoy the admiration of his students. As a result, as soon as he arrived at school, he learned that Chu Youqing and Yusun had confirmed their relationship. This made him very angry. Yesterday, strange phenomena appeared in several places. I wonder if someone in our school will be able to open up a strange meridian of heaven and earth and cause strange phenomena. I heard that the third young master of the Lin family in class 1 has already started to develop 7 martial veins. If he opens one more, he will be able to attack the heaven and earth chi meridian. Wow, he's definitely the top student in our number 1 middle school this year. Hey, isn't that the third young master of the Lin family? Not far away, a group of students were chatting when they saw the protagonist of their conversation. The third young master of the Lin family, Lin Yan. Mr. Lin, Yusun is there. At this time, a follower discovered Yusun not far away. When Lin Yan heard the word Yusun, he changed direction and walked over quickly. Lu Suan, it's Lin Yan. I heard he has opened 7 martial veins. Be careful, he might cause trouble for you. When several roommates saw Lin Yan coming, they subconsciously moved away from Lu Suan. Lin Yan has openly pursued Chu Youqing more than once. The way he is acting now, it's obvious that he is here to cause trouble for Lu Suan. Lu Suan. Lin Yan walked a few steps to Lu Suan, his eyes as sharp as a knife, with undisguised hostility in them. What do you want from my brother? Li Bufan suddenly appeared and stood in front of Lu Suan. You just hide behind others. Lin Yan sneered. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Suan pushed Li Bufan behind him. That's what a man should be like. However, you haven't opened any meridian yet, while I have already opened 7 meridians. The heaven and earth meridian is within reach. Lin Yan held his head high with a proud look on his face. Then what? Lu Suan's expression remained unchanged. You are not worthy of Chu Youqing. Lin Yan said coldly. Oh. Lu Suan looks forward to the next chapter. You probably don't know that Chu Youqing detected a hidden ancient spiritual root yesterday. As long as the ancient spiritual root is activated, it is a sure thing that 9 spiritual veins and the heaven and earth meridians will be opened. She is an unparalleled genius in the entire East. And you, a fatherless, motherless, poor, and powerless low-class parasite, what qualifications do you have to be her boyfriend? Lin Yan glared at him, his emotions fluctuating with his words. Wow! Ancient spiritual root. Is the school beauty such a genius? Lin Yan's words caused an uproar among the students around him. People who possess ancient spiritual roots are not just 1 in 10,000, but 1 in 100,000. It can be said that he is born to be an immortal. She actually has ancient spiritual roots. While Lu Suan was surprised, he was also happy for Chu Youqing. Although the Chu family that Chu Youqing belongs to is not as good as the Murong family, it is not much worse. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to marry Murong Zhan's daughter? But Chu Youqing hasn't developed a lineage yet, which is not normal. Unexpectedly, she possessed a hidden ancient spiritual root. However, this ancient spiritual root does not seem to be activated. If I can bind to her, when her ancient spiritual roots are activated, will I also gain ancient spiritual roots? Lu Suan suddenly had an idea. The system doesn't seem to say that only one object can be bound. Host, this is possible. You need to reach the 2nd level before you can bind a second person. The system in my mind gave the answer. Lu Suan needs to break through the 2nd realm. Lu Suan understood. He came to his senses and found that Lin Yan was looking at him with contempt, as if saying, now you know how much trash you are, right? So, Lu Suan nodded seriously and said, yeah, I'm curious too. Why would Youqing agree to be the girlfriend of a loser like me? How about I ask her for you next time we check in? Lu Suan, you're courting death. This sentence completely angered Lin Yan. He gathered all his strength and was ready to teach Lin Yan a lesson. You want to do something to my brother? Have you asked me? Li Bufan stood in front of Lu Suan again, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Li Bufan, this is none of your business. Don't ask for trouble. My brother's business is my business. Come and try if you dare. The 2 of them were at loggerheads. Mr. Lin, the teacher is here. A follower whispered. Lucky for you, Lu Suan. You'd better never leave the school, or I'll let you know how flowers wither. After Lin Yan threw down a threatening remark, he left with a few followers. Bufan, thank you. Lu Suan, that's not very nice of you. What's the point of saying thank you between us? Stay away from school for the time being. Use all your strength to open a meridian, and he won't dare to touch you casually. Lu Suan and Li Bufan also left here. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to watch, the other students dispersed. Haha, wife, Liu Sun has offended Lin Yan, and he will be in big trouble in the future. Not far away, Wang Yang and Lu Mei were also there. Wang Yang was gloating, while Lu Mei looked at Lin Yan's back thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking. Murong Wan breaks through the 9th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. At noon that day, Murong Wan broke through another level, and Liu Sun barely reached the 18th level of body forging. Cool. The feeling of becoming stronger and stronger is really great. Ha ha ha, Liu Sun, brother Fan, my Yang Gui meridian is open. Inspired by his grandmother's last wish, Li Bufan worked extra hard and broke through the Yang Gui meridian in one fell swoop. Now, he only has 2 martial meridians left to open. What Liu Sun didn't understand was that his parents were so rich, and Li Bufan himself was not bad either. If they had piled up resources, Li Bufan would have opened up all 8 meridians by now, right? This is just a way to endure hardship. People with a lot of money always have some weird ideas. Liu Sun expressed his understanding. At the end of the day, Liu Sun noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere in the dormitory. Several roommates rarely talked to Liu Sun anymore. Liu Sun knew that they were afraid of Lin Yan. The students living in the dormitory are basically from poor families and have no place to live in Chengdu. To them, a rich young man like Lin Yan was a behemoth that they could not contend with at all. It's normal for them to stay away from Liu Sun. Liu Sun's relationship with these roommates was neither good nor bad, and he didn't care too much about the change in their attitude. 2 days later, Murong Wan finally reached the 10th level of body forging. Liu Sun broke through the 20th level of body forging in one fell swoop. His level of body building is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Chapter 10. The 10th level of body forging, she should be opening her meridians soon, right? After Murong Wan reached the 10th level of body forging, the next step was to open her meridians. Liu Sun couldn't help but feel a little excited. He continued to lie down, while deliberately avoiding Teacher Wu. To avoid Teacher Wu being disappointed when he found out that he was slacking off. Let's make Teacher Wu happy after the pulse is opened. Wow, a 4th level master comes to teach you how to open your meridians. A new piece of news made the students excited. Tomorrow morning, a 4th level martial arts master will come to Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School to teach the meridian opening skills. Well, it's no use to me. Liu Sun showed little interest. He couldn't practice cultivation, so even if a master of the 4th realm came, even a strong man of the 5th or 6th realm would not be of any help to him. Liu Sun, you didn't expect me to come, did you? The next day, in the auditorium, Chu Youqing suddenly appeared in front of Liu Sun. She wore a JK skirt and a crisp white shirt, looking fresh and sweet. Sister-in-law, please sit down. I'll go find another seat. Li Bufan consciously gave up his position. Mr. Lin, Chu Youqing is here. A younger brother was sharp-eyed and saw Chu Youqing. When Lin Yan saw that Chu Youqing actually sat down next to Liu Sun, he immediately felt unhappy. He stood up suddenly and was going to cause trouble for Liu Sun. Mr. Lin, stay calm, the Grand Master is coming soon. Lin Yan had no choice but to sit down unwillingly, staring at the backs of Liu Sun and Chu Youqing with fiery eyes. I have good news for you. Beside Liu Sun, Chu Youqing pursed her lips and said. What good news? Liu Sun had actually guessed it. I haven't been able to open my pulse for a long time. My mother's friend is the best at helping people open their pulses, but she was helpless. So she took me to find a very powerful immortal cultivator to help check it out. Guess what? I actually have ancient spiritual roots. Chu Youqing said happily. Congratulations! Liu Sun sends his blessings. The teacher from the admissions office of Peking University and Tsinghua University said that as long as I can activate my ancient spiritual roots, I can be directly admitted even if I don't open a single meridian before the final exam. Chu Youqing became happier as she spoke. Yusun was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Your aunt has become a peerless genius now, so you don't have to worry about that scumbag's harm. You have also become a genius, and I may not be able to open the pulse." Chu Youqing, we. Yusun, stop talking. Chu Youqing covered Yusun's mouth with her hand. Damn. Mr. Lin, calm down, calm down. This action made Lin Yan almost jump up. I know what you're going to say, but I'm telling you, no way. Chu Youqing stared at him with her big watery eyes and said angrily. After a while, she suddenly realized something and her cheeks began to heat up. If you promise not to say those 2 words, I'll let you go, she said. Yusun nodded. Chu Youqing then quickly moved her hand away. The lingering touch in her palm made her heart flutter like a deer. Why? Yusun was puzzled. He always felt that Chu Youqing agreed to his pursuit just to help her aunt. Now that her aunt's problem has been solved, she has also become a genius with ancient spiritual roots. What reason is there to continue with him? Yusun doesn't think that Chu Youqing is really someone who only cares about appearance. If it were in the old days, maybe it would be possible. In the era of advanced martial arts, good looks combined with something useful is still the best option. If it is played alone, it is a useless card. Why so many whys? Anyway, don't even think about getting rid of me. As for opening your meridians, I will help you. I used my own money to buy a lot of dark energy, and I also have the bottle of Jia's meridian opening pill that my aunt gave me. I also made a meridian opening plan for you. Let's work together and try to open all 3 meridians before the final exam. Chu Youqing started planning with full confidence. Chu Youqing, I'm very lazy. Don't waste your time on me. You should find a way to activate your ancient spiritual roots. Seeing Chu Youqing so active, Yusun was scared. Anyway, he can't practice, so isn't it better to lie down comfortably every day? Why should he work hard? Is it a waste of time? I don't need to worry about Gulingan. My parents will help me find a solution. It doesn't matter if you're lazy. I will supervise you. Chu Youqing made up her mind to help Yusun open his pulse. It's over, Murong Wan, please open your pulse. Yusun has a headache. The Grand Master is here. At this time, a burly figure stepped in like a dragon and a tiger, with an imposing aura like a mountain pressing down on one's head, which was breathtaking. As soon as he appeared, the master's pressure swept the entire venue, making all the students feel a chill in their hearts. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. Yusun and Chu Youqing also stopped talking. The immortal spirit, the martial arts will, opening the meridians is not only a challenge to the limits of the body, but also a tempering of the will. On the podium, the Grand Master of the 4 realms began his lecture. The students sat up straight and listened attentively. For the vast majority of people here, except in occasions like this, there is no chance to get so close to the Grand Master. Only Yusun felt more and more sleepy the more he listened. It's not that this 4th level Grand Master didn't explain it well. But he cannot practice on his own, so it is useless to listen. As he listened, Yusun began to doze off. Yusun, don't sleep, listen carefully. Yusun wanted to sleep but couldn't. Chu Youqing supervised him from the side and insisted that Yusun attend the class. Yusun, come on, answer. Not only that, she also actively raised her hand to answer questions, but it was Yusun's hand that was raised. Yusun, I've applied for a gravity chamber for you. Here's some dark energy for you, along with this Jia's meridian opening pill. Take it quickly. Yusun, don't be lazy, I'm watching you. Yusun. Yusun, why are you so lazy? After the lecture by the 4 realms Grand Master ended, Yusun was forced to continue his business. Chu Youqing was determined to help him find his pulse, so she stayed with Yusun for the entire afternoon. This really gave Yusun a headache. Damn it! Some people's mood is 10,000 times worse than Yusun's. That is Lin Yan. Chu Youqing and Yusun were so close that he was furious. Chu Youqing, what's the point of you keeping such an unmotivated loser? He can even fall asleep in the class of a 4th realm grandmaster. No matter how many Jia's meridian opening pills he takes, he can't open his meridians. He's a pure piece of trash. Lin Yan was burning with jealousy and ran over to scold Yusun. He's my boyfriend, I'm happy with it. Yusun, let's go and ignore him. Chu Youqing pulled Yusun up and left. She hadn't opened her pulse yet, and neither had Yusun. She was afraid that Yusun would suffer if he clashed with Lin Yan. Yusun, don't leave. What are you doing in the training room? Teacher Wu came, but he didn't indulge Lin Yan. He cleverly blocked Lin Yan from chasing Yusun. Yusun glanced back at Lin Yan and took Chu Youqing's small hand in his. Ah! Yusun, I'm going to kill you. This action made Lin Yan so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Chapter 11. Yusun, my mother has taken me to the capital to find a way to stimulate my ancient spiritual roots. You must not be lazy. Train according to the schedule I've set for you. Once you have opened up your 3 meridians before the final exam, we can go to Peking University and Tsinghua University together. In the evening, Yusun received a message from Chu Youqing. This news made Yusun breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally continue to lie flat. Why hasn't she opened her pulse yet? 2 days after Murong Wan reached the 10th level of physical training, she still hadn't made any progress. There is only more than half a month left before the final exam, it is impossible to say that I am not anxious at all. Murong Wan breaks through the 11th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. Hey! The next morning, Yusun was extremely surprised by the new return. Murong Wan broke through the 10th level of body forging and reached the 11th level. Sharp! Yusun couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. As expected of an exquisite body, Murong Wan was able to break through the 11th level of body forging even without any system. Yusun. In the afternoon, Yusun met Lin Yan again. Lin Yan came with a large group of younger brothers, and his intentions were not good. What do you want from my brother? Li Bufan, why are you everywhere? Don't underestimate the bond between us brothers, BD. Li Bufan's words gave Yusun a chill. Yusun pulled him away and stood in front of Lin Yan. What's the matter? Yusun, if you're a man, then have a man's duel with me. Whoever loses quits. How about that? Lin Yan stared at Yusun. Did your head get caught in the door? Chu Youqing is already Yusun's girlfriend. He must be crazy to be fighting you. Yusun, ignore this psychopath. Li Bufan pushed Yusun away. Stop. Lin Yan stood in front. Yusun, are you still a man? Want to fight? Yusun interrupted him. Yusun, stay calm and don't rush. We'll talk after you open your pulse. Li Bufan quickly advised. Yusun hasn't opened his own lineage yet, how can he fight Lin Yan? That's right, if you're a man, don't be a coward. Lin Yan provoked him. Okay, I'll help you. That's what being a man is like. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Lin Yan laughed. Yusun didn't hesitate and attacked Lin Yan. I'm waiting for you. Lin Yan was not panicked at all. With all 7 meridians opened, how could he be afraid of Yusun? He swung his fist forward, intending to defeat Yusun with fair strength and let Yusun know how big the gap between them was. Fists met fists and collided instantly. Lin Yan gave a sinister smile. He seemed to see the scene where Yusun's fist was shattered and the whole person was knocked away. How could it be? But the next second, a huge force came from Yusun's fist, which made his arm numb, and he took several steps back. If he hadn't already reached the 10th level of physical training, this punch would have been enough to break his finger bones. 7 meridians, nothing more than that, you lose. Liu Sun said lightly. Wow, man, how are you so awesome? Li Bufan was shocked. How is that possible? Lin Yan couldn't believe it. He opened 7 meridians, but was still at a disadvantage. He didn't want to believe it, but the constant pain and numbness in his arms told him that this was not a dream, this was real. Isn't that Liu Sun? How come he is so strong? Could it be that he has already opened the 8 meridians? The students around saw this scene and were also shocked. Lin Yan has always been a celebrity in the school, known to everyone. As for Liu Sun, he was originally unknown, but since he became Chu Youqing's boyfriend, more and more students have come to know him. Don't go. I just didn't want to bully you with my martial arts. Mountain-splitting fist. With a light shout, Lin Yan's aura changed. He actually learned martial arts. Although it is the simplest Kaishan fist, it can greatly increase your strength when performed. A fist as big as a sandbag shattered the air and smashed towards Liu Sun, trying to knock him down with one punch. Liu Sun showed no sign of weakness and fought back with all his might. Click! Lin Yan's finger bones made a crisp sound. In severe pain, he took several steps back and became unsteady on his feet, about to fall to the ground. Mr. Linear. Several followers supported him in time. Liu Sun, on the other hand, did not retreat a single step. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Xiao felt numb all over. He is the 3rd young master of the Lin family. After reaching the 10th level of body forging, he opened 7 martial meridians in one breath, and it was no problem for him to defeat 10 martial arts champions of the old era. Not to mention he also learned the Kaishan fist. Now I can't even beat Liu Sun. How could he accept this? So strong. Mr. Lin used all his fighting skills, but still couldn't defeat Liu Sun. 8 meridians, Liu Sun must have opened the 8 meridians. More and more students gathered around, all of them shocked by Liu Sun. Young Master Lin, 3rd young Master Lin, if you're not good at it, practice more and don't embarrass yourself by coming out. Li Bufan, I'm going to kill you. Li Bufan's ridicule made Lin Yan's mouth twisted with anger. Today he really lost face. I came all the way here to pick a fight, but Liu Sun turned out to be so powerful. Isn't it said that Liu Sun is only at the 2nd level of body forging, and the possibility of opening meridians is very small? Is this the 2nd level of body forging without opening the meridians? Only by opening all martial meridians can one be so powerful. Otherwise, why couldn't he defeat the opponent with his 7 meridians? Who gave this information? Lin Yan decided to teach that guy a lesson. 8 meridians, so what? Wait until I open all 8 meridians and the Red Sun meridian is complete, and then I'll come back to settle the score with you. Looking at Liu Sun's receding back, Lin Yan did not give up. The Xiang vein is a unique vein between heaven and earth. If you want to open the Red Yang meridian, each time you open a meridian, you need to draw the essence of the sun into your body at noon, temper the meridians for 24 hours, and when all 8 meridians are opened, you can use the power of the Red Yang to unite the 8 meridians into one and recreate the Red Yang meridian. This is a common method. Using this method, very few people can open the Xiang meridian. Lin Yan's family had been planning this early on. Generally, when you are 16 years old and your skeleton is basically formed, you can start exercising. When Lin Yan first started training his body, he used a secret method to draw the essence of the sun into his body, allowing his body to adapt to the power of the red sun. In this way, his chances of developing the Red Yang meridian are several times higher than others. Great, Liu Sun, I was wondering why you've been so laid back lately. Turns out you've already opened up all 8 meridians. I've been worrying about you for so long, brother. Shouldn't you compensate me for the emotional damage? You are still wasting your time here, my dear. I'm going to work hard. Goodbye, Yusuan. Yusuan's words gave Li Bufan an injection of chicken blood and he rushed into the training room. Body tempering stage 22, really impressive. Yusuan clenched his fists. Lin Yan had opened 7 meridians and was at the 10th level of body forging. Yusuan had not opened any meridians, but was able to easily defeat him with his 22nd level of body forging. This is enough to illustrate how terrible Yusuan's current physical condition is. I wonder if Murong Wan will rush up again. Yusuan was curious. Yusuan, I didn't expect you to have opened all 8 meridians. It was so hard to hide it from us. Look, that's Yusuan. I heard he has opened up the 8 meridians, and even Lin Yan is no match for him. Wow, how did he suddenly become so powerful? Before it got dark, the news that Yusuan had opened the 8 meridians spread throughout the campus. So, in the blink of an eye, he went from a useless person who had difficulty opening his meridians at the 2nd level of body forging to a genius at Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School. Whenever his students met him, they would greet him with a big smile on their faces. It seems like they are very familiar with Yusuan. Even those roommates who had previously deliberately distanced themselves from Yusuan became enthusiastic again and vied with each other to please Yusuan. The old saying is true. When you're strong, you surround yourself with good people. Yusuan thought silently. Even in the era of advanced martial arts, some truths in this world have remained largely unchanged. Chapter 12. Xiaosuan, you did a good job. Your parents in heaven will definitely be very happy. The next day, Teacher Wu found Yusuan and praised him. After the news spread, Teacher Wu also heard about it and was happy for a long time. Yusuan did not tell Teacher Wu that he had not yet opened a lineage. Student Yusuan, you're a dark horse this year at No. 1 Middle School. I'll have Director Xiang test you later. Once we confirm that your 8 meridians are open, we can move you to a single dormitory and give you the rewards you deserve. Principal, there are only a dozen days left, so there's no need to change dorms. As for the reward, give it to me after the final exam. Alright, then it's up to you. By the way, think carefully over the next couple of days about whether to go to Kingshu College or Baidu University. A week before the final exam, teachers from the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University will come to pre-enroll students who have their Quanmei activated. Yes, Principal. The principal found Yusuan and explained some things to him. There's still 1 week left, Murong Wan, you must open your pulse. After the principal left, Yusuan prayed silently. The reason why Yusuan didn't want to change his dormitory or ask for a reward was because he couldn't stand the test. You can tell whether your pulse is open by testing it. It would be interesting if teachers from Peking University and Tsinghua University came a week later and found out that Yusuan had not opened his meridians at all. Brother Suan, good morning. Brother Suan, do you need dark energy? I still have some here. Brother Suan, can you teach me some experience on opening meridians? Yusuan became a well-known figure in No. 1 Middle School. Wherever you go, people will greet you, and some will come up to you to get close to you or ask for advice on how to open your pulse. Yusuan has no experience in opening meridians. Keep lying down. He can now lie down openly without worrying about hurting Teacher Wu's feelings. Wife, it's Yusuan, let's go this way. When Yusuan was strolling around, Wang Yang and Lu Mei happened to see him. Wang Yang immediately decided to take a detour. After knowing that Lin Yan couldn't beat Yusuan now became an extremely vicious person in Wang Yang's eyes. Even if he provokes again. Wife, what are you doing over there? However, after seeing Yusuan, Lu Mei did not avoid him, but walked towards him instead. Lu Mei looked at Yusuan with a complicated expression. Over the past 3 years, Yusuan has brought her meals and provided her with countless other kinds of help, big and small. Lu Mei enjoyed it with a clear conscience and treated Yusuan as the most obedient dog. But Lu Xun suddenly stopped licking. It doesn't matter if you don't lick him. It doesn't matter if Lu Xun is having a bad life. But Lu Xun not only caught up with the school beauty, but now he has also opened up all 8 meridians. This made Lu Mei feel extremely regretful. God have mercy on her, when she heard the news yesterday, she almost regretted it so much. So, even if the two sides had already fallen out before, Lu Mei also decided to try again. Today she dressed up deliberately, wearing the white dress that Lu Xun wore when he first met her, and then wandered around, just to find Lu Xun. Now that I have found it, I will naturally not let it go. She flicked her hair, walked gracefully to Lu Xun, leaned forward slightly, and handed over a heart-shaped box with both hands. This angle just provides Lu Xun with an excellent view. You can see a faint gully between the two large thunders. Do what? Lu Xun stopped. Lu Xun, this is the chocolate you gave me on my birthday 3 years ago. I ate the chocolate, but I kept the box. Today is your birthday, so I filled it with chocolates I made myself and gave it to you. I have to say, if Lu Mei's voice is muffled, few innocent little boys can resist it. Otherwise, how could she raise a pond of fish? My birthday? Sorry, I've always celebrated my birthday according to the lunar calendar. Also, this box of yours isn't the one I gave you. Next time you act, be more careful and change the production date on the box. Lu Xun's words made Lu Mei's face turn pale. She finally came up with this idea and even asked one of her bootlickers in the student union to find out Lu Xun's date of birth. Who would have thought that Lu Xun actually celebrated his birthday according to the lunar calendar? Her box was also exposed by Lu Xun. Lu Xun, have you forgotten the promise you made 3 years ago? Seeing Lu Xun was about to leave, Lu Mei stamped her feet and questioned. Promise? Lu Xun thought about it for a moment and finally remembered. 3 years ago, Lu Mei asked him if he would always be so good to her. At that time, Lu Mei was raising fish seedlings in the fish pond, which gave Lu Xun the feeling that they were in love. Plus, Lu Xun always thought that the note was from her. So, Lu Xun told her that as long as she didn't despise him, he would always be good to her. Sorry, promises are time-limited and will not be accepted after the expiration date. Lu Xun didn't even turn his head, threw down a sentence, and walked away. Lu Xun, UBD who doesn't keep his word, 55-55. Lu Mei cried. Wife, don't cry, you still have me. Get lost, who is your wife? It took you so long to open a bloodline, what a waste. Look at your character, you look like Wu Dalan, I feel sick just by looking at you. Stay away from me. UBD Lu Xun, do you really think I can't live without you? Wang Yang went forward to comfort her, but was scolded by Lu Mei and almost cried. Humph, I have plenty of liquors, Lu Xun, just wait for me. I can still live well without you. Lu Mei wiped away the tears that didn't even fall, threw the chocolate to the ground, stomped on it a few times, and left angrily. Chapter 13. Murong Wan breaks through the 12th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from body forging. The next day, Murong Wan reached the 12th level of body forging. Really? Lu Xun guessed this would happen. He thus reached the 24th stage of body forging. The higher the level of body forging, the greater the improvement for each level and the higher the difficulty, so even if it is 10 times, after the 24th level, it can only allow Lu Xun to improve 1 or 2 levels. 6 days left. Sister, please open my pulse quickly. Now Lu Xun just hopes Murong Wan won't rush forward. The 12th level of body forging is enough. Early body training was more for strengthening the physique, making it easier to open the meridians and achieving better results. After the meridians are opened, the warrior will also have the effect of strengthening his body during the process of continuous practice. The physical strength of a 4th level master is far beyond the reach of Liu Xuan's 24th level body forging. Wow, someone from number 2 middle school has opened up a unique meridian of heaven and earth. That afternoon, strange phenomena appeared again in the sky above Chengdu. At Chengdu number 2 middle school, someone opened up a strange vein of heaven and earth, which caused strange phenomena. The scope of the phenomenon was not large, and it only appeared briefly around Rongcheng number 2 middle school. It is far inferior to Murong Wan's vision, but it is also a vision, enough to make countless people envious. Liu Xuan, as long as you can open the heaven and earth Kamai, just tell me what you need. The principal couldn't sit still anymore and found Liu Xuan. The performance of Chengdu number 1 middle school has always been better than that of Chengdu number 2 middle school. Now a student with extraordinary talent has appeared in number 2 middle school, who has directly overshadowed number 1 middle school. Principal, I'll do my best. Liu Xuan didn't want anything. In order to reassure the principal, he said he would work hard. The principal was very disappointed. Without knowing it, Liu Xuan turned over and lay down. It's just a strange vein of heaven and earth. I, Lin Yan, can get it easily. Mr. Lin V5. It's up to you to regain the dignity of our number 1 middle school. That night, Lin Yan spoke a lot in the campus group, attracting many students to flatter him. He had already opened up the 8th meridian, connected all the meridians into one, and was ready to attack the Xiang meridian. The next day, what no one expected was that Lin Yan came to the school and wanted to attack the Xiang meridian in public. The Lin family also built a platform for Lin Yan to sit on. There were many students watching. Of course, there were also many students who were busy opening their pulses and had no time to watch the fun. This guy is such a show-off. After complaining, Li Bufan went into the training room. He still has one last vein that has not been opened. As for Liu Xuan, he also went to the playground to watch the excitement. After Lin Yan discovered Liu Xuan, he became even more excited. Butler Li, give me the sun essence. Yes, master. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler handed over a small piece of sun essence. This is condensed by artificially collecting the essence of the sun. The sun here does not refer to the one in the solar system, but refers to all stars. Since the blue star began to upgrade its dimension, it is now unknown how many light years away from the solar system. Lin Yan absorbed the sun's essence and sat cross-legged in the middle of the platform. 8 concentrators on the surrounding buildings concentrated sunlight from all directions onto Lin Yan. Such dense spotlight caused smoke to come out of Lin Yan's body. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scalded to death long ago. Lin Yan was fine. He was using sunlight to digest the sun's essence so that he could open the red sun meridian in one fell swoop. Come back tomorrow. On the first day, Lin Yan failed to open the pulse. After noon, he stopped and decided to try again tomorrow. The Xiang meridian is most easily opened at noon. In addition, the blue star is now in this binary system, and the power of the sun far exceeds that of other system, which has a great promotion effect on the opening of martial veins such as the red sun vein and the Yantian martial vein. The next day, Lin Yan continued to try. Hateful. He still failed. Twice. Failing twice must have done considerable damage to his body, right? Mr. Lin is really tenacious. He hasn't given up yet. He works so hard even though he has money. No wonder he is so powerful. The admiration of his students gave Lin Yan a great sense of accomplishment. He took out the rejuvenation pill he had bought at a high price and took it to repair his injuries. Come back tomorrow. I can fail countless times, but if I succeed just once, I'll become a true genius. Lin Yan fought again and again despite repeated defeats. At the same time, on the other side of Chengdu, the Murong family's manor was bustling with activity. Except for those from other places, almost the entire Murong family came. Because Murong Wanding will open her polls today. My little sister is truly a genius. She has reached the 12th level of body forging in just half a month. I wonder how many meridians she can open at once this time. In my opinion, my little sister can definitely open up all the martial meridians at once, and even open up the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. My aunt is so capable, she can definitely do it. Many members of the Murong family gathered together, their faces filled with smiles. Murong Wan possesses the Ling Long Beauty, a top-notch physique for cultivation, and her future rise is inevitable. At that time, the Murong family will also benefit from it and move to a higher level. Some are happy and some are sad. For example, people from Murong Zhan's second brother's lineage. Brother Tian, what should I do? I returned the items, but Wang Yuanzhi refused to accept them and insisted on asking me for them. He even threatened to tell my uncle about our plan. Murong Tian's younger brother Murong Chui had a sad face. Previously, they colluded with the scum of the Wang family and used Murong Wan in exchange for the Wang family's support. In order to find an opportunity to seize power and control the entire Murong family. Who would have thought that Murong Wan would suddenly become a peerless genius that shocked the East? All their previous tricks were useless. Murong Tian asked his brother to return the things that the scumbag had given them. But the scumbag refused to accept it and even threatened to expose them. What exactly does Wang Yuanzhi want? He said that even if he couldn't marry Murong Wan, he should at least be allowed to play with her for a few days. Brother Tian, he's a pervert. Every woman he's played with has been left crippled. Let him wait for a while. Blue Star has been here for several years. It should be time to re-enter the ancient starry sky road. Then, maybe there will be a chance. A hint of coldness flashed in Murong Tian's eyes. No matter how rebellious Murong Wan is, what does it have to do with their lineage? On the contrary, if Murong Wan Ruo rises, their lineage will never be able to make a name for themselves. If they could use Wang Yuanzhi to destroy Murong Wan, it would be beneficial to them. Okay, Brother Tian. I'll send him a message right away. You should go and tell them in person to avoid leaking the secret. Good. Murong Chui left. A peerless genius. Humph, a genius who fails to grow is nothing more than a meteor that dies young, only radiant for a moment. After sneering, Murong Tian restrained his expression, put on a smiling face, and re-entered the manor. It started. Auntie is so beautiful. At this time, inside the manor, Murong Wan absorbed a large amount of dark energy at once. She used the simplest method to open her meridians, absorbing the dark energy into her body like a whale. The aura around her instantly became deep and mysterious. Just a few minutes later, the air around Murong Wan trembled slightly, and an invisible wave spread from her body. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming circles of faint ripples. The first martial meridian in her body was successfully opened. Good. Murong Zhan cheered loudly. It's open, it's open. So fast. My aunt is so amazing. The other members of the Murong family cheered. Chapter 14. Murong Wan opens her first martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from opening her meridian. Finally the pulse is opened. At Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School, Liu Sun finally waited for Murong Wan to open his pulse. As soon as the heat flow appeared in his body, he quickly found a deserted grove and sat down cross-legged. The heat surged like a raging tide, turning into a raging river in the body, rushing wildly and unstoppable. Buzz! The perineum was opened. I'll go. Liu Sun gritted his teeth and frowned. No one told him that opening the pulse is so painful. The heat flow is extremely fierce, starting from the perineum point and rushing towards the Guanyuan point, Qi point, Shenk point. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable and these acupoints were easily opened. Buzz! The last Chengjiang A cup ointment was opened. All the acupoints are connected in a line, forming the Ren meridian, a martial meridian. But after opening the Ren meridian for Liu Sun, the heat flow was only consumed by less than 1/10. Just when Youqing thought he could use this heat flow to disperse all the martial arts in one fell swoop, the heat flow turned around and rushed back and forth in Youqing's Ren meridian. Good fellow! Youqing was immersed in it and saw what was happening inside his body. With the continuous expansion of heat flow, his Ren meridian became wider and stronger. During this process, a slight heat flow spreads throughout the body. Youqing no longer felt any pain, but felt warm all over, as if every cell in his body was soaked in warm water, which was extremely comfortable. It's done. Finally, the heat flow was exhausted. It represents the end of the tenfold return. Youqing's first martial meridian was thus opened. No one can match the effect of my meridian opening, right? I'm afraid no one can match his martial arts vein. This time the tenfold return is not in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality. His meridian opening effect is 10 times better than Murong Wan's. It is so much better than others. For the same martial vein, the wider it is, the better. The martial veins opened by ordinary people are like small streams in the fields, which can only accommodate small trickles of water, and the speed of cultivation is average. The martial vein opened by a genius is like a small river in front of the door. It can allow more water to pass through, so the speed of cultivation will naturally be much faster. Youqing's martial veins are like great rivers. Not only are the waters surging and rushing, but they can also accommodate hundreds of rivers. When practicing, he will be like a fish in water and make rapid progress. Fortunately, Youqing had reached the 24th level of body forging, otherwise even with a tenfold return, his martial meridians would not be so wide. My strength has probably increased tenfold. Once the Ren meridian is opened, the strength will increase by more than 3 times. For example, Wang Yang, it's 3 times. Youqing now feels that his strength has increased 7 or 8 times, or even more than 10 times. This made him feel like he could blow up the blue planet with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. Murong Wan opens up her second martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from opening her meridian. Here we go again. Not long after, the second stream of heat entered Youqing's body. That's amazing. Murong Wan's exquisite body is indeed amazing. It looked like she was going to open up all 8 martial meridians in one breath. Who, except a true genius, would dare to do this? She dares. The second martial meridian is the Du meridian. The Ren meridian and the Du meridian are the 2 most important martial meridians. In the martial arts movies and novels of the old times, the protagonist could become an invincible master by opening up the Ren and Du meridians. In the era of advanced martial arts, opening the Ren and Du meridians was merely the starting point of cultivation. After the heat flow enters the body, it rushes all the way along the acupoints of the Du meridian, such as Chongqiang, Yaishu, Mingmen, Xiang, and Lingtai. Then pass through the Fengfu, Beihui, Shangxing, Shenting and other acupoints, go up along the spine, and finally go straight to the Yinjiao point in the mouth. At this point, the Du channel was opened up in one fell swoop. Just like the first time, after opening the Du channel, only a small amount of heat flow was consumed. It begins to move back and forth along the Du channel, making it stronger and wider. At the same time, a trace of heat spread out, nourishing his entire body, even benefiting the 12 meridians. It's so hot. After the heat flow completely disappeared, Youqing felt hot all over. After the Du channel is opened, the increase in strength is not that great, but the blood and qi in the whole body surges, and the spirit becomes extremely energetic. If an elderly person in his 70s or 80s can open up the Du channel, he can instantly become more than 10 years younger. Murong Wan breaks open the third martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained from opening the meridian. What a fast speed! Youqing's Du meridian had just finished working when Murong Wan had already opened up the third Wu meridian. The third martial meridian is the Chong meridian. Compared with the Du Meridian, the Chang Meridian is the real meridian of qi and blood. The Chang Meridian runs through the entire body and is known as the Sea of the 12 Meridians, or the Sea of Blood. Opening the Chang Meridian will cause blood and qi to surge, vitality will become more vigorous, and lifespan will be extended. The starting point of the Chang Meridian is the Huiyan point, which just connects the Ren Meridian and the Du Meridian. Then it passes through 11 acupoints including Qigong A cup ointment, Heng Gui cup ointment, etc., and ends at the Pylorus A cup ointment. Call. After more than 10 minutes, Lusun's Chang Meridian took shape, and its strength and width were no less than those of the Ren and Du Meridians. It should be here soon. Lusun waited patiently. Sure enough, not long after, Murong Wan opened up another branch. This meridian is the belt meridian. Hey, it's Lusun. Why is there smoke coming out of Lusun? Is he planning to attack the heaven and earth qi meridian? Don't disturb him. At this time, several students passing by the grove saw Lusun. They approached curiously, but lowered their voices consciously. These students didn't know that Lusun was opening his meridians, and they thought that Lusun was preparing to attack the Tiandi Kami. Soon, as the news spread, more students flocked to the grove. FK, I almost scared Yang Wei. A couple who were deeply in love in the depths of the woods fled in panic. Stop arguing. If anyone disturbs my brother Sun, I, Li Bufan, will be the first to beat him up. Li Bufan came and drove some of the students who were watching away. Why are there so many people? After more than 10 minutes, Lusun's Chang Meridian took shape. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was being watched. Never mind. Murong Wan opened her pulse too quickly, and now it was too late to change places. In a few minutes, Murong Wan opened up the Yin Qiao Meridian. Then come the Yang Qiao Meridian, Yin Wei Meridian, and Yang Wei Meridian. Except for the last Yang Gui Meridian, the next 3 meridians are relatively easy to open. The difficulty of the last meridian lies in that after it is connected, the 8 martial meridians need to be integrated with the 12 main meridians to form a meridian network throughout the body. The 12 main meridians can basically be opened at the same time during the process of opening the meridians. If you can't break through, you'll have to spend more time and effort. For Lusun, it was naturally not a problem. Every time the heat flow returns tenfold, it widens and consolidates the martial meridians, and at the same time connects and strengthens the 12 main meridians. And at the last pulse, the heat flow rushed into the 12 main meridians in one fell swoop, completely connecting Lusun's 8 extraordinary meridians. Wow, Lusun is glowing. So handsome. When all his martial meridians were completely opened, Lusun seemed to be reborn, giving people a feeling of glowing. Combined with his handsome face, some girls were staring at him with their eyes wide open. Chapter 15. Extra, Extra, Lusun and Lin Yan compete with each other, attacking the heaven and earth qi meridians at the same time. I heard that both of them liked the campus beauty Chu Youqing, but Chu Youqing chose Lusun. Plus, Lin Yan lost to Lusun a few days ago, so he came to the school to open the Tiandi Kami, hoping to win back, but Lusun also started it. Wow, our number 1 middle school is so lively this year. I wonder who will succeed. At Rongcheng number 1 middle school, the news that Lusun had impacted the heaven and earth Kami spread completely. Not only did the news spread, but a version of the story also circulated that the 2 geniuses were jealous of each other and competing with each other. Now, those students who were busy opening their meridians in the practice room could no longer sit still. They all came out to watch the fun. Lusun and Lin Yan were actually not far away. Lin Yan is on the largest playground. Lusun was in the grove next to the playground. As the students rushed in, both the playground and the grove were packed with people. Everyone, please stop pushing and make way for the principal. The principal is here. After all, we are young people, full of youthful energy, and we want to win or lose in everything. That's fine. If everyone just muddles along like us, how can the world ever progress? Ha ha ha, it's still good to be young. Youth is a treasure. Our #1 middle school is full of talented people this year. The principal and many teachers all had smiles on their faces as they watched this scene with great satisfaction. I'm fighting for it. Youqing discovered. I can't save face anymore. He really wanted to cry out that he was innocent. Youqing had no intention of competing with Lin Yan. As the destined protagonist with a golden finger, he only needs to lie down with his legs crossed every day, and Chu Youqing has already been his girlfriend. Whatever you argue about, you're jealous of. Is it worth it? It was purely a coincidence that Murong Wan chose to open the polls today. However, Youqing could never tell others these reasons. The Linglong treasure body is so powerful. She has already opened 8 meridians. She should choose to open the Linglong meridian in one go. Youqing thought about it and felt relieved. Just you want to compete with me. Lin Yan on the other side also got the news. When Lin Yan learned that Youqing was also purging the heaven and earth kami, he swallowed several units of sun essence in one breath. Master, take it easy. What the hell, if I don't succeed today, I'll die. Lin Yan decided to fight hard and not let Youqing lose. In order to open the Xiang meridian, his family spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy him a large number of rare treasures. What does Youqing have? How could he lose the wealth accumulated by his entire family for generations to Youqing, a person from the lower class who only knew how to study hard? Haha, you're worthy of being my daughter, Murong Wan. You opened all 8 meridians in less than 2 hours. This record should be ranked in the top 10, right? On the other side. In the Murong family's manner, Murong Wan laughed heartily. Although the meridians are opened inside the human body, Murong Wan, as a master of the 4th realm, can naturally see that Murong Wan has opened 8 meridians. Grandpa, my aunt hasn't come down yet. Is she going to open the heaven and earth kami? One of Murong Wan's granddaughters asked curiously. Well, the Linglong treasure body can open the Linglong meridian. The Linglong meridian is not an ordinary heavenly and earthly meridian. Among all the heavenly and earthly meridians, it can be said to be the strongest one. Murong Wan said with some pride. The strange veins of heaven and earth are also divided into different levels. The difference between different extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth is no less than the difference between 1 meridian and 8 meridians. The specific good or bad can be seen from the scale of the strange phenomena caused in heaven and earth. Wow, then we can see strange phenomena in the sky and earth again later. The people of the Murong family became excited. Open all 8 meridians, and then open the heaven and earth meridian in one fell swoop. We must not let her grow up. Behind the crowd, Murong Tian's eyes flashed. He didn't make any move. Murong Wan is here, what can he do? The time is not right. He wanted to wait for Blue Star to re-enter the ancient starry road. By then, the situation on Blue Star would boil like pouring a bowl of water into a boiling oil pan. Only then will there be a chance. It's almost noon. I wonder if young Master Lin can succeed today. It's good to have money. Most people would be very hurt if they failed once when trying to attack the TND Kami. But young Master Lin is so lucky. He takes the magic pills as if they are free. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, the biggest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. More and more students gathered around Rongcheng #1 middle school to watch. The windows and roofs of the buildings surrounding the playground were filled with densely packed heads. It's almost noon. 2 suns hung high above, emitting an incomparably bright light. The sunlight was collected by the concentrator, making Lin Yan's skin turn extremely red. If the person was poor, all the clothes would have been burned to ashes by now. Lin Yan's clothes were intact, obviously a precious piece of clothing that could withstand high temperatures. Open it for me. When the 2 suns rose directly overhead, the power of the sun reached its peak. With the help of the medicinal power of the precious pill he swallowed, Lin Yan launched a final charge towards the Xiang vein. Buzz! The Xiang meridian was opened by him in one fell swoop. Then, above the sky of Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School, flames were billowing and red clouds filled the sky. Amidst the red flames and red clouds, a third red sun appeared. Wow, a vision! The blazing red sun appears. This is the strange phenomenon of the opening of the red sun vein. Young Master Lin has opened up the heaven and earth Qi meridian. Suddenly, the entire Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School was filled with exclamations. After hearing the news, the students who were watching Lu Xun in the grove ran to the playground, and only a few students remained in the grove. Lu Xun, our young Master Lin succeeded, where is your heaven and earth Kamai? Young Master Lin is still the best. Shut up right there. You want to get beaten up, don't you? Lin Yan's younger brothers mocked him but were silenced by Li Bufan's loud shout. Lu Xun looked up at the sky. Is this also called a vision? Lu Xun disdains. The scope of this vision is too small, not even as big as the vision caused by the genius of No. 2 Middle School a few days ago. Chapter 16. Hey, you still look down on young Master Lin's visions? If you have the guts, why don't you open a heaven and earth miracle meridian to surpass young Master Lin's? That's right, Lu Xun, you're not just talking big. Lin Yan's two younger brothers were very arrogant, with sarcastic expressions on their faces, as if they had already seen Lu Xun's miserable appearance. As soon as the words fell, above the vision caused by Lin Yan, another vision of heaven and earth appeared. The sky was clear just a moment ago, but suddenly the wind started to surge and clouds began to roll. A strong wind blew up between heaven and earth, and as dark clouds rolled, gusts of wind roared out like dragons, roaming between heaven and earth. This is... Hey, he really opened it. Lin Yan's two younger brothers were horrified, and the sarcasm on their faces froze instantly. This strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is much greater than the one just caused by Lin Yan, both in terms of scope and power. How come? On the high platform, Lin Yan stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. He had just opened the Xiang meridian, causing strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and was in high spirits. As a result, Lu Xun caused a larger and more powerful phenomenon in the next second, which instantly made his achievements seem dim. 9 heavens dragon dances, wind and clouds fury, this must be the infinite wind vein. What a grand spectacle, is that Lu Xun? Next to the principal, a school leader looked in Lu Xun's direction with a gleam in his eyes. The students surged again, pouring from the playground to the grove. It wasn't Lu Xun. The one who caused the strange phenomenon was Wang Tenjiun from King Yun Academy. It is said that he opened the Wuji Fengmei Eye. A piece of news spread quickly. King Yun Academy? That's a school jointly run by several big families. This news disappointed the school leaders. Unlike public schools like Chengdu No. 1 Middle School and Chengdu No. 2 Middle School, King Yun Academy is a private school that implements elite education and ordinary people cannot get in. Rather than being a school, it is more like an independent institution jointly established by some wealthy families to train their offspring. It may not be a good thing for ordinary people to go in, unless they are born with the talent to be a lackey. Wang Tenjiun? It's him. That's all right. The Wang family has a 5th-level grandmaster, so it's no surprise that they could cultivate a genius like this. This news calmed Lin Yan down. Wang Tenjiun comes from a family with a 5th-level grandmaster, so it is natural that he is more powerful than him. As long as Lu Xun, this grassroots rival in love, doesn't surpass him, it's fine. Wang Tenjiun? The strange phenomenon covered most of Rongcheng. The Wang family did produce a talented child, but he is far from comparable to my Wan'er. Murong Wan on the other side also saw strange phenomena in the sky and earth. He only saw one level. The strange phenomenon caused by Lin Yan was not observed by Murong Wan because its scope was too small. At this time, an invisible wave was released around Murong Wan. Then, high in the sky, brilliant rainbow lights appeared. The sound was so loud and the colors were so bright that they instantly overshadowed the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by Wang Tenjiun. The colorful rays of light filled the entire sky like flowers scattered by fairies, as if dyeing the entire world in colorful colors. Even if you are 100 miles away from Chengdu, you can see it just by looking up. Success! Wow, my aunt has opened up the heaven and earth chi meridian. The people of Murong family cheered. Oh my god, a triple vision! It's so exciting, today is a bit too lively. The first level is said to be students from Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School, the second level is from King Yun Academy, and who is this third level? At this moment, the three strange phenomena in the sky above Chengdu City alarmed countless people. Another strange vision has appeared. Could it be Liu Sun? Not really. This is somewhat similar to the strange phenomenon that Murong Wan caused a while ago. At Chengdu No. 1 Middle School, many teachers and students were in an uproar. It must be Murong Wan, not him. It absolutely cannot be him. On the high platform, Lin Yan kept telling himself. Murong Wan opened the exquisite meridians, and the host gained 10 times what Murong Wan gained from opening the meridians. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth. Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released. In the grove, Liu Sun had just seen the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Murong Wan, and the system's tenfold return arrived as expected. A larger heat flow than before entered his body, and after traveling along his meridians for several circles, it suddenly rushed to a void place. Buzz! Inside Liu Sun's body, a strange meridian of heaven and earth rapidly took shape. The reason why the word heaven and earth is added to the name of the Tiandi Kamai is because this meridian can connect the heaven and earth with itself. Therefore, even the system cannot forcibly conceal the strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Hey! Li Bufan, who was closest to Liu Sun, noticed something unusual. When the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth are opened, the body communicates with heaven and earth, and an invisible wave is generated. Liu Sun, have you opened up the heaven and earth chi meridian? Li Bufan was overjoyed. The next second, another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Above the colorful rays of light, there was suddenly a heavy mist, as if it had turned into the chaos when the world was first created. There, one green lotus after another jumped out of the chaos and bloomed one after another. Fourth level of strange phenomena, someone has opened up another strange vein of heaven and earth. Liu Sun, it's Liu Sun. What? This strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was caused by Liu Sun. Impossible. The students' exclamations made Lin Yan exclaim that it was impossible. The 4 layers of heaven and earth overlapped, making the sky extremely gorgeous. Because the strange phenomenon caused by Murong Wan was too dazzling, it was difficult to see the scope of Liu Sun's strange phenomenon. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Liu Sun's visions of heaven and earth far surpass Lin Yan's. How could Lin Yan accept this? Chaos. Azure Lotus. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? This is a completely new phenomenon. Great! Liu Sun is truly a genius. The principal was very happy. They can call out some visions, but they cannot call out some visions. They had never even heard of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by Liu Sun. Even though the range was not as large as Murong Wan's, the sight of the blue lotus blooming in the chaos was so breathtaking that it could suppress the strange vision caused by Murong Wan. The principal felt that Liu Sun must have opened up a new and extraordinary meridian of heaven and earth. Now, 2 extraordinary talents were born in No. 1 Middle School this year. It is far more popular than No. 2 Middle School. What? It's really him? Yes, Master, it is indeed Liu Sun. Puff. Master, Master. On the high platform, Lin Yan, who had been unwilling to believe it, became furious after receiving the exact news. In addition, the internal injuries he suffered when forcibly flushing his meridians had not yet healed, and he vomited blood in anger. Chapter 17. Extra, extra, Lin Yan was so angry at Liu Xuan that he vomited blood. Is this true? Of course it's true. Many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Lin Yan's heavenly and earthly phenomena are far inferior to Liu Xuan's. Haha, wasn't Lin Yan very crazy before? Why isn't he crazy now? Soon, the news that Lin Yan vomited blood because of Liu Xuan spread throughout the campus. It became a topic of conversation among students after dinner. Hateful. Lin Yan was so ashamed that he didn't dare to come to school for fear of being laughed at by his classmates. Liu Xuan was given a single dormitory. The room is wide and large, with a small hall outside. This treatment is a world of difference compared to the previous 8-person dormitory. Everything in the dormitory has been arranged, even the sheets are brand new. Brother Xuan, breaking news. Lin Yan was so angry at you that he vomited blood. Li Bufan came running over excitedly and brought Liu Xuan a piece of news. Vomiting blood. Well, someone saw it with their own eyes. He must have been injured when attacking his meridians, and then you got angry, so his blood flow couldn't be contained. These young masters who have been piled up with resources have a mentality that is more fragile than crispy sausage. They will explode at any time. How can they practice martial arts in the future? Li Bufan was somewhat disdainful of Lin Yan. In his opinion, this little thing was enough to make him vomit blood. If you encounter a life and death crisis in the future, won't you vomit out all your internal organs? Li Bufan's words reminded Liu Xuan. In terms of psychological quality and resilience, Li Bufan is definitely tough enough, and is completely different from other rich young men. From this perspective, his parents' choice to raise him in poverty does make sense. At least, Li Bufan is very strong in character and will not fight to the death over a little setback. Whether practicing martial arts or cultivating immortality, character is very important. There is a saying that one should cultivate the mind first before practicing, and there is some truth to it. Today, a total of 4 visions appeared. Brother Xuan, your vision is the highest and most dazzling. Next is Murong Wan's, then Wang Tenjiun from King Yun Academy, and finally Lin Yan's. It was my brother Xuan who suppressed Murong Wan. Li Bufan gave a thumbs up. His last sentence was full of ambiguity, but this ambiguity happened to hit the nail on the head. Wang Tenjiun, what is his origin? Liu Xuan paid attention to this matter. He had heard of King Yun Academy. To ordinary students, it was like heaven. The daily living expenses of the students there are enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary student for a month or even a semester. I'm not sure. It's said that he comes from a family with a 5th-level Grandmaster. The phenomena he caused have a wide range and are much more powerful than Lin Yan's. Li Bufan said. Grandmaster of the 5th realm. Liu Xuan had a vague feeling that this Wang Tenjiun was most likely from the same family as the scumbag. In the entire Rongcheng, there should be no other family with the surname Wang who has a 5th-level Grandmaster. Why would such a family produce such scum? Liu Xuan was puzzled. Isn't it said that poverty breeds evil schemes and wealth breeds conscience? Such a family is so rich, could it be that their conscience has also been lost? Or maybe this sentence was just a way for the rich in the old times to whitewash themselves. Fourfold vision. Yes, Wanner, there are a total of 4 anomalies today, but don't worry, the anomaly you caused has the largest range, and no one is more evil than you. On the other side, at the Murong family, Murong Wan also learned about the quadruple vision. Sister, look, this is the fourfold vision. One of Murong Wan's sisters released a video. The video shows 4 strange phenomena in the same sky captured by people in Chengdu. The most amazing vision at the top was a green lotus blooming in the chaos, and below it were colorful rays of light transforming into dragons and phoenixes. Below that, there is wind rising and dragons dancing, and at the very bottom, there is red flames and red clouds reflecting the red sun. Who caused this green lotus? Murong Wan couldn't help but ask. A green lotus bloomed in the chaos. Although the range was small, this phenomenon was the most powerful. After it appeared, all other visions were suppressed. I heard it was a student named Exquisite from Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School. My sister said. Exquisite. Murong Wan was stunned. Yes, he's a martial arts school student who's about to graduate. Murong Wan confirmed her sister's words. This Exquisite is that Exquisite. Is he that powerful? In Murong Wan's mind, Exquisite's sunny and handsome face and strong physique emerged. A blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. Sister, what's wrong with your face? Ah, nothing. Murong Wan expelled the scene. Murong Wan naturally didn't have any deep feelings for Exquisite. However, a woman's memory of her first man is always the most profound. That's good too. He should be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Murong Wan put away her complicated thoughts. Now, all she wants to do is become stronger and make up for the time wasted in the past few years. What should I call this strange vein of heaven and earth? Chaos vein. After Li Bufan left, Exquisite finally had time to carefully sense the changes in his body. There is no doubt that the Tiandi Kamai in his body is much more powerful than Murong Wan's Ling Long Kamai. The reason why the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was not as large as Murong Wan's was because it was restricted by the system and only a little was released. Even so, where the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Exquisite occurred, the other three strange phenomena of heaven and earth were suppressed. Being restricted, they are also domineering. If there were no system restrictions, the strange phenomena in the heaven and earth he caused would have an unknown scope and would have caused a great shock. My meridians are as wide as a highway, but they can't cultivate on their own. System, are you kidding me? Immediately, Exquisite felt that such wide meridians seemed useless to him. He cannot practice on his own. Although the host cannot cultivate on their own, they can replenish their energy. The wider the meridians, the faster the replenishment. In addition, when the host is strong enough, the restrictions can be lifted. The system's explanation comforted Exquisite. Yes, if he encounters a battle in the future and consumes too much energy, his recovery speed will be more than 10 times that of others. As for cultivation, Exquisite didn't care. It's more comfortable to lie down. After this incident of opening the meridians, Exquisite became a hot figure in Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School. There is a student in Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School who has opened several spiritual veins, but he has overshadowed everyone else. Exquisite received a lot of calls. Most of the calls were from admissions teachers from spiritual schools, who promised Exquisite all kinds of resources and wanted him to apply to their schools. They were doomed to be disappointed. Exquisite's goal from the beginning to the end was to study at Peking University or Tsinghua University, Kingxiu College or Baidu University. Exquisite hasn't made a final decision yet. The next day, teachers from the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University arrived at Chengdu No. 1 Middle School in advance. Today is Saturday. In order to compete for talents, they don't even have time to rest. 2 acceptance letters. Can this be done? Yes, classmate Exquisite, only students who have opened the TND Kamai can enjoy such treatment. You can enter any of our schools when school starts. After learning that Exquisite had not yet made a decision, they decided to send Exquisite an admission letter. Exquisite can report to Peking University or Tsinghua University with any admission letter. Only students who have opened the TND Kamai can enjoy such treatment. This plan was good, and Exquisite agreed. Chapter 18. Wow, Exquisite, you're amazing. That's great. Now we can both go to Peking University and Tsinghua University. How are you? It's a bit troublesome. My mother brought me to a 5th level immortal cultivator. He said that in order to stimulate my ancient spiritual roots, I might need innate spiritual energy. Innate spiritual energy can only be found on the ancient starry sky road. My mother is looking for it everywhere to see if she can buy it. That day, Chu Youqing sent a message. Lu Xun usually doesn't contact her actively. Because Chu Yuqing's mother was very strict, she was afraid of being seen by her mother. Don't worry about me. As long as I activate my ancient spiritual roots before I turn 25, I can enter Exquisite College at any time. You have opened your martial veins, so it would be best if you could enter Baidu University. Of course, if you're willing to enter Exquisite College, I'd be happy too. Chu Youqing was afraid that Lu Xun would worry. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two ended the conversation. Innate spiritual energy. Lu Xun thought that after binding with Murong Wan, the system rewarded him with innate essence and helped Murong Wan activate her exquisite body. If you can bind to Chu Youqing, the system might reward you with innate spiritual energy. Let's talk about it after the second level. The system requires Lu Xun to reach the second realm before he can bind a second person. There's no need to rush. Lu Xun, can you give me a definite answer? Is it Exquisite College or Baidu University? I haven't decided yet. Okay, then I'll choose first. I'm a martial artist, so I'll choose Baidu University. On Monday, Li Bufan chose Baidu University. He finally lived up to the expectations of his grandmother's spirit in heaven. On the last day, he opened his last martial vein and was qualified to be directly admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Chengdu No. 1 Middle School has performed well this year. A week before the final exam, Peking University and Tsinghua University admitted 8 people in advance. In addition to Lu Xun, Li Bufan, and Lin Yan, there are 5 more. Among the 5 people, 3 opened spiritual veins, and 2, like Li Bufan, opened 8 martial veins. Tsinghua and Peking University have lower requirements for spiritual veins. If you can open 5 or more spiritual veins before the final exam, you can be admitted directly. Among these 5 people, 4 are from wealthy families, and only 1 is a student who works extremely hard and has decent talent for cultivation. In the era of advanced martial arts, whether one can rise or not depends only on one's own efforts and talents. A bigger factor is resources, background, and money. Not to mention anything else, just the physical training stage would stump countless ordinary people. Unless your talent is so strong that you can ignore everything, even if you have no money or resources, you can still rise against the sky. A few days later, the big test came. After being admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University in advance, the final exam did not mean much to Lu Xun. Brother Xun, this year's exam questions are really difficult. Li Bufan went to take the final exam. After being admitted in advance, you can also take the final exam to see how many points you can get. The results of the major examination are comprehensive. The results of opening the meridians account for half of the test, and the other half is to test various cultivation knowledge, theories, understanding, etc. Lu Xun didn't go. He didn't work as hard as Li Bufan, so he would definitely not meet the standards in the academic subjects. Why do you want to cause trouble? He still lies down relaxed and happy every day, just like before. Brother Xun, the results are out. Haha, my ability is still very strong. I can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University on my own. A week later, when the results came out, Li Bufan was overjoyed. His exam results are good enough to get him into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Only more than 200 people in total. After the exam results came out, the authorities released more data. This year, a total of 285 people in all the eastern provinces have opened the magical veins of heaven and earth. Among millions of candidates, only more than 200 people opened the TND Kamai. This ratio is extremely low. This is also why the country has adopted the compulsory measure of random marriage at the age of 25. Several disasters caused a huge population decline around the world. The situation in the east was relatively good, but the population also decreased by nearly half. That's hundreds of millions of people. If the population of the east could recover to its peak level in the old era, with more than 10 million candidates every year, the number of geniuses would also increase. Of course, there are some candidates, like Li Bufan, who just haven't opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth yet. Maybe they will be able to open it after they go to college. Can we still argue for first and second place? After the final exam, a topic on the internet became a hot topic. That is the question of who is the number one genius among all the geniuses who opened the strange veins of heaven and earth this year. This topic comes up every year. There was not much controversy about the number one talent in the past few years. What's special about this year is that, in addition to Murong Wan, there is another student who has awakened a supernatural physique. He was a genius in the capital named Lu Xing. Lu Xing first awakened the star holy body, and then opened up the heaven and earth wonder vein, the star martial vein. The starry holy body is also one of the 10 innate constitutions. The incredible thing about it is that one can cultivate by absorbing the power of the stars through the star martial vein. Every time a star in the body is lit up, the combat power will double. If one could form a star map in the body and create a star combat body, the combat power would soar to a terrifying level. Compared with Murong Wan's exquisite body, the starry holy body focuses more on combat and can exert more powerful combat power. The Linglong treasure body is a physique for cultivation, which means that its cultivation speed is extremely fast, but its combat power is not as outstanding as the starry holy body. In addition, Murong Wan is older than Lu Xing and is already 25 years old. Lu Xing was only 20 years old, and he even repeated a year in order to awaken the holy star body. This makes many people think that Lu Xing should be the undisputed number one talent this year. But some people also think that cultivation is the key, and excessive pursuit of combat effectiveness is putting the cart before the horse. Overall, more people support Lu Xing. After all, he is too young. Some people have created several versions of genius rankings online. There are still some who know what they are talking about. Liu Xuan saw his name on a ranking list and was actually ranked third. On another ranking list, some people actually firmly believed that Liu Xuan should be ranked first. Why are you only looking at the scope of the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth? That's the azure lotus emerging from the chaos. Can't you see such an awesome phenomenon? The people who created the rankings are heartbroken. In other rankings, Liu Xuan ranks relatively low. After all, the system helped him conceal the secrets of heaven, and only a few strange phenomena in heaven and earth were leaked. Although the phenomena he caused were overbearing, their scope was not large. It seems that there are still people who know what they are talking about. However, the popularity of these two rankings is not very high and not many people see them. This is good. Liu Xuan doesn't want to attract too much attention. Otherwise, how can he lie down happily in the future? Chapter 19. This year, our Chengdu No. 1 Middle School achieved very good results, with as many as 28 students admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Our Liu Xuan and Lin Yan have even opened up their own unique meridians, becoming nationally renowned geniuses. Especially Liu Xuan. Some people even ranked him number 1 on the internet's genius list. 2 days later, at the graduation ceremony, the principal was beaming with joy and showered praise on Liu Xuan. This year, Chengdu No. 1 Middle School gave birth to 2 extraordinary people and achieved the best results in history, so the principal was naturally happy. Tisk, what wild ranking! Lin Yan refused to accept. He had also seen the ranking list that ranked Liu Xuan first. That ranking list was not much different from the authoritative ranking list, except that Liu Xuan was ranked at the top. On all the rankings online, Lin Yan was ranked outside the top 100. As for Liu Xuan, his ranking in other rankings is not bad either, basically in the top 20 or even top 10. It would be strange if Lin Yan felt comfortable with this. Graduation. At the end of the graduation ceremony, all the students cheered and the whole campus was filled with joy. 3 years of martial arts school career came to an end. From now on, everyone will face a new life. Regardless of whether this kind of life is good or bad, sometimes, change itself is worth looking forward to. Liu Sun, you've done a great job. You're 100 times better than your parents were back then. If they knew about your situation, I wonder how happy they would be. Teacher Wu found Liu Sun, and as he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Teacher Wu, the school gave me a very generous reward. These dark energies. You don't have to return it to me, keep it for yourself. My meridians are damaged, and I won't be able to make any further progress in this lifetime. Liu Sun is ready to return the dark energy that Teacher Wu gave him last time. But Teacher Wu refused. Practice well and grow up as quickly as possible. Liu Sun nodded heavily. After the graduation ceremony, there is a graduation party. The students did not rush to leave the school, but gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Years later, they would discover that today would be the last time many of them would be together. After parting today, many people will never meet again in their lives. Even if they are in the same city. Hey, Lu Mei, why is she involved with Lin Yan? At this time, Li Bufan discovered that Lu Mei and Lin Yan were walking together hand in hand. Although the news that Lin Yan was so angry with Liu Sun that he vomited blood last week spread throughout the campus, not many people dared to laugh at him. On the contrary, many girls envy Lu Mei and wish that the woman around Lin Yan could become themselves. Lu Mei really enjoyed this feeling. When she saw Li Bufan and Liu Sun, she held her head high, like a proud swan covered in a thick layer of powder. He's picking up stuff Liu Sun doesn't want? This third young master of the Lin family has completely disgraced the rich second generation. Li Bufan had a very sharp tongue and spoke loudly, deliberately letting Lu Mei hear it. Well, he did it on purpose. Over the past 3 years, he has long disliked Lu Mei. When Lu Mei heard his words, her face instantly turned ugly. She looked at Lin Yan cautiously, fearing that Lin Yan would hear it. Unfortunately, Lin Yan still heard it. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan did not avoid him, but walked straight towards him. Liu Sun, why do you say you don't know what's good? You've been licking her for 3 years, but gave up at the critical moment. You probably don't know that Lu Mei was diagnosed with a naturally charming body. If you can cultivate with her, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yan was very proud. Lu Mei raised a lot of fish, but she was also a fish in someone else's pond. She has always wanted to get close to Lin Yan, the rich young man. However, Lin Yan ignored her and didn't think much of her. It was not until he was defeated by Liu Sun and vomited blood that Lin Yan realized that he might not be able to get back at the score in a short time. Only then did he begin to take Lu Mei seriously. After all, Lu Mei was able to let Liu Sun lick her for 3 years, so maybe she has some extraordinary qualities. Unexpectedly, this attention brought unexpected rewards. Lu Mei actually has a naturally charming body. This made him feel less concerned about Chu Youqing. After all, Chu Youqing is just pretty, but Lu Mei can help him grow quickly. Lu Mei shyly snuggled up to Lin Yan, her eyes full of pleasure as she looked at Liu Sun. It seems to be saying. So, do you regret it now? Born with a charming body? This guy is born to be a cauldron. Tisk tisk, Lu Mei, with such a good physique, you choose such a useless guy. But I heard that there was a girl in the capital who was born with a beautiful body. She was married to a wealthy young master whose family had a 6th-level powerful person. In just a few years, she was promoted to the 3rd level. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself how popular naturally charming bodies are among immortal cultivators. Li Bufan's eyes rolled and he spoke a lot of words in a rapid succession. Li Bufan, who are you calling useless? I have at least opened the heaven and earth chi meridian. What about you? What do you have? Lin Yan was enraged. I have a good brother named Lu Sun who makes you spit blood. Li Bufan decisively moved Lu Sun out. You're looking for death. Come on, let Lu Sun beat you up again and make you bleed. Don't hide behind Lu Sun if you dare. I'll just hide. While the two were arguing, Lin Yan didn't notice that Lu Mei quietly let go of Lin Yan's hand. A few minutes later, the farce came to an end. After Lin Yan said some harsh words to Li Bufan, he left with Lu Mei. He doesn't dare to provoke Lu Sun now, but he is still not afraid of Li Bufan. Lu Sun, these two are truly a match made in heaven. They broke up in one day. Li Bufan said. Break up in one day. Didn't you notice Lu Mei's expression? She's obviously planning to find a new employer. You showed her a clear path. This is not a bright path at all. I still have something to say. That naturally charming woman comes from a big family. For someone like Lu Mei, who has no power, no influence, and no background, it would be a blessing if she didn't become a plaything if she really went to such a big family. At this point, Li Bufan suddenly looked at Lu Sun. You're not still obsessed with her, are you? Never forget. Lu Sun withdrew his gaze. Ever since he knew that the note was sent by Chu Youqing, Lu Mei had become a stranger to him. Who would be obsessed with a green tea girl who deliberately took advantage of your misunderstanding and treated you like a bootlicker for 3 years? Chapter 20. After the final exam, Lu Sun still lived in the dormitory arranged for him by the school. He has no other place to live in Chengdu. Finally. That afternoon, the admission letter finally arrived. There are 2 letters in total. 1 letter from Kingshu College and 1 letter from Baidu University. Lu Sun, my parents have decided to take me to Beijing to live with a relative. How long do you plan to be gone? In the evening, Li Bufan sent a message. He is going to the capital. Going to live with relatives? Are his parents planning to continue acting? After chatting for a few sentences, Lu Sun felt that Li Bufan's parents were planning to continue raising him in poverty. Poor baby! Even though his family has billions of wealth, he still has to practice hard every day using the most primitive methods like ordinary people. If Li Bufan had raised his child the way Lin Yan's family did, he would probably have developed the unique meridians of heaven and earth by now. Lu Sun, the Shadow Clan has been showing up recently, assassinating geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians in many cities. Peking University and Tsinghua University have opened early registration. If you want to go to the Rongcheng Wufu, and they will arrange for someone to escort you. Yes, Principal. By the way, try not to go out recently and just stay in school. When Lu Sun decided to go to the capital ahead of time, the principal found Lu Sun and brought him a piece of news. The Shadow Clan members appeared. Have the Shadow Clan shown up again? The Shadow Clan is an alien race from the ancient Starry Sky Road. More than 10 years ago, when Blue Star entered a node on the ancient Starry Sky Road, it was attacked by the Shadow Clan. The strong men of Blue Star fought bloody battles and repelled the Shadow Clan. However, many members of the Shadow Clan sneaked into Blue Star and hid there. These Shadow Clan members would come from time to time to assassinate geniuses or important figures. Fortunately, after years of cleaning, their numbers have become fewer and fewer, and they have rarely appeared in recent years. Unexpectedly, it popped up again now. Do you want to go to the capital in advance? Peking University and Tsinghua University opened early reporting, and Lu Sun also planned to go to Beijing. Coincidentally, Chu Youqing was also in the capital. Tomorrow, take the acceptance letter to tell your parents the good news, say goodbye, and then go to the capital. Lu Sun thought. Murong Wan breaks through the first level of the 1000 steps martial art. The host gains 10 times what Murong Wan gained. You obtain the martial arts skill Wanzongbu. Hey! After nightfall, the system return came suddenly. Martial arts skills can also be returned. This time, the reward is not the harvest of training, but martial arts. Yusun said that Murong Wan had opened her meridians for half a month, but there was no movement. It turned out that she was practicing martial arts. Martial arts, also called combat skills, are the techniques of fighting and killing. With the arrival of the tenfold return, a large amount of information flooded into Yusun's mind. At the same time, there were also streams of heat. Good fellow! After Yusun digested everything, he exclaimed, "Wow! The martial arts that Murong Wan practices is a kind of body movement martial arts called Qinzongbu. Its characteristic is that it is fast, flexible, and deceptive. This is the most basic martial art. After growing up, it can be combined with some other martial arts to become even more powerful. For example, when combined with thunder magic, it becomes the 1,000 steps of thunder shadow. When moving, the feet step on the afterimages of lightning and instantly transform into 12 lightning clones. The lightning clones can briefly materialize and attack, and can also move instantly between the lightning clones. Not long after Murong Wan opened her meridians, she cultivated the 1,000 track steps to the first level. It seems that not only is the Exquisite Treasure Body fast in cultivation, but the martial arts training speed is also astonishingly fast. After returning 10 times the money to Yusun, a miraculous change occurred. This martial art changed from 1,000 trace steps to 10,000 trace steps. So fast! Is that my afterimage? Half an hour later, in the empty practice room, Yusun started trying. He doesn't know whether Qinzongbu is powerful or not, but Wanzongbu is simply too awesome. After using it, Yusun's figure became extremely fast, becoming as hard to catch as a phantom. When Yusun exerts his full strength, he can even leave behind afterimages. It was his first time to acquire martial arts skills, and he was so excited that he couldn't let go. He practiced in the training room until he was exhausted before going back to rest. "Dad, Mom, I got the admission letter from Peking University and Tsinghua University. What do you think? Should I go to Kingshu College or Baidu University?" "Oh, this is your future daughter-in-law. She has ancient spiritual roots and is going to Kingshu Academy. If you are satisfied with her, I will go to Kingshu Academy to guard her, so that she won't be abducted." The next day, Cemetery of Heroes and Martyrs. In front of his parents' tombstone, Yusun kept talking. He was preparing to go to Beijing, so he came to say goodbye to his parents and tell them the good news that he had been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. In addition, Yusun also showed Chu Youqing's photo to his parents. Chu Youqing is beautiful, sensible, and considerate. Her parents will definitely be very satisfied. As for Murong Wan's matter, Yusun did not tell his parents, lest they think their son was playing too much and worry about him in the other world. Who? At this time, Yusun suddenly noticed the movement and looked in one direction. After his meridians were opened, his 5 senses became much sharper than before. Meow! Behind a tombstone not far away, a cream-colored cat poked its head out and looked at Yusun curiously. Seeing that it was a cat, Yusun ignored it and continued talking to his parents. This conversation lasted the entire morning. "Dad, Mom, my son is gone. I will come back every holiday." At noon, Yusun stood up and left reluctantly. "Why are you still here?" Turning around, Yusun discovered that the cat was squatting not far away, looking at him with its big watery eyes. "How cute!" Yusun walked over and reached out to touch the cat's head. The cat's fur instantly tensed up, but it did not resist or dodge, allowing Yusun's hand to touch its little head. "This is a ragdoll cat, so cute." After Yusun touched its head, he couldn't help but pinch its face. Meow! The ragdoll cat was very well behaved and kept acting cute towards Yusun. "It's so clean, it must be owned. What a pity. Goodbye, kitty." After petting the cat for a while, Yusun left. "Why are you still following me?" The kitten kept following Yusun until he was about to leave the martyrs' cemetery. Yusun takes a step, and it takes a step. When Yusun stopped, it also stopped and looked at Yusun with its cute big eyes. No one else seems to come here. Could it be a lost or abandoned cat? After thinking for a while, Yusun turned around, picked up the kitten, and walked outside. Classmate, no one brought a cat in today. It must be a stray cat. If you want to adopt one, it's best to register it and get it tested to make sure it's not a species from the ancient Starry Sky Road. I will, thank you. After asking the management about the situation, Yusun left with the kitten in his arms. Little guy, follow me from now on. He decided to adopt this cat. Chapter 21. Master, go to Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School. Okay. At the gate of the Martyrs' Cemetery, Yusun got on an online taxi. Master, why is this route wrong? Not long after walking, Yusun realized something was wrong. Little brother, there was a car accident on North City Avenue and the road is closed, so we have to take a detour. Car accident? What kind of car accident could cause the 8-lane North City Avenue to be closed? It's said that someone from the Shadow Clan has sneaked into the city, specifically to assassinate geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians. That's how the car accident on North City Avenue happened. The driver was afraid that Yusun wouldn't believe him, so he quickly explained. The Shadow Clan has come to Chengdu. Don't be afraid, little brother. These Shadow Clan members only kill geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians. We just passed by right under their noses, and they didn't even bother to look at us. The driver was worried that Yusun was scared, so he kindly comforted Yusun. Yusun opened his mouth, but ultimately did not tell the driver that he had also opened the TND Kamai. Alas, it's hard for ordinary people to survive in this world. You look like you're still a student, right? Please open your pulse quickly. If you can't open your pulse, you'll end up like me, an uncle in my 50s with 4 children at home. I need another child to get my pension. Once the driver started talking, he couldn't stop and told Yusun about the hardships of life. Yusun held the cat in one hand and took out his mobile phone with the other hand to watch videos. Soon, he came across the video of the car accident on North City Avenue. The scene was filled with thick smoke and in ruins, with broken vehicles scattered around. Such a big deal. Aren't these Shadow Clan members planning an assassination? Why are they making such a big fuss? Energy transporter, no wonder. After reading Yusun understood. The target of the Shadow Clan's assassination this time was Wang Tenjiun of the Wang family. However, Wang Tenjiun was always protected by experts, so they cleverly used a vehicle transporting energy blocks, detonated it to create chaos, and then attacked Wang Tenjiun. Unfortunately, Wang Tenjiun was still not killed. Murong Wan is a 4th-level master. As long as Murong Wan doesn't leave home, she shouldn't be in danger. Yusun put down his phone and subconsciously worried about Murong Wan. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the taxi began to sway from side to side. Grass! The driver tried his best to steady the car and stopped the taxi. It's a flat tire. Wait a minute, little brother. I'll go change the spare tire. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Both tires are dead. Who the hell put razor blades on the road? Sorry, little brother, I'm afraid you'll need to take another taxi. I'll refund the fare. After checking the situation, the driver said to Yusun. No need, master. It's not easy for you either. You don't need to refund the fare. Little brother, you are so kind. Yusun didn't ask the driver to refund the fare. He took out his cell phone, called another car, and got out of the car holding the cat. Meow. As soon as I got off the car, the kitten in my arms suddenly stood up with all its fur standing up. Yusun's brow twitched violently. A sense of life and death crisis suddenly surged into my heart. He tilted his head subconsciously. Whoosh! A sharp crossbow arrow flew past, almost brushing the hairs on his face. Even though the bullet didn't hit Liu Xuan, or even touch his skin, the skin on Liu Xuan's face felt like it was being scratched by a strong wind. This shows the power of the crossbow. If the arrow hit Liu Xuan, even though he was at the 24th level of body forging, his head would be pierced by the arrow. Master, I have the heaven and earth chi pulse, please help me call the police. After dodging the fatal arrow, Liu Xuan said something and ran away with the cat in his arms. Ah! The driver was confused. The young man sitting in his car turned out to be a peerless genius with extraordinary veins. After realizing what was happening, he quickly lay on the ground, took out his cell phone and called the police. Sigh. Really? Immediately after the first crossbow arrow, the second, third, and fourth crossbow arrows were shot out. The terrain in this area is extremely open and there are no obstacles. It is obviously a sniper site carefully selected by the other party. 10,000 tracks steps. The crossbow arrows came fast and accurately, and Liu Xuan used the Wanzhong step. I saw his body shape constantly changing, and he always managed to dodge the crossbow arrows at the critical moment. He continued to move forward in such a winding manner, trying to escape the opponent's shooting range. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow landed at his feet, shattering a tofu-sized stone into pieces. Warrior crossbow. Liu Xuan knew that the other party was using a warrior crossbow with extremely powerful and high firing rate. He changed direction again, dodged several crossbow arrows, and hid behind a big rock. Is this the first realm? In the distance, the attackers armed with warrior crossbows were in disbelief. With his strength, combined with the sneak attack launched by the warrior crossbow in his hand, even an ordinary second-level warrior would not be able to escape death. Now I failed to deal with a guy in the first realm. No signal, something's wrong. This guy is probably not from the Shadow Clan. Behind the stone, Liu Xuan took out his cell phone and took a look, then found something wrong. The Shadow Clan members shouldn't block cell phone signals in an area. In addition, the Shadow Clan members are natural assassins. If they want to kill me, they can just sneak up and stab me. There is no need to use a warrior crossbow. Sigh. Bang bang. The attackers attacked again. The crossbow arrows kept hitting the stones, and each arrow hit the target with its feathers missing. If you keep going like this, the stone will be shot through. He's getting closer and closer. Rest for another half a minute and then escape. The attacker was quite strong and even this big rock couldn't protect him. In addition, Liu Xuan felt that the other party was approaching rapidly. Because the intervals between crossbow arrows are getting shorter and shorter, their force is getting stronger and stronger. Murong Wan breaks through the second realm, and you gain 10 times what Murong Wan gained. At this moment, suddenly, the system's voice sounded in my mind. The heat flow follows. She broke through. A look of joy appeared on Liu Xuan's face. Murong Wan had just made some progress in her martial arts training yesterday, and today she had already broken through to the second level. The timing of the breakthrough is perfect. It couldn't have come at a better time. At this moment, heat was flowing into his body continuously. After entering the whole body, this heat flow forms a large circulation along the Ren Mai, Du Mai, Chong Mai, Dai Mai. In this process, true qi is constantly generated. If other warriors want to reach the second level, they need to stabilize their meridians, absorb dark energy and circulate it throughout the body, thereby absorbing and transforming the dark energy into true qi in the body. When there is enough true qi, it can break through the danshan and open up the qi si in one fell swoop. Therefore, the second realm of martial arts is called the qi high realm. For Liu Xuan, the process is simplified. Driven by the tenfold return of heat, the speed at which the true energy in his body was generated was extremely fast. These true energies rushed along the meridians throughout his body towards his dantian. Buzz! The dantian was opened, the true qi poured in, and a huge sea of qi quickly took shape. Liu Sun thus officially entered the second realm of martial arts and achieved the cultivation of the qi sea level. This is not over yet. There is still a lot of heat flow, which continuously turns into true qi and flows into the qi sea until the qi sea can no longer hold it. At this time, the qi high begins to compress the true qi, making the quality of the true qi higher. Until it can no longer be compressed. Buzz! The qi sea was further widened, and Liu Sun entered the second level of the qi sea. Chapter 22. Only half a month after opening his meridians, he opened up his qi sea and entered the second realm. In the meantime, he even learned a martial art in 2 days. Is this the exquisite treasure body? In the Murong family's manner, Murong Tian's pupils shrank slightly, and the teacup in his hand was suspended in mid-air. He was obviously shocked by the news. Half a month ago, Murong Wan successfully opened her pulse. After a martial artist opens his meridians, he will usually spend 1 to several months to consolidate the meridians before he can start practicing. It is not difficult to cultivate true qi after opening the meridians, but if you want to enter the second realm, you need enough true qi to open up the qi sea in one fell swoop. This process takes time and depends on many factors. Like Murong Tian, he had enough resources and it took him 8 full months to open up his qi sea. If it is an ordinary warrior, it will take a long time, often 1 or 2 years or even longer. Even if one only uses dark energy for cultivation, the dark energy required to open up the qi sea is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. But what about Murong Wan? It only took her 15 days. During this period, because the Shadow clan members suddenly appeared, Murong Zhan personally guided her to learn a set of martial arts skills in 2 days to protect herself. Even though I only learned the first level, it's incredible that I learned it in 2 days. In other words, it took Murong Wan only 13 days to open up her qi sea. 13 days. Even if Murong Wan was cultivating without considering the consumption of resources, this number was still a bit too shocking. Aren't the Shadow clan members trying to assassinate geniuses? Why are they leaving such a monstrous genius alone? Murong Tian now particularly hopes that the Shadow clan members can suddenly appear and kill Murong Wan. Otherwise, their lineage would probably never have a chance to succeed. On the other side, Liu Sun's tenfold return finally came to an end. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging qi within him, and whispered to himself, "Qi high level 3. If my qi high wasn't naturally several times larger than others, this return should have been able to reach level 5 or above, right?" Meow. The sudden cry of the kitten in his arms brought his thoughts back to reality. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow shot from the side. Liu Sun moved like a beautiful rabbit, and avoided the crossbow arrow with a single move of his body. His eyes were like stars, and he locked onto the attacker at a glance. He was a masked warrior in tight-fitting clothes, and the other party had rushed to within 20 meters of him. Sniff sniff! Several arrows came one after another. Let's fight! Liu Sun threw the kitten in his arms and disappeared from the spot. He did not run away again, but took the initiative to kill the masked warrior. This is not reckless. But there is enough confidence. After breaking through the third level of Qi High, when this masked warrior attacked with all his strength, Liu Sun vaguely sensed his strength. The masked warrior is also at the second level and has definitely not reached the third level. Otherwise, Liu Sun would not have the chance to live until now. We are all in the second realm, who is afraid of whom? Even though Liu Sun is only at the third level of Qi High, his body forging is at the 24th level, and the advantage he has in the Qi High realm is incomparably great. In addition, his Qi High is even bigger, so even if the opponent is at the peak of the Qi High realm, he can escape in time even if he cannot defeat him. Liu Sun dodged several crossbow arrows one after another. He clenched his fists and charged forward. The masked warrior threw away his crossbow, drew his sword and slashed at Yusun who was coming towards him. Unexpectedly, Yusun made a feint and appeared beside him with the help of Wanzong Bulletin, smashing his sandbag-sized fist at the masked warrior. The masked warrior reacted quickly, changing direction with his sword and slashing at Yusun, cutting him in half. Buzz! The next second, a fist bigger than a sandbag hit his head, and the terrible force made him feel like a nuclear bomb exploded in his mind. At the same time, Yusun, who was hit by his sword, turned into shattered shadows. That was actually Yusun's afterimage. How could it be? The masked warrior's eyes narrowed, and instantly turned red. Yusun's punch was too terrifying. The masked warrior brandished his sword, trying to force Yusun away. But after suffering a severe blow to the head, the masked warrior's fighting power was greatly reduced. Yusun easily avoided it and immediately approached with Wanzong step. Boom! The masked warrior was hit hard again and spat out a mouthful of blood. With this level of skill, you dare to kill me? Just 1 minute later, Yusun stepped on him to the ground. The masked warrior had been subdued by him and had no power to resist. Yusun pulled the cloth off his face. A strange face was revealed. You're not from the Shadow tribe. Yusun narrowed his eyes, his voice gradually becoming harsher. Humans really are the race that loves to kill each other the most. Tell me, I have no grudge against you, why do you want to kill me? Answer me. The last 3 words exploded like thunder, shaking the seriously injured masked man all over. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The masked man stammered in his defense, the person I wanted to kill was a student at the First Realm. He looked a bit like you. He happened to be at the Martyrs' Cemetery today, so I mistook you for him. Oh. Yusun squatted down and grabbed the man's collar. Is the student you want to kill called Yusun? Yes, it's Yusun. That's unfortunate, Yusun grinned, revealing his white teeth. I am Yusun. What? The masked warrior's bloodshot eyes widened, and his voice changed tone, how is this possible? Yusun only opened his meridians half a month ago. You must have at least the strength of the 5th level of Qi Hai now. This is impossible. He didn't want to believe it. Not to mention him, no one else would believe it. That's not the point. The point is why you wanted to kill me. Since you could mistake someone for someone else, it means we're strangers and you have no grudge against me. So someone must have sent you here. Tell me, who sent you here? Answer me. Yusun started out narrating calmly, but the last 3 words were pronounced with a sharp chord, like thunderclap from a clear sky. The masked warrior shuddered again with fear. Yusun's way of speaking was a bit too stimulating for him. I don't know either. Perhaps because he was afraid that Yusun would do it again, and his life was in Yusun's hands, the masked warrior decided to confess. Yusun's eyes turned cold, are you kidding me? No, I occasionally play the role of a killer to earn dark energy. I took this mission on the dark web. The price offered was very high, a full 5,000 units of dark energy. You opened the heaven and earth Qi meridian. Most people are afraid of being traced and dare not take such a task. I took it because I was short of money. The masked warrior was eager to explain and spoke very quickly. Chapter 23. I've said everything I can. I've also given you the card and password to access the dark energy. You don't have anything to lose anyway, so can you let me go? The masked warrior pleaded for mercy in a trembling voice. He wants to survive. So tell it all. He is a dark web killer who took this mission on the dark web and knew nothing about his employer. 5,000 units of dark energy. Yusun tapped the hilt of the knife with his fingertips. Am I so valuable? The price of dark energy is not static. When Blue Star just left the node on the ancient Starry Road, there was abundant dark energy on Blue Star and the price was relatively cheap. After leaving for a period of time, the dark energy is almost consumed and the value increases. The most important thing is, it is easy to exchange dark energy for money, but it is not easy to exchange money for dark energy, especially a lot of dark energy. 5,000 units of dark energy is not too much, and it is worth at least 5 million nowadays. In other words, someone offered 5 million to buy his life. Who could this person be? Not many people have grudges against Yusuan. Wang Yang, Lu Mei, Lin Yan, they can be counted on one hand. Wang Yang and Lu Mei Yusuan were directly ruled out because they could not produce so much dark energy. Is that Lin Yan? Could this guy be so vicious? After failing in love, he actually hired someone to kill him on the dark web. Could it be him? A person suddenly flashed through Yusuan's mind. 3 years ago, the person who took away all his property with an IOU. Meow. The cat's voice suddenly rang out. Yusuan's eyelids twitched wildly and he lowered his head subconsciously. A sword passed through his hair, cutting off a few strands. The Wanzong steps were activated instantly, and Yusuan retreated several meters. Only then did he see the attacker clearly, a figure that was wriggling and condensing like a shadow. Shadow Clan. This is the Shadow Clan. The reason they are called the Shadow Clan is because they can briefly transform into shadows and launch sneak attacks, making it impossible to defend against them. Although the Shadow Clan member's sneak attack failed, he did not give up. He held the Shadow Clan's sword and launched a pursuit. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Yusuan was angry. He encountered 2 assassination attempts in succession and was almost killed both times. The clayman still has some anger left. He charged forward with the sword he had obtained from the masked warrior. Dang! The sound of knives colliding with each other hurts the eardrums. As soon as they fought, the Shadow Clan members discovered something was wrong. Yusuan's strength is not at the first level at all. Even, it's not just an ordinary second realm. Yusuan's true energy is vigorous and overbearing, his strength is also very terrifying, and the Wanzong steps makes Yusuan elusive. The Shadow Clan members were beaten into a particularly passive position. Hateful. The Shadow Clan members regretted it very much. If he had known that Yusuan was so difficult to deal with, he should not have been so arrogant as to kill Yusuan alone. It's not his fault. Who would have thought that Yusuan, who had no background and only had his meridians opened for half a month, would become so powerful? Retreat first. The Shadow Clan members were not prepared to fight any further. Want to escape? Yusuan decided to fight quickly and decisively, regardless of consumption, and suddenly launched the killer move of Wanzongbu, Wanzong Miying. He just used this trick to gain an overwhelming advantage. Court death. The Shadow Clan member slashed at Yusuan in front of him. I'm here. Yusuan's cold voice sounded beside him. The Shadow Clan members paused. His body was hit by Yusuan's sword. This guy, except for the ability to turn into a shadow, is not as good as the Dark Web Killer in other aspects. At the critical moment, the Shadow Tribe members' figures faded and they tried to turn into shadows and run away. Meow. The cream-colored kitten suddenly jumped up and bit the Shadow Clan member's calf. Ah! The Shadow Clan member felt pain, and his body became solid again. Yusuan's sword slashed down, cutting the Shadow Clan member in half. Amazing! The Dark Web Killer not far away was stunned. As a warrior of the second realm, he has seen even the strongest warriors. But when he thought about the fact that it had only been half a month since Yusuan's meridians were opened, he felt that this world was too unreal. Why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? After Yusuan searched the Shadow Clan member, he walked towards him. Do you think I can escape? The Dark Web Killer smiled bitterly. Although my identity on the Dark Web is kept secret, if you let me go and don't expose this failed assassination attempt, I can find a way to help you get some information about your employer. It's not easy to access the dark web in Daxia. If you have similar needs in the future, I can help you. If there is another request to kill you, I can also notify you immediately. He wants to survive. So I tried my best to impress Liu Sun. You are violating the killer's code. Liu Sun. Screw the rules. Life is what matters most. Besides, your potential is so terrifying. I think this is the right choice. The dark web killer's eyes showed sincerity. How can I believe you? Liu Sun pondered for a moment and said. The dark web killer gritted his teeth and said, My name is Luo Dashan. I live at number 183, Kaijiaxiang, Nanchinj District. If you don't believe me, you can search online. I have a good reputation in Kaijiaxiang. The signal jammer is in the bushes over there. Dark web killers are most afraid of having their true identities known. Some killers would rather die than reveal their identities after failing, because that might bring disaster to their families. After Liu Sun found the signal jammer and turned it off, he actually took out his cell phone and started searching. I can't tell you're a good person. Why did you become a killer? Liu Sun asked after a few minutes. This dark web killer has helped many people. He has sponsored more than a dozen disabled people whose lives have been affected by injuries to their meridians. If you weren't an assassin, where would you get the money to do these things? You're a genius that everyone admires, and you can't understand the hardships of ordinary warriors. Really? I thought you did this to reduce your guilt. Liu Sun's words shocked Luo Dashan, his expression gradually became complicated, and he remained silent. You go. Liu Sun handed him the knife. Thank you. I'll let you know when there's any progress. The dark web killer got up from the ground, took the knife, bowed and left. Uncle, are you okay? Little brother, I'm fine, I just have a headache. Are you okay? The driver didn't die. He was knocked unconscious by a dark web killer who hit him with a stone. Liu Sun did not kill the dark web killer, not because he was soft-hearted or afraid of killing, nor because the dark web killer had a good side. But Liu Sun really wanted to use the other party to find the employer. By the way, understand the trends of the dark web. If someone posts a bounty on the dark web to kill him again in the future, he will be the first to know about it and be prepared. No need to be as passive as today. If Murong Wan hadn't just broken through to the second realm today, with the dark web assassin and a member of the Shadow Clan, Liu Sun would have been in real danger. The fact that the driver survived is also one of the factors. This dark web killer, at least, doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. At least, there is still a sense of guilt. Captain Ning, how true do you think what he said is? Why, do you suspect he's lying? I have a feeling this Shadow Clan member shouldn't be at the first realm. Shadow Clan members don't seem to use warrior crossbows very often, do they? Half an hour later, a large number of warriors arrived in the area where a fierce battle had just taken place. They are from Wu Mansion. The Wufu is an official agency with great authority, responsibilities, and many departments. It is not only responsible for external wars and exploration, but also for internal security and defense. Xiao Li, do you know why you can't be promoted to deputy captain? Captain Ning asked Xiao Li, who had just spoken. Is it because my cultivation is too low? Xiao Li was puzzled. People, sometimes you have to be confused when you need to be confused. Ah! Enjoy it! Captain Ning patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and walked towards Liu Sun. Mr. Liu, we can just take over here. There's basically nothing else to do. Can I send a car to take you back? Okay, thank you Uncle Ning. Don't be so polite. If you need any help in Rongcheng in the future, just give me a call. Team Ning is quite strong and is a warrior of the third realm. When facing Liu Sun, he was smiling and very humble. Chapter 24. Liu Sun, I heard you were attacked by the Shadow Clan. Yes, Uncle Wu. Tell me honestly, were it really only the Shadow Clan who attacked you this time? As soon as Yusun returned to school, he met Teacher Wu who was waiting anxiously at the school gate. Teacher Wu, why do you ask? Yusun was puzzled. How did Teacher Wu know that Yusun lied to the people in Wu Mansion and didn't reveal the dark web killer? I have a friend in Wufu. He told me about this incident and said that there was something strange about the scene. There might be more than one killer. Teacher Wu explained. I see. Uncle Wu, there are indeed more than just the Shadow Clan. Yusun pulled Teacher Wu to a deserted place and explained the situation in general. I knew this would happen. Oh, it's all my fault for not reminding you earlier. Teacher Wu was a little annoyed. His mind was full of worries and he had no time to think about how Yusun could kill the second-level killer. It's time to give you this letter. He took out a letter and handed it to Yusun. Yusun took it and looked at it. The letter was sealed intact. The material of the envelope was very special, probably Swanyan paper. If it were ordinary paper, a powerful warrior or immortal cultivator would be able to see through the envelope and read the contents of the letter at a glance. Swanyan paper cannot do that. Unless you are at the 5th level or above, it is difficult to see through Swanyan paper. Uncle Wu, what is this letter? Yusun was not in a hurry to demolish it. This is a letter your parents wrote to you. I don't know what's in it. They entrusted it to me before they died, and asked me to give it to you after you reach the 3rd realm. If you can't reach the 3rd realm, then I will never give it to you. Teacher Wu said. I see. Yusun silently opened the letter. Teacher Wu glanced to the other side without any intention of peeking. 2 minutes later, Yusun finished reading the letter. Uncle Wu, can I borrow a light? For you. The letter paper burned and turned into ash. Teacher Wu watched all this without saying anything. Yusun must have done this because of the instructions in the letter. Uncle Wu, how is Li Sheng doing now? Yusun asked. Li Sheng was the one who took away all of Yusun's property with an IOU 3 years ago. Hearing the name Li Sheng, Teacher Wu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He should be about to break through to the realm of true meaning. What a concept! That is the 4th level of martial arts master. Chu Youqing's grandfather, Murong Wan's father Murong Zhan, is a master of the 4th realm. Xiaosuan, regardless of whether he did it this time, don't think about revenge yet. Go to Peking University and Tsinghua University and practice hard. You will definitely grow many times faster than him. When you grow up in the future, it won't be too late to settle the score with him. Teacher Wu sighed and advised. He also wanted to kill Li Sheng. But now his meridians are damaged and his strength is declining. What can he do? I know, Uncle Wu. Yusun stepped on the burnt letter and turned it into ashes. Teacher Wu is gone. Meow. The cat jumped into his arms and rubbed Yusun with its little head. Little guy, you are not simple. Yusun looked down at it, scratched its chin lightly with his fingertips, but a trace of inquiry flashed in his eyes. When attacked, this little guy gave 2 warnings, and may even have interfered with the Shadow Clan's ability to transform into shadows. The teeth marks on that guy's calf did not seem like a coincidence. Is it really an ordinary cat? Now, Yusun suspects that this cat is an alien species from the ancient Starry Sky Road. Yusun had doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face and continued to stroke it gently. Even if it is really an alien species from the ancient Starry Road, since it depends on me so much, I will observe it for a while first. Meow meow. The cat rolled over in his palm, revealing its soft belly. Ziobai, don't move, I'm taking a shower. In the bathroom, Yusun held the struggling cat with one hand and held the shower head with the other, forcing it to take a shower. Well, he gave the cat a nickname, Ziobai. After taking a shower, Yusun sat on the bed, took out the dark energy, and prepared to recover. Yusun was forbidden from practicing by the system, but he could recover. The two battles today had consumed a lot of energy, and Yusun wanted to test his recovery speed. My meridians recover really quickly. An hour later, Yusun opened his eyes and stretched his muscles with satisfaction. His recovery speed is indeed amazing. So much true energy was consumed in the Qi Hai that it was recovered in more than half an hour. If only I could cultivate this on my own. Forget it, cultivating is too tiring. Yusun felt bored after sitting still for more than half an hour and repeating the Qi circulation over and over again. If you sit like this for a day or two, or retreat for a year or two, wouldn't you be bored to death? It's more comfortable to lie down. Yusun lazily leaned back, petting the cat with one hand and watching videos on his phone with the other, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. It was getting dark. Yusun's fingers slowly slid down, and the phone fell onto the bed with a pop. The ragdoll cat in his arms curled up into a ball, its tail resting lightly on his wrist. One person and one cat, falling asleep. Time passes by little. Until midnight, 3 moons rose in the sky. One is the original moon of the blue star, and the 2 red ones are the planets of this binary system. Because of the appearance of the blue planet, they are constantly approaching the blue planet, thus bringing a series of gravitational changes to the blue planet. If it happened when the high-level military era just arrived, this would become a disaster that caused the deaths of many people. Now, it no longer has much impact on Blue Star. Suddenly, the ragdoll cat in Yusun's arms opened its eyes. In the darkness, its pupils glow faintly. If someone looks into its eyes, they will feel like they are seeing a person, not a cat. Then, as if it was thinking of something, the ragdoll cat's eyes were instantly filled with anger. That's too much. He actually let me take a bath with him. And you gave this princess such a vulgar name. You are Xiaobai, your whole family is called Xiaobai. I'm going to kill you. The ragdoll cat raised its claws angrily and was about to scratch, but was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. There's something wrong with you. Yusun had woken up at some point, his eyes sharp as a knife. Tell me, are you an alien species from the ancient starry sky road? The ragdoll cat froze, then exploded, you are the alien. Your whole family is alien. The cute and fierce girl's voice was particularly clear in the night. Chapter 25. They can speak, but they are still aliens. Yusun held the ragdoll cat down. What a fuss! The ragdoll cat raised its small chin, its whiskers trembling slightly. There are countless races in the starry sky. Does being able to speak mean it must be an alien species? Remember, this princess's name is Astra, Veronica, Celeste, Moonlight, Starry Sea, Aurora, Ibsala, Fiona, Barbara. When it speaks, its baby voice sounds like it's mixed with honey, and coupled with its serious expression, the contrast is so cute that it makes people laugh. However, that ridiculously long name made Yusun's temples throb. You're still a princess. He got the point. A cat, a cute cream-colored ragdoll cat, says she is a princess. Is this world going a little crazy? Of course, I am the heir to the high-level spirit planet Astra. Astra is almost 12 nodes ahead of you on the ancient star road. If you can lead me to catch up, I will appoint you as the Grand General when I take over Astra. The ragdoll cat held his head high, a look of majestic promise on his face. General. Yusun scoffed, you're drawing a pie too far ahead. I might as well send money to Yingzheng nearby. Foolish human, you don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity right in front of you. Meow, human, don't touch my ears. The ragdoll cat was talking happily when Yusun stroked it. Honestly, the way it shakes its head and speaks seriously is a little too cute. Seriously, Yusun said, his smile subsiding. How did you become like this? I just fell into the trap of you damned humans. Did humans make you like this? Of course, a vicious witch took advantage of my weakness and cast a spell that turned me into a cat. I taught her so much and treated her as my most loyal servant. Which? Yusun thought about it and reacted. Ragdoll cat should be referring to a Western magician. There are many types of magicians, and some women who practice black magic are called witches by many people. Since you are the noble princess of Alastar, how did you end up in a remote place like ours? It's Astra. Ragdoll cat corrected angrily, I just accidentally overslept, and when I woke up, Astra was gone. Overslept? This reason, how funny. Yusun didn't quite believe it. Meow meow meow. The ragdoll cat let out a series of meows. It noticed this, meowed a few times, and then gave up helplessly. After a while, the spirituality in its eyes gradually faded away, and it was no longer so vivid and anthropomorphic, as if it had turned into a real cat. Then, it jumped into Yusun's arms, rubbed Yusun affectionately, and curled up there. What's going on? Yusun strokes the ragdoll cat. At this time, the ragdoll cat was particularly well behaved and allowed Yusun to pet it without any resistance. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it. Yusun was puzzled. Sleep. He decided to continue sleeping and observing. Until the next morning, the ragdoll cat showed no abnormalities. When Yusun wakes up, it will jump on Yusun and act coquettishly. Ziobai, where is the princess in your body? Meow. Yusun checked it out and found that the ragdoll cat was still a ragdoll cat. Isn't it the princess with the name that grew out of the sky, like Axing? Could it be that last night was an illusion? Does it have to be late at night before that princess wakes up? Looking at the ragdoll cat happily eating breakfast, Yusun couldn't help but think. Let's go. I'll take you to the capital to see the world. Yusun is ready to leave for the capital. At this time, the cell phone rang. Yusun looked over and saw that it was Chu Youqing calling. Yusun, are you okay? Chu Youqing was very concerned. Did she know she was being attacked? Yusun didn't tell her what happened yesterday because he was afraid she would worry. Fine. Yusun. I'm glad you're okay. Chu Youqing breathed a sigh of relief and continued, yesterday, the Shadow Clan sneaked into Grandpa's estate and wanted to kill my aunt. Luckily, Grandpa discovered them, but he was also injured while trying to protect my aunt. Did the Shadow Clan sneak into the Murong family's manor? When did it happen? Yusun asked. Shortly after Wang Tenjian was attacked, I suspect they deliberately made such a big noise to attract attention so they could attack my aunt. Chu Youqing told some details. About the same time as the attack on me. Yusun calculated the time. Chu Yuqing's suspicion was well founded. The main target of the Shadow Clan on this trip should be Murong Wan. Of course, Wang Tenjian and Yusun are also among their targets. Wang Tenjian was protected by experts, so the Shadow Clan created chaos to facilitate their actions and attract the attention of the powerful people in Rongcheng. The strong ones among the Shadow Clan took the opportunity to attack Murong Wan. Because Yusun had no power, influence, or background, and his meridians had just been opened, he was dealt with by a second-level Shadow Clan member. Originally, this arrangement was impeccable, and if everything went well, it could deal with 3 geniuses at the same time. As a result, all 3 groups of Shadow Clan members failed. Although they failed, the group of Shadow Clan members who attacked Murong Wan actually injured the Grand Master Murong Zhan. It seems that there are still strong people among the Shadow Clan. Grandpa is now even more seriously injured. I hope that BD Murong Tian doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Chu Youqing was not without worry. Where is your grandfather injured? Yusun was curious. A master has abundant qi and blood, and ordinary injuries are not a problem at all. Even if it is an internal injury, as long as it does not damage the meridians and danshan, it is not a big deal. Poison, mainly poisoning. The Shadow Clan coated their weapons with a poison. That poison was specially made by the Shadow Clan, and we don't have an antidote. Chu Youqing said. Poison? Liu Xuan suddenly remembered that after he killed the Shadow Clan member, he found a small medicine bottle on him. There are some pills in there, could that be the antidote? Liu Xuan did not lose the small medicine bottle. He threw it into the corner after bringing it back. After searching for a while, he found it. We'll know after we send it over and try it out. Liu Xuan sniffed it and put it away. How's it going over there? He began to care about Chu Youqing. After breaking through the second realm, you can bind a second object. It's just right to bind to Chu Youqing and help her activate her ancient spiritual roots. There are some problems. There is a family that has innate spiritual energy, but the conditions they proposed are unacceptable to me. Chu Youqing muttered. Liu Xuan, what conditions? They want me to marry into our family and marry their son before they give me innate spiritual energy. Chu Youqing said angrily. Marriage? This is to steal my wife. Liu Xuan immediately got angry. Chu Youqing, don't agree to them, wait for me, I have a way to help you activate the ancient spiritual root. Ah! Chu Youqing was a little unconvinced. Liu Xuan, are you telling the truth? Don't blame her. Her ancient spiritual roots were hidden too deeply, so her mother took her to the capital to seek help from many people, but in the end, no one was able to help. Only innate spiritual energy will do. Yeah, trust me. Don't worry, I have a boyfriend and I definitely won't agree. Even if mother agrees, I won't agree. I'll wait for you in the capital. Chapter 26. Where did you come from, you wild brat? Do you think you can break into the Murong family's manor? Outside the Murong family's manor, Liu Xuan was stopped by security guards. This manor is very large, with villas one after another. Many people from the Murong family live here. Except Murong Wan. She had not been able to open her pulse, and had been a drag on the Murong family. In order to avoid being lectured by her elders, she bought a villa and lived there alone. I have something important to discuss with Murong Wan. Please let her know that Liu Xuan is looking for her. Liu Xuan did not give up. There are so many people looking for Our Lady. If she meets everyone, she will be annoyed to death. Go away quickly. Several security guards drove them away one after another. Liu Xuan didn't expect that when he came to deliver medicine, he couldn't even enter the manor. Never mind. Liu Xuan shook his head and prepared to leave. A car drove over, and Murong Wan, who was sitting in the back seat, had a worried look on her face. These past 2 days, she has been running around trying to cure Murong Zhan of the poison. The poison of the Shadow Clan is quite difficult to deal with. Even if Murong Zhan can suppress it forcibly now, he will not be able to afford it for a long time. Moreover, Murong Zhan cannot fight with others. Every time you use your hands, the poison will become more severe. Murong Wan looked everywhere for solutions. Some families had medicine that could alleviate the symptoms, especially the Wang family. They had a medicine that could suppress the poison for quite some time. But they took the opportunity to make a request, wanting Murong Wan to marry him. Murong Wan refused. Ding ding! The horn sounded. Murong Wan looked up and found that they had arrived at the manor without realizing it. After working for most of the day, she still hasn't found a good solution. At this moment, she found a familiar figure at the gate. She rolled down the window and was stunned when she saw it was Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan, what are you doing here? After that night, even when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the occasional image that popped up in her mind would make her blush. But she was devoted to cultivation and had no intention of having anything to do with Liu Xuan anymore. Murong Wan. Across from her, Liu Xuan also saw her. Parking. Yes, miss. Murong Wan got out of the car. Liu Xuan walked over and looked at her beautiful face, and couldn't help but recall that enchanting night. My heart suddenly felt moved. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the change in his expression could not be hidden from Murong Wan. Murong Wan seemed to have noticed Liu Xuan's thoughts, and her expression became a little unnatural. The Shadow Clan launched an assassination attempt yesterday. Are you okay? She spoke first. It's okay. I also killed a member of the Shadow Clan. This is what I found on him. It might be useful to your father. Liu Xuan handed over the small medicine bottle. His words surprised Murong Wan a little. The Shadow Clan members were so difficult to deal with, yet Liu Xuan actually managed to kill one. How did he do it? She didn't know that Liu Xuan's brilliant performance yesterday was all thanks to her diligent practice. Thank you. I'll take it back and let my father try it. Murong Wan took it gratefully. Regardless of whether the medicine in the vial is useful or not, Liu Xuan's presence is a precious thought. Then, she became confused again. How did Liu Xuan know that his father was injured? When Murong Wan thought of the relationship between Liu Xuan and Chu Youqing, she suddenly understood. In addition, the news of Murong Zhan's injury spread very quickly in the past 2 days, and she also heard that someone in the Murong family deliberately spread the news. Some people wish Murong would die in battle. Then I'm leaving. After Liu Xuan delivered the medicine, he prepared to leave. Why don't you come in and sit down? If this bottle of medicine works, father will definitely thank you. Murong Wan invited. No, I have to go to the capital. I heard from Chu Youqing that you will also go to the capital in the future. See you in the capital. Liu Xuan refused. Etc. Liu Xuan was about to leave when Murong Wan called him. You guys, come here, did you deliberately embarrass Liu Xuan just now? Her voice turned cold as she spoke to the security guards. Several security guards' expressions changed and they hurried over. Brother Liu, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you. Please forgive our mistakes. The security guards came to Liu Xuan and apologized repeatedly. You dare to stop a lady's customers? Get your wages and get out. I'm annoyed just by seeing you. A man who looked like a butler appeared. My dear brother, I don't know the rules, please forgive me. He looked apologetic and bowed to Liu Xuan to apologize. This guy just showed up now. Earlier, Liu Xuan clearly saw him looking around not far away. This Murong family is a very complicated family. After leaving Murong's house, Liu Xuan thought. No wonder Murong Wan wants to live alone. I hope this medicine will be useful to Murong Zhan. Murong Wan has not grown up yet, so the Murong family cannot be in chaos. It's a mess. If Murong Wan is affected, Liu Xuan will suffer a great loss. Let's go to the capital. Liu Xuan got in the car and headed towards Wu Mansion. Student Liu Xuan, you're here too late. Please stay in the hotel for one night. We will arrange for someone to escort you and the other students to the capital tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much. No need. Geniuses always get special treatment. For example, when Liu Xuan arrived today, it was already late, but the Wu Mansion still arranged Liu Xuan to stay in a hotel that specializes in official receptions and is protected by strong men at all times. Strangeness. The next morning, Liu Xuan got up in confusion. Meow. Xiaobai also woke up. What surprised him was that Xiaobai didn't behave abnormally last night. She didn't suddenly start talking or turn into that weird princess. Could it be that the princess's consciousness would only emerge once every few days? Not an alien species. A few hours later, Xiaobai passed the inspection at the security checkpoint of Chengdu Airport. It is not a star alien species. There are some special energies in the bodies of star aliens, which are easy to detect. Even if they enter the city, they will be suppressed by the magic circle in the city and will not cause much destructive power in the city. If they are outside the city, they will be very fierce. Excuse me, are you Liu Xuan? It's me, and you are? I'm Song Yuan from number 2 middle school. I was the one who caused the strange phenomenon on the 28th. Didn't you encounter assassination attempts by the Shadow Clan? No, I went into hiding as soon as the news about the Shadow Clan came out. On the silver-white flying boat, Lu Xun met other students heading to the capital. The flying boat is a new type of aircraft. It looks like a boat, has no wings, but can soar into the sky. Some top-level flying boats can even fly out of the atmosphere and travel in outer space. There are many students on this flying boat, all of whom are preparing to report to Peking University and Tsinghua University in advance. Wow, is that a dragon bone? Look up there, it should be a space fortress, so spectacular. Look, there's a tree in the cloud. That's the cloud cotton tree planted in the Weaver Girl Palace. The cotton it produces is used to make the cloud brocade robe, which has the natural property of resisting weight. It costs tens of millions apiece. Along the way, the students witnessed many wonders. A bird as big as a sparrow flew towards them. When it approached the flying boat, it instantly became bigger than the boat and opened its big mouth to swallow the boat. The fast-flying boat changed direction to avoid it. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew out and started fighting with the giant bird. It's an alien species. It's so big, I wonder what realm it is in. This scene shocked the students. There are many star alien species hiding on the blue planet, and one or two will appear from time to time. I just happened to be caught by students today. Fortunately, there were strong people on the flying boat, and the alien species was quickly dealt with. 2 hours later, we arrived in the capital. As expected of the capital, there are so many floating islands in the sky. Many students were amazed. The capital's skyline is breathtaking. Hundreds of floating islands resemble inverted mountains, with waterfalls cascading down from the edges, evaporating into a rainbow of colors in mid-air. These floating islands have built an extremely three-dimensional defense system for the capital. Lu Xun, this way. At the airport, Chu Youqing, who had been waiting there for a long time, saw Lu Xun coming and waved happily. Chapter 27. Lu Xun, you're amazing. My aunt said that after Grandpa took the medicine you gave him, the toxins have been cleared. I'm very grateful to you. As soon as they met, Chu Youqing couldn't help but tell Lu Xun the good news. Is that bottle of medicine really the antidote? Lu Xun was confused and didn't understand why the antidote was with that second-level Shadow Clan member. On second thought, I don't care about anything else, as long as the antidote is effective. Grandpa said he wanted to thank you well, Lu Xun. Next time you go back to Rongcheng, don't forget to go to Grandpa's house and give him a good bet. Grandpa is very rich. Chu Youqing smiled like a flower, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. A fourth-level Grandmaster is indeed rich. Not to mention anything else, to become a fourth-level master, the dark energy consumed must be calculated in cubic units. The standard for 1 unit of dark energy is actually the dark energy at a normal density of 1 cubic centimeter. 1 cubic meter of dark energy is equivalent to 1 million units of dark energy. From this we can see how much money a fourth-level Grandmaster, especially a veteran fourth-level Grandmaster, has. In fact, dark energy cannot be simply converted into money. If the dark energy used by some top powerhouses were converted into money, it could buy most of the countries on the blue planet. The two walked out of the airport while talking. Why don't you ask me what my solution is? Lu Xun suddenly asked. It had been a while since Chu Youqing had called Lu Xun, but she still hadn't asked him about the method he mentioned to help her activate her ancient spiritual roots. You're going to tell me, aren't you? Chu Youqing blinked her bright eyes and spoke in a cheerful tone. Lu Xun knew that she must be worried that her previous words of comfort were just for Lu Xun. That's why I didn't ask about it after we met. This method is a bit special. Lu Xun stared at her and said seriously. Chu Youqing showed an expectant look. Youqing, you are here. A gentle female voice suddenly interrupted. Chu Youqing turned around and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Mom, why are you here? Mom? Liu Sun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman in her early 30s approaching. She looks somewhat similar to Murong Wan, but appears more mature and elegant, exuding a charming aura. Judging from Chu Youqing's address, she is Chu Youqing's mother, Murong Wan's sister, and her name is Murong Yan. No wonder her eyes are quite similar to Murong Wan's. But she is too young. She looks to be in her 30s, and it's too early to describe her as still charming. She is so beautiful and charming now. Her actual age is definitely more than 30 years old, probably 40. In the high martial arts era, there were too many things to maintain physical condition, so it was natural for her to maintain the condition of a 30-year-old. Some powerful people, especially immortal cultivators, are still like young boys and girls when they are over 100 years old. You are Liu Sun, right? Murong Yan did not answer her daughter, her eyes fell directly on Liu Sun. Hello, Auntie. I'm Liu Sun. Liu Sun felt like he was meeting the parents and behaved very reservedly. To be precise, he was caught red-handed by his parents. Although he was a little nervous, Liu Sun was not afraid at all. He's not yellow-haired. You are 19 years old and already in college. What's wrong with having a relationship? There's a cafe over there, shall we go over there and talk? Murong Yan suggested. Want to chat? Mom, if I don't come to pick up Liu Sun, what are you doing? Chu Youqing was dissatisfied and pouted. Youqing, I just want to talk to Liu Sun. Murong Yan had a gentle demeanor and didn't seem like she was here to cause trouble for Liu Sun. Okay, Auntie. Liu Sun agreed. Youqing, go wait over there. Mom. Obedient. In the coffee shop, Chu Youqing reluctantly sat on the other side. What would you like to drink? Latte, please. 2 lattes, please. After ordering coffee, Murong Yan took off her Chanel-style jacket, revealing her beautiful figure. Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Murong Wan's, the unique charm of a young woman are incomparable to Murong Wan. Liu Sun sat upright, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, to avoid looking at things he shouldn't look at. After all, she is Chu Youqing's mother and his future mother-in-law. Do you know why Youqing likes you? Murong Yan spoke again and directly pointed out the relationship between Liu Sun and Chu Youqing. Auntie, to be honest, I don't know either. Liu Sun spoke the truth. He always felt that Chu Youqing agreed too suddenly. I originally thought she was trying to help her aunt. After helping her aunt, she still regarded herself as Liu Sun's girlfriend and treated Liu Sun well. 5 years ago, you were probably still in junior high school. When Blue Star entered a node on the ancient Star Road, it suffered a catastrophe. I'm sure you had a very deep impression of that catastrophe. Murong Yan told the story slowly and leisurely. Liu Sun's expression turned serious. He still remembers the great disaster 5 years ago. Because his parents died in that disaster. That catastrophe happened very suddenly. Many of Blue Star's experts were in the starry sky at the time and failed to return to provide assistance in time. Rong City's protective formation was broken, and alien species and tribes took the opportunity to cause chaos. Countless people in Rongcheng were killed and injured. Youqing almost died in that disaster. Luckily, a kind-hearted couple who were already injured risked their lives to save her. Murong Yan sipped her coffee. She's always remembered this incident. That couple, are they my parents? She had already said this, how could Liu Sun not understand? The couple that Murong Yan mentioned who saved Chu Youqing were most likely his parents. Yes. Murong Yan nodded slightly. Really? It was his parents who saved Chu Youqing. This explains why Chu Youqing suddenly agreed to be his girlfriend. Why didn't she leave me after helping her aunt? It is very likely that Chu Youqing knew Liu Sun's identity at that time and knew that Liu Sun was the son of the couple who saved her. Chapter 28. We only found out about this recently, otherwise Youqing's father and I would have come to thank you in person a long time ago. Murong Wan pursed her red lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of guilt, and then she smiled. Fortunately, it's not too late now. She gracefully took out a card from her handbag and gently pushed the card in front of Yusun with her slender fingers. Auntie, what is this? Yusun looked puzzled. Youqing owes your family a life. This is a small token of our appreciation. The card contains 20,000 units of dark energy. I've written the password on the back. Please accept it. Murong Wan spoke softly. 20,000 units of dark energy. This is a huge sum of money. But at this time, Murong Wan took out a sum of dark energy and said that he wanted to repay his parents for saving Chu Youqing's life a few years ago. The intention is self-evident. Yusun could guess Murong Wan's purpose with his eyes closed. He simply wanted to use money to end the previous favor and prevent Chu Youqing from continuing to associate with Yusun. Have to. He really thinks he is a yellow-haired guy. Why do these rich people like to use money to solve problems? Do you really think money is omnipotent? Auntie, what happened was my parents' own choice. They saved more than just Chu Youqing. You don't have to thank me deliberately. Yusun looked indifferent, and pushed the card back with his slender fingers. We can only give out so much dark energy right now. We also have a villa in Rongcheng. If you want, we can transfer it to you. Murong Wan frowned slightly and pushed the card over again. Do you think Yusun thinks the money is not enough? Auntie, you misunderstood. I really don't need it. Yusun shook his head and laughed, then firmly pushed the card back. Yusun. Murong Wan's eyes suddenly turned red, her voice choked with sobs. Then Auntie begs you to leave Youqing, okay? For you, she would rather give up her ancient spiritual roots and refuse to agree to the He family's marriage proposal. As long as you agree, we are willing to compensate you even if it means we go bankrupt. Seeing that Yusun was unmoved, Murong Wan finally took off her disguise and revealed a pleading look. Finally, we get to the point. Yusun knew that Murong Wan must have come to him for this matter. His relationship with Chu Youqing must have been revealed during a quarrel between mother and daughter. Otherwise, how would Murong Wan know? Auntie, isn't it just innate spiritual energy? Why are you so anxious? Yusun was puzzled. As long as Blue Star enters the ancient starry sky road next time, even if the Chu family cannot get it themselves, it will be easier to buy it. It wouldn't be like now where he's being held back by others and forced to marry Chu Youqing before he gets the money. You don't know, a sixth realm powerhouse said that once Youqing's ancient spiritual roots exceed the age of 18, the possibility of activation is very small. Murong Wan's face was filled with worry. Youqing will be 19 in 1 month. This is the last month. I see. Yusun had just turned 19. And Chu Youqing was a few months younger than him. For a month, there was no sign that Blue Star had entered the ancient starry road. No wonder Murong Wan is so worried. Perhaps, the family in the capital that possesses innate spiritual energy saw this and threatened to form an alliance through marriage. Yusun, for Youqing's future, I beg you, as long as you are willing to leave Youqing, I can agree to anything you want. Murong Wan begged desperately. Looking at the beautiful and delicate Murong Wan, some indescribable thoughts flashed through Yusun's mind, and he almost blurted out, Auntie can really agree to anything. What are you thinking about? Yusun quickly put his thoughts aside. Chu Youqing is his girlfriend, he is not that kind of person. Auntie, I'm just like you. I also hope Youqing is well. Don't worry, Auntie, I know what to do. Yusun said seriously. Yusun, thank you so much. Murong Wan felt relieved and hurriedly handed the card over again. Please accept this card in front of Youqing. I will tell her that you left her for money so that she will give up. I'm sorry to have wronged you. Consider this dark energy as our compensation." Before she finished speaking, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chu Youqing saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but rushed over like a gust of wind. "Youqing, do you know? I make my own decisions about my own affairs. Even if I can't activate my ancient spiritual roots in my lifetime, I won't marry someone with the surname He. Yusun, let's go." Chu Youqing interrupted her mother. She was really angry and pulled Yusun to leave. Yusun didn't move at all. He was already at the 3rd level of Qi Hai, and Chu Youqing hadn't opened his meridians yet, so she couldn't pull him at all. Yusun. Chu Youqing looked at him in confusion. "Chu Youqing, Auntie is right. The most important thing for you now is to activate your ancient spiritual roots." Yusun stared at the corners of her red eyes, his voice as deep as a pool. Chu Youqing seemed to understand something, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. "So, Yusun, what is your choice?" "My choice." Yusun looked deeply into Chu Youqing's eyes. The next moment, under Murong Wan's incredible gaze, Yusun held her face and kissed Chu Youqing's delicate and tempting cherry lips heavily. "Ah!" Murong Wan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. Ding dong! The waiter holding the coffee shook his hand and the cups and plates fell to pieces. "Pa pa pa! Good job, brother!" There was a burst of booing all around. Chu Youqing's body was stiff, her eyes were wide open, and her mind was blank. She had not expected Yusun to suddenly forcefully kiss her, and was completely stunned. Yusun kissed her wantonly. There is no intention of stopping. Meets the binding conditions and has been bound to Chu Youqing. Current return multiplier, 20. Note, Chu Youqing possesses a top-grade ancient spiritual root, with activation progress at 9%. Ancient spiritual roots are innate spiritual roots that can open at least 9 spiritual veins and heavenly and earthly extraordinary veins. Reminder, the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. After a full minute, Yusun received a system prompt. Yes, the purpose of this kiss was to bind Chu Youqing. When Murong Wan was bound to him, the system automatically bound him after the two of them had the most intimate relationship. There is another way of binding besides the most intimate of bonds. That is, after the binding object's favorability towards Yusun reaches 100%, they can also be bound through a long kiss. Chu Youqing's favorability towards Yusun has already reached 100%. Therefore, Yusun's kiss naturally bound her to him. Yusun immediately received the binding reward. The host has obtained a ray of innate spiritual energy, which can help Chu Youqing activate her ancient spiritual roots. Yusun guessed correctly. After binding with Chu Youqing, the system would indeed reward innate spiritual energy. Without saying a word, he transferred his innate spiritual energy to Chu Youqing through a kiss. Chu Yuqing's little head turned back on, and her face turned red all the way to her neck. She forgot to struggle and just let Yusun kiss her passionately. Another minute later, Yusun finally gave all his innate spiritual energy to her. He left Chu Youqing. Yusun, what are you doing? Murong Wan finally came back to her senses from her shock, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. Yusun actually kissed her daughter, in front of her mother. Yusun licked the corner of his lips and met Murong Wan's angry gaze. "Auntie, this is my answer." "You." Murong Wan's still tender hands trembled with anger. "Youqing, what's wrong with you?" At this time, she found that something was wrong with Chu Youqing. Chu Youqing stood there with a flushed face, motionless, as if she was stunned. Murong Wan hurried forward to check. Yusun, look at what you've done." Seeing this, Murong Wan became even more worried. Chu Youqing didn't react at all, as if the computer had crashed. Just as she took out her cell phone and was about to call 120, Chu Youqing came to her senses. "Youqing. I'm fine. A bright white halo suddenly appeared around the girl, and her hair moved without wind. She slowly raised her head, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Mom, I feel my ancient spiritual roots are awakening. Chapter 29. Wow, what a strange sight. Stay calm. This is the capital city where many geniuses gather. If something unusual doesn't happen one day, it would be abnormal. Near the Beijing airport, the sky suddenly changed color. Petals are falling all over the sky like rain, as if fairies from the sky are scattering flowers, which is extremely magnificent. In this rain of flowers, 9 phantom cranes flew from the clouds, their clear cries sounding like the music of nature. Mom, look! On a flying boat that had just arrived in Beijing, a child saw this scene and excitedly called out to his mother. 9 heavens flower rains wet immortal bones, a crane's cry breaks through the mysterious gate. Is this the awakening of a heavenly spiritual root? Above the clouds, a powerful person cast his gaze. Many people in the capital have been alarmed. Rays of light flew from all directions towards the place where the strange vision came from. Although there are many geniuses in the capital, this kind of strange phenomenon is still worth their investigation. In the coffee shop, Chu Youqing's whole body was radiant with a fairy white light, her skin was as bright as jade, her black hair moved without wind, and every strand of hair seemed to be dotted with starlight. Murong Wan clenched her hands tightly, tears of ecstasy flashing in her eyes. These days, Murong Wan has been exhausted for her daughter's ancient spiritual roots. She took Chu Youqing around the capital, begging everyone for help, trying to buy innate spiritual energy. After much difficulty in finding out that the He family possessed innate spiritual energy, the He family took the opportunity to blackmail him. Because of this matter, the mother and daughter had more than one quarrel and almost fell out with each other. Who would have thought that today would be such an unexpected turn of events? Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual roots suddenly awakened. It seems that the level of this ancient spiritual root is not low. Once it awakens, it triggers such a large-scale phenomenon in the world. It alarmed most of the capital. In a short period of time, many strong people have gathered around the coffee shop. Murong Wan, immersed in extreme joy, did not notice that Yusun was no longer there. She had suspected that Chu Youqing's awakening was related to Yusun. But subconsciously I feel that it is unlikely. Innate spiritual energy is something that is too rare, and the He family only obtained it by accident. In the eyes of ordinary people, how could Yusun, a freshman with no background and no ability, have it possible? At this time, Yusun was hiding in the bathroom. Chu Youqing successfully activated the ultimate heavenly spiritual root. The host received a 20-fold reward and obtained the chaos spiritual root. The chaos spiritual root is the top spiritual root in the universe. It can accommodate spiritual power of multiple attributes, ignore attribute restraints, and can simulate the effects of any spiritual root. Everything has its destiny, and the host is the only one that escapes. Therefore, before becoming strong enough, the host is forbidden to practice on his own, otherwise the strange phenomena will shake the starry sky and bring disaster. The host has automatically shielded the secret. Following the system's prompts, Yusun reaped his rewards. A vast and unfathomable force descended from within his body, and a brilliant immortal light suddenly burst out from the depths of his danshan. The immortal light gradually condensed and turned into a crystal-clear immortal root, taking root in the danshan. Despite the system shielding the secrets of heaven, Yusun still exudes spiritual light and has a natural charm, as if he were a fairy from heaven. Here we go again. Yusun glanced at the system prompts and was speechless. After Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual root was activated, Yusun once again received a 20-fold return and obtained a more powerful chaotic spiritual root. However, he was still forbidden from practicing by the system. Okay, lie down completely. Yusun shrugged. There is Murong Wan in the martial arts world, and there is Chu Youqing in the immortal world. His chaotic divine body can accommodate multiple powers. When you lie down at home, you will grow in cultivation. After the strange phenomenon on his body disappeared, Liu Sun took Xiaobai out of his pocket and carried him out the door. I didn't expect her to be so powerful that she actually awakened her ancient spiritual roots on her own. Judging from this strange phenomenon, this spiritual root is not simple and may even reach the standard of a heavenly spiritual root. Yes, it would be great if such a genius was born in our family. At this moment, Chu Youqing became the absolute focus in the coffee shop. The original customers of the coffee shop had been cleared out, and the only ones who came were prominent monks in the capital. Madam Chu, as long as the Chu family is willing to marry into the He family, the conditions previously promised will be increased tenfold. A middle-aged man with a square face added eagerly with a scorching gaze. Not only that, my He family will devote all our strength to help the Chu family gain a firm foothold in the capital. As for the innate spiritual energy, as long as my niece Chu needs it, my He family's treasury is at her disposal to help her open up more spiritual veins. Murong Wan couldn't help but be moved by the middle-aged man's words. The other party is none other than the family that possesses innate spiritual energy, the He family in Beijing. After Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual roots were stimulated, the people of the He family in the capital saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth and rushed over immediately. When they discovered that Chu Youqing had awakened her ancient spiritual roots on her own, the He family immediately raised the stakes and wanted to form an alliance through marriage with the Chu family. Murong Wan had some things she didn't tell Liu Sun and Chu Youqing. She actually wanted to marry into the He family. On the one hand, she felt that this would be good for Chu Youqing's growth. The He family in the capital is a larger family than the Murong family and the Wang family in Rongcheng. There are naturally many benefits to marrying into such a family. Cultivation is not just about talent. Without sufficient resources, even if you have the unique veins of heaven and earth, you may not be able to rise. Not to mention that there are all kinds of difficulties and obstacles during the cultivation process, and there are many geniuses who die along the way. The He family is powerful and can protect Chu Youqing. In comparison, what does Liu Sun have? From the perspective of Murong Wan, his mother, Liu Sun really has nothing, just a little yellow-haired boy. At most, he is a little yellow-haired boy with some talent, but he is also a pig who comes to steal her cabbage. What mother doesn't want her daughter to have a good life? On the other hand, the He family can help the Chu family gain a foothold in the capital. Although the Chu family is a big family in Chengdu, it is just a small shrimp in Beijing. The branch of her husband, Chu Youqing's father, lost its influence in the Chu family. At this time, if they could move to the capital and gain a foothold in the capital, it would be like rebirth from the ashes for Chu Youqing's father's lineage. In the future, he can return to Chengdu with high spirits and show off in front of other members of the Chu family. Mom, if you want to get married, you can do it yourself. I still have to go to school. Chu Youqing's pretty face was frosty and she flatly refused. She didn't want to at first. Now that her ancient spiritual roots have awakened, it is even less likely that she will agree. Niece Chu, you've misunderstood. We don't want you to marry us right now. We just want to get engaged. We can get married after you finish your studies and return. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. That won't work, I already have a boyfriend. Having said that, Chu Youqing looked around for Liu Sun. You have a boyfriend? Niece Chu, are you kidding? With your talent, who in a remote place like Rongcheng is worthy of you? The middle-aged man looked surprised and obviously didn't believe it. She wasn't joking. Liu Sun came walking over. He walked a few steps to Chu Youqing, and under Murong Wan's almost fiery gaze, he put his arm around Chu Youqing's waist. I'm her boyfriend. Liu Sun's tone was calm but resounding. Chapter 30. Boyfriend. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and swept his sharp eyes like a knife towards the boy who suddenly appeared. All the monks in the coffee shop focused their attention on Liu Sun. Liu Sun had not yet withdrawn his hand from Chu Youqing's waist, and the starlight on the girl's body was flowing along his fingertips. In everyone's perception, Liu Sun is clearly an ordinary person with no cultivation. The Chaos Divine Body is extremely powerful. It is difficult to detect Liu Sun's strength unless he is several levels higher than Liu Sun. Madam Chu, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed, even if your daughter wants to refuse the marriage, she should find a decent excuse. Master He, please forgive me. The child is ignorant. I think we should just let this matter go. Murong Wan sighed. Although she also wanted to marry into the He family, Chu Youqing was too stubborn, and Liu Sun's parents had done her family a favor, so she didn't plan to force it. Madam Chu, why don't you consider it again? My He family also has an ancient spiritual root owner named He Huan. He opened up 9 meridians 4 years ago. In just 4 years, his strength has reached the peak of the 3rd realm, and he is only 1 step away from the 4th realm. If my niece Chu marries her, and a boy with spiritual roots is born in the future, he can take the surname Chu. Upon seeing this, the head of the He family quickly increased the stakes. Really? These words made Murong Wan's eyes light up. Really? The head of the He family guarantees it. Murong Wan, who had originally planned to give up, was moved again. Mrs. Chu must also know how likely it is that when 2 people with spiritual roots unite, the offspring they produce will also have spiritual roots. The head of the He family continued to persuade. Murong Wan clasped her hands together, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes full of struggle and hesitation. Mom! I won't get married anyway. Chu Youqing made another statement. She knew her mother's worries. That is, after giving birth to a daughter, she never gave birth to a second child. For large families, the more children the better. Chu Youqing's father's loss of power in the Chu family may be related to the fact that she is the only child, and a girl at that. A grandson with the surname Chu and with ancient spiritual roots is very important to Chu Youqing's parents. If his surname is Chu, then he is a grandson, not a grandson-in-law. Therefore, Chu Youqing felt that Murong Wan was very likely to be moved. Youqing, you are still young and don't understand that gratitude and love are not the same thing. Sure enough, Murong Wan persuaded Chu Youqing. Mom, don't mention love. You asked me to marry into the He family. It's an insult to the word love. Chu Youqing shut her mother up with just one word, and she fell silent. Niece Chu, with your talent, if you come to my He family, you will definitely be loved by everyone. We will devote all our family's strength to help you practice. The head of the He family promised. That won't work either. No matter how good your He family is, it can't compare to Liu Sun. Anyway, I won't marry her. Chu Youqing snorted. Master He, let me think about it. Murong Wan spoke again in a tangled tone. She had many secrets that she didn't tell Chu Youqing. Over the years, she had a very difficult time in the Chu family because she couldn't have children. But actually, it's not her fault that she can't have children. Oh, by the way, Madam Chu, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. A few years ago, our He family obtained a copy of the heavenly level martial arts, the Tianyan Tongzhenju. If my niece Chu and He Huan practiced the Tianyan Tongzhenju together, with He Huan's strength, my niece Chu would be able to break through to the 4th realm in 2 years at most. Seeing this, the head of the He family continued to increase the stakes. Tianyan Tong Xinju. There was some commotion among the monks watching around. What kind of technique is this? A heavenly grade, top-grade dual cultivation technique was found in a civilization tombstone on the ancient Starry Sky Road a few years ago. Powerful warriors from various races fought tooth and nail for it. I never thought the He family would be able to obtain a copy. Heavenly grade upper grade? No wonder they want to marry into the Chu family so much. The monks' whispered discussions reached the ears of several people present. The head of the He family felt that the outcome was already decided, and waited calmly for Murong Wan's reply. Murong Wan was indeed tempted. She had heard of the Tianyan Tongzhenju. This is a dual cultivation method. Different from other dual cultivation techniques, Tianyan Tongzhenju is a serious dual cultivation technique that is beneficial to both parties. He Huan of the He family is almost at the 4th level. If he practices dual cultivation with Chu Youqing and is willing to contribute his cultivation to Chu Youqing, the benefits Chu Youqing will gain will be unimaginable. What Patriarch he said about breaking through to the 4th realm in 2 years was not necessarily false. Murong Wan was completely moved this time. As a mother, she ultimately wants the best for her daughter. Mom, how could you do this? If it weren't for Liu Suan, my ancient spiritual roots wouldn't be awakened. Seeing that Murong Wan was about to be moved, Chu Youqing hurriedly said. Just now when Liu Suan kissed her, she felt something entering her body. She guessed that the innate spiritual energy was most likely given to her by Liu Suan. Although she didn't know why Liu Suan had innate spiritual energy, Liu Suan's miraculous performance during this period made Chu Youqing believe in Liu Suan without a second thought. Youqing, are you telling the truth? These words suppressed Murong Wan, who had just been moved. After all, she is not an ungrateful person. Niece Chu, are you kidding? Although ancient spiritual roots have a certain chance of awakening naturally, you are already 18 years old and still haven't awakened. Without innate spiritual energy, it is impossible for you to awaken on your own. As for innate spiritual energy, I'm afraid no one else in the East has it except our He family. Even if someone does, you can't access it. How can a country boy like him get it? The He family patriarch sneered. If he doesn't speak up, Murong Wan will change her mind. This sentence really works. Murong Wan also felt that it was unlikely that Liu Suan had innate spiritual energy. She had a clear understanding of Liu Suan's back. Even if he was lucky enough to win the lottery every day, he would not be able to obtain innate spiritual energy. Murong Wan turned to look at Liu Suan and pleaded, Liu Suan, Youqing owes your parents a favor. When our situation improves, I will give you 100,000 dark energy at once. Will you leave Youqing? The Chu family is not as good as the Murong family. After her husband lost power, he could no longer produce much dark energy. Little brother, as long as you are willing to leave niece Chu, our He family will give you 1 million dark energy. The head of the He family saw something was going on and immediately delivered a powerful blow. Millions of units of dark energy. This is a whole cubic meter of dark energy, worth at least 10 billion. In order to get Chu Youqing, the He family was willing to spend a lot of money. Liu Suan. Don't worry. Liu Suan patted his girlfriend and glanced at Murong Wan and the head of the He family. Little brother, just nod your head, and millions of dark energies will be added to your card immediately. The head of the He family promised. Liu Suan's voice was low and calm, yet as cold and firm as 10,000 years of black ice. Feel sorry. Don't talk about 1 million dark energies. Even if it's 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, as long as Youqing doesn't abandon me, I, Liu Suan, will never leave her side. Every word he said was as strong as iron and had a resounding impact. Liu Suan's words touched Chu Youqing. Chu Youqing held Liu Suan's hand tightly. I will not leave Liu Suan, never. You. Youqing, you disappoint me so much. Murong Wan's face was full of disappointment. In her opinion, her daughter has been completely brainwashed by Huang Mao and is beyond redemption. Chu Youqing, you've grown too independent, haven't you? I don't care about you anymore. Just take care of yourself. In extreme rage, Murong Wan turned around and left the cafe and entered the airport. He actually wanted to go back to Chengdu. Have to. Did this make your mother-in-law angry and go home? Liu Suan said that the first meeting with his mother-in-law was very successful. Out of a full score of 100, Liu Suan gave himself 98.5 points. The reason I didn't give him 100 points is not because I'm afraid of being proud, but because Liu Suan only has 1.5 English. Chapter 31. Let's go. Yusun said softly, reaching out and naturally holding Chu Youqing's hand. Yet, Chu Youqing nodded vigorously, and her fingertips gently squeezed his palm. The cafe returned to peace. The cultivators and the He family members who came to investigate have dispersed, leaving only a few lingering energy fluctuations. Among them, there was also a school leader from Kingseo College and Baidu University. After learning about Chu Youqing's situation, they specially left a gilded token, indicating that Chu Youqing could report directly to the two schools. After all, Chu Youqing missed the big exam and only now awakened her ancient spiritual roots. Dad also said he doesn't care about me anymore. Why are they doing this? At this time, Chu Youqing received a phone call and stomped her feet angrily. Her father probably also knew about this and called to blame her, and the father and daughter had a quarrel. Youqing! No more preaching! She turned around abruptly, her hair curling in a stubborn arc. I've been able to be independent for a long time. His eyes flickered, clearly indicating that he was afraid that Yusun would blame himself. Yusun laughed and raised his hand to stroke her head. I'm asking, is it not good to offend your future mother-in-law like this? No, she was so willful back then, and now she wants to arrange things for me. I won't do it. Chu Youqing curled her lips. Your mother is such a gentle person, was she also willful back then? Yusun developed a gossipy heart. Well, back then, the Chu family hadn't risen to prominence, and my dad wasn't very accomplished. My grandfather didn't want her to marry him, but she insisted. Chu Youqing talked about her parents' past with shining eyes. She was surprisingly lively when she talked about her parents' gossip. Deep down in everyone's heart, there is indeed a gossip gene. When Yusun heard this, he was like, wow. Chu Youqing's father, Chu Youqing, was a typical yellow-haired man back then. Back then, the Chu family was poor and broke, and Chu Youqing's father simply relied on his handsome face and sweet words to trick Murong Wan into his heart. Murong Wan naturally disagreed. The father and daughter had a quarrel because of this, and Murong Wan was almost kicked out of the house. Chu Youqing's father was really at his wits' end, so he used a trick to deal with Murong Wan. That's a 3-month-old belly. Seeing that his daughter's belly was getting bigger, Murong Wan had no choice but to agree to their marriage. This. Yusun enjoyed listening to it very much. Was that beautiful woman who now looks gentle and mature ever so rebellious? Then don't blame Chu Youqing. What kind of mother you are, what kind of daughter you will have. If you set an example yourself, don't blame others for imitating you. Besides, Chu Youqing's father was a typical blonde back then. Yusun is 100 times better than him. He is the system host, the chosen one. Hey, Xiaobai, give me a hug. As Chu Youqing was talking, she wanted to hug Xiaobai again. Xiaobai nestled in Yusun's arms, not wanting to move at all. When he saw Chu Youqing reaching out her hand, he waved his little paws non-stop, looking very cute. Ah, he stopped my supplementary card. At this time, Chu Youqing received a text message. Her father suspended his supplementary card. All right. Now she is completely following the same path as her mother. When Murong Wan insisted on being with Chu Youqing, Murong Wan also suspended Murong Wan's secondary card. Many rich girls who have been cheated by Huang Mao will often become obedient after their secondary cards are suspended for a few days. It's okay, I'll support you. Yusun took out a card and handed it to Chu Youqing. He is not an ordinary yellow-haired guy. He is a rich yellow-haired man. After opening the Heaven and Earth Kamai and being admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, Chengdu No. 1 Middle School gave Yusun many rewards. Yusun doesn't need to practice by himself, so all the training resources he obtains in the future can be given to Chu Youqing. Enough to raise Chu Youqing beautifully. Yusun, I can't use your money. Here, you don't want your parents to laugh at you, do you? My strength is increasing so fast, I will have plenty of resources in the future. Lu Xun forced the card into Chu Youqing's hand. Okay, but let me be clear, this is just a loan. Okay, you have the final say. Chu Youqing didn't refuse again. But she secretly made up her mind to practice hard and let her parents see that she made the right choice in choosing Lu Xun. As they were talking, the two walked out of the coffee shop and prepared to take a taxi to Exquisite College to first arrange for Chu Youqing's admission. Sudden. Accompanied by the harsh sound of brakes, a cool sports car drifted handsomely and stopped in front of the two people. Lu Xun took Chu Youqing's hand and prepared to wait for the bus at another place. Wait. A young man in a white shirt with gold patterns got out of the sports car. He strode towards Lu Xun, and with every step he took, a flaming red lotus blossomed from the ground. My name is He Xiao. I completed my physical training at the age of 18, opened my red lotus veins at the age of 19, and am only 20 this year. I have already reached the 4th level of Qi Si cultivation. A red flame ignited at the young man's fingertips, and the shadow of a dragon hovered in the flames. I wonder what qualifications this friend has to stand by Chu Youqing's side. He Xiao. Someone from the He family. This guy is here to cause trouble. 20 years old, and the 4th level of Qi Hai. Lu Xun looked He Xiao up and down. A 20-year-old who has reached the 4th level of Qi Hai is indeed impressive. Like that dark web killer, he is in his 30s, but he is only at the 6th or 7th level of Qi Hai. However, compared with Beijing and Peking University, which are full of talented people, it is not considered outstanding. Why are the people from your He family haunting us? Chu Youqing was dissatisfied and stood in front of Lu Xun. He Xiao is at the 4th level of Qi Hai, and she is afraid that he will harm Lu Xun. Mr. Lu, all you can do is hide behind women. After all, you're just a country bumpkin who can only deceive naive girls with sweet words. He Xiao's tone was full of disdain. What are you going to do? Lu Xun asked calmly. It's simple. If you're a man, come fight me. I'll teach you a lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He Xiao looked arrogant. Oh, come on. Lu Xun took a step to the side. You asked for it. He Xiao attacked without saying a word. He held a red lotus in his palm and wanted to knock Lu Xun down with one blow. Humph! Lu Xun's eyes turned cold and his figure flashed suddenly. Wanzongbu. In a flash, Lu Xun's body strangely split into 3. Boom! Lu Xun's figure was shattered by He Xiao. But the sound of vomiting blood that He Xiao imagined did not come. The next second, a huge force hit his chest. Even though he had his qi protecting him, Lu Xun's palm strike caused his qi si to churn and his internal organs to shift. Puff! Amidst the sound of vomiting blood, He Xiao's body suddenly flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Xun, how are you so powerful? Chu Youqing covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with stars. What a loser! With this little strength, you dare to cause trouble. Lu Xun said this coldly, and took Chu Youqing to the online car-hailing service that had just arrived. Puff! Xiao, who had just sat up from the ground, was so angry that he vomited blood again. Chapter 32. Exquisite College. A taxi stopped steadily at the school gate. Wow! Chu Youqing pushed open the car door, looked up, and couldn't help but exclaimed. I saw a towering white marble archway standing 100 meters away, as white as snow, with a faint glow in the morning sun. In the middle of the archway, the 4 large gilded characters Exquisite Academy are written in a flamboyant style. Every stroke seems to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, making people feel peaceful when looking at it. This school gate looks like a magical weapon. It's worthy of being a top-tier institution. Lu Xun got off the car. It was already afternoon. After the commotion at the airport, the two came straight here to arrange admission for Chu Youqing. A lot of people. Due to the trouble caused by the Shadow Clan, Peking University and Tsinghua University opened early reporting, and the gate of Kingxia College has been particularly busy these days. The number of martial artists is far greater than that of immortal artists. However, the number of students at Kingxia College is not much less than that of Baidu University. Gathered here are talented students from all over the country. Chu Youqing is a little special. Because she was taken to the capital by her mother to look for innate spiritual energy, she did not take the final exam and was not admitted in advance. Fortunately, the teacher at the admissions office of Kingxia College had promised her that she could be directly admitted if she activated her ancient spiritual roots before the final exam. Now that she has passed the big test, it is not a big problem for her with her natural spiritual roots. In the coffee shop, the old man should be a school leader of Kingxia College. The token he gave allowed Chu Youqing to report directly. Chu Youqing? You're finally here. Please come this way. Sure enough, after Chu Youqing handed over the token and reported her name, a special teacher came to deal with it. Lu Xuan accompanied us throughout the trip. In less than an hour, Chu Youqing's admission procedures were completed. Incredibly efficient. You know, this is an exceptional admission. It's worthy of being the top institution for immortal cultivation. There are so many geniuses. Look at this senior sister Ran Jie, she's already reached the 4th level in her junior year. She's amazing. Then look at the one ahead of her, they're even more powerful. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Luo Ping, was truly impressive. He reached the 3rd level in just 1 year. On campus, a ranking list was surrounded by a large number of students. Lu Xuan and Chu Youqing went along to see what was going on. It's truly a gathering of geniuses. Lu Xuan had to admit that there were too many geniuses in Kingxia Academy. This is a stage for geniuses. In other places, those in the 3rd realm are already masters, and those in the 4th realm are big figures. At Peking University and Tsinghua University, that is just the standard for genius. Of course, not everyone is so evil. The students who can make it onto these rankings are geniuses among geniuses and geniuses among geniuses. Lu Xuan, there are so many geniuses here. Chu Youqing clicked her tongue. Her grandfather didn't break through to the 4th realm until he was almost 50, but the geniuses here were already at the 4th realm at the age of 22 or 23. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Believe me, we will conquer these rankings in the future. Lu Xuan said affirmatively. Chu Youqing nodded heavily. Mom, didn't you go back to Rongcheng? Why are you here again? The two were happily strolling around Kingxia College when Chu Youqing suddenly spotted her mother. I'll help you set up your dorm. Murong Wan had a blank expression on her face and was carrying a lot of things. Didn't she return to Rongcheng? Lu Xuan naturally wouldn't say this out loud. He walked over and helped her carry it. Murong Wan didn't refuse, but she didn't talk to Lu Xuan either. Are you still worried about my daughter? Are you afraid that I'll have a done deal with her? Lu Xuan couldn't help but think. Murong Wan was angry before and wanted to go back to Rongcheng. Chu Youqing's father also suspended the secondary card she was using. He looked like he wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with Chu Youqing. But not long after that, Murong Wan came to school again. Lu Xuan felt that she was probably thinking about what happened to her in the past, and was afraid that Lu Xuan and Chu Youqing would copy Chu Yuqing's father's actions and get Chu Youqing pregnant. Aunt! What do you think I am? I am much more capable than your husband. Lu Xuan was secretly complaining, but on the surface he still did what he was supposed to do beautifully. Students at Kingxia College are treated well. Chu Youqing's dormitory is a single room, and it is protected by a special formation. Youqing, I'm leaving first. Okay, I'll go to Baidu University with you tomorrow. After helping her move her things to the downstairs of the dormitory, Lu Xuan said goodbye to Chu Youqing. It's late. Lu Xuan found a hotel nearby and stayed there. He decided to go to Baidu University the next day to take a look at the situation before deciding which school to attend. Strangeness. Xiao Bai did not behave abnormally that night. That princess didn't show up. Yusun decided to observe further. Yusun. The next morning, Chu Youqing was waiting in front of the gate of Baidu University. Where's your mother? Don't talk about her anymore. She'll get angry if you do. Oh, and the instructor I applied to yesterday has replied. She'll be coming to school the day after tomorrow. I'll have to focus on my training then. We can go shopping for the next 2 days. It seemed that Chu Youqing had another quarrel with her mother. I don't know whether her frozen supplementary card has been unfrozen. Yusun took out the admission letter and the two entered the school. The school is very lively. Although it was vacation time, there were not many students leaving school. As the two most outstanding training schools in Huaxia, Tsinghua and Peking University left Yusun with only one impression, that is, the test paper. Quite rolly. The students here practice all day long. Many students practice during the New Year and other holidays. Each of them is simply a cultivation maniac. The resources that students enjoy are unmatched by other schools. Every student can receive a lot of dark energy every month. The school also has various assessments of varying sizes. The better the assessment results, the more resources you will enjoy. There are also some competitions every year, such as the Rookie of the Year competition for freshmen. If you can win these competitions, you can get generous rewards. In addition, Peking University and Tsinghua University have given special attention to students who have opened the TND Kamai. As soon as every student enters the school, he or she needs to choose a mentor that suits him or her. After selection, the instructor will tailor a practice plan for you based on your situation and will also send an assistant to supervise your practice. This put Yusun, who just wanted to lie down, in a difficult position. This instructor is great. After spending a whole morning at Baidu University, Yusun finally found out from his seniors that he had a mentor who was quite good for him. He was a mentor named Fei Taie, who was quite powerful and had reached the 5th level of cultivation. That's not the point. The key point is that Fei Taie is very Buddhist. A few years ago, some students chose him, but in the end they only saw him a few times throughout the year. Fei Taie didn't care whether he practiced or not, or how he practiced. After the student received poor grades in 2 consecutive assessments, he could no longer bear it and applied to change his supervisor. He's a dream lover. For others, Fei Taige would not be an option. But in Yusun's eyes, this is simply his dream lover. It's him. Chapter 33. Student, this is your student card. The dark energy for the enrollment subsidy has been issued. Just go to the logistics department and swipe your card to claim it. Thanks. Baidu University, Yusun completed the enrollment registration. After discovering Fei Taie, a treasured mentor, Yusun finally chose Baidu University. He actually preferred Baidu University at the beginning. Kingxiu Academy is the world of immortal cultivators. The spiritual awareness of immortal cultivators is too powerful. Yusun is worried that he is being secretly observed by some powerful people. He lies down every day and his cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds. What if the secret of the system is exposed? Kingxiu College is just across the road from Baidu University, not far away, so Yusun and Chu Youqing are not in a long-distance relationship. Good schools are different. The dark energy they emit every month is the ceiling for countless ordinary people. Yusun held his student card in his hand, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. The resources enjoyed by students at Baidu University are divided into 5 levels. Students who possess the unique meridians of heaven and earth enjoy the highest first tier. As soon as he entered school, Yusun received 1,000 units of dark energy. After school officially starts, there will be a cultivation level test. For the same level of resources, the higher the cultivation level, the more dark energy you will receive each month. From then on, it depends on the assessment results. Even if you have a unique vein of heaven and earth, if you fail the assessment 3 times in a row, the resources you enjoy will be downgraded. After registering, Youqing chose a tutor on the app. He simply made a resume and submitted it to Fei Taie. The selection of a mentor is a two-way process. Next, just wait for the reply. Youqing, a senior student, just said that this instructor isn't very responsible. Why don't you submit a few more applications? When Chu Youqing found out that Youqing chose Fei Taie, she frowned slightly and felt a little worried. Nonsense, they just don't know what they're talking about. I have a friend who knows Professor Fei. He's amazing and very responsible to his students. Youqing praised Fei Taie without blushing or beating his heart. Chu Youqing was skeptical. Okay, I'll go with you to decorate the dormitory. Students at Peking University and Tsinghua University are treated well. Each student has a single dormitory, and the dormitory conditions for students who have opened the TND Khmer are even better. Basically, they have 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and are also equipped with a small practice room. Wow, brother, you're awesome. You have such a beautiful girlfriend. With Chu Youqing's help, Youqing attracted the envy of many students. By the time everything was done, it was already noon. Youqing looked and saw that Fei Taie had not replied yet. Wait. After having a meal together, the two of them walked around the campus. Li Bufan, if you're a man, don't be a coward. If you have the guts, come to the ring with me. Who's afraid of who? Wait until I open the heaven and earth chi meridian, and I'll beat you to death. A familiar quarrel could be heard in the distance. Li Bufan and Lin Yan were in a tense confrontation. Youqing. Li Bufan's eyes lit up when he saw Youqing, and he said with great joy, "You're finally here. This kid couldn't even take care of Lu Mei, and instead came to trouble me. It's hilarious. Li Bufan. You're looking for death." Lin Yan was so angry that his face turned blue. "Come on." Li Bufan leaned forward with a smug look on his face. "If you have the guts, come here and hit me, and see if the school will punish you." "Damn it. Just wait." Lin Yan gritted his teeth and uttered harsh words, then walked away in disgrace. "What else can I do if I don't leave?" Peking University and Tsinghua University have strict school rules and regulations, and fighting is prohibited in school. If Li Bufan doesn't fight him, he will have no way to deal with Li Bufan. What's more, Chu Youqing is here. If he continues to argue, he will be the only one to be embarrassed. When he was in Rongcheng No. 1 middle school, Lin Yan had a few little followers who could help him with verbal battles. Now that he was at Baidu University, the students here were all chosen ones by heaven. His title as the third son of the Lin family was not worthy of others being his followers. What happened to Lu Mei? After Lin Yan left, Youqing couldn't help but ask. He was not concerned about Lu Mei, he was just gossiping. As soon as Lu Mei arrived in the capital, she hooked up with a new young man and dumped Lin Yan. Lin Yan couldn't do anything about her, so he had to blame me. Li Bufan gloated over other people's misfortune. Really? Youqing knew it was like this. Li Bufan was absolutely right when he said they would break up in one day. The Lin family is considered a wealthy family in Chengdu, but it is not very well known in Beijing. A woman like Lu Mei would definitely run away if she met someone better. Youqing, I won't disturb your world of two. I have to go practice and try to open the heaven and earth chi meridians as soon as possible. Without the heaven and earth chi meridians, you can't be considered a genius here. Li Bufan left. Youqing and Chu Youqing continued to tour the school. Although there are many people in the school, most of them are freshmen. The senior students are basically practicing and rarely come out to hang out. Youqing, it's Wang Tenjiun. Chu Youqing saw Wang Tenjiun from afar. Youqing looked over and saw a man with fierce eyes and a storm in his eyes. He opened the Wuji Feng Mei Eye, which is a martial meridian with wind attributes. The Wang family members are not good people, Lu Sun, you have to be careful of them. Chu Youqing reminded. Brother Sun, are you also coming to Baidu University? I thought you were going to Kingxia College. In addition to Wang Tenjian, Lu Sun met some other students from Chengdu No. 1 Middle School one after another. Are you Lu Sun? At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Lu Sun. Lu Sun looked up and saw the woman who was speaking. She had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, skin as white as cream, and was dressed in plain clothes, but she looked elegant and beautiful. He looks to be about 24 or 25 years old, about the same age as Murong Wan. Judging from the way he arrived, his actual age was definitely much older than Murong Wan. Being able to fly is a symbol of strength, not to mention that this is Baidu University. It must be someone simple who can fly here. Teacher, I'm Lu Sun. Lu Sun felt that the other party was most likely a teacher from Baidu University. I'm Fu Shuet. From today on, I'll be your mentor. The woman in plain clothes said lightly. Ah! Lu Sun was stunned. Fu Shuet. Wow, it's her. Have you heard of her? Of course, she is an elder of Baidu Palace, a powerful person in the Tongxian realm. It is said that she is only one step away from the Tianxiang realm. She actually took the initiative to accept a disciple. There were screams of surprise all around. It just so happened that a student knew Fu Shuet. A powerful person in Tongxian realm. This is the 6th realm. Wow, a powerful person in the 6th realm took the initiative to come and be his mentor. Could it be that she saw something? Lu Sun, agree quickly. Chu Youqing heard the discussions of the students around her and kept pulling at the corner of his clothes. Teacher Fu, I'm sorry, I've already voted for Teacher Fei. How could Lu Sun agree? Judging from Fu Shue's attitude, if Lu Sun really became her student, she would probably fill his schedule with cultivation courses and might even arrange for a teaching assistant to watch him 24 hours a day. He wouldn't be able to slack off even if he wanted to. How can you lie down happily? Teacher Fei. It's Teacher Fei Taie. Fei Taie. Fu Shui raised her eyebrows slightly. Did he promise you? I submitted it a few hours ago. Teacher Fei must be busy. That's all right. Fu Shui interrupted, I'll tell him that you're already my student. Report to the Kainyi building tomorrow morning, and I'll make a training plan for you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Teacher Fu, wait! Lu Sun shouted quickly. What else? Fu Shui looked back. I think Mr. Fei is great. I've decided to follow him. Lu Sun insisted. It's okay, that's it. This matter is settled. Fu Shui did not give Lu Sun any room for negotiation. Teacher, please think about it again. I'm a lazy person. It's okay if you're lazy. I'll send an assistant to supervise your training. Why don't you consider other people, such as Wang Tenjian and Lu Xing? They are much better than me. We'll talk about it later. I came here just for you. Okay, that's it. Lu Sun struggled, but Fu Shui refused to budge and insisted on being his mentor. Do you have to be so persistent? Sister, I am a kind, beautiful, gentle, generous and virtuous big sister, please let me go. And that Fei Taie, why hasn't he replied yet at this time? Chapter 34. Who wants to steal my students? A lazy voice suddenly sounded. Lu Sun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a scruffy, unkempt old man who appeared not far away. Lu Sun, right? I drank a little too much last night and just saw your resume. I agree to be your mentor. Elder Fu, you can go back now. After the old man explained to Lu Sun, he turned to Fu Shui. Drink wine? Lu Sun took a look and saw that the old man had a gourd-shaped wine pot on his waist, and the aroma of wine wafting from it was refreshing. Is this Fei Taie, who has reached the 5th level of Grandmaster cultivation. This image is so out of place. On second thought, it's better to be out of tune. Isn't this the kind of mentor Liu Xun wants? Do you really want to choose Fei Taiye? He's been hurt by love, his heart is broken, he spends his days drunk, and he'll make no progress in his life. Such a decadent mentor won't be of any help to you. Fu Shui's voice suddenly sounded in Liu Xun's ears. The voice was very soft, as if Fu Shui was whispering in Liu Xun's ear. It was a secret method of transmission, so only Liu Xun could hear it. Hurt by love, has your heart for Taoism been broken? Fu Shui's words immediately made Liu Xun understand why Fei Taiye looked like this. Wonderful! Now Liu Xun became more determined. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would still choose Fei Taiye. Teacher Fei. Liu Xun took 2 steps at a time and went over to the old man, shaking his hand enthusiastically. I've finally waited for you. Hey, my good student. Fei Taiye smiled and patted Liu Xun's shoulder. From now on, the teacher will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me your name. Fu Shui was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that even after she told Liu Xun the interests involved, he still chose Fei Taiye. That's all. Looking at the old man and the young man who seemed to be friends who felt they had met too late, as if they were close friends regardless of age, Fu Shui shook her head and quietly disappeared from the spot. Liu Xun, Teacher Fei doesn't seem very reliable to me. Teacher Fu is so amazing and she came all the way here just for you. Why did you reject her? Half an hour later, Chu Youqing asked in great confusion. In her opinion, Fu Shui is the best solution for Liu Xun. A powerful being in the 6 realms. Chu Yuqing's mentor was not a 6th level powerful being, but only a 5th level immortal cultivator. The powerful people in the 6th realm usually spend most of their time practicing, and only a few of them have the leisure to come and act as mentors. Not to mention, Fu Shui is a powerful person in the 6th realm, only 1 step away from the 7th realm. Such a strong man came to him personally to accept him as a disciple, but Liu Xun actually refused. Just refuse it. It would be fine if Liu Xun chose a normal mentor. But what did Liu Xun choose? Fei Taiye is unreliable at first glance. I'm afraid that beard hasn't been trimmed for several years. A 5th level Grandmaster carries a wine jug with him. How can he act like a Grandmaster? Youqing, you don't understand. Teacher Fei is a man of hidden talents. Think about how people like him have always been incredibly talented in movies and TV shows. Aren't they? It seems so. That's right. Just wait and see. My cultivation will surely improve rapidly. But you, Youqing, you have to work hard and don't let me leave you too far behind. Chu Youqing was successfully fooled by Liu Xun. The next day, Chu Youqing tried hard to go. Her mentor came to see her in advance. Li Bufan was also concentrating on practicing. Liu Xun found that he was left alone with nothing to do again. It doesn't matter where you lie down, Xiaobai, don't you think? Liu Xun teased Xiaobai. Last night, Xiaobai still showed no abnormality. That princess didn't come out. Liu Xun, since you chose the old man, I can't just say nothing. This card has some dark energy, so consider it a gift. In the afternoon, Fei Taiye called Liu Xun out and handed him a card. Liu Xun took a look and found that it was a special energy card, equivalent to a shopping card in a supermarket, except that it recorded the amount of dark energy. Thank you, teacher. By the way, there is also a local level technique here that should be of some use to you. Practice well and don't let Elder Fu laugh at you. Fei Taiye threw another martial arts manual to Liu Xun and staggered away. It looked like he drank again last night. It's really Buddhist. Liu Xun felt that his choice was very wise. If it were another instructor, he would have chosen the appropriate exercises and formulated a training plan for the student based on the student's situation. Where is Fei Taie? He threw a card with dark energy and a book of skills and left. As for the rest, I don't care about anything else. So much. Liu Sun took the card to the machine and checked it, and was shocked. Because there are 10,000 units of dark energy in the card. He didn't expect Fei Taie to be so generous. Comfortable. Liu Sun put the card away, feeling extremely satisfied with his wise choice. Now, even if Chu Youqing's family continues to cut off her credit card, Liu Sun can still keep his girlfriend well off. Fu Shui became Lu Xing's mentor. A few days later, Liu Sun accidentally learned that Fu Shui had become Lu Xing's mentor. This incident caused a lot of discussion on the campus network. Even in Peking University and Tsinghua University, it is rare to see a person in the sixth realm coming to serve as a tutor. Not to mention that Fu Shui is not far from the seventh realm and is a top-notch beauty herself. Does she have to be a mentor? Liu Sun expressed his incomprehension. I heard that Elder Fu Shui originally chose Liu Sun, but Liu Sun refused and insisted on choosing Fei Taie. Elder Fu Shui had no choice but to change to Lu Xing. Liu Sun? Which Liu Sun? It is said that he graduated from Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School and also opened the Heaven and Earth Qi Meridian, but the range of the strange phenomena he caused was not large. Why would Fu Shui choose such an unknown student? Oh my god, is Liu Sun blind? He actually chose Fei Taie as his teacher. He's going to cry when the assessment comes. I just checked Fei Taie, this is not a Buddhist style, it's directly the Buddha himself. Liu Sun discovered that the news that he had abandoned Fu Shui and chosen Fei Taie had spread on the campus network. Many freshmen are discussing this matter. Many people were originally curious about why Fu Shui took the initiative to find Liu Sun. When the Fei Taie Buddhist incident broke out, all students thought that Liu Sun must have lost his mind. Otherwise, how could someone do such a stupid thing? Ha 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 ha, I was just thinking about how to surpass you, but you came up and stabbed yourself twice. In the training room, Lin Yan, who had been practicing for most of the day, was overjoyed when he saw the news. He chose a mentor who also had the Red Sun vein, and the other party was a 5th-level Grandmaster. The mentor was very responsible to him and taught Lin Yan a method to widen the Xiang Meridian. Lin Yan was overjoyed and has been practicing hard these days. Now, he is like the protagonist in an inspirational movie, studying hard and training diligently, and when he becomes stronger in the future, he will seek revenge on Liu Sun and avenge his previous humiliation. As a result, Liu Sun actually chose Fei Taie, which was simply destroying his own martial arts and destroying his own Great Wall. Did Liu Sun think that having a unique meridian would be enough to solve all problems, and that he didn't even need a good mentor? If it were in other cultivation schools, having the unique meridians of heaven and earth would be a great achievement. Even without a good mentor, other students would find it difficult to match. But where is this place? This is Baidu University. Everyone has a unique meridian of heaven and earth, and at this time the role of the mentor becomes very important. Apart from anything else, cultivation is a very difficult thing. Without supervision and guidance, some students will be surpassed by others if they are a little lazy. People are lazy. Liu Sun, are you okay? Li Bufan got the news from somewhere and came here in a panic. What can happen to me? I'm fine. Liu Sun opened his hand that was trying to touch his forehead. It's okay, why would you give up a flower and choose a pile of cow dung? Now the whole school is waiting to laugh at you. What flowers and cow dung? That's Fu Shui, a powerful being of the sixth realm, once the most beautiful woman in the capital. She came to you on her own initiative, and you actually rejected her. Li Bufan was heartbroken and felt sorry for his good friend. So what if he's a sixth realm powerhouse? Extraordinary, you don't know that Fei Taie is the real treasure mentor. He even gave me the earth level skills and taught me how to practice them personally. Look, I have already entered the Qi Si realm. Liu Sun used his true energy, and the air around him shook. Hiss! Li Bufan's eyes suddenly widened larger than a cow's. Brother Sun, you are so awesome. Li Bufan was extremely envious. He hasn't even opened up the heaven and earth Qi meridians yet, and Liu Sun is already at the Qi Si realm. Chapter 35. Looking at it this way, these guys are blind to the true power. Brother Sun, I've decided. When I open up the heaven and earth Kamai, I'll also invest in Fei Tai. Li Bufan slapped his thigh suddenly, his eyes shining. You have no chance. Teacher Fei clearly stated that I am the only student he will accept. Liu Sun dissuaded him from this idea. Fei Tai's treasure is only for Liu Sun. If Li Bufan chose Fei Tai, he would have nothing to do but cry. Okay, I'm going to practice. I will definitely be able to open the heaven and earth Qi meridians. Then I will surrender to Fu Shuet. Such a great beauty, if you don't want her, I will. Li Bufan ran away as if he had been injected with chicken blood. This kid. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. There is no option for Fu Shui on the app for selecting a tutor. After Li Bufan left, Liu Sun continued to lie down. Liu Sun discovered that lying down in different places was really different. Lying down in Chengdu No. 1 middle school is not as comfortable as lying down in a top university like Baidu University. The food at Baidu University is 10 blocks better than that at Chengdu No. 1 middle school. The campus is big and beautiful, and Liu Sun feels more comfortable walking around. In addition, it is really pleasing to watch others practicing hard every day while Liu Sun's cultivation level is rising without any practice. Comparison is more valuable. I don't know when Murong Wan will come to the capital. Murong Wan has been silent these days. Murong Wan has been accepted as a disciple by an elder of Baidu Palace and will be trained at Baidu University. She will come sooner or later. The reason he hasn't come now might be that Murong Zhan's injury hasn't fully healed yet. Chu Youqing hasn't sent any messages to Liu Sun in the past few days. She must be in seclusion practicing to open her meridians. Chu Youqing breaks through the 10th level of body forging. The host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained from body forging. This is not. The harvest is coming. Chu Youqing's body training has reached the 10th level. She was at the 9th level of body forging before, and now she has made a further breakthrough. 20 times. After binding the second person, the system's return multiplier was increased from 10 times to 20 times. The rewards became more powerful, and Liu Sun's body forging realm rose 4 levels, reaching the 28th level. Liu Sun, I've reached the 10th level of physical training and am planning to open my meridians tomorrow. Shall we go shopping at King Bay Street tonight? Chu Youqing sent a message. Good. Liu Sun agreed. King Bay Street is located between Kingxiu College and Baidu University, and is the first choice for students in cross-school relationships to hang out. Youqing, why is your mother following us? Leave her alone. Liu Sun discovered that he and Chu Youqing had a follower. Murong Yan. These days, the mother and daughter are still in a stalemate. The conditions offered by the He family were too generous, especially the heavenly level martial arts, which made Murong Yan inclined to marry into the He family, but she did not force Chu Youqing. Murong Yan bought a shop and rented a house on a street in Tsinghua and Peking University, and it seems that she is planning to accompany her child to study for a long time. To be precise, it was to prevent Chu Youqing from repeating her old path and suddenly coming home one day with a big belly to force the emperor to abdicate. Chu Yuqing's secondary card is still suspended. After she enrolled in Kingxiu College, she also received a subsidy of 1,000 dark energies. Although 1,000 dark energies is a lot for ordinary people, it is actually far from enough when it comes to real cultivation. Especially for geniuses who cultivate quickly. 10,000 dark energies. Liu Sun, is Teacher Fei so generous that he can give you so much dark energy at once? Well, I told you long ago that Teacher Fei is a treasure instructor. Now you believe it, right? Well, you've found a treasure this time. Here. Too many. Take it if I tell you to. Once your meridians are opened, your demand for dark energy will increase. If your cultivation level doesn't improve, it proves that you made a mistake in choosing me. You don't want to be laughed at by your parents, do you? Okay, but this is just a loan. I'll pay you back when I have money. Liu Sun handed the card worth 10,000 dark energy to Chu Youqing. Not far away, Murong Wan saw Liu Sun's actions, and anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. Because after Liu Sun inserted the card, he took Chu Yuqing's hand. This is equivalent to watching the cabbages you raised being eaten by pigs. Liu Sun put his arm around Chu Yuqing's waist, and the two of them clung to each other, talking as they walked on the road. Only the beautiful woman Murong Wan was left there sulking. Miss, you look like my first love, can you add me on WeChat? Roll. Have mercy, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. A young man who wanted to avoid detours became Murong Wan's punching bag, and was forced to kneel down and beg for mercy by her pressure as a third-level warrior. Is your mother so hot-tempered? She looks so young. When she walks with me, people always mistake her for my sister. When we were in Chengdu, many people would chat her up whenever we went shopping. Liu Sun and Chu Youqing noticed this scene. Murong Wan does look young, but she is in her 40s. Her life experience has given her maturity and charm that a girl does not have. In addition, she comes from a wealthy family, has an elegant temperament, and her appearance and figure are first class. Her lethality to some young people is comparable to that of nuclear weapons. The two of them walked on the street all night under Murong Wan's murderous gaze. Liu Sun, see you next weekend. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Youqing said goodbye to Liu Sun and returned to Kingshu College. After Liu Sun sent her to the school gate, he looked back at Murong Wan who was following him not far away, and then leisurely returned to Bai to University. Xiao Bai, it's been a week. Where is the princess in your body? In the middle of the night, Liu Sun woke Xiao Bai up and looked at it over and over again. A week passed and the princess seemed to have disappeared. This made Liu Sun less fun. Meow. Xiao Bai rubbed Liu Sun affectionately. Well, that's not bad. Youqing, let's start. Yes, teacher. Early the next morning, Chu Youqing arrived at the training room early. She is ready to open the pulse. The composition of dark energy is very complex. Use your spiritual roots to filter it and store it in your danshan. When you feel your lower abdomen warm and your danshan slightly swell, you can impact the first spiritual vein. Chu Yuqing's mentor was there to supervise and guide her throughout the whole process. If you have spiritual roots, you can actually practice directly. However, the reason why the word ancient is added to the word spiritual root is because the exercises practiced directly through spiritual roots are basically incomplete. Moreover, using spiritual roots to absorb dark energy for cultivation is very inefficient and slow. There are many components in dark energy, and different monks absorb different components. Martial artists can actually utilize more dark energy components than immortal practitioners, and much more. Just like a car, martial artists can add 92, 95, or 98, but immortal artists can only add 98 and eat refined grains. Therefore, the demand for dark energy by immortal cultivators is much greater than that by martial cultivators. The benefit of opening spiritual veins is that through the spiritual veins, the immortal cultivator can absorb more dark energy and the speed of cultivation will become faster. This is equivalent to installing a turbocharger and expander on the spiritual root. Therefore, even if you have ancient spiritual roots, you still need to open your meridians. The spiritual veins are different from the martial veins. They are not the 8 extraordinary meridians, but are created by the flow of dark energy in the body. The spiritual veins created in each person's body are different. The advantage of having ancient spiritual roots is that the spiritual veins are based on the ancient spiritual roots, and the probability of opening them is 100%, and more spiritual veins can be opened. The more spiritual veins you have, the faster your cultivation will naturally be. Chu Youqing took out the dark energy and absorbed it, and through the ancient spiritual roots, she absorbed all the components of the dark energy that could be absorbed by her. Teacher, my lower abdomen is getting hot. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Youqing felt heat in her lower abdomen. So soon. Her mentor Qin Ruolan was a little surprised. Qin Ruolan also had ancient spiritual roots, but when she opened her first spiritual vein, it took her more than 40 minutes to absorb enough spiritual energy from the dark energy. Now use the breathing method I taught you to control the spread of spiritual energy in your body and find the fastest spreading route. Chu Youqing did as she was told. Teacher, I found it. It didn't take long before results were achieved. Okay, mobilize all your spiritual energy and attack with all your strength. Qin Ruolan's eyes showed shock and her voice rose an octave. Chu Youqing is simply a genius born for cultivating immortals. Her speed is too fast. Upon hearing this, Chu Youqing mobilized all her spiritual energy and rushed forward. Buzz! She opened the first spiritual vein with ease. Chapter 36. Chu Youqing breaks through the first spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained from opening the meridian. Coming! At Baidu University, Yusun sat up suddenly. Chu Youqing got up too early, and Yusun hadn't gotten up yet. With a 20-fold return, the heat flow in the body is much larger than before. After the hot current entered the danshan, it suddenly rushed in one direction. Buzz! Yusun's first spiritual vein opened. After the spiritual vein was opened, just like when the martial vein was opened, the heat flow collided repeatedly, expanding the spiritual vein even wider. Soon, this spiritual vein could no longer expand. Buzz! Then, the heat flow opened the second spiritual vein, and then the third and fourth. Why is it different? Yusun discovered the difference. When the martial meridian is opened, the heat flow will repeatedly flow in the martial meridian until it is completely exhausted. Spiritual veins are different. They seem to have a width limit. When it is no longer possible to expand further, the heat flow will open up new spiritual veins. Yes, the martial meridian utilizes the 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body. The spiritual meridian is created out of nothing, so it is normal that its width is limited. Yusun thought. Although he was forbidden to practice by the system, Yusun would still learn and understand these basic theoretical knowledge. Yusun would check in for some school courses from time to time. Even if he doesn't practice, he still needs to pretend. Otherwise, it would be telling others clearly that he is dead. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you really think that this world is beautiful, harmonious, and full of sunshine, and that everyone loves and respects each other? If the system is really exposed, not to mention aliens, even humans themselves, there is no telling how many people will do anything to get Yusun. Then try various ways to strip the system away, or simply lock Yusun up for research. Gocho. The heat in Yusun's body finally ran out after opening 5 spiritual veins for him. With just this one move, he surpassed nearly half of the immortal cultivators. Many immortal cultivators have gone through their entire lives without even having 5 spiritual veins. If the immortal cultivators knew this, I wonder how jealous they would be. Chu Youqing breaks open a second spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained from opening the vein. Not long after the breakthrough, the second return came. Chu Youqing breaks open the third spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained from opening the vein. Not long after, Chu Youqing broke through the third spiritual vein. This speed is not much slower than Murong Wan's opening of her martial meridians. But you have to know that spiritual veins are more difficult to open than martial veins, and the speed of opening spiritual veins is much slower than martial veins. The fact that Chu Youqing can still maintain such a speed is enough to show her talent in the way of immortality. It is absolutely correct to say that she is a natural immortal cultivator. Youqing, don't go too fast. Stay steady to avoid getting hurt. Yes, teacher, I am sure. In Kingsyu College, Qin Ruolan was a little worried about Chu Youqing. It was really because Chu Youqing opened her spiritual veins too quickly. One after another. This speed made Qin Ruolan amazed but also a little frightened. Opening the pulse is actually a very risky thing. Every year, many people are injured due to opening of the meridians, and some of the serious ones cannot even take care of themselves. The risk of spiritual veins is much greater than that of martial veins. After all, the martial vein has a vein that can be escaped. Spiritual veins come out of nothing, and without a vein to rely on, they are more easily injured. Qin Ruolan was worried that Chu Youqing might accidentally hurt herself, which would be troublesome. Chu Youqing listened to the advice and slowed down a little. But it didn't slow down too much. It was because her ancient spiritual roots absorbed dark energy too quickly. A steady stream of spiritual energy was converted into it, and she couldn't slow down even if she wanted to. Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7, Article 8, Article 9. Although Chu Youqing controlled her speed, she still opened 9 spiritual veins in one breath after a few hours. Youqing, here comes the key. Don't think about opening the heaven and earth chi vein yet. 9 spiritual veins are far from the limit. These 9 are large spiritual veins. If you can open 9 or more small spiritual veins, you can connect them into a spiritual wheel. Then it won't be too late to attack the heaven and earth chi vein. Yes, teacher. Take this spirit wheel pill, it will help you open your small spiritual veins. Qin Ruolan gave timely guidance and also gave Chu Youqing a pill. This is when the mentor's role becomes valuable. Chu Youqing took the Ling Lun pill and continued to open her meridians. Buzz! Another spiritual vein was opened. This is a small spiritual vein. It is actually more difficult to open a small spiritual vein than a large spiritual vein. And if you're not careful, you could get hurt. Because it's easy to use too much force. This is like capillaries, which can only hold a limited amount of blood. If you use flood water to flush them, it would be strange if the blood vessels are not burst. So, Chu Youqing slowed down. It takes about half an hour to open a meridian. Hasn't it stopped yet? When he was at Baidu University, Liu Sun sat there, waiting for the harvest. Xiao Bai was lying not far away, looking at Liu Sun curiously. Liu Sun's body vibrated with energy from time to time, which made Xiao Bai, who liked to be close to Liu Sun, afraid to go over. From morning to noon and then to afternoon. This time, Chu Youqing opened the pulse for a whole day. Teacher, I seem to have reached my limit. Chu Youqing discovered that she could no longer open new spiritual veins in her body. How many are there in total? Qin Ruolan asked. 36. Okay, connect them into a spirit wheel. Chu Youqing mobilized her spiritual energy and connected the spiritual veins in her body to form a spiritual wheel. Oh my god! So many! So many spirit veins, it's amazing! On the other side, Liu Sun was shocked after feeling the number of spiritual veins in his body. There were a total of 180 spiritual veins of various sizes in his body. 180 spiritual veins, it is so terrifying to tell others about it, even Liu Sun himself was scared. Chapter 37. Not only are there many spiritual veins, but when the last vein opens, the remaining heat flow connects these spiritual veins into an extremely huge spiritual wheel. This spiritual wheel connects Liu Sun's spiritual meridians throughout his body. Its existence can turn the spiritual vein into a whole, making the practice faster. What if I practice cultivation? Feeling the huge spiritual wheel in his body, Liu Sun couldn't help but think. With such a large spiritual wheel, wouldn't he be in the 4th realm at the age of 20, the 5th realm at the age of 30, and the 6th realm at the age of 40? Generally speaking, whether it is a martial artist or an immortal cultivator, if one wants to break through the 6th realm, it will take at least dozens or even hundreds of years unless there is a special opportunity. It is not ruled out that there is some luck. For example, there are some tombstones of civilizations on the ancient starry road. This is what was left behind by a planet that failed to upgrade its dimension. These civilization tombstones often contain some inheritance or opportunities. Of course, there is also the danger of losing your life. If you are lucky enough to obtain things like cultivation relics and martial arts crystals in the tombstone of civilization, you will soar to the sky. Every time you encounter a tombstone of civilization, some lucky people are born. However, some people also say that things that are not yours will eventually have hidden dangers. For example, there was once an immortal cultivator who had a fortuitous encounter after entering the civilization tombstone. In just a few years, he rushed from the 3rd realm to the 6th realm. Later people discovered that this immortal cultivator must have been possessed by someone or his soul merged with someone else's. He was in a state of schizophrenia from time to time, and his cultivation level was regressing instead of improving. In the end, he became possessed and his bright future was ruined. The host is forbidden to practice on his own. Otherwise, every time Blue Star enters the ancient starry sky road, the host will die. As if fearing that Yusun would not be able to figure it out and practice on his own, the system gave a timely warning. Well, I wouldn't be that stupid. Yusun was just talking. It's so comfortable to lie down. I have free time and can do whatever I want. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. Only those who have gone mad would practice cultivation. There shouldn't be any more, right? Yusun felt that Chu Youqing's meridian opening should have come to an end. Next, she should prepare to open the strange meridians of heaven and earth. It is difficult to open spiritual veins in itself, and it is even more difficult to open the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. Chu Youqing, you can do it. Yusun has confidence in his girlfriend. Youqing, how about this? If you're tired, you can come back tomorrow. No, teacher, I feel like now is the best time to open it. Okay, take this Jia's Kamai pill, it should help you. Teacher, this is too precious. It's nothing to me. At Kingseo College, Chu Youqing was somewhat moved. Qin Ruolan gave her 2 extremely precious pills one after another. In the East, the Jia group's elixirs are well known. Especially the pills such as body strengthening pill, meridian opening pill and Kamai pill, the effects are very good and most people cannot buy them even if they have money. For Qin Ruolan, a 5th level immortal cultivator, it is not difficult to buy it, but as a mentor, this friendship is extremely deep. After Chu Youqing took the Qi Mai Dan, she closed her eyes and began to attack the Qi Mai of heaven and earth. There are many types of strange veins of heaven and earth. If classified by attributes, there will be several strange veins of heaven and earth for each attribute. Such as the strange veins of heaven and earth with fire attributes, there are the red sun vein, the red lotus vein, the burning sky martial vein, the red sky vein and so on. Among them, the Xiang vein and the Honglian vein have both martial veins and spiritual veins. What kind of extraordinary veins of heaven and earth a cultivator can open depends on many factors. If you have spiritual roots, it depends on the properties of the spiritual roots. For example, the fire spiritual root will basically bloom the heaven and earth strange veins of fire attribute, while the water spiritual root will bloom the heaven and earth strange veins of water attribute. Even if one does not have spiritual roots, if one can open 9 spiritual veins, there is a small chance of opening a unique vein of heaven and earth. There is a certain degree of randomness at this time. Chu Youqing's spiritual root is a top-grade spiritual root with some special properties. It is an attributeless spiritual root. In other words, theoretically, she has the possibility to open up every kind of strange meridian in the world. No one can say for sure which one will be issued. Being without attributes does not mean being truly without attributes. It may be a hidden attribute that is difficult to detect with current detection methods. Chu Youqing hopes that what will be opened is a heavenly and earthly meridian with fire attribute. The resources needed to cultivate the fire-attributed heaven and earth kami are relatively easy to find, and they are also extremely powerful in battle. Although her father had stopped using her secondary card, her mother Murong Wan had already prepared the solar essence and fire energy stones needed to open her meridians. As parents, it is one thing that they don't want Chu Youqing to be deceived by Huang Mao, but they will definitely not completely ignore their daughter's future. When Chu Youqing was opening her meridians, she had used a lot of solar essence to refine her spiritual veins, making it easier to open the fire-attributed meridians of heaven and earth. She did not go under the sun specifically like Lin Yan did when he opened the Xiang meridian. Unnecessary. This training room had already gathered the surrounding sunlight, creating an environment that was most conducive to Chu Youqing opening her meridians. Kingxiu College is the top institution of higher learning in the country, so this is no joke. Both the hardware and software facilities are far superior to other training schools. At this moment, Chu Youqing's whole body was bathed in light, and her skin turned red. She closed her eyes tightly and absorbed the sun's essence and fire crystal with all her strength. The fire crystal comes from the ancient starry road. The energy inside is a kind of dark energy, not the ordinary energy like energy blocks used as living energy. Therefore, the price is extremely expensive. A small piece the size of a palm can cost hundreds of millions. Moreover, it is difficult to buy even if you have money, and you can only exchange it for dark energy. Auntie, that's enough. I can't eat any more. Xiao Lu, did you include my daughter? I've added it, but she still hasn't passed it. On the other side, Lu Sun waited for a long time, but Chu Youqing still didn't open the TND Kami, thinking that Chu Youqing would not make an attack today. He was a little hungry, so he went to the cafeteria to eat. The canteens at Peking University and Tsinghua University are rare, where the aunties not only don't shake when serving food, but are also worried that you won't have enough to eat. Just like this aunt, not only did she give Lu Sun a full cup every time, she also introduced her daughter to Lu Sun. Xiaobai, come and eat. Lu Sun brought a bowl of special rice to Xiaobai. The reason why he always got food from the aunt to whom he was introducing his daughter was because the aunt would silently give Xiaobai a bowl of food as well. One person and one cat started eating happily. Master He, Lu Sun is just a country bumpkin. He was lucky enough to have a chance encounter, which opened up the strange meridians of heaven and earth. With Master He's ability, it would only take one kick to crush Lu Sun to death. While enjoying his meal, Lu Sun suddenly heard his name. Lu Sun raised his eyebrows and looked over, seeing two familiar faces. Lin Yan and He Xiao. The one who spoke was Lin Yan. He Xiao was asking him for his own information. Lu Sun is a jerk. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I'll try to trick him out of school. Master He can teach him a lesson. Who the hell threw me? Lin Yan was enjoying his talk when a shoe flew towards him with a baihu sound and hit him right on the back of the head. He turned around angrily and saw Lu Sun. Lu Sun, is it you? It was your grandfather who threw it. Lu Sun interrupted him and threw another shoe at Lin Yan's face. If you hit someone, hit them in the face. Baihu. Lin Yan clearly saw the shoes and wanted to hide, but his brain told him that he could avoid them. But the shoe came too fast and he couldn't dodge it. He was hit so hard that his nose and face were bruised and swollen, and there was a clear shoe print on his face. Chapter 38. Lu Sun, how dare you throw your shoes at me? Lin Yan was so angry that he was shaking all over. The shoe prints on his face were burning with pain, and the strange looks from the students around him made him even more ashamed and angry. Lu Sun. He Xiao also saw Lu Sun. The scene outside the cafe a few days ago is still vivid in my mind. That time, Lu Sun hit him so hard that he vomited blood and also suffered some internal injuries. After a few days, with the help of medicine, his injuries were almost recovered. This guy wanted to take revenge. Then he found Lin Yan, who was from the same school as Liu Xuan, and wanted to find out about Liu Xuan's background. Unexpectedly, Liu Xuan heard it. "Why, you're only allowed to plot against me behind my back, but I'm not allowed to teach you a lesson in person." Liu Xuan stood up barefoot. Xiao Bai cleverly picked up the slippers he had thrown away. He rubbed the cat's head and said, "Mr. Lin, people who talk behind others' backs will be punished." You. In anger, Lin Yan was about to say that if he had the guts, he would go to the ring, but then he thought again, he seemed no match for Liu Xuan. Lin Yan's expression changed again and again, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Liu Xuan, don't think I can't do anything to you. Senior He, please give me justice and teach this ignorant guy a lesson." "That's enough." He Xiao interrupted Lin Yan and said coldly, "Liu Xuan, you are so arrogant, but I want to remind you that Article 3 of the school rules prohibits private fighting in public areas." "Senior He." He Xiao's words caught Lin Yan completely off guard. Lin Yan originally expected He Xiao to teach Liu Xuan a lesson, but He Xiao, a sophomore with the 4th level of Qi High cultivation, used school rules to pressure Liu Xuan. This made him confused. "Why, you want to stand out?" Liu Xuan raised his eyebrows and pointed the spearhead at He Xiao. "I'm a freshman and you're a sophomore, don't accuse me of bullying you. Let's go, see you in the ring." "Liu Xuan, you're courting death." "Senior, quickly agree to his request." Lin Yan was overjoyed. "It's He Xiao. He opened his Red Lotus Meridian at the age of 18, and his cultivation has even reached the 4th level of Qi Si. Who is this Liu Xuan? He's only a freshman and he dares to challenge He Xiao. Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang." More and more students are paying attention to this conflict. After hearing Liu Xuan's words, more students looked at him in surprise. A freshman actually took the initiative to ask the sophomore to set up the stage. The students were puzzled by Liu Xuan's arrogance. If a freshman who has opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth challenges an old student who has not opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth, it is understandable. But He Xiao also possesses the unique veins of heaven and earth, and his cultivation is even more impressive. This freshman must be so bold and courageous, or he must be so fearless as to dare to challenge him. Liu Xuan. Could he be the Liu Xuan who chose Fei Taie? It's him. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was him. That makes sense. Since everyone chose Fei Taie, it wouldn't be surprising if there were more bizarre moves. He's going to get beaten now. When a student recognized Liu Xuan, many students in the cafeteria suddenly realized what was going on. What a shame! With such a handsome face, why does he always do such ridiculous things? Some senior students who sympathized with Liu Xuan felt sorry for him. Senior. Just as Lin Yan was imagining Liu Xuan being beaten up by He Xiao in the ring, He Xiao didn't react for a long time. Lin Yan took a look and found that He Xiao's eyes were gloomy and his face was changing from gloomy to cheerful, as if he was struggling. This puzzled Lin Yan. For someone who has the 4th level of Qi Hai and possesses the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth, it is not easy to suppress a newcomer who has just opened his meridians. Why is he taking so long? Why, you don't dare! Liu Xuan took a step forward, his eyes full of provocation. Liu Xuan, I don't want to bully you. Don't say that. I just want you to bully me. Come on, bully me. He Xiao wanted to say something polite, but Liu Xuan interrupted him directly. Liu Xuan, don't go too far. He Xiao's eyes were spitting fire. He really wanted to take revenge and get back at the place himself. After reviewing the battle a few days ago, he felt that Liu Xuan had defeated him by relying on his powerful body movements. He Xiao plans to practice hard to improve his physical skills and make up for his shortcomings. His injuries haven't fully healed yet, and his physical skills are still far from Liu Xuan's. Therefore, facing Liu Sun's challenge, He Xiao really didn't dare to accept it. What's going on? Why doesn't He Xiao even dare to accept Liu Sun's challenge? This scene left the surrounding students confused. Lin Yan's mind was full of questions. Did I get the wrong script? Shouldn't He Xiao take up the challenge and beat up Liu Sun? Why is Liu Sun being so aggressive now, but He Xiao is backing off again and again, even saying something like this is too much. This is not right. Something is wrong. You're a sophomore and I'm a freshman. Did I bully you? Liu Sun smiled. You. He Xiao was furious. What's wrong with me? You're a sophomore, a 4th level Qi High Realm student. You wouldn't be afraid of a freshman like me, right? At this point, Liu Sun changed the subject. Yes, a few days ago, I seem to have beaten you to the point of vomiting blood. You were defeated. Did I break your courage? Wow! Liu Sun's words caused an uproar among the students around him. What? A few days ago, He Xiao was beaten by Liu Sun until he vomited blood. How is this possible? The students couldn't believe it. Senior. Lin Yan looked at He Xiao suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. He instinctively didn't believe it. But when He Xiao faced Liu Sun's challenge, his inky look told Lin Yan that what Liu Sun said was very likely true. Damn it! He Xiao was filled with grief and indignation. Liu Sun did not initially reveal the fight outside the coffee shop a few days ago, but instead pressed him step by step, forcing him into an extremely embarrassing situation before suddenly revealing the truth. Just at this moment, the area was surrounded by students. This is done on purpose to embarrass him. You're just relying on your agility to sneak attack. Liu Sun, just wait until I recover, and then we'll fight again. He Xiao's face turned visibly red and warm, and he had to say something harsh to save face. Okay, I'll wait for you. Liu Sun said lightly. Walk. He Xiao couldn't stay any longer. Today, he was completely disgraced. It seems that it's true that He Xiao is so cowardly. Isn't he at the 4th level of Qi Hai? How come he can't even beat Liu Sun? He's so useless. Haven't you heard of using sneak attacks with body movements? Liu Sun just graduated from the martial arts school, and he was able to pull off a sneak attack. Either Liu Sun is too awesome, or He Xiao is too weak. The students' discussions reached He Xiao's ears. Liu Sun, this revenge must be avenged. He Xiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode and he hurriedly fled the cafeteria. Senior, wait for me. As soon as He Xiao left, Lin Yan took a look at Liu Sun, who seemed to be smiling, and dared not stay any longer. He chased after him with shoe prints all over his face. Look at that guy. Puff. Did he fall on the sole of his shoe? Some students burst into laughter when they saw the shoe prints on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan collapsed and rubbed his face violently. But the shoe print was so deep into the flesh that it couldn't be wiped off like this. Lin Yan had no choice but to cover his face and run wildly on the campus. He didn't even bother to chase He Xiao. He just wanted to get back to the dormitory quickly to get rid of the shoe prints. As a result, he accidentally bumped into a little fairy. Girls, this is a speechless incident. Is Hyuxi a male performance art so abstract now? He has a shoe sole tattoo on his face and dares to pounce on girls. Then, Lin Yan discovered that his beautiful photos were taken by the little fairy and posted on the campus network. He also got the nickname Shoe Man. Liu Sun. I will never forgive you. Lin Yan was completely torn apart. Chapter 39. Xiaobai, are you full? Meow. In the Baidu University cafeteria, one person and one cat finished their meal. Junior, can you give me AV? I need a sparring partner for my swordplay. No thanks. Liu Sun carried Xiaobai out of the cafeteria. Brother Liu Sun, are you interested in joining our Ancient Road Expeditionary Force? As soon as I left the cafeteria, more students caught up with me. Ancient Road Expeditionary Force. It's a club. More than a dozen of us have entered the nodes of the ancient Starry Sky Road. If you have the opportunity to set foot in the Starry Sky in the future, we can form a group. Oh, I'll think about it. This is my business card. If you have any ideas, feel free to contact me. This student is a club cadre. There are also many clubs in the training schools. Compared with clubs in ordinary schools, these clubs have greater practical significance. For example, if there is an opportunity to enter a node of the ancient Starry Sky Road, students in the club can huddle together for warmth. Liu Sun has no idea yet. With the current strength, even if Blue Star re-enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, it will not have the opportunity to set foot on the ancient road node. It was getting dark. Although the blue planet is no longer in the solar system, the length of day and night is not much different from when it was in the solar system. Liu Sun took Xiaobai for a walk and then went back to sleep. Have you heard? That Liu Sun is really good. He actually beat a sophomore who is at the 4th level of Qi Hai until he vomited blood. Is this true? Didn't Liu Sun just graduate? It was said that it was a sneak attack. That's more like it, but even a sneak attack is pretty powerful. I don't understand why he chose Fei Taie. Several students walking towards us happened to talk about Liu Sun. The news spread so quickly. Liu Sun took out his phone and saw that there was indeed a post on the campus website. It just so happened that this period was the most active time for freshmen, so the news spread quickly. These students are also freshmen. As for the sophomores and above, most of them are busy with their cultivation, and far fewer of them pay attention to this matter. Wow, Liu Sun, you're awesome. You can even make someone at the 4th level of Qi Hai vomit blood. Take care of your brother. Your heaven and earth Qi meridian is open. No, this dog's strange meridians in heaven and earth can't be opened no matter what. I went shopping with a senior student to find some inspiration. Didn't you say before that senior sisters don't even talk about dogs? Well, that was because I was young and ignorant. Liu Sun, you don't know how fragrant my body is and how soft my hands are. The message sent by Li Bufan opened Liu Sun's eyes. I don't know which senior sister is so powerful that she actually managed to take down this guy. Meow. The little white cat in my arms meowed. Then, the sky, which had been dark just a moment ago, suddenly became extremely bright. Liu Sun looked up and saw that the sky was as if on fire, with rolling red clouds and boiling red light. In the scorching red sky, huge suns jumped out of the sea of fire one after another like awakening gods, illuminating the entire capital city red. The moment of each sun's birth is accompanied by the earth-shaking cry of a phoenix. One can see a phoenix with a body of red gold flapping its wings from the blazing flames, circling around the newborn sun in mysterious trajectories. Wow! It's a vision! How astonishing! This vision is incredible! There were exclamations from the campus. In a place like the capital where geniuses gather and powerful people are like clouds, strange phenomena in heaven and earth are not uncommon. Not to say that they happen every day, but basically there is one every few days. Sometimes, it is possible for strange phenomena in heaven and earth to occur several times a day. However, most of the strange phenomena in the sky and earth are not large in scope and their momentum is not that shocking. This time, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth were a bit shocking. Mainly the sun. Common phenomena in heaven and earth, such as the rising of a red sun when Lin Yan opened the red sun vein. But this time, the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth was that the sun rose up one after another as if it was free. In visions involving the sun, the more suns that appear, the more astonishing the vision becomes. The more genius that causes the vision, the more evil he is. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds. Some students tilted their necks 90 degrees to count the number of rising suns. 6 rounds, 7 rounds, 8 rounds, 9 rounds. When the ninth sun rose from the red flames, the entire capital seemed to be plunged into a doomsday-like heat. The sky was no longer covered with red clouds, but had completely turned into a boiling sea of fire. 9 brilliant suns hung in the sky, each emitting a suffocating pressure. 9 great suns. This is the 9 lights spiritual vein. Red flames burn the sky, 9 suns hang in the sky, and the phoenix dances with golden feathers, splitting the azure sky. It's been a long time since I saw the 9 lights spiritual vein. In the sky, several streaks of light stopped and stared at the 9 suns in the sky and exclaimed. However, the visions did not stop. Boom! The 10th sun rose slowly in full view of everyone. 10 rounds. One person's voice trembled, showing extreme restlessness. But this is not the end. The 11th and 12th suns rise one after another. The 12 lights of the holy vein. The 12 lights of the holy vein. In the capital, more people could no longer sit still and rushed to the center of the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. The 9 lights spiritual veins is not the name of a certain type of spiritual vein. The strange veins of heaven and earth such as the red sun vein and the red lotus vein have their own levels. If they can be opened to the extreme, they may also trigger the 9 lights phenomenon. Jiao is already extremely powerful. Now, 12 big suns have appeared. These are the legendary 12 holy veins of the Sunday. Since Blue Star set foot on the ancient starry road, the vision of the 12 holy veins has only appeared once. Chu Youqing opened the burning sky scarlet phoenix vein, and the host gained 20 times what Chu Youqing gained from opening the vein. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth. Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released. After each sun rose into the sky, Liu Sun also reaped his own rewards. What? 13 rounds? Then, above the sky, the 13th sun emerged. No, 13 rounds is not the limit. There are 14 rounds, 15 rounds, 16 rounds, and so on until 17 or 18 rounds. A full 18 suns. Pa! In the principal's office of Kingsyu College, the old principal's teacup shattered to the ground with a bang. Shiba Yao! How is this possible? 18 Yao, hiss! How can there be 18 luminaries? The direction that the wave came from is Tsinghua and Peking University. The sight of 18 suns rising into the sky was truly astonishing, illuminating the entire capital city even brighter than daytime. This also caused a stir in the capital. Countless powerful people were alarmed. Rays of light shot up into the sky and flew towards Peking University and Tsinghua University. 18 luminaries. No, this is a double vision. Above the sky, a powerful person cast his gaze. The strong man saw at a glance that this was a double vision. This means, this time the vision was caused by 2 people, not 1 person. But the 2 visions were too close to be easily distinguished. Even so, it is still amazing that the 18 stars can appear in the double vision. Hey! The strong man suddenly let out a light exclamation. Because, after the 18 luminaries appeared, misfortune occurred again. Clang clang! With the clanging cry of the phoenix, a colorful phoenix rose into the sky, carrying a huge golden sun on its back. Phoenix carrying the Sunday. What kind of pulse is this? The strong man above the sky looked thoughtful. Let's call you the immortal phoenix vein. Very good, now I have a second life. Baidu University, in an open space near Kingsyu College, Liu Sun's whispers were heard. What Chu Youqing opened was the Fengxiao Red Phoenix Vein, which can also be called the Red Phoenix Vein. After returning the money 20-fold, Liu Sun named it the Immortal Phoenix Vein. The special thing about the Heaven and Earth Kamai is that it gives the owner a special ability. The special ability bestowed upon Liu Sun by the Immortal Phoenix Vein is the power of Nirvana. It is equivalent to giving Liu Sun a second life. Chapter 40. How did it come together? At this time, Liu Xuan discovered that the immortal phoenix vein that had just been opened, under the 20-fold return of heat, actually merged with the previous heaven and earth qi vein. To be precise, they are connected together and gradually become the same vein. You should know that the strange vein of heaven and earth that was opened before was the martial vein. This time it's the spiritual vein. Can the martial vein and the spiritual vein be merged? The heaven and earth qi meridians were created by seizing the creation of heaven and earth. It is best to combine them into one, otherwise they will easily be targeted by heaven and earth. Since the host possesses a chaos divine body, and the first heavenly and earthly extraordinary vein possesses chaos attributes, there will be no conflict after merging, nor will it affect the functions of the two heavenly and earthly extraordinary veins. Instead, it will produce even more magical effects. The system's prompts put Liu Xuan's worries at ease. So, it's thanks to Murong Wan who was the first to be bound. Liu Xuan was relieved. Murong Wan's exquisite body and exquisite veins can accommodate multiple energies. Note, this is energy. For example, Murong Wan can practice thunder-based skills, fire-based skills, ice-based skills, and so on. All lanes of the martial arts world are open to her. Unlike the Xiang Meridian, only practicing fire-based exercises will produce the best results. Practicing other types of exercises will result in half the effort and twice the results. But it must be the martial arts path. Murong Wan cannot take the path of immortality. The exquisite treasure body was returned tenfold to Liu Xuan, and after turning into a chaotic divine body, it was upgraded. From being compatible with multiple energies, it has become compatible with multiple forces. This allows Liu Xuan to pursue the path of martial arts, the path of immortality, or other paths. If the first person he bound to was not Murong Wan, it would be a bit troublesome if he didn't have the chaos divine body. Because there will be power compatibility issues. It may not be a big deal at first, but once you become stronger, it will be fatal if this problem cannot be solved. Practicing both immortality and martial arts is beautiful to say but very difficult to do. Some immortal cultivators practice martial arts, which is actually body training, which belongs to the physical training among immortal cultivators, and is not the same concept as martial arts. The true dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts is to open both the martial meridians and the spiritual meridians. It's not that no one has tried it on the blue planet in the past. A brilliant genius opened his martial vein and then forcibly opened his spiritual vein. The final result was that this genius suffered severe damage due to an imbalance of power after growing to the 4th level, and it was basically impossible for him to make further progress. The Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Divine Veins perfectly solve this problem. This is a double vision. There's one at Tsinghua College, and one at Baidu University. Everyone, Tsinghua and Peking University have restricted airspace. Please do not approach. At this time, the monks who came from heaven finally made a discovery. This time the vision was twofold. Streams of light are approaching. However, cultivators from Tsinghua College and Baidu University took off into the air and kept the approaching cultivators out. This made it difficult for many monks to approach, and they could only watch from afar. It turns out he's from Peking University or Tsinghua University, no chance. There were people from other cultivation schools or forces who originally wanted to see if they could poach the students, but when they saw that both of them were at Peking University or Tsinghua University, they knew there was no hope. Here. Look at his head. At this moment, several students discovered Liu Xuan and exclaimed in surprise. A strange vision also appeared above Liu Xuan's head, mirroring the visions in heaven and earth. This was enough to prove that Liu Xuan had contributed to the vision in heaven. He looks like Liu Xuan. What, the Liu Xuan who chose Fei Taiye as his mentor? Hasn't he already opened the heaven and earth qi meridian? Why did it cause another strange phenomenon? These students were a little confused. Quiet. At this time, a man in green clothes fell from the sky and blocked the students. It's him. The man in green shirt had been to the coffee shop and met Liu Xuan. Principal Ning, Didn't Liu Sun open the heaven and earth chi meridian? How did he cause the heaven and earth strange phenomena again? A student who knew the man in green asked in a low voice. If my guess is correct, he should have opened the heaven and earth kami in his spiritual veins. The man in green said in a deep voice. What? Spiritual vein? Hiss. After opening the martial vein, can I also open the spiritual vein? Not only that, whether it's the martial vein or the spiritual vein, he has opened the heaven and earth meridians. What kind of monster is this? Principal Ning's words shocked all the students. Even in places like Peking University and Tsinghua University where geniuses gather, only a small number of students possess the unique veins of heaven and earth. None of these students have the unique meridians of heaven and earth. As a result, Liu Sun not only opened the heaven and earth kami in the martial arts, but also opened the heaven and earth kami again in the immortal way. Even in Peking University and Tsinghua University, where there are many geniuses, this is extremely rare. It is enough to make these geniuses feel incredible. Liu Sun opened the spiritual veins and also opened the heaven and earth meridians. Oh my god, is this true? Is he so unbelievable? If it's true, he might be the most monstrous talent in our class this year. Soon, the news spread through these students. It caused a great shock among the student community of Baidu University. A large number of students began to come here, blocking the waterside pavilion. The campus network and student groups are even more lively. The situation is clear. The 12 luminaries phenomenon was probably caused by the students of Kingsu Academy, while the 6 luminaries and the phoenix carrying the sun were caused by Liu Sun. The heaven and earth chi meridians that Liu Sun opened should be very powerful, but their scope is far less than that of Kingsu Academy. Someone got the latest news. Even if the scope is small, Liu Sun's ability to open 2 extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth can still be called astonishing. Indeed, I don't have any heavenly and earthly miraculous meridians, but he actually has 2. I really can't understand why such a genius would choose Fei Taie. The students were shocked and talked about it. Damn it, how could he? This news left Lin Yan stunned. After being slapped in the face by Liu Sun with his shoe sole, Lin Yan has been studying and practicing diligently these past few days, hoping to find Liu Sun one day to avenge his humiliation. As a result, Liu Sun actually opened up the strange veins of heaven and earth again. It is also the magical vein of heaven and earth of the immortal way. The strange pulses of heaven and earth are free. You can open them just by asking. How could it be? In a training room, He Xiao was also somewhat caught off guard by the news. He was currently practicing his physical skills, and now he had no mood to continue practicing. What genius! He's more like a madman. At this time, a discordant voice appeared in a student group. It's Senior Su Feng. Senior Su Feng, what do you say? When He Xiao saw the news, he became excited and hurried to ask for advice. The other party was a junior student, and his strength and knowledge far exceeded his. The immortal and martial dual universe meridians, this requires practicing the dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts. It sounds impressive, but since Blue Star embarked on the ancient Starry Sky Road, have you ever heard of anyone succeeding? Senior Su Feng asked. It seems so. I've never heard of anyone succeeding. Some immortal cultivators have exceptionally strong bodies, and can fight martial cultivators on equal terms with their physique alone. It turns out their magic is also exceptionally powerful. That's dual cultivation of Dharma and body, both are immortal ways, different from dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts. The other people in the group started talking one after another. Senior Su Feng, are there any hidden dangers in practicing both immortal and martial arts? He Xiao was afraid that these people would go off topic, so he asked quickly. Of course, these are 2 completely different power systems. The immortal way emphasizes the primordial spirit, taking the primordial spirit as its foundation and using spiritual power as its application. The martial way emphasizes the will, taking the body as its foundation and using true energy as its application. He wants to practice both immortal and martial arts cultivation. The most difficult problem to solve is the conflict of power. It might be okay in the first 5 realms, but once he breaks through the 5th realm, if this problem is not properly resolved, it will be enough to cost him his life. The heaven and earth's miraculous meridians are meant to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. He opened 2 of them at once. Does this mean that the way of heaven doesn't exist? When he suffers a heavenly tribulation, his tribulation will be more than 10 times greater than that of others. A person's energy is limited. Cultivation is not easy. Reaching perfection on one path is already extremely difficult. Dividing his attention into 2 things is tantamount to creating obstacles for himself. He is so greedy and wants to achieve everything. I'm afraid. Senior Su Feng spoke eloquently about the various hidden dangers of practicing both immortality and martial arts. Oh my God, 10 times the heavenly tribulation. So, he really is a lunatic. No, I still think he is a true genius. Aren't genius and madness sometimes the same thing? Senior Su Feng's words sparked discussion among the group members. Some people think Al Yusun is a true genius, while others think Al Yusun is too crazy and is playing with his own life. That puts my mind at ease. He Xiao's heart finally calmed down a little. The discussion in this group was quickly spread and sparked heated discussions among the freshman group of Baidu University. Chapter 41. El Yusun didn't know it yet, but he had already caused a big discussion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. He is neither a genius nor a madman, but just an ordinary system host. El Yusun now has his own troubles. There is no other reason. The beautiful sister Fu Shui is here again. Teacher Fu. Seeing Fu Shui's sparkling eyes staring at him without blinking as if appreciating a rare treasure, El Yusun began to feel overwhelmed. El Yusun, is the strange vein of heaven and earth you just opened a spiritual vein? Fu Shui asked. Yes, sir. El Yusun answered. You've opened both your martial and spiritual meridians, and even the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. Your talent is rare in this world, but do you know how dangerous it is to do so? Fu Shui asked again. Teacher, I feel okay. El Yusun answered again. I have a technique that might be able to help you solve this problem. The school leaders are all here. From today on, I will be your instructor. I will be responsible for you from now on. Fu Shui's voice became louder, and his words were firm and unquestionable. Here she comes. El Yusun's head became bigger than a pumpkin. Don't you already have a star body student? Why are you staring at me all the time? Beautiful sister, you deserve better. Elder Fu, this is really not nice of you. Fei Tai's lazy voice sounded. The rescue has arrived. Teacher Fei, you came just in time. El Yusun gave him a thumbs up. Teacher, you are here. How is my pulse? El Yusun ran over quickly. Not bad, not bad, you are worthy of being my student, Fei Tai. Fei Tai's face was full of smiles. After praising El Yusun, he took out a card and handed it to El Yusun. This card contains 100,000 units of dark energy. Consider it a reward for opening your meridians this time. From now on, I will give you another 20,000 units every month. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of dark energy. 100,000 units of dark energy. Wow! The students around were so envious that their eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Not to mention the students, even the teachers are envious. Ordinary lecturers at Peking University and Tsinghua University are basically cultivators at the 3rd level, and 100,000 units of dark energy is a huge sum of money for them. Thank you, teacher. El Yusun quickly took it with joy. Here comes another benefit of choosing Fei Tai. Fei Tai's heart for Taoism was broken, and he would never make any progress in his life. He just muddled through life and did not strive for improvement. This allows Fei Taiye to store dark energy. Otherwise, like other grandmasters of the 5 realms, even if it is easier to obtain dark energy, the consumption of one's own cultivation will also be great. My dear disciple, I, your master, must also cheer up and make sure to train you into a talent. I cannot let others laugh at our relationship as master and disciple. Fei Taiye's next sentence was not quite right. Teacher, why are you here too? Go and exchange some pills or something to strengthen your body first. Come to the training room in Kainyi building in 3 days. I will personally supervise your training. Fei Taiye continued. It's over, he's going to move on. Yes, teacher. Liu Sun couldn't show any abnormality in front of the teachers around him, so he could only swallow his anger. That's all. Seeing this scene, Fu Shui knew that she was doomed again. She shook her head and left quietly. Wow, Liu Sun rejected Fu Shui again and firmly chose Fei Taiye. But Fei Taiye was really generous and gave him 100,000 units of dark energy. Oh my god, 100,000 units. Is it too late for me to choose Fei Taiye now? Wake up, you don't even have the heaven and earth chi meridians, how can you choose? The news that Liu Sun rejected Fu Shui for the second time quickly spread. This time, because Fei Taiye was so generous, many students envied Liu Sun. Look, that's Liu Sun. Is he Liu Sun? He's so handsome. On campus, Liu Sun became completely famous and more people recognized him. Brother Sun, living father, godfather, please give me one of your heavenly and earthly meridians. Li Bufan ran over excitedly and asked Liu Sun to share his experience. He has been so obsessed with opening the strange meridians of heaven and earth recently that he is almost going crazy. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Chu Youqing sent a message to Liu Sun to announce the good news, but the two did not meet. When the 3 days were up, Liu Sun had to go to Kainyi building early in the morning with a sad face. There are a large number of training rooms in this building. Fei Taiye had already been waiting for Liu Sun in a practice room. Liu Sun discovered that Fei Taiye had changed into new clothes today and even trimmed his beard, looking as if he was going to turn over a new leaf. Oh no! Liu Sun's heart sank. Teacher, what kind of wine is in your gourd? It smells so good. Liu Sun suddenly had an idea and spoke before Fei Taiye. This is Shengxianzui. This is the best spiritual wine. I brewed it myself. You can't buy it even if you have money. Fei Taiye looked pleased. So it was brewed by the teacher himself. I was wondering why it was so fragrant and intoxicating. Teacher, can I have a taste? Liu Sun showed a look of longing. For you. Fei Taiye threw the gourd over. As soon as Liu Sun opened the cork, the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire training room. Delicious! After Liu Sun finished 1 glass, he immediately started drinking the second one. Teacher, what did you use to make this wine? It's so delicious. Teacher, I'll toast you a glass. Teacher, let me toast you again. So, in the practice room, Liu Sun and Fei Taiye drank 1 cup after another, and had a great time drinking. Liu Sun, remember to practice according to the schedule. As Fei Taiye drank, his head tilted and he fell asleep. I didn't forget to let Liu Sun practice before going to bed. My chaos divine body is truly amazing. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Liu Sun was not at all drunk. After thinking about it, Liu Sun found a thin blanket and covered Fei Taiye with it. Then he clapped his hands and left. It is impossible to practice cultivation. It is impossible to practice in this lifetime. Liu Sun, you were gone when I woke up yesterday. Where were you? Teacher, I'm practicing martial arts. How about I show you how to use it? The next day, Fei Taiye came again. Liu Sun has a big headache. He finally chose a Buddhist mentor, and the mentor was so moved by him that he decided to work harder. Who the hell can I go to for justice? Fortunately, Yusun used the Wanzong step to fool him. Teacher, is there still a divine drunk? Yusun started asking for wine again. As expected, Fei Tae got drunk again. Yusun, there's no record of this training room being used. Are you being lazy? No, absolutely not, teacher. You don't need to stare at me like that. I'm making rapid progress. If you don't believe me, just look at me. My Wanzong step has improved again. Indeed, physical skills alone are not enough. This is the Taya sword technique I created based on an unnamed sword manual. It only has the first 5 moves, so I'll leave it to you to develop and expand upon. Fei Tae handed a sword manual to Yusun. Completion. Yusun was completely overwhelmed. For the next 2 days, although Yusun would get Fei Tae drunk every day, Fei Tae would arrive on time the next morning. Yusun felt so regretful. Other instructors just let teaching assistants supervise. Fei Tae was so good that he came to supervise in person. And he comes here every day. Fortunately, Yusun had hidden something and was able to deal with it. But this is not a solution. Teacher, the wine you brew is so delicious. Your wife must be the happiest person in the world. Seeing that drinking didn't work, Yusun tried a different approach. In other words, you are bringing up something that is not related to the topic. But as soon as Yusun opened his mouth, Fei Tae felt unwell. He picked up the wine gourd and gulped it down. Come, drink. Fei Tae took the initiative to pour wine for Yusun. Did I say something wrong? Yusun thought. The next day, Fei Tae didn't come. On the 3rd day, Fei Tae was still nowhere to be seen. Is the lethality so great? I'm sorry, teacher, you should just continue to be decadent. Yusun apologized, but he felt relieved in his heart. Finally, I can lie down peacefully again. Chapter 42. Comfortable. Fei Tae didn't come for the next few days. This made Yusun very comfortable. This Tae sword technique can be given to Murong Wan. As for the dark energy, let's see if she needs it. Yusun now has a lot of good things in his hands. Yusun took a look at the Taya swordsmanship given by Fei Tae and found it to be very profound and extremely difficult. In comparison, the local level skills that Fei Tae gave to students at the beginning were actually nothing to students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. The levels of martial arts are as follows: Heaven, Earth, and Yellow, with Heaven level being the highest and Earth level being the second. In the outside world, Earth level skills are precious. But not everyone can practice it. If your martial and spiritual meridians are not strong enough, practicing too high a level of martial arts will be counterproductive. Yusun originally planned to give all the 100,000 units of dark energy given by Fei Tae to Chu Youqing. Chu Yuqing's family has cut off her credit card and is trying to force her to make concessions. But after thinking about it, Yusun decided to give Murong Wan some dark energy as well. The situation of the Murong family has been unstable recently. Murong Zhan has consumed a lot of dark energy in his healing, but Murong Wan may not also need it. Half of the holiday has passed, and Murong Wan has not yet come to the capital. It looks like he won't come until school starts. Yusun continued to lie flat. Chu Youqing would send him a message every few days to tell him about her recent situation. She was practicing with all her might in order to reach the second realm before school started, so that she could receive more dark energy after the cultivation level test at the beginning of the school year. As for elixirs, spiritual objects, or other resources, they can all be exchanged for dark energy. Dark energy can be used for personal cultivation and is also the currency among cultivators. There is still nothing unusual on Xiaobai's side. Yusun was not in a hurry. He lay down leisurely every day. From time to time, he would go to a theory class or go to the practice room to practice. Ha ha ha, Lu Suan, your brother Fan has opened up the strange meridians of heaven and earth. A week later, after a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, Li Bufan happily reported the good news to Lu Suan. He finally opened up the unique meridians of heaven and earth. His unique meridian of heaven and earth is called Xianhuang Wumei, which is an earth-based meridian of heaven and earth that emphasizes defense and strength. Lin Yan, come on, brother, lets you make the first move. You asked for it. As soon as the strange meridians of heaven and earth were opened, Li Bufan excitedly went to find Lin Yan and wanted to meet him in a duel. The arena is a place for schools to compete and exchange ideas. When Li Bufan opened up the Xianhuang martial vein, the range of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth was larger than that of Lin Yan. Lin Yan has widened the Xiang meridian a little these days, and with the Xiang meridian's heavy attack, he has enough confidence in defeating Li Bufan. With many students watching, the two of them were fighting back and forth on the ring, which was very lively. This guy, Lu Suan, was also watching the game. This battle was quite interesting. Li Bufan was just defending, while Lin Yan was just attacking. After Lin Yan was exhausted, Li Bufan attacked and decided the outcome with one blow, knocking Lin Yan off the stage. Dissatisfied? Sister, what else can you do besides being a turtle? You can't even break my defense, and you're still barking like a dog. After the two finished fighting, they started arguing with each other. Lin Yan was not convinced. Not only could he not beat Lu Suan, but now he couldn't even beat Li Bufan. Hey, isn't that the shoe guy? It's him. Just when I was feeling depressed, a girl recognized Lin Yan. Ha ha ha, so you are the shoe man. Are you going to make me die of laughter so that you can inherit my slippers? Li Bufan mocked loudly. I'm going to kill you. Lin Yan exploded on the spot. Brother Lu, there is some clue. On the second day after Li Bufan opened the heaven and earth Kamai, Lu Suan suddenly received a message. This message was sent by the dark web killer named Luo Dashan. How do you say that? The man who wants to kill you is in Rong Cheng. He must have a history with you and knows that you often go to the martyrs' cemetery. He recently raised the price and increased the commission to you to 30,000 dark energy. You have to be careful, because this price will tempt a cultivator in the third realm. 30,000 dark energies. This is not a small amount of money. It is indeed possible that cultivators in the third realm would be tempted, especially those who have spent time and effort to reach the third realm. Li Sheng. Luo Dashan's words made Lu Suan completely certain. The one who wanted to kill him must be Li Sheng, who had taken away all his property. After knowing that he had opened up the heaven and earth Kamai, the other party was afraid that Lu Suan would rise up and come after him in the future, so he wanted to kill Lu Suan. Chu Youqing breaks through the second realm, and you gain 20 times what Chu Youqing gained. 2 days later, Chu Youqing broke through the second realm. Lu Suan thus received a 20-fold return. The second realm of the immortal path is to gather energy, absorbing dark energy through spiritual veins and converting it into gaseous spiritual power. When there is enough spiritual power, you can open up a spiritual palace in your danshan and break through to the second realm. This realm is somewhat similar to martial arts, but the nature of the power is different. Buzz. As the spiritual power continued to increase, a huge spiritual palace was opened up in Lu Suan's danshan. Spiritual power continued to flow into it. Unlike martial arts, spiritual power is not compressed and upgraded through the spiritual palace. The spiritual palace is only a place to store spiritual power. If the spiritual power wants to become more pure, the immortal cultivator needs to do it himself. At this time, if there is a spirit wheel, it will be much simpler. When spiritual power circulates in the spiritual wheel, it can be compressed with the help of small spiritual veins, becoming more refined, until it turns into mist, semi-liquid, and finally condenses into a pill. Then one can step into the fifth realm, the Suandan realm. The first 5 realms of immortal cultivation mainly revolve around spiritual power. For Yusuan, the process was much simpler. He doesn't need to do anything himself. That heat flow solved everything on its own. The spiritual power in his body continued to increase, and when it became too much for his spiritual palace to contain, the density began to rise. His strength also continued to rise from the first level of qi gathering to the second level, the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level, until he reached the sixth level of qi gathering, where he stopped. 20 times the return is indeed more powerful. Murong Wan's breakthrough only allowed Yusuan to reach the third level of qi high. Chu Youqing broke through and reached the sixth level of qi gathering. You know, whether it is martial arts or immortality, Yusuan is stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. This also means that Yusuan needs to pay more to reach the next level. In addition, each level up becomes much stronger, and he still managed to reach the sixth level of qi gathering, which is enough to show how powerful the 20-fold return is. Just this one move is equivalent to half a year of hard training for some peerless geniuses, 1 or 2 years for ordinary geniuses, and several years for ordinary immortal cultivators. Yusuan, I've broken through to the second realm. Chu Youqing happily called the video. Congratulations! Yusuan sent his blessings. Shall we meet at King Bay Street tonight? Chu Youqing missed Yusuan a little. For the past half-month, she has been practicing hard. Good. Coincidentally, Yusuan was about to give her the dark energy. Chapter 43. As dusk falls, the lights in the capital city light up one after another, and neon lights flow between the buildings like colorful streams. Under the illumination of 3 moons, the car lights on the long street drew golden tracks. The whole city gradually woke up in the night, flashing a hazy and prosperous halo. Yusuan. At the gate of Baidu University, Chu Youqing ran up happily and naturally took Yusuan's hand. It's Yusuan. Wow, his girlfriend is so beautiful. This scene happened to be seen by a student who knew Yusuan. What? Yusuan has a girlfriend? Calm down. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, you need to compete with a lot of people. If you have a girlfriend, you only need to compete with his girlfriend. A girl seriously explains science to her best friend. His girlfriend is so beautiful, how can I compete with her? Her best friend has no confidence. You don't need to compete with her in terms of beauty, understand? Then what? Sexy. Screw you. The 2 best friends started fighting as if they were playing. Yusuan and Chu Youqing walked hand in hand into Licking North Street. It's very close to the official start of school, and in the past 2 days, there have been many couples walking on the streets. The entire King Bay Street is mostly filled with students in pairs. If singles want to come, they need to have a strong stomach. Otherwise you will be filled with dog food. Is your mother still here? Leave her alone. Murong Wan is still here. The shop she bought specializes in selling gadgets from the ancient Starry Road. For example, moonstone bracelets, star sand necklaces, star track concentric knots, moondew earrings, etc. There is also the broken star glass bottle. The small glass bottle is filled with stardust that changes color with temperature. When held in the palm of your hand, it will emit a faint blue light, as if capturing a ray of the Milky Way. Although this little gadget comes from the ancient Starry Sky Road, it is not very expensive and students from Peking University and Tsinghua University can basically afford it. It is also suitable for gifts between couples. In addition, as the proprietress, she is so charming, her business is getting more and more prosperous. However, her main purpose was to keep an eye on Chu Youqing. As soon as Yusuan and Chu Youqing arrived, Murong Wan left the shop and ran over to follow them. When dealing with her mother, Chu Youqing still has 4 words, don't care. In order to irritate Murong Wan, she even deliberately got close to Yusuan, with her hands intertwined with Yusuan's. Murong Wan was so angry that her plump breasts kept rising and falling. Yusuan, I heard that you also opened your spiritual veins. Do you want to practice both immortality and martial arts? But they say practicing both immortal and martial arts is very dangerous. It's okay, don't worry about me, just practice well. Well, I believe you. Chu Youqing also heard about Liu Xuan. She has inexplicable confidence in Liu Xuan. Wow, that's a lot. This is what teacher Fei gave me. He gave me so much that I can't use it all. Your cultivation consumes a lot of energy. Take it. Okay, I'll pay you back later. Liu Xuan gave her 80,000 units of dark energy. Chu Youqing took out a small notebook, made a note, and then accepted the card. Liu Xuan took a look and saw that she was recording the amount of dark energy he had given. This little girl. That's good, she's not the kind of girl who only knows how to ask for things. If Liu Xuan doesn't let her do that, she won't feel at ease. This kid is really a senior. While walking around, Liu Xuan saw Li Bufan from a distance. Li Bufan was walking happily on the street with a pretty senior schoolmate. He, who once vowed not to be a bootlicker, bought drinks and gifts for the senior student, and even squatted down to help her tie her shoelaces. A dog licker. Liu Xuan expressed contempt. Even though Lu Mei had deliberately concealed it, he had never licked her like this in the 3 years he had been with her. However, although this boy was licking, he seemed to be making good progress with the senior student. While walking around, I actually pulled my senior sister into a taxi. I wonder if we were going to KFC. At least he didn't embarrass his adoptive father. Liu Xuan and Chu Youqing went shopping until late at night and had a midnight snack before parting. Murong Wan watched over him all night, acted as a light bulb all night, and was sulking all night. No, she would be angry until tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. After sending Chu Youqing back to school, Liu Xuan looked back and saw Murong Wan looking at him angrily from more than 10 meters away. Such a beautiful woman looks even more charming when she gets angry. After thinking about it, Liu Xuan walked towards her, wanting to tell her that she didn't need to stare at him like that, and he wouldn't drag Chu Youqing to get a room. However, Murong Wan was in no mood to talk to Liu Xuan. After snorting at Liu Xuan, she returned to her shop. All right. Let's go back. Liu Xuan carried Xiao Bai back to Baidu University. School is about to start, why hasn't Murong Wan come yet, and why is there no movement? Liu Xuan became curious about Murong Wan's movements. Murong Wan breaks through the second level of Qi Hai. You gain 20 times what Murong Wan gained. Just as I was curious, the harvest came this evening. So fast. It's only been over a month since Murong Wan broke through to the Qi Hai realm, right? You know, the Murong family has been busy lately, and Murong Wan's energy has been greatly diverted. Good fellow. Liu Xuan's martial arts skills also began to increase rapidly. He rushed all the way up from the 3rd level of Qi Hai and stopped at the 8th level of Qi Hai. He rushed to the 5th floor in one go. It seems that the gains from it are not as great as those from Chu Youqing, but the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. You've already reached the 8th level of Qi Hai before school even starts. Will you be treated like a monster when your level is measured? Liu Xuan clicked his tongue. The martial arts Qi Si is at the 8th level, and the immortal Qi Ju is at the 6th level. If this were to be told to others, it would scare a lot of people to death. No, I can't show them all, otherwise I'll definitely be noticed. For martial arts, I can just show the 3rd level of Qi Hai, and for immortals, the 1st level of Qi Ju is enough. Liu Xuan pondered. After school officially starts, you will face a cultivation level assessment. After the measurement, the school will distribute dark energy every month based on the cultivation level. Of course, there are also different grades. With the same level of cultivation, there is a big gap between the 1st and 2nd levels. It cannot be completely hidden either, some information must be revealed gradually. It has been more than 2 months since he first opened his pulse. The third level of martial arts and the first level of immortality are relatively stable. We are not strong enough now, so we have to stay low and not attract too much attention. It has only been more than half a month since his spiritual veins were opened. If he were to let people know his true level of cultivation, he would definitely be targeted. Not to mention the risk of exposing the system, it would be fatal if a more powerful mentor insisted on teaching me. That's all. Liu Sun touched Xiaobai's head and came up with a plan. Meow. Xiaobai rubbed Liu Sun out of habit. The princess in its body seemed to have disappeared, and no one knew when she would appear again. 2 days later. In the morning, Murong Wan waited at the gate of Kingxiu College. A few minutes later, Chu Youqing came out. Youqing. I'll take the car myself. Chu Youqing got straight into a ride-hailing car. Murong Wan's expression froze on her face. After Chu Youqing left, Murong Wan sighed and drove to the airport. Today is the day Murong Wan arrives in the capital. As the elder sister, Murong Wan naturally had to pick her up. And 2 hours later, at the airport pickup area, Chu Youqing happily threw herself into Murong Wan's arms. Because of the small age difference between them, she and Murong Wan have always had a good relationship. Murong Wan was dressed very exquisitely today, attracting a lot of people's attention. With the arrival of Chu Youqing and Murong Wan, the three beauties stood together, competing with each other for beauty, and immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Waner, you've been on the plane for such a long time, are you tired? It's okay, sister. School doesn't officially start until tomorrow. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? It's a rare opportunity for us sisters to spend some time together alone. Let's have a good chat. Yeah, okay. After Chu Youqing finished talking to Murong Wan, Murong Wan came forward and invited Murong Wan to live with her. The two sisters are more than 10 years apart in age, but their relationship is not as close as that of Chu Youqing and Murong Wan. However, Murong Wan still agreed to her sister's invitation. Chapter 44. Murong Wan is here. Liu Sun received a message from Chu Youqing. Murong Wan came to the capital. In the 2 months since her pulse was opened, she has gained a lot. In a short period of time, he broke through the second realm and reached the second level of Qi Hai. This is even when the Murong family is distracted by some issues. Now that she has come to the capital and is focusing on cultivation, her strength should increase rapidly. I believe that it won't be long before Liu Sun's martial arts skills will rise rapidly again. Auntie, goodbye. I'll accompany you to school tomorrow. On the other side, Chu Youqing said goodbye to Murong Wan. Murong Wan was a little puzzled. Why didn't Chu Youqing go to Murong Wan? She didn't know yet that the mother and daughter had become a little estranged because of Liu Sun. Murong Wan took on the responsibility of being an older sister and spent the entire afternoon with Murong Wan to buy daily necessities, preparing to send them to school the next day. I will live in the capital for a long time in the future. If you get bored at school, you can come over anytime. We sisters haven't talked like this for many years. Murong Wan's eyes were filled with reminiscence. She held her sister's hand and the two sisters started talking. She said a lot. When she was a child, she loved to carry Murong Wan on her back. When Murong Wan grew up, she became her follower. Then, a few years after she gave birth to Chu Youqing, Murong Wan fell in love with Chu Youqing and pushed Chu Youqing everywhere every day. As he spoke, the memories of Murong Wan also came to mind. Childhood is always so beautiful. The world was not so complicated back then, and the feelings between sisters were purer. Unfortunately, childhood can never be returned. Precisely because we can't go back, that memory is so special and precious. So the two sisters talked until late at night. Most of the time, Murong Wan was talking and Murong Wan was listening. Sister, Youqing seems to have a conflict with you. After the sisters exchanged heartfelt words for so long, their relationship became closer, and Murong Wan then asked this question. Yes. Murong Yan was just waiting for Murong Wan to ask. So, when Murong Wan asked, Murong Yan couldn't wait to talk about El Yusuan again in a serious tone. El Yusuan. Murong Yan didn't notice that when El Yusuan was mentioned, Murong Wan's expression became a little complicated. After all, he was her first man. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the last one. After opening the Ling Long Meridian, Murong Wan decided to devote herself to cultivation and no longer consider matters of the heart. Even if I grow up in the future, I will never get married again. Wanner, you also know how important background is in today's society. El Yusuan has no parents and no family support. If Youqing follows him, she will only make things difficult for herself. Murong Yan sighed. But sister, didn't El Yusuan open the Tnd Kamai? Not only did he open the Heaven and Earth Chi Meridian, but half a month ago, he also opened the Spiritual Meridian and the Second Heaven and Earth Chi Meridian. Ah! Murong Wan couldn't help but be a little surprised by Murong Yan's words. She has been in Chengdu and doesn't know about this. From the looks of it, he intends to cultivate both immortality and martial arts. If he didn't do that, he might still have a future, but he chose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, which is self-destructive. The cultivation speed of dual cultivation is too slow. No one has succeeded since the beginning of the new era. Murong Yan was not optimistic about El Yusuan at all. Murong Wan was silent. She also didn't expect that El Yusuan would choose to practice both immortality and martial arts. It is indeed difficult to practice both immortality and martial arts. Not to mention anything else, just the speed of cultivation is much slower than others. Wanner, he's already like this, isn't it a mistake for Youqing to continue following him? Murong Yan looked at her sister and asked. After a few seconds of silence, Murong Wan said, Sister, it's normal for young people to fall in love. I don't think El Yusuan is as bad as you say. Why don't you respect Youqing's choice and observe for a while before making a decision? What do you think? Murong Yan was a little surprised. Why does it feel like my sister is speaking in El Yusuan's favor? Sister, you don't know how generous the conditions offered by the He family are. They promised a heavenly level martial art and a vast amount of resources. If Youqing were to marry them, she would soon be even more powerful than our father. In comparison, what does El Yusuan have? Murong Yan wanted to persuade her sister. Sister, I think it's better to respect Youqing. Murong Wan was not convinced by her. I didn't force her. I just have a feeling that if she follows El Yusuan, she'll ruin herself. El Yusuan doesn't seem reliable to me at all. How about you do me a favor and let's find out El Yusuan's true face together so Youqing can give up on him. Murong Yan grabbed Murong Wan's hands, her eyes pleading. Help? Murong Wan didn't know what Murong Yan was up to. However, since my sister has begged me like this, it would be bad to refuse. So, Murong Wan said, Sister, tell me how you need my help. If I can help, I will definitely help. Murong Yan was very happy to see her sister agreed. The method is very simple, that is the honey trap. Honey trap? Well, it's a honey trap. You help me seduce El Yusuan. As long as El Yusuan falls for it and is moved by you, Youqing will see his true colors and dump him. Murong Yan talked about her plan. Sister, you are so beautiful, and the most beautiful girl in Rongcheng. Even I am not as pretty as you. I don't know how many men in Rongcheng are dreaming of you. If you make a move, El Yusuan will definitely get you. Murong Yan couldn't stop talking about it. She seemed to see the scene where El Yusuan couldn't control himself under Murong Wan's seduction. By then, her daughter would be extremely disappointed with El Yusuan and would obey her arrangements. She didn't notice how shocked and complicated Murong Wan's expression was at this moment. Wanner, don't worry. I'm not really asking you to have anything happen to him. I just want to reveal Yusun's true face. After Murong Wan found out, she thought it was her sister who was worried, so she comforted her. Sister, Youqing is your daughter. Is this appropriate? Murong Wan asked. In her opinion, Yusun was not that bad. Although he and Chu Youqing were not a good match, this problem would be solved if Yusun could grow up. Why is Murong Wan so determined to break them up? And you have to use the beauty trap. The key point is that the target of the beauty trap is her. But the most intimate thing had already happened between her and Yusun. I'm thinking about her future. If she follows Yusun, nothing good will happen. Murong Wan said affirmatively. Murong Wan put down her phone and shook her head. No, sister, you are thinking about the future of the Chu family. You know. Murong Wan's expression changed, and then she defended herself. That factor did exist, but I also sincerely wanted to do what was best for Youqing. Murong Wan sighed. Sister, I have respected you since I was a child, but you did the wrong thing in this matter. I can't help you with this. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go to rest first. After that, she stood up and walked towards another bedroom. When she was almost at the bedroom door, Murong Wan turned around, looked at her sister, and said softly. I won't tell Youqing about what happened tonight. Sister, I also want to advise you that Youqing's spiritual roots have awakened and opened the 12 lights sacred veins. Her future achievements are limitless. You should be patient and wait a few more years until Youqing grows up. All problems will be solved. Murong Wan entered the bedroom. Seeing that her sister was unwilling to help, Murong Wan sat down helplessly. She sat in the living room for a long time, her expression changing constantly, as if she was struggling and hesitating. She has actually been working very hard these days. For example, there are always beautiful girls around Yusun who show their affection for him. This is actually the work of Murong Wan. As long as she is willing to pay, she can find a girl willing to help her even in Peking University or Tsinghua University. Murong Wan wanted to test Yusun. As long as Yusun lost control, the problem would be solved, and she would also help her daughter avoid a scumbag. But Yusun was unmoved and didn't even glance at these pretty girls. Murong Wan felt that it must be because those girls were not pretty or special enough, and were far inferior to Chu Youqing. When her sister Murong Wan arrived, she thought of her sister. But my sister didn't cooperate. But she couldn't invite those particularly outstanding girls in Baidu University. But apart from this method, she couldn't think of any other way to make Chu Youqing leave Yusun. It's impossible to find someone to kill Yusun, right? She still couldn't do such a thing. No matter what, Yusun's parents have done Chu Youqing a favor. Although she is only concerned about the future of the Chu family, she will not do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity. Slowly, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her expression became firm. Chapter 45. Late at night. Yusun was lying on the wide, soft bed, soundly sleeping. Xiaobai curled up on his chest, like a milky white snowball, and slept very soundly. The evening breeze blew the curtains, bringing the pale red moonlight into the room. Suddenly, Xiaobai opened his eyes. The eyes are still its eyes. But if someone looks at it at this time, they will feel that what they see is not a cat, but a person. I'm so PD. He actually let me, the princess, carry his shoes to him. You, a lowly being, what qualifications do you have to share the same bed with this princess? Ah, even going to the restroom requires the princess's company. Damn human, I'm going to kill you. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xiaobai was filled with murderous intent, and his little claws were shining coldly as he grabbed Yusun. Just when it was about to be caught, a strong hand suddenly appeared and picked it up. It's been a month. Yusun sat up from the bed. The princess hasn't appeared these days. Yusun guessed that the pattern was either a week, half a month, or a month. Sure enough, it was exactly 1 month since the last time. Let me go, stupid human. Xiaobai struggled after turning back into a princess. Yusun put her down. Princess Barbara, we meet again. Next time we meet, could you please not be so fierce? Yusun greeted him in a friendly manner. Of her long list of names, Yusun only remembered the 3 words Barbara. This name happened to appear in many game movies of the old times. Of course, the pronunciation just happens to be similar. The Barbara mentioned by this princess may not mean the same thing as the Barbara on the blue planet. You damned human, you are not allowed to bathe or sleep with me anymore, you are not allowed to take me with you to the bathroom, and most importantly, you are not allowed to let me hold your slippers in my mouth anymore. Barbara raised her paw and said 3 no's in a serious tone. This has nothing to do with me. Think about it, aren't these things your own doing? Yusun spread his hands. Hateful. When Barbara thought back, it seemed as if she had done it herself. Even when taking a bath, Xiaobai would run into the bathroom after seeing Yusun taking a bath and let Yusun help him wash. Xiaobai is actually the body's instinct after her consciousness falls asleep. In other words, her body instinctively felt particularly close to Yusun. Damn Maleficent! Barbara has a headache. Alright, my time is limited, so I won't go into details. Now I'll teach you a spell as a reward for your service over the past few days. If you can learn it, I can give you more benefits next month. When it came to business, Barbara decided not to bother with these details. A spell? Yes, it's a magic spell. This is the ultimate weapon of us Astro people. Only the royal family possesses such powerful spells. If it weren't for this princess falling into this state, you would never have been able to learn these spells. It's so precious, so I'd better not learn it. Yusun showed little interest. What can he do if the system doesn't allow him to practice? This spell can make a person stand still for a while. The specific duration depends on the difference in strength between you and the opponent. Even if it's short, it's still a moment. It can save your life or even turn the tide at a critical moment. Are you really not going to learn it? Yusun didn't want to learn, but Barbara persuaded him to do so. I don't like hard work like practicing. Yusun shook his head. Foolish human, this isn't cultivation, it's just learning a sentence. Barbara was angry that he didn't fight back. Okay, you teach me. Yusun finally became interested. Can one sentence make people still? Isn't this somewhat similar to the Monkey King's immobilization technique? No, it's still not as good as the immobilization technique. Others only want 1 word, but you want a sentence. But since it's not cultivation, there's no harm in learning it. It is always good to have many skills. Listen carefully, this princess is going to chant a spell. Etc. Yusun took out his phone and turned on the video. Read it now. The spell cannot be recorded. Your efforts are in vain. Barbara sneered. Do me kahwa bye bye niba at number un and asterisk and. Then Barbara uttered a long string of syllables that sounded magical. Remember? She asked after she finished reading. Yusun clicked on the video playback and saw that there was really no sound. Read it again. He really didn't remember. Do me kahwa bye bye niba at number un and asterisk and. Barbara read it again. What now? She asked. Not yet. How stupid. Barbara had to read it again several times. Do me kahwa bye bye niba at number un and asterisk and. Finally, Yusun read it out. Why didn't it work? I recited it, but it had no effect at all. You're not a royal, so reciting it like that is useless. This is the magic diagram I drew for you. When you recite the spell, you need to use magic to pronounce it. That means vibrating the magic to make the sound. Do you understand? While Barbara was talking, her claws had drawn several extremely complicated pictures on the wall. Magic? Where do I get my magic? Liusun has no magic power. Magic is a power possessed only by Western magicians. Oh, how could I forget this? Now I'm in trouble. If you're in danger, you can use my blood, meow. Barbara was halfway through her speech when her voice changed back to meow. Meow meow. After making several meow sounds in succession, she gave up helplessly. Then, just like last time, the intelligence in her eyes quickly disappeared, and the vivid expression on her face disappeared with it. She became a real cat again. Became Liusun's Xiaobai. Meow. Xiaobai jumped into Liusun's arms and rubbed against him. You came here on your own. Liusun picked up Xiaobai and looked at the picture Barbara had drawn on the wall. He actually remembered the spell just now. These pictures are too complicated. He had no magic veins or magic power in his body, so he couldn't understand it at all. After thinking about it, Liusun took out his mobile phone and took pictures of these pictures. What did her last words mean? You could use her blood to cast a spell. Liusun stroked Xiaobai and thought. Xiaobai is Barbara transformed. Using its blood might really be useful. Try again when you're in real danger. Xiaobai was so well behaved that Liusun was reluctant to use its blood for experimentation. If you really encounter a danger that you cannot handle, it is not too late to try again. Chapter 46. The next day. The day to officially report to Baidu University. Although most students reported early, there are still some students who choose to come now. In addition, senior students who went home during the holidays also returned to school today. The school rules of Peking University and Tsinghua University are quite strict. It's okay during holidays, but after school officially starts, students have attendance checks every day. Wow, what a beautiful lady! My dad was right. Peking University and Tsinghua University are indeed full of beautiful women. Her beautiful figure attracted the attention of many students. The person who came was Murong Wan. Early in the morning, Murong Wan refused Murong Yan's suggestion to send her to school and entered the school alone. Today she was wearing an exquisite white dress, the sunlight dancing through her hair, making her skin look as transparent as snow. Her graceful gait exudes a cool and elegant aura, and her simple attire makes her otherworldly temperament even more breathtaking. All the students passing by couldn't help but slow down their pace, whether they were boys or girls, because they were all attracted by her stunning beauty at a glance. In the past, she had no cultivation at all, but she was able to outshine countless women in Rongcheng and become the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. How could she have gained the reputation in vain? Junior, you are a freshman this year, right? I'll take you to register. A senior student was the fastest and came forward in just a few steps. Murong Wan looks very girlish and is mistaken for a schoolmate. No, thank you. Murong Wan refused calmly. You have so many things, it will be inconvenient to go upstairs later. Let me help you move them. There were a lot of things on the trailer following Murong Wan. This is a smart trailer that follows automatically. Yes, Junior, you have too many things, and the elevator in the dormitory building is not big. It's very troublesome. Let us help you. More seniors came. No, thank you. Murong Wan was getting a little impatient. Schoolmate. Sister, you are finally here. The senior was about to say something else when a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Murong Wan turned around and saw that the person coming was Liusun. Liusun smiled at her and looked at the many seniors. I'm here, so there's no need to bother you. Are you her brother? The senior's enthusiasm remains undiminished. He did not recognize Liusun. It's not a kiss, you know. Liusun blinked. Oh, I see. Excuse me. The seniors understood Liusun's meaning and stopped pestering Murong Wan. Liusun, thank you for the medicine you sent me. My father's poison has been cured. I don't have your contact information, so I haven't been able to thank you in person." After the two walked in silence for a while, Murong Wan took the initiative to speak. "You're welcome. I didn't expect the medicine to be so effective. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat." Yusun said smoothly. He didn't have Murong Wan's contact information, so it would be more convenient to ask for it. "Good." After a few seconds of silence, Murong Wan took out her cell phone. "Just sweep me." The two added V. "Is your father almost recovered now?" "Well, it's basically healed, but the old injury still causes some trouble." "Your father is so rich, can't he buy medicine to heal his wounds?" "His old injury damaged his danshan, and my father can't afford the elixir that can completely cure it." After adding V, Yusun and Murong Wan walked while chatting. Murong Wan's words made Yusun curious. "Are there any elixirs that a 4th level grandmaster can't afford? But it's normal when you think about it. The higher the level of the elixir, the more precious the materials required. The price of the Kaimei pill used to open the meridians is extremely expensive. That only applies to the first realm. A pill that could completely heal the danshan of a 4th level grandmaster must be extremely rare, and there probably aren't many alchemists who can refine it." "Wow! Beautiful girl! So beautiful!" Along the way, Murong Wan attracted a lot of attention. Even though there are many beautiful women in Peking University and Tsinghua University, there are not many who are as beautiful as Murong Wan. Many boys are eager to make a move, especially some senior students. At this time, Yusun's role as the flower protector was reflected. If it weren't for Yusun, Murong Wan would have been approached countless times along the way. Murong Wan obviously noticed this and was quite grateful to Yusun. Auntie, why are you here so early?" At this time, Chu Youqing came. Murong Wan got up too early, and when she went over, Murong Wan had already set off. Chu Youqing then followed. "Yusun, you're here too." "Well, I just happened to see your aunt and helped her block some flies." Seeing Yusun, Chu Youqing didn't think much about it. She took Murong Wan's hand and chattered away. The two of them are not much different in age and have a lot of common topics. When they stood side by side, one was as beautiful as a newly blooming cherry blossom, the other as bright and dazzling as a blooming rose. They were like two lotus flowers, each blooming with a completely different but equally breathtaking beauty. "Hey, Auntie, you have so many things, all thanks to Yusun." "Youqing, I'll be leaving first. I'm going to eat with my aunt this afternoon. Aren't you coming?" "No, I have something else to do." "All right." An hour later, finally, all of Murong Wan's things were moved into the dormitory. Yusun left. He discovered. "My girlfriend seems to be a little bit stupid. Could it be that Chu Youqing forgot what happened that night so quickly? Shouldn't she have avoided Yusun and Murong Wan from having too much contact and preventing their relationship from developing further?" Yes. The night Yusun and Murong Wan had S*X, it was Chu Youqing who drugged him personally. "My girlfriend is really a bit of a screw-up." Unfortunately, Yusun did not find the opportunity to give the dark energy and martial arts to Murong Wan. Given the current relationship between the two, it is not that easy to give gifts, so we can only wait until later. "Student Yusun, someone is looking for you." Just after leaving the dormitory building, Yusun suddenly received a call from the Student Affairs office. "Is someone looking for him?" "Excuse me, who is looking for me?" Student Affairs office, Yusun asked. "It's me, Yusun." A familiar voice sounded. "Aunt." Yusun turned around. The person looking for him was Murong Yan. Today, Murong Yan was wearing an exquisite moon-white cheongsam. The slit design vaguely outlined her slender legs, and the delicate silver embroidery on the neckline meandered to her waist, which not only highlighted her proud curves, but also revealed a bit of aloofness that was not to be touched. This outfit is charming in its elegance and sexy in its nobility, making her look particularly charming. Some students passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yusuan, I just learned that you've opened your spiritual veins. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Murong Wan walked over slowly, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she praised Yusuan. You're too kind, auntie. It was just a fluke. Yusuan didn't know Murong Yan's purpose, so he said modestly. Being able to open the dual heaven and earth meridians is no fluke. You are a true genius. Murong Yan's eyes showed admiration. Her sudden change of attitude left Yusuan a little confused. Auntie, are you looking for me because of Youqing? After thinking for a while, Yusuan asked straight to the point. Murong Wan sighed softly upon hearing this, and her expression became more compassionate. Well, it's still about this matter. But I've also figured it out. With Youqing's talent, she'll have reached the third or fourth realm by the time she graduates from university. With her and a son-in-law like you, our Chu family will definitely rise in the future. Why should I rush into this? Her words made Yusuan look happy. Auntie, do you agree that I'm with Youqing? Yusuan was a little happy and asked. Well, I won't stop you anymore. I have something going on at home, so I'll be back in Chengdu tomorrow. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on the shop on King Bay Street for me. The shop is managed by the manager, so you just need to check the accounts every few days. Murong Wan nodded. Watching the shop? It's not a big deal. Anyway, Yusuan doesn't need to practice, he has plenty of time. Auntie, it's okay. Yusuan agreed. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll give you 20% of the shop's monthly revenue. Auntie, no. It's settled. Now, come with me to the shop and I'll explain everything to you. Oh, okay. Then I'll inform Youqing. Not yet, she's shopping with her aunt. I'll ask her to come over in the evening and give her a surprise. All right. Amidst the conversation, Yusuan followed Murong Wan and left the school. Chapter 47. Yusuan, you must be exhausted. Come, have a glass of water. On the third floor of the shop, Murong Wan handed a glass of water to Yusuan. Thank you, auntie. Yusuan, sweating profusely, took the water and drank it down in one gulp. This shop is quite large, covering an area of more than 200 square meters, and is divided into 2 floors. The third floor is a warehouse, and the fourth floor is where Murong Wan lives. Well, she bought the entire building and named it Xingye Building. After Yusuan followed Murong Wan here, he found that there was a lot to do. Murong Wan planned to take a thorough inventory before leaving. As a result, several employees happened to take leave today, so there was a shortage of staff. Yusuan took a look and thought, isn't this the chance to show off? He took the initiative to take on the responsibility of inventory. This game really exhausted Yusuan. Wow, Yusuan never thought that this shop would do such a good business and have so much inventory. During the inventory process, because there are many students starting school today, more staff are needed on the first and second floors. So, after a while, only Yusuan and Murong Wan were left. How could Yusuan let Murong Wan get tired? As a result, Yusuan sold out the entire inventory of such a large shop by himself. If he didn't have the cultivation level of the second realm, he would have died of exhaustion today and still not been able to finish it. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard. Come, let me wipe your sweat. Murong Wan took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off Yusuan. A fragrant breeze blows. Perhaps it smelled too good, Yusuan subconsciously took several puffs. At close range, his eyes inadvertently swept across the bulging peaks. His heartbeat inexplicably accelerated and he quickly looked away. The other party is Chu Youqing's mother, he can't have any inappropriate thoughts. However, Murong Wan was too close, and some thoughts always popped up in her mind, making her imagination run wild. "Auntie, I can do it myself." Yusun quickly took a step back. "Okay, here you go." Murong Wan handed the handkerchief to Yusun. Yusun breathed a sigh of relief, took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. "Youqing and the others are coming soon. You're sweating all over. Why don't you just go upstairs and take a shower? There's a washing machine in the bathroom. By the time you come out, your clothes will be dry." Murong Wan suggested. "Yehoki." Yusun thought that Murong Wan would also come, so he had to maintain his image no matter what. So, under Murong Wan's guidance, he went to the 4th floor to take a shower. "What's wrong with me?" While taking a shower, Yusun discovered that something was wrong with him. "Certain images always appear in my mind, and something is surging inside my body." Although he was a little confused, Yusun didn't think much about it. After all, he is at the age of full vigor, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, so he is overly energetic. Impulse is human instinct. "Xiao Lu, come, sit down, let's chat." Half an hour later, Murong Wan saw Yusun coming out of the bathroom and extended an invitation with a smile. "Auntie, haven't Youqing and the others come back yet?" "Almost." Yusun walked over and sat down opposite Murong Wan. "Youqing has been a bit like me since she was little, willful, independent and opinionated." Murong Wan sat in a lazy posture and talked to Yusun about Chu Youqing's past. From Yusun's perspective, Murong Wan's beautiful figure was fully displayed. Although she is already in her 40s, time has not left any traces of the years on her face. On the contrary, it has given her an increasingly charming charm. Yusun's eyes were increasingly drawn to her body. Even some places that he would never look at before, Yusun was looking at them wantonly. His eyes grew redder and his body grew hotter. "It felt like there was a nameless fire burning inside my body. Even he didn't notice." His eyes were staring straight at Murong Wan's red lips that looked like blazing flames. "A certain desire deep in my heart is growing madly." Murong Wan seemed unaware. She seemed tired of sitting and changed her posture, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh at the slit of her cheongsam. Yusun's eyes widened instantly. "Meow." In his arms, Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang out. "Something's wrong." Yusun suddenly woke up. His current condition is very wrong. It's so similar to the time when Chu Youqing drugged him. "I've been drugged." Yusun reacted instantly. He must have been drugged. Who did it? His mind raced back to what he had eaten today. "I had breakfast and lunch in the cafeteria, so it was impossible that I was drugged." He had been staying at Murong Wan's place all afternoon and had not eaten anything yet. "Oh, right, water." The glass of water given by Murong Wan. Could it be her? Yusun looked at Murong Wan suddenly. "What's wrong with you, Xiaoxun?" Murong Wan's red lips curled up into a meaningful smile, and she stretched out her tender little hand to explore Yusun's forehead. As someone who had experienced this, she knew too well how powerful skin contact was in this state. That would make Yusun completely out of control. "I'm fine, auntie." Yusun stepped back suddenly. He knew it too. That's how Yusun lost control in Murong Wan's villa. "Auntie, I have something else to do, so I'll leave for a while." He turned around and left. Although it is very likely that Murong Wan drugged him, what if it wasn't her? So Yusun did not choose to break up with her and just left first. Murong Wan moved and stood in front of Yusun. "Xiao Lu, auntie feels dizzy." She covered her head and fell towards Yusun. Yusun quickly dodged, but Murong Wan was staggering, and even if Yusun could avoid it, his way out was blocked. "Yes. She is a warrior of the third realm. Much stronger than Yusun. You can't do this." Yusun felt that he was losing control of himself. You have to rush out, otherwise, if you do something inappropriate, it will be over. Since Murong Wan dared to drug someone, she must have a backup plan. There must be surveillance cameras in the room. But Murong Wan was stronger than him and blocked the doors and windows, so Yusun couldn't leave at all. Meow. At this moment, Bai suddenly shouted. Yusun took a look and saw a drop of bright red blood on Bai's claw. Yes, blood. He suddenly remembered Princess Barbara's words. He quickly caught the drop of blood from Bai's claws and put it into his mouth. This action made Murong Wan confused, but she did not perceive the threat and did not stop it. Do mi ka hua bai bai niba at number un and asterisk and. The next second, Yusun uttered a string of spells in a low voice. Then they saw that Murong Wan, who was originally staggering, suddenly stood still and did not move. Yusun, what did you do to me? Murong Wan panicked when she realized she couldn't move. It really works. Bai, you are awesome. After praising Bai, Yusun took out his cell phone and approached her fiercely. In Murong Wan's panicked eyes, he stared at her fiercely. Auntie, you were the one who gave her the drug, right? What medicine are you talking about? Murong Wan pretended to be stupid. You can't move now. If I can't control myself, I'll do something to you. Yusun threatened. Yes, I did it. You, don't touch me. Murong Wan's pretty face was full of panic. She had reached the third realm of cultivation, so she dared to drug him. Then she only needed to make sure Yusun couldn't control himself and made moves on her. Then she could restrain Yusun and show the video to Chu Youqing. She won't lose anything then. But now she couldn't move, and that was a big problem. It turned out to be hers. Auntie, I misjudged you. You are a bad woman. Yusun showed a disappointed look. He respected the other party as his elder, but the other party actually used such a trick to prevent him from being with Chu Youqing. If you don't show her how powerful you are, she will think she is easy to bully. These words made Murong Wan feel a little ashamed. Yusun, ah! Murong Wan screamed after she said two words. Because Yusun's eyes turned red and he rushed over. Chapter 48. Ah! Murong Wan was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Her plump breasts rose and fell rapidly, outlining an alluring curve under the thin fabric. A few seconds passed, but the expected touch still did not come. Murong Wan opened her eyes cautiously and met Yusun's face so close to her, his breath was hot, and the tip of his nose was almost touching her skin. His usually cold eyes were now scarlet, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing faintly. Obviously he was trying his best to restrain himself. Seeing Yusun like this, Murong Wan's heart started beating fast with fear. Yusun is a monk, and ordinary medicine has no effect on him. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the medicine, Murong Wan naturally gave Yusun no ordinary medicine, but a medicine that would harm even a cultivator of the third realm. Even the Grand Masters of the fourth realm have a high chance of being affected. In her opinion, Yusun was absolutely out of control. Unexpectedly, Yusun braked the car abruptly. Not only did he control her, but Yusun also used some unknown means to control her. Although her strength is stronger than Yusun. But since she couldn't move, if Yusun couldn't control himself, she could only let Yusun do what he wanted. Then she's done. Yusun, listen to me. Murong Wan's voice trembled, with a hint of weakness. I won't stop you from being with Youqing, nor will I stop you from leaving. Go back to school, and solve it yourself, okay? Auntie was wrong. Ugh. Murong Wan wanted to play the emotional card to help Yusun regain his sanity. Only. Before she could finish her words, Yusun suddenly moved an inch closer, and his hot breath sprayed on her cheek, making her tremble all over and scream and close her eyes again. While being immobilized by the spell, Murong Wan could not move, but she could still speak and blink. It's just that the body can't make any movements and the strength can't be mobilized at all. After Yusun approached again, the distance between them was already dangerous. Yusun's lips were almost touching her rosy lips, and his hot breath lingered on her delicate skin. Murong Wan could even smell the scent of medicine mixed with his body, burning so strongly that it seemed to burn through the last of his sanity. Ah! Another scream. Murong Wan's breathing almost stopped, her chest heaved violently, and even her clothes trembled slightly. Because Yusun's fingertips had been touching her waist without her knowing when, and the scorching temperature through the thin fabric almost burned her. Yusun, please wake up. Her voice was soft and pleading, but before she could finish her words, Yusun's forehead was already against hers, their noses lightly touching, their breaths completely entangled. Ah! Murong Wan screamed again. Today, she screamed the most in her life. Just when Murong Wan thought she was finished, Yusun stopped abruptly. His voice was terribly hoarse, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Auntie, is the medicine you gave me too strong? Murong Wan's ears were burning red and her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She never thought that her impulsive calculation would put her in such an embarrassing situation. Hearing Yusun speak, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Yusun could still speak and hadn't completely lost his mind. I just... She stammered and tried to explain, but Yusun's fingers suddenly touched her cheek, and his fingertips gently stroked her skin, causing her whole body to tremble. Just what? He laughed softly, with a hint of danger in his voice. Just want to see me lose control? Or... Yusun's lips were almost touching her earlobe, and his warm breath sprayed on her ear. Or is it that Auntie is actually looking forward to something? Nonsense, nonsense. Murong Wan was embarrassed and annoyed, but she couldn't move and could only let him tease her at such a close distance. Her fingertips clenched unconsciously, but her body remained stiff and she couldn't even push him away. Yusun's eyes darkened, and there was an irrepressible desire in them. But he remained restrained in his movements, his fingertips slowly sliding across her jaw, finally stopping at her lips. Since you've given me the drug, you should bear the consequences, right? Yusun's voice was low and contained a hint of bewitching. Murong Wan's heartbeat almost stopped. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at him, but her senses were infinitely magnified at this moment. She could clearly feel his every breath, every heartbeat, and even the slight trembling of his fingertips. Yusun, don't mess around. 55-55. Murong Wan's voice was already filled with tears. Yusun's movements suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath, took a step back, raised his hand and pressed his temple hard, as if trying hard to calm his breathing. Of course, he was not really out of control, but did it on purpose to scare and teach Murong Wan a lesson. But if there was real physical intimacy, Yusun was sure that he would lose control. So, he had to control himself. Auntie. Yusun's voice was still hoarse, but his eyes were a little clearer. Do you know that the way you look now is very dangerous? Murong Wan was startled, slowly opened her eyes, and met his complex and deep gaze. Only then did she realize that her clothes had become slightly disheveled, her cheeks were flushed, and there was even a thin layer of water in her eyes. She looked, as if she was inviting him. Her face flushed red instantly, and she was filled with shame and anger. What on earth did you do to me? Untie me. Yusun suddenly smiled, that smile carrying a hint of helplessness, and a few emotions she couldn't understand. Let you go? And then what? Let you continue to plot against me? Murong Wan was speechless, but then she became angry and said, then what do you want? Yusun was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and gently brushed her lips with his fingertips, causing her whole body to tremble. Under the influence of the drug, these frivolous actions and words that had never happened before suddenly ran wild like wild horses. In fact, just this alone is the result of Yusun's great restraint. What do I want? Yusun repeated it softly, then suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, Auntie, if you dare to drug me again, I won't let you go so easily. Yusun's voice was soft, but it carried a threat that could not be ignored. While talking, Yusun turned on his phone and played a video. In the video, Murong Wan admitted to giving the drug and then screamed continuously after being approached by Yusun. She actually wanted a video like this too. But what she wanted to record was the evidence of Yusun's ugly behavior after the effects of the drug took effect and his evil intentions towards her. But now, Yusun's video clearly records the scenes that Murong Wan is most reluctant to face, her embarrassment in admitting to drugging, her embarrassment in being forced to retreat step by Yusun, and her shameful screams that were completely out of control. Every detail made her feel ashamed. Auntie, goodbye. Yusun slid his slender fingers lightly and put the phone into his pocket. When he turned around, the corner of his clothes brought up a breeze. He paused at the door, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and finally left quickly without saying anything else. If he didn't leave now, he was really afraid that he would do something irreparable. After Yusun left, it was a long time before Murong Wan finally felt that she could move again. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The cold touch made her slightly sober, but it couldn't dispel the burning temperature on her face. Today, she completely lost face in front of Yusun. Although her innocence was not ruined by Yusun in the end, she looked so ashamed, with red tear marks at the corners of her eyes, messy hair and fingertips that couldn't stop trembling. How could she have any dignity in front of Yusun? She buried her face deeply in her palms, and a few suppressed sobs escaped from between her fingers. Chapter 49. Damn, what kind of medicine is this? It's so strong. On the street, Yusun ran for his life. He had his own bottom line. Even though he knew that it was Murong Wan who drugged him, she was Chu Youqing's mother after all. As long as he was still rational, he couldn't really knock her down. Now Yusun just wants to get back to the dormitory as soon as possible, and then solve the problem himself and wear off the effects of the drug. No, I won't be able to make it back to the dormitory at this rate. Yusun's condition is getting worse and worse. This place is still some distance away from the school, and the road is full of young and beautiful female college students. Yusun will definitely not be able to hold on until he gets back to the dormitory. At this time, he found a hotel and rushed in. He decided to get a room in a hotel and take care of it himself. Get me a room with good soundproofing, quickly. Okay. The receptionist was frightened by Yusun's red eyes and quickly booked a room for him. Yusun. Suddenly, Murong Wan's voice rang out. Yusun looked back and saw Murong Wan's beautiful face. Yusun, what's wrong with you? Murong Wan frowned. Yusun looks a little scary now. His eyes were terrifyingly red, with flames burning in them. This was not the first time Murong Wan had seen that flame. That is the fire of desire. After seeing Murong Wan, the fire in Yusun's eyes seemed to be poured with gasoline, and it burned even more wildly. Yusun's breathing also became extremely heavy, like the panting of a wild beast. His whole face was redder than Baogong's, even to his neck. In fact, it was because Murong Wan saw that Yusun was not in a good condition that she followed him in to check the situation. At this time, Yusun was on the verge of a volcanic eruption. After seeing Murong Wan, under the influence of the drug, all kinds of scenes from that night involuntarily surfaced in his mind, making Yusun almost unable to control himself. Yusun, are you okay? Seeing Yusun staring at her, Murong Wan reached out her hand to touch Yusun's forehead. The soft and delicate little hand touched Yusun's forehead. This completely ignited Yusun's volcano. Yusun's big hand suddenly grabbed her small hand. Ah! Murong Wan trembled. Fortunately, Yusun did not completely lose his mind and did not pounce on her in such a situation. Come with me, I need your help. Yusun pulled her up and left. His strength far exceeded Murong Wan's, and Murong Wan was a little confused, so she was pulled into the elevator by Yusun. Yusun, let me go. What's wrong with you? In the elevator, Murong Wan was a little flustered. Yusun was so strong that he held her hand tightly, and she couldn't struggle free at all. Yusun didn't answer, still trying his best to restrain himself. Bite. The elevator door opened. A kissing couple waited outside. This scene made Murong Wan pause. Since this hotel is located on King Bay Street, most of the people who come to book rooms here are college student couples. Now Yusun pulled her in here, what he was going to do was self-evident. Yusun ignored the couple and took Murong Wan away. He didn't dare stop or speak, because he only had a trace of rationality left, and if he was distracted even a little, he would lose it. Soon, we arrived at the room. Yusun pulled Murong Wan inside and locked the door before looking at her. Your sister drugged me. It's even stronger than what Youqing drugged me last time. Ah! Murong Wan was shocked. Sister, she actually did this. Although shocked, Murong Wan did not doubt Yusun's words. Because just yesterday, her sister found her and asked her to cooperate in using the beauty trap against Yusun so that Chu Youqing would leave Yusun. The reason why she came to King Bay Street was because she spent a lot of time chatting with Chu Youqing while shopping today. Then she wanted to come and talk to her sister again, asking Murong Yan to stop interfering in the affairs of Yusun and Chu Youqing. As a result, he met Yusun with red eyes. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Just as he was surprised by his sister's behavior, Yusun on the opposite side could no longer control himself. As soon as Murong Wan looked up, she saw Yusun's face getting closer and closer. Before she could react, Yusun threw her onto the bed. Lips touching. With a cry of surprise, Murong Wan gave up struggling. If it weren't for that night 2 months ago, she would never have been able to let Yusun succeed today, and she wouldn't even have been pulled all the way up by Yusun. That's how women are. After the first time, the second and third times will no longer be so difficult. Not to mention, Yusun had X with her more than once that night. Besides, Yusun didn't look for her for no reason. She knew her sister's plan, and it was her sister who drugged her. So, with the matter already done, Murong Wan chose to close her eyes, pinch the corner of her clothes, and let Yusun do it. Then, she couldn't even pinch the corner of her clothes. Then, she originally thought that it would be over if she closed her eyes, but slowly she realized that things were not that simple. It's like sitting in a small boat drifting with the current. When encountering huge waves, you can't help but hold the boat's side tightly, and your hands are so tense that they can leave marks on the hull. King Bay Street was quite lively that night. The tide is rising, the tide is rising. In the middle of the night, a new piece of news kept countless people awake. The tide is rising. On the sea hundreds of miles away from the capital, waves rose into the sky, turning into huge waves tens or hundreds of meters high. Deep in the ocean, the tides are even more terrifying. Ah! In the Pacific Ocean, a killer whale that was 100 meters long jumped out from the 1,000-meter high waves, forming a graceful crescent in the sky, and then fell heavily into the sea. The tide is coming in. It's finally grown. I haven't been able to fight for so long, my sword has been thirsting for it. I wonder how many spiritual stars we can encounter during this node. No matter how many there are, as long as they are enemies, we will kill them. Ha 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 ha. Exactly what I want. I've been sharpening my sword for years, waiting for this moment. I'm going to kill him completely and stain the ocean with blood. High in the heavens, several figures stood in mid-air, their robes rustling in the bloody wind. They gazed down at the raging waves below, their eyes blazing with chilling murderous intent. The tide is rising. This news spread across the entire blue planet at an unprecedented speed. This is a matter of the utmost importance. Because every high tide means that the blue planet is about to enter the ancient starry road. This will happen in a few months to a year, no more than a year. The blue star is so big that it needs enough time to accelerate in the starry sky, and then use the gravitational arc of the star to make a slingshot launch, and finally rush into the dark universe in one fell swoop. All of this is blue star's spontaneous behavior. Once the blue star comes out of the dark universe, it will definitely enter a node of the ancient starry road. By then, there will inevitably be a fierce battle. The nearest nodes involve more than one planet. When several planets that have upgraded their dimensions at the same time collide with each other, the chance of them coexisting peacefully is extremely small. The tide is finally coming in. Chengdu. Murong Wan looked at the picture on TV and smiled. The tide is rising. In a year at most, Blue Star will be able to enter the ancient starry road. Then, their chance will come. Uncle, the Murong family has been in your hands for so many years, but there hasn't been much progress. You're old, and it's time to give way to the younger generation. Murong Wan looked towards Murong Zhan's villa, his ambition clearly revealed in his eyes. The tide is coming. In the sky, inside a cloud, Fei Taie stood up from inside, holding a wine gourd, and looked at the starry sky. Ahui! There was a reminiscence in his eyes. Then, this recollection turned into pain, and then into despair. It's better to get drunk and embrace the stars, and drink away the eternal sorrow with a pot of wine. Fei Taie muttered something, lay down in the cloud, and continued to drink his divine wine. This night was exceptionally long. When the entire blue planet is awake all night because of the high tide. In the hotel room, the same ebb and flow continued throughout the night. Chapter 50. The next day, Yusun didn't wake up until the afternoon. When I opened my eyes, Murong Wan had already left. Are you gone? Yusun's mind flashed back to the madness of last night. After going crazy, he fell into a deep sleep and didn't know when Murong Wan left. She won't blame me, will she? Yusun couldn't help but worry. Although if anyone is to blame for this matter, it is Murong Wan. But after all, he almost forced Murong Wan up here yesterday. Now even if Murong Wan told Yusun that Chu Youqing was not her biological daughter, Yusun would not believe it. This mother and daughter are really of the same bloodline. The two of them were so rebellious that they both like to drug people. They are simply carved from the same mold. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, it's time to check out. Do you need to extend your stay? Someone knocks on the door. No, thank you. I'll check out right away. Although he has a lot of money, Yusun doesn't plan to spend it recklessly. He got up in a hurry, checked out and left. Why are there so few people? After returning to school, Yusun found the campus deserted. No one knows where to go. There was a tide last night? No wonder. Taking out his cell phone, Yusun understood. It turned out to be the tide. The tides here do not refer to ordinary tides, but to the huge tides caused by the blue planet accelerating in the starry sky. Such tides can bring huge waves up to thousands of meters high. A disaster in the past was caused by tides. Now, the tide is no longer a threat to the land. The appearance of tides means that within a year, the blue planet will enter the ancient starry road. By then, Blue Star will face major changes. In 1 year. I wonder how much my strength will grow, and whether I'll be qualified to enter the ancient starry sky road. Yusun couldn't help but look forward to it. He is now at the 8th level of the second realm in martial arts and the 6th level of the second realm in immortality. If you want to leave the Blue Star and explore the ancient starry road, you need to cross the Rainbow Bridge. It is unrealistic to fly by yourself, even for cultivators above the 6th level. The nodes of the ancient starry road are called points, but in fact their size is often measured in light years. To step onto the Rainbow Bridge, one must have at least the third level of cultivation. There are also quota restrictions. For a large family like the Murong family, the entire family will not have more than 3 quotas. The internal fighting between some families is actually a fight for this quota. Whoever controls the family will have the right to allocate quotas. If you want your family to be strong, entering the ancient starry road node is a must. Some families had adventures at the nodes of the ancient starry road and then soared into the sky. For students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, it is relatively easy to get a place, but the third level of cultivation is the foundation. Liu Sun, the tide is coming. Blue Star is about to enter the ancient starry sky road. I'm going to sprint with all my might. My teacher said that if I can break through to the third realm before Blue Star enters the ancient starry sky road, she'll give me one of her spots. At this time, Liu Sun found the message from Chu Youqing. The message was sent last night, but he didn't have time to read it last night. When Liu Sun replied to Chu Youqing, he still felt a sense of guilt after having an affair. But after thinking about it, Liu Sun felt relieved that she could only blame her mother. After replying the message, Liu Sun prepared to go to the testing center to get his cultivation level measured first. Ms. Murong. At the door of the testing center, Liu Sun saw Murong Wan. Murong Wan stopped expressionlessly, but she didn't dare to look at Liu Sun. This shows that her heart may not be at peace. Thank you. If it weren't for you yesterday, I would have been screwed. Liu Sun looked at her and said sincerely. A blush slowly appeared on Murong Wan's beautiful cheeks. For such a thing, Liu Sun actually thanked her. How should she respond? Should she say you're welcome? Since it has happened, I will treat you well in the future. When Murong Wan didn't answer, Liu Sun promised. Murong Wan's pretty face turned slightly red, but she still did not answer and was about to leave. Wait, this card has some dark energy in it, and this Taya sword technique is very powerful. It should be useful to you. Liu Sun stopped her and handed over the card and Taya sword technique. Murong Wan didn't want it, but seeing that Liu Sun didn't want to let her go unless she accepted it, she had no choice. In the end, she took over the Taya sword technique and left. The card containing dark energy, she confiscated it. All right. This is at least an attitude. He doesn't seem too angry. There's so much talent this year. Yes, the school has just officially started, and I didn't expect that dozens of students have already entered the first level of Qi Hai. Aren't there 2 on the second level of Qi Hai? At the testing center, several teachers were chatting. It was almost dusk, and the students had already completed their cultivation assessments, so there were not many people here. 2 people at the second level of Qi Hai, one is Murong Wan, who is the other one? Liu Sun just came in and heard what they said. He stepped forward silently and prepared for the test. Amazing! Yes, the 4th level of Qi Hai, the 1st level of Qi Ju, and the dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts is so fast, I don't understand. Don't forget, he has the dual heaven and earth Qi meridians. In the past, among the geniuses who chose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, who could have developed the dual heaven and earth Qi meridians? It's been a long time since such a genius has appeared. I don't know why he wants to cultivate both immortality and martial arts. If he only takes one path, he will probably reach the 6th realm in just a few years, and going beyond the 6th realm will be a piece of cake. When Liu Sun turned and left, the teachers in the testing center exclaimed in surprise. Because Liu Sun's cultivation level measured this time was the 4th level of Qi Hai in martial arts and the 1st level of Qi Ju in immortality. School has just officially started, and Liu Sun is already so abnormal. They didn't know that in order not to attract too much attention, Liu Sun didn't reveal his true cultivation level all at once. Otherwise, I don't know how shocked I would be. It looks like everyone is working hard. After nightfall, the campus of Baidu University is still very quiet. As usual, after a day of practice, many people came out to move around at night. Now, it seems that they are all concentrating on their hard work. The emergence of the tide gave everyone a sense of urgency. Once Blue Star enters the ancient starry road, it means endless opportunities, but also crises. Especially for geniuses who have not grown up. On the ancient starry road, other spiritual stars that are also ascending in dimension often take the opportunity to send people to rob and kill the geniuses of Blue Star. The alien races hiding on Blue Star will also take the opportunity to cause chaos. They are more familiar with Blue Star and the threat is equally significant. Every time the Blue Star enters a node of the ancient starry road, many geniuses will fall. Where are the places with the most geniuses? Of course it's Peking University and Tsinghua University. Therefore, it is understandable why the students of Baidu University are all immersed in their cultivation. Liu Sun suddenly became the most idle person in the entire Peking University and Tsinghua University. After having a big meal in the cafeteria, he took Xiaobai back to the dormitory. Others are practicing. He was walking around everywhere, being a little too conspicuous. The cultivation level test just now will definitely attract the attention of more teachers and school leaders. It's better to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter where he lies down. The dormitory is so big, isn't it enough for him to lie down? Comfortable. After taking a bath, Liu Sun dried Xiaobai's hair and lay comfortably on the bed. Meow. Xiaobai continued to lie in Liu Sun's arms like a snowball. Liu Sun stroked Xiaobai with one hand and browsed his phone with the other. Students, Blue Star is about to enter the ancient starry sky road. This will be a severe test for students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Almost every time, Tsinghua and Peking University are the focus of foreigners' attacks, so please don't be lazy this year, study hard. From now on, the resources each student receives each month will be doubled. In addition, a new ranking list will be added this year. The top 3 students on the ranking list each month will receive generous rewards. The next day, a school notice appeared on the campus network. Newcomer list. Liu Sun took a look and found that the newcomer list was arranged according to cultivation level and only targeted freshmen. In the past, Peking University and Tsinghua University would only select the strongest newcomer at the end of the freshman year, but now they have added a newcomer list. I should be number 1. Liu Sun felt that he was the only one who could be number 1 on the newcomer list. The day passed in a flash. The next morning, a new stone tablet was added in the middle of Baidu Square. Names appeared on the stone tablet. The name at the top was Liu Sun. At the same time, the newcomer list on Baidu University's official website and campus network is also updated on time. Oh my god! Liu Sun is at the 4th level of Qi Hai. What the hell is the first level of Qi Ju? Oh my god, he has already broken through to the 2nd level of martial arts and immortality. Hiss! Is this still a human? I'm afraid he's secretly made a deal with Tiandaop. Qi Hai level 4? Qi Hai level 4? Qi Hai level 4? Voice gradually breaks. Oh my god, is this going to shock the whole school for the whole year? As soon as the list appeared, all the students who saw it were dumbfounded, their eyes wider than cow eyes. To be honest, Liu Sun's result is so damn scary. The 4th level of Qi Si in martial arts, the 1st level of Qi gathering in immortality. Both the martial arts and the immortal ways have entered the 2nd realm. Coupled with the identity of a 19-year-old freshman. 3 words came to mind for everyone who saw it: inhuman. Look at the newcomer list. Big breaking news. What? You'll know once you see it, it's absolutely eye-popping. Some students were shocked and quickly informed their friends. Since the students were busy with their training, not many people paid attention to the newcomer list at first. But with the spread of the students, the news of the newcomer list and Yusun's 4th level of Qi Hai soon spread among the freshmen. Even some sophomores and juniors noticed it. Hiss! For a moment, the sound of people gasping for air could be heard everywhere on campus. That's impossible. In the training room, Lin Yan's eyes were bigger than a cow's, and his face was full of disbelief. He is quite interested in the newcomer list and has been watching his phone since early this morning to see how he ranks. But just one glance was enough to make him unable to recover for a long time. Yusun, actually ranked first on the newcomer list. It would be fine if he was ranked first, but Yusun actually reached the 4th level of Qi Hai. It would be fine if Yusun had just reached the 4th level of Qi Hai, but he was also at the 1st level of Ju Qi. How could Lin Yan dare to believe this? If it were other students, they might have imagined that Yusun was from a wealthy family and had a good foundation since childhood, etc. Lin Yan and Yusun were in the same school for 3 years. Although he had not paid much attention to Yusun before, he knew that Yusun was definitely not from a wealthy family. This made him unable to understand why Yusun was so fast. After this holiday, Lin Yan still hasn't reached the 2nd level. Although it took him a long time to widen the red lotus veins, this reason could comfort him when comparing himself with other people. Compared to Yusun, no excuse works. The gap is like heaven and earth. Lin Yan saw no hope of catching up with Yusun. Even a little bit. Since there is fire, why search? Lin Yan suddenly felt that his life was bleak and there was no hope for the future. His faith in the Tao was about to be broken. Chapter 51. It took more than 10 minutes for Lin Yan to come back to his senses. Then, he decided to call He Xiao. When people are in bad luck, the best comfort is not from friends, but seeing others suffer together. He Xiao and Lin Yan have conflicts. That incident in the cafeteria, He Xiao lost all face. As a sophomore, he was forced by Yusun to the point that he didn't even dare to enter the ring. In the end, it was revealed that he was beaten by Yusun and vomited blood. These days, He Xiao has been practicing hard to get back at his old self. Lin Yan now wants He Xiao to know Yusun's results. Then, pass on the feeling of despair. This way he will feel much better. At least, Lin Yan and Yusun are freshmen of the same age. You, He Xiao, are 1 year older than Yusun, and you embarked on the path of cultivation a full year earlier than Yusun. As a result, Yusun's starting point is the end of your year. You must be in a good mood, right? What? That's impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yan guessed correctly. As soon as I called, I received 3 consecutive rejections. He Xiao didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. How so? After looking at the newcomer list, He Xiao had to believe it. How could the official rookie list released by Baidu University be fake? He Xiao's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. These days, he has been practicing a movement technique called the snake step. Before the conflict with Yusun in the coffee shop, He Xiao's snake step had actually reached the 2nd level. He planned to practice the snake step to the 3rd level, and then go to challenge Yusun to get back at him. Unexpectedly, Yusun's cultivation level actually caught up with him. Everyone is at the 4th level of Qi Hai. This made him uncomfortable. It took him a year to reach the 4th level of Qi Hai. Yusun for more than a month. In the past month or so, Yusun has even raised his immortal cultivation to the 1st level of the 2nd realm. If Yusun does this, he will look like a rubbish, okay? Therefore, He Xiao instantly lost the mood to practice. He sat there blankly as if he had lost his soul. No matter how against the will of heaven you are, if you choose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, it's a dead end. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Finally, He Xiao found a breakthrough point to stabilize his Dao heart. That is Yusun's dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. His eyes flashed with a cold light. You are just a meteor streaking through the sky, shining brightly for a moment. As long as I keep moving forward step by step, my future achievements will definitely surpass yours. His belief began to strengthen. The heart of Tao, although it sounds complicated, is actually belief, confidence, the heart of Tao, and the heart of becoming stronger. Sometimes people need some comfort. It's like Lin Yan called He Xiao and conveyed his emotions to him. He Xiao also found this comforting point that was enough to convince himself. Otherwise, he's doomed. Despite this, there was still deep despair in his heart. Liu Sun is too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable, so fast that he knew he could never catch up, and could only pray that Liu Sun would die. I have to quickly cultivate the snake step to the 3rd level before I go and settle the score with him. Otherwise, there will be no chance later. He Xiao finally found his target. He wanted to settle the score with Liu Sun, and now was his last chance because everyone had the same cultivation level. Otherwise, based on the growth rate Liu Sun is showing now, he will have no chance to get back at his old self. Wow, Brother Sun, you're so awesome. You even got 1st place. Murong Wan is once again surpassed by you. Liu Sun received a call from Li Bufan early in the morning. This kid, how could he use such ambiguous yet precise words? Ha ha ha, my good disciple, you didn't let me down. These dark energies are for you. Practice well. Fei Taie staggered to find Liu Sun and stuffed another dark energy card into his hand. It seems that Fei Taie also knew about this. Fortunately, Fei Taie did not change his ways this time. After handing the dark energy card to Liu Sun, he left on his own. What a great mentor! Liu Sun sighed. Such a good teacher is hard to find even with a lantern. Chu Youqing didn't send a message to Liu Sun. She must be practicing and didn't know about this. As for Murong Wan, she is probably practicing as well. Chi High Level 4. In a training room, a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes whispered. He is Lu Xing. Ranked 3rd on the newcomer list. Liu Sun. No wonder Teacher Fu chose you in the 1st place. Lu Xing seemed to understand something. Then he put down his phone, bathed in the starlight, and sat down again. Although Liu Sun's 4th level of Qi Hai surprised him, it did not scare him. As the owner of the holy body of the galaxy, he has absolute confidence in himself. He sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, absorbing and exhaling starlight. The starry holy body requires the power of the stars to cultivate, so Lu Xing sleeps during the day and cultivates at night, with his daily routine completely reversed. It is difficult for others to meet him. After nightfall, Liu Sun discovered that the campus internet was almost completely flooded with topics about him. The most popular post is titled "I told you long ago that Liu Sun is the #1 genius." Liu Sun took a look and realized that this person was the one who created the genius ranking that ranked him first. Of course, there are also many people who think that Liu Sun, who practices both martial arts and immortality, will suffer a setback. What do you know? This is a true evildoer. Even if no one has succeeded yet, it doesn't mean this path is unworkable. What if Liu Sun succeeds? No matter what, even if there will be problems with his dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts in the future, there is no doubt that he is the top genius of this year. Let's see how long he can shine. What's wrong with a shooting star? Have you ever been as bright as a shooting star in your life? How about we make a bet on whether Liu Sun can rise to prominence? If you lose, you can call me daddy. Do you dare? This guy was arguing with everyone everywhere, and seemed to have become a little fanboy of Liu Sun. At the same time, King Bay Street. In Xingyu Tower, Murong Yan sighed softly after hanging up the call from her father Murong Zhan. Murong Zhan somehow found out about this and called her to scold her. Murong Yan felt that it must have been her sister Murong Wan who told her father. Murong Zhan has a very hot temper. He scolded his own daughter without mercy, and brought up the whole matter of Murong Yan's willful decision to marry Huang Mao and her pregnancy with Chu Youqing, which forced the emperor to abdicate. Murong Yan said that she was in that situation back then, so what right did she have to care about Chu Youqing? He also said that Yusuan, his grandson-in-law, was 100 times better than Murong Yan's husband Chu Youqing, so Murong Zhan accepted this grandson-in-law. If Murong Yan dared to force Chu Youqing to marry into the He family, he would be the first to rush to the capital. This scolding made Murong Yan feel very angry. Yaner, why don't we just forget about this? 10 minutes later, her husband Chu Youqing also called. When Murong Yan heard this, she realized that Murong Zhan had also called to scold Chu Youqing, calling Chu Youqing a loser who wanted to sell his daughter to turn his life around. Chu Youqing, a grown man, was almost crying after being scolded. Now, Murong Yan was in a state of panic. She didn't dare tell Chu Youqing that she had drugged Yusuan, let alone that she had failed and was frightened by Yusuan and screamed. Yusuan, it would be better if he didn't practice both immortality and martial arts. After hanging up the phone, Murong Yan sighed deeply. After going through so many things and having several contacts with Yusuan, even she had to admit that Yusuan was actually quite good. It's just that his background is too low. Originally, Yusuan opened up the heaven and earth Kamai, which could make up for his background to a certain extent, and she could barely convince herself, but who made Yusuan choose the hellish difficulty of dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts? Wow, is this true? Is Yusuan so powerful? Of course it's true. The news has spread everywhere. At this moment, Murong Yan suddenly heard people talking about Yusuan outside. As a third-level warrior, she had sharp hearing and began to eavesdrop. This eavesdropping caused a storm in Murong Yan's heart. What these students were discussing was the fact that Yusuan had topped the newcomer list with his cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi Hai and the 1st level of Ju Qi. Classmates, are you telling the truth? Murong Yan couldn't sit still anymore and ran downstairs quickly. Sister, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just look. When the student saw such a beautiful older sister asking him, he quickly opened the campus network. Murong Yan took it and took a look. Her almond-shaped eyes gradually widened and her pretty face was full of surprise. The whole person was stunned. It took a long time for Murong Yan to come back to her senses. She returned upstairs with a complicated expression and sat motionless on the sofa until dawn. The next morning, she packed her things and went out, heading to Bida University. Chapter 52. Yusuan, this is the Student Affairs Office. Someone's looking for you. The next morning, the Student Affairs Office called again. Yusuan frowned slightly. If an ordinary person came to see him, the Student Affairs Office would not notify him so solemnly. As he approached the Student Affairs Office, Yusuan paused slightly. The beautiful and charming Murong Yan was standing not far away, obviously waiting for him. Auntie, what do you want from me? Yusuan approached with a calm tone, a distant look in his eyes. After being drugged by her, Yusuan had this attitude, which was already very good. Yusuan, I'm sorry. Murong Yan bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her eyes showed sincere apology. Yusuan remained silent and just looked at her quietly. Apologize? If apologies were effective, what would the police be for? I'll be back in Rongcheng today. This is the key to Xingyu Tower. From now on, Xingyu Tower will belong to Youqing. I'll need your help to keep an eye on it. You and Youqing will split the profits in half. Murong Yan handed over a key. Yusuan didn't reach out. I will no longer interfere in your affairs with Youqing. Murong Yan sighed, but be careful of the He family. I have clearly rejected them. I'm afraid they will retaliate against you. Seeing her sincere expression, Yusuan didn't seem to be pretending. After thinking for a while, he took the key and said, Auntie, I can help Youqing keep an eye on Xingyu Tower. As for the profits, I won't take a penny. Thank you. Murong Wan finally revealed a relieved smile. I'm really sorry about what happened that day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yusuan didn't see her off. Yusuan, why did my mother suddenly change her ways? Not only did she not oppose us, she also rejected the He family. Oh, and she even transferred the ownership of Xingyu Tower to me. A few hours later, Chu Youqing called. I don't know. Yusuan didn't tell her what happened that day. Apart from Murong Wan and him, only Murong Wan knew about that matter. Murong Wan is the instigator. But the real victim was actually her sister Murong Wan. Yusuan didn't suffer any loss. Wow, I just realized you've made it to the top of the newcomer rankings. It must be because Mom saw your potential after discovering this. Yusuan, you're amazing. Chu Youqing made a new discovery and felt proud of her boyfriend. Yusuan didn't know why Murong Wan suddenly changed her personality. Did she have a change of heart after that day, or was the newcomer list also a factor? Anyway, it's a good thing that my mother-in-law doesn't object anymore. You should practice well, and I will help you keep an eye on Xingyu Tower. After talking on the phone for a long time, the two of them went to rest. The next day, Yusuan went to Xingyu Tower specifically to check and found that Murong Wan had indeed left. On the fourth floor, almost all of her personal belongings had been moved out, leaving only furniture and appliances. Yusuan didn't have to worry about the shop, as the people Murong Wan hired were quite reliable. Xingyu Building's business is indeed good, with monthly sales reaching millions. This is King Bay Street. Students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, even if they receive the lowest level of resources, can still receive hundreds of units of dark energy every month. In the world of ordinary people, this is equivalent to a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Of course, few students would exchange dark energy for money unless they really can't make ends meet. Boss, someone's looking for you. Yusuan was about to leave when the store manager suddenly came over. Who? An alchemist said he wanted to cooperate. Alchemist? Yusuan went downstairs, but saw no alchemists except students selecting items in the store. Are you the boss? A pretty girl with twin ponytails suddenly jumped in front of him. It's me. Yusuan looked at the other person. He was so young. Could he be the alchemist looking for him? My name is Bai Ling, a second-grade alchemist. I have a business that guarantees you a guaranteed profit. I wonder if the boss is interested in cooperating. The girl with twin tails asked. Second-grade alchemist? Yusuan didn't know much about the grades of alchemists, but he had heard a little about them. The elixirs refined by a second-grade alchemist should correspond to the second realm. In other words, she can refine elixirs that are useful to cultivators in the first and second realms. Alchemists are basically immortal cultivators, and it is difficult for martial artists to make elixirs. This is because spiritual power is more gentle and tolerant. True Qi is extremely overbearing and has a murderous nature. It is easy to fail if used to control alchemy. Speaking. Yusuan would like to listen. Your shop is in a great location. Give me half of it. I'll sell pills here and I'll give you 30% of the profit. How about that? Bai Ling held up 3 fingers. Give her half of the shop to sell pills? Yusuan pondered for a moment and asked, do you know what this shop used to do? Bai Ling shook her head. Yusuan said, this shop used to sell elixirs. Ah! Bai Ling was stunned. This place was previously called Baodin Pavilion. The owner hired 2 alchemists, 1 second rank and 1 third rank. But even so, their shop closed down after less than a year. Yusuan was quite familiar with this shop because Li Bufan had bought pills here before. In Li Bufan's words, that pill was just a pill, and its effect was too ordinary. Blue Star's current martial arts, immortal ways and magic are actually quite well developed, but there are still no particularly powerful alchemists. As for the reason, on the one hand, several disasters have caused considerable damage to the natural environment in the wild, and high-level alchemy materials are difficult to find, so they can only be found in the ancient Starry Road. On the other hand, the alchemists are still in the stage of feeling their way forward. There are many inheritances on the ancient Starry Road, but no good alchemist has been found yet. Boss, why? Bai Ling was puzzled. Why? You're an alchemist, don't you know why? Lu Xun thought she did it on purpose. Bai Ling shook her head, I don't know. Come on, come out. Lu Xun came to the door. After Bai Ling came out, he pointed to the bustling shop across the street and asked, Look, what kind of shop is that? Jia's elixir, with such big words, can't the boss see it? Bai Ling looked puzzled, as if she suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Xun's eyes. Lu Xun was speechless. Is this girl really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? You've already recognized it as Jia's elixir, but you still don't understand why Baodin Pavilion went bankrupt. Lu Xun asked back. Bai Ling shook her head, her face full of innocence. They sell theirs, we sell ours, what does it matter? Forward. Did this girl come from the mountains? She didn't know that because of the existence of Jia's medicine shop, almost no medicine shop could survive on King Bay Street. The most profitable shop in the entire King Bay Street is undoubtedly Jia's medicine shop. Murong Wan's Xingyu Tower can't even make a fraction of what others make. Moreover, they earn more from dark energy. That is the hard currency in the world of monks. Do you think your pills can outsell the Jia group? Lu Xun didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. Bai Ling nodded, yes, I can refine first and second grade pills better than them. This. Lu Xun made a point of confirming that she was serious. When she spoke, her eyes were clear, as if she was stating an ordinary fact. Boss, if you don't believe me, I have a bottle of qi gathering pills here. You can take a look. The pills I refine all have golden patterns on them. The girl took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Lu Xun. Gold pattern? What are the golden patterns? Lu Xun really doesn't understand. Even alchemists of the same rank are divided into higher and lower ranks. Just like their cultivation techniques, they are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound yellow. The worst are the yellow rank alchemists. No matter what grade the pills they refine are, they don't have any pill patterns. Above the yellow rank, the mysterious rank has white lines, the earth rank has silver lines, and the heaven rank has gold lines. The grade only represents the level of the pills that the alchemist can refine. What truly determines the quality of the pills is the alchemist's rank. And I am a second-grade heavenly alchemist. Bai Ling raised her chin high, her face full of pride. Chapter 53. Second-grade heavenly alchemist? Lu Xun took out his cell phone and checked, and wow, Bai Ling was not lying. This is indeed the assessment of the alchemist. First grade, second grade, and third grade simply represent the level of elixirs you can refine. But whether this pill is good or not depends on the level of the alchemist. Like the 2 second and third grade alchemists that the Treasure Pavilion had hired before, the pills they refined had no pill patterns at all. They were the lowest level yellow grade alchemists. What's the use of this kind of alchemist even if he can refine a third grade elixir? You're so powerful, but you can't even afford to rent a shop. Immediately, Lu Xun showed doubt. If an alchemist of this level were to go to a place like the Jia Group, people would definitely be vying for him. Your shop has the best location. It's right across from the Jia's elixir shop you mentioned. I want to compete with him. Bai Ling Dao. When she spoke, her eyes were always clear and sincere, without any evasion. This made Lu Xun always subconsciously feel that what she said was not a lie. But, compared with Jia's elixir, Bai Ling is really arrogant. They are a large group with a large number of alchemists. With your small body, you also want to arm wrestle with others? This bottle of qi gathering pill is given to you as a gift. You can verify its effect. Bai Ling handed the jade bottle to Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan took it, opened it, and smelled it, and a strong fragrance of elixir came out. His spirit subconsciously lifted. It smells so good. The other students in the shop also smelled the fragrance of the elixir, and each of them showed an intoxicated look. Liu Xuan took another look and found that, as expected, each pill had golden lines on it. The golden pattern didn't look like it had any color and looked simple, but when you stared at it for a long time, you would feel like you were staring at the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. This pill is not simple. I'm afraid it really is a second-grade heavenly elixir. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Bai Ling looked at Liu Xuan expectantly. This shop isn't mine. I need to ask the owner first. How about you come back tomorrow? Liu Xuan was actually a little tempted. If Bai Ling is really that capable, this business will definitely make money. How much can you make selling these gadgets? Pills are the real big business that makes money. The annual income earned by the Jia Group from its shop on King Bay Street is far, far greater than that of the Xingye Building and Dark Energy. Xingye Building seems to be profitable, but after deducting the rent and labor costs, there is not much left. The rent is too expensive. Murong Wan's main purpose in setting up this shop was to keep an eye on Chu Youqing, not to make money. Now that the shop has been given to Chu Youqing, Liu Xuan has nothing to do anyway, so he might as well give it a try. What if it really makes money? It will also give Chu Youqing another source of income. Cultivation is very expensive. Chu Yuqing's father has lost power in the family. At the rate Chu Youqing is growing, her family will sooner or later be unable to provide her with the resources she needs for cultivation. Once resources are insufficient, the speed of cultivation will be forced to slow down. Many people grow slowly, not because of lack of talent, but simply because of lack of resources. Okay, I'll come see you tomorrow. What time is that? About 10 o'clock. Okay, see you tomorrow. The girl left. Liu Xuan put away the bottle of qi gathering pill and sent a message to Chu Youqing. Chu Yuqing's phone has a smart butler, which won't remind her unless it's something extremely important. Liu Xuan didn't intend to disturb her practice. Liu Xuan, you can do whatever you want. Don't ask me. We'll split the profits from the shop in half. The dark energy you gave me will be deducted from my half. As for the pills, I'll come out and get them right away. At noon, Chu Youqing called Liu Xuan back. Wow, golden pattern, this is a heavenly grade elixir. At the school gate, when Chu Youqing saw the qi gathering pill given by Bai Ling, her eyes lit up. She knows what she's doing. Heaven grade elixirs, even if they're first grade, are very expensive. Liu Xuan, that Bai Ling must have a very special background. She gave away such a valuable elixir as a gift. There are 12 of them here. Chu Youqing was surprised and had some guesses about Bai Ling's identity. Liu Xuan nodded, well, I also think her background is not simple. It was obvious that the girl was not simple. Although Liu Xuan didn't have much experience, he could tell that the girl was wearing a very nice piece of precious clothing. His style of doing things is quick and decisive. He gave away 12 heavenly grade pills as soon as he said he would. Is this an ordinary person? Then you have to be careful. You have to be on guard against others. I'll take one of these pills and try it out and tell you the results. No, you take it all. Don't you need to practice? No, she even gave me a bottle. Ah! Liu Xuan coaxed and deceived Chu Youqing into giving her a whole bottle of qi gathering pills. Qi gathering pills are the favorite of the second-level immortal cultivators. They can increase the speed of gathering qi and refining dark energy without any side effects. Some elixirs that directly improve your cultivation level should not be taken indiscriminately. Taking too much will accumulate a large amount of elixir poison, which will affect your future development. How can the cultivation gained from taking drugs be compared with that gained through one's own practice? The best choice is the qi gathering pill, which is a pill that assists in cultivation. Lu Suan, the effect is amazing. It can at least triple your training speed. One pill should last for a month. I wonder if the effect will diminish after that. In the evening, Chu Youqing received feedback. 3 times. The effect is indeed good. Jia's qi gathering pill, the best one on the market, is only about twice as effective. Other unknown brands of qi gathering pills generally only increase the speed of cultivation by a few %, and may have some side effects. In addition to the effect, duration is also very important. Otherwise, if a pill is so expensive, even if its effect is amazing, it will only last for a while, so what's the point? Then give her half. Lu Suan made a decision. Boss, how about it, have you thought about it? The next morning at 10 o'clock, Bai Ling arrived at the store on time. Well, sure, but we need to discuss some details. No problem. After some discussion, the two finally decided. Bai Ling got half of the first floor of the shop, and half of the third floor for her to make pills. She also wanted the fourth floor, but Lu Suan did not agree for the time being. Bai Ling does not pay rent, but will give 40% of the profits to Lu Suan. 40% was proposed by Lu Suan, and Bai Ling agreed readily. This made Lu Suan feel that Bai Ling's background was not simple. She doesn't seem to be here to make money, but purely to prove herself? Is it so efficient? 3 days later, when Lu Suan came to Xingyu Tower again, he found that Xingyu Tower had been completely renovated. Bai Ling was going to have a partner, so the building had already been decorated. The third floor has also been renovated. Bai Ling also made a small bed in a small room. It seems that she is planning to sleep there. The speed of decoration in this era has always been very fast, but this efficiency is a bit too high. On the 4th day, Bai Ling's medicine shop officially opened. She named her medicine shop Lingden Pavilion, which fits her name very well. Wow, a heavenly grade elixir. So expensive. It may be expensive, but this is a heavenly grade elixir. As soon as Lingden Pavilion opened, it attracted many students from Peking University and Tsinghua University because of its top-grade elixirs. The pavilion was so crowded that even the door threshold was about to be broken. The result was that all the heavenly grade elixirs were sold out within the first hour of opening. As soon as the pills were sold out, Bai Ling ordered people to close the door. Then hang up a sign and ask students to come back tomorrow. Oh my god, it's gone already. I should have known better than to feel bad about the money. The students who failed to buy the tickets were heartbroken. Boss, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? In the shop, Bai Ling clapped her hands, feeling very proud. Sharp. Lu Suan gave a thumbs up. Okay, I'm going to go make some pills. If you're interested, you can come and learn, but I'm not responsible for teaching. Bai Ling went into the 3rd floor, where there was an alchemy room that she had transformed. Chapter 54. Lu Suan, Lingden Pavilion's business is so brisk, why not give her the whole shop? Not yet. Xingyu Tower's business has also been boosted recently. All right. On this weekend, Chu Youqing came to take a look and was shocked by the surging crowd. The long queue at Lingden Pavilion almost stretched out to King Bay Street. The business of Jia's medicine shop across the street was greatly affected. Some students who were originally planning to buy elixirs would wait a little longer instead of choosing Jia's elixirs even if they could not buy the elixirs refined by Bai Ling. In order to get the pills refined by Bai Ling, some students would even queue up in the middle of the night. Bai Ling's elixirs are not just qi gathering pills and true condensation pills. There are also some very precious ones that can be used to expand the qi si and meridians. These are the most heartwarming things. Unfortunately, the number of pills she refines every day is limited, and most people can't get them. Lu Suan, you said she is so powerful, why did she come here to refine pills and sell them? Chu Youqing was puzzled. Liu Sun couldn't answer this question either. This girl has an extraordinary background and exudes a sense of mystery. God knows why she came here to sell pills. Maybe he is a kid from a top family who was bored at home and came out to play? Anyway, there is no harm to Liu Sun. Lingdan Pavilion's business is so brisk that the daily commission is equivalent to Xingyu Tower's income for several days. Moreover, this percentage is still dark energy. Liu Sun could also take advantage of his proximity to Bai Ling and obtain the heaven-grade Ning Zhen pill for Murong Wan. Ning Zhen Dan, like Juki Dan, is a second-grade elixir, but it is only for warriors. Worried that Murong Wan would not accept it, Liu Sun asked Chu Youqing to give it to her. This can increase Murong Wan's training speed. In the past, Murong Wan actually used elixirs to assist in her cultivation. She used Jia's elixirs, which were slightly less effective than those refined by Bai Ling. Brother Liu, be careful. A new commission has appeared on the dark web targeting you. This time, the other party is asking for 1 million dark energy. This price is too high. I'm afraid that a 4th-level cultivator will take it. 2 weeks later, Liu Sun suddenly received a message from Luo Dashan. On the dark web, there was a new murder commission against him. The price of the previous commission was also increased from 30,000 units of dark energy to 50,000. The reason why the other party raised the price is probably that no one accepted it. Although there is a lot of dark energy, Liu Sun has always stayed at Baidu University and at most only moved around on King Bay Street. For ordinary cultivators of the Third Realm, it is very risky to take action on King Bay Street. Even if they kill Liu Sun, they will probably have to explain themselves. As for the cultivators in the Fourth Realm, 50,000 dark energies are not worth their risk, and they won't even look at it. But now, the new commission price is 1 million units of dark energy, which is too high. That's a full cubic meter of dark energy. The price starts at 1 billion. All cultivators in the Four Realms have a certain possibility of being tempted. Who did it? Liu Sun's mind raced, and without much effort, he locked onto the suspicious target. He family. After thinking about it, Liu Sun felt that only the He family was possible. The person who took away all his property with an IOU could not have come up with so much dark energy. The He family can. In order to get Liu Sun to leave Chu Youqing, didn't the He family offer 1 million dark energy? After Murong Yan's clear refusal, the He family seemed to be furious and immediately threw out the 1 million dark energies, looking for a killer on the dark web to kill Liu Sun. You have to stay out of school less. Although Liu Sun guessed it, he currently has no good solution. The He family is very wealthy and has millions of dark energies at their fingertips. With his current strength, he is unable to compete with them. The only way is to stay out of school less. Even if a cultivator of the Fourth Realm accepted the commission, he would not dare to take action at Baidu University. King Bay Street is actually not that bad, but if a cultivator of the Fourth Realm really accepts the commission, the other party may take a risk. Especially some 4th-level monks who have excellent escape abilities. Thinking of this, Liu Sun walked towards the school. He Xiao. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw He Xiao. This guy was also happy when he saw Liu Sun. After spending so much time, He Xiao finally cultivated the snake step to the 3rd level. He was waiting for Liu Sun here to challenge Liu Sun. Liu Sun. He Xiao was about to speak when he saw a figure flash by and Liu Sun approached. Red Lotus Burning Heart Palm. He Xiao sensed the crisis and did not choose to dodge, but to fight Liu Sun head-on. His Red Lotus veins allowed him to cultivate Red Lotus Qi, making his attacks exceptionally explosive. Last time, Liu Sun dodged his attack and dealt him a heavy blow. This made Xiao feel that since they were both at the 4th level of Qi Hai, Liu Sun would not dare to confront him head-on. Boom! The two sides collided with each other. Puff! The sound of vomiting blood rang out again. He Xiao, who was full of confidence just now, was sent flying backwards by Liu Xuan's attack. He flew more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Impossible! He Xiao was confused. He practiced his skills diligently just to force Liu Xuan to confront him head-on. Now, Liu Xuan didn't dodge or evade, and really confronted him head-on, and he couldn't hold on anymore. How could he believe this? Before He Xiao could react, Liu Xuan had already approached, stepped on him, and beat him up. He Xiao was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. It was so miserable. Classmates, please don't fight. Liu Xuan didn't let him go until the school security and teachers arrived. Liu Xuan, how dare you hit me? He Xiao crawled up with blood all over his face, and at this moment he almost turned into a pig's head. I hit you. Didn't they say you can't hit people outside of school? Liu Xuan encountered a bug. Here, just outside the school gate. Even if you get punished for fighting, the punishment is very light, not as strict as in school. The He family actually dared to secretly offer a reward of 1 million dark energy on the dark web for someone to kill him. If he can't do anything to the He family, can he do nothing to the descendants of the He family? Today, I'm going to hit you. Chapter 55. He's gotten stronger again. When Liu Xuan was praising He Xiao, Lin Yan hid behind the school gate, too scared to even look out. Now he is completely afraid of Liu Xuan. He Xiao specifically brought him here today to wait for Liu Xuan to come back so that they could meet in the ring. But Liu Xuan had no moral principles and started fighting outside the school, beating He Xiao so badly. He Xiao's face, which barely had some good looks, was beaten beyond recognition. I guess even if I use the give me back my beauty punch, I won't be able to hit him back. Liu Xuan, you wait, today's revenge, puff. Student, please stop doing that, or we'll have to take coercive measures. On the other side, He Xiao saw that the school security guards and teachers had arrived, and was ready to say something harsh to save his face. As a result, Liu Xuan kicked him out in front of the security guard and the teacher. He Xiao fell upside down into the pool with his feet facing the air, leaving the passing students stunned. It's so brutal. Lin Yan shuddered with fear. At this time, he realized that his feet seemed to be still outside the school gate, so he quickly retracted his feet. Afraid that Liu Xuan would find out if he was late, Liu Xuan also gave him a try. Extraordinary news, Liu Xuan violently beats up He Xiao. Pfft, this He Xiao is too miserable, he has turned into a pig's head. Look at the picture at the back. It has turned directly into a compass. Before long, various pictures were uploaded to the campus network. It attracted a lot of onlookers. Today is the weekend, so there are more students surfing the internet. Some students also habitually go online for a while after practicing every day to avoid missing any important news. It's just hitting someone. If you need any punishment, come to me. Don't make things difficult for my good student. In the school affairs office, Fei Tae looked carefree. Well, Liu Xuan was brought here for beating someone. He got the news from somewhere and came to protect Liu Xuan. Fortunately, Liu Xuan hit someone outside the school, and Fei Tae strongly protected him, so he did not receive any punishment. He was just talked to by the school leaders. The implication is that students should live in harmony with each other and not bully others. I'm a freshman and he's a sophomore. How did I bully him? He can only blame himself for not living up to his expectations. Liu Xuan acted with a clear conscience, not knowing he was wrong and not planning to correct it. So the school leader gave Liu Xuan's answer a score of 98.4, and did not give it 100 because he thought Liu Xuan had 1.6. He Xiao, are you a man? If you are, come to the ring with me. He Xiao, does your mother know that you are such a coward? He Xiao, is that cotton or courage in your crotch? He Xiao. In the following days, a scene occurred on campus that opened the eyes of many students. Yusun would block He Xiao whenever he had nothing to do. Whenever He Xiao showed up, Yusun would go up to him and call him to the ring. It wouldn't matter if Yusun was one grade higher than A Xiao, or even the same grade. The problem is that Yusun is a freshman and He Xiao is a sophomore. Facing Yusun's challenge, He Xiao did not dare to accept it. Yusun's words were like knives piercing his heart. The fight a few days ago had already spread throughout the school. He Xiao's reputation itself suffered a great blow. Now being humiliated by Yusun from time to time, He Xiao felt that his whole life had lost its color. Hateful! I'm going to kill you! Bang! 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 In the training room, He Xiao was so angry. I was angry, anxious, and helpless. Yusun was as elusive as a ghost. Whenever he went out, he would be found soon. Then Yusun would issue a challenge. Then he didn't dare to answer. Then he would be ridiculed in public. After that, he lost all face and didn't even have the mood to practice. Only God knows how he got through these days. He didn't dare leave school. Because whenever I appeared at the school gate, Yusun would always appear not far away. This made He Xiao feel that if he dared to leave the school, Yusun would definitely rush out and beat him up. He Xiao was desperate. 5555, Father, avenge me. A week later, He Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, so one weekend, he called his father to pick him up at the school gate. He wants to go home, he must go home. He doesn't want to be in school anymore. Don't stay in school anymore no matter what. If Yusun continues to torture him like this, he will go crazy. As soon as he saw his father, He Xiao rushed over and started crying. Oh my god, He Xiao is so miserable. He was even bullied to the point of crying. Although, why do I want to laugh? What kind of hatred or grudge is this that I have to be tortured like this by Yusun? Yusun, this is too much of a bully. There must be a story behind this, otherwise why wouldn't Yusun bully others? That's right. This scene was captured by a curious person and caused heated discussion at Baidu University. The students who ate the melon said it was very interesting. They had never seen such a scene before. A sophomore senior who was a genius who had opened the heaven and earth Qi meridian and reached the 4th level of Qi Si. She was bullied by a freshman and broke down, crying and calling for her dad to pick her up. What the hell? Many students said that they enjoyed watching it and were willing to continue. Damn it, I'll never mess with him again. Lin Yan made up his mind. From then on, whenever I saw Yusun, I would retreat 30 meters away from the wall. He Xiao was driven crazy by Yusun. If Yusun wanted to punish him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha ha ha, Brother Sun, you are so talented. If I make an enemy in the future, you must help me deal with him. Li Bufan was overjoyed. Yusun, I heard that you bullied He Xiao until he cried. Oh, then you have to be careful. The people in the He family are very narrow-minded. Chu Youqing also heard about this. She didn't even ask the reason, but just asked Yusun to be careful. Yusun didn't tell her about the $1 million reward. So that she wouldn't worry. After He Xiao returned home, he asked for a long vacation from the school and it seemed that he was not planning to come to school. Yusun lost a fun thing. Yusun has rarely left the school recently because Luo Dashan told him that the 1 million reward had been reduced to 2 million and someone had accepted it. No one knows who answered the call. This time the reward is a bit special, and there may be more than one person who accepts it. It must be the He family without a doubt. The change in the reward amount made Yusun certain. This bounty was 100% created by the He family. He Xiao was beaten so badly by him, so the He family increased the reward amount to vent He Xiao's anger. The He family is indeed rich. They can take out 2 million units of dark energy just by saying so. Under such circumstances, Yusun became more cautious. Murong Wan breaks through the 3rd level of Qi Hai. You gain 20 times what Murong Wan gained. A few days later, the 20-fold return came again. Murong Wan's cultivation speed was indeed astonishingly fast, and the heavenly grade elixir given by Bai Ling made her even more powerful. Less than a month before the official start of school, she had broken through to another level. The third layer of Qi Hai. Liu Sun's strength began to soar again. He rushed from the 8th level of Qi Hai to the 9th level of Qi Hai, then to the 10th level of Qi Hai, and then all the way to the peak of the 10th level of Qi Hai. After reaching the peak of the 10th level of Qi Hai, Liu Sun felt that the heat flow in his body was still very huge. Should I be able to enter the third realm? Just when Liu Sun thought he could directly rush into the third realm, the heat flow in his body continued to widen his Qi Si. Then, Liu Sun ascended to the 11th level of Qi Hai. Good fellow! Liu Sun didn't expect that there were 11 more layers in the Qi Si. Other martial artists only have the 10th level of Qi Hai, but he has actually reached the 11th level. System, why didn't you break through the third realm? Liu Sun asked. The Tongqia realm requires opening all 108 secret acupoints in the body and awakening martial arts supernatural powers. The return of the Qi realm is related to the true Qi and the Qi, and it is difficult to help the host break through to the third realm. If the host insists on breaking through the third realm now, the probability of awakening rare martial arts supernatural powers, such as clairvoyance, flaming eyes, 3 heads and 6 arms, etc., is extremely small. The system voice sounded. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Liu Sun thought about it and decided to give up on using the return to break through to the third realm. He is already growing fast enough now, there is no need to rush for faster growth. It would be better to lay a solid foundation and be the best in every realm. What's more, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. During the bodybuilding stage, Liu Sun could easily defeat Lin Yan, who had opened up all 7 meridians. If he continues to advance in the Qi Hai realm, reaching the 17th or 18th level of Qi Hai, ordinary people in the 3 realms will not be his match. Chu Youqing breaks through the 2nd level of Qi condensation. You gain 20 times what Chu Youqing gained. 2 more days passed. Chu Youqing also made a breakthrough. With the help of the 20-fold return, Liu Sun rushed from the 6th level of Qi gathering to the 10th level in one fell swoop. Only 1 step away from the third realm. Chapter 56. Liu Sun, I've checked out Xingyu Tower and there's nothing wrong with it. You can practice without worry. After Chu Youqing broke through the 2nd level of Qi condensation, she was originally planning to ask Liu Sun to go shopping. Liu Sun refused on the grounds of cultivation. The $1 million reward has been accepted, so Liu Sun cannot be careless. Seeing Liu Sun so diligent, Chu Youqing did not blame him and ran to Xingyu Tower to check the situation. The situation at Xingyu Tower is naturally good. Driven by Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion, business is getting better and better. The scope of Liu Sun's activities became Baidu University. Fortunately, Baidu University is very big, so it's not boring to stay there. Is she still practicing? Murong Wan is really a cultivation maniac. After Liu Sun had S*X with her twice under the influence of the drug, he had not seen Murong Wan since then. I think she must be practicing. It is understandable that Murong Wan works so hard. Different from students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. She is already 25 years old. At this age, students from Peking University and Tsinghua University have all graduated. If she did not possess an exquisite body and develop exquisite meridians, and was not accepted as a disciple by an elder of Baidu Temple, she would not have been able to enter Peking University and Tsinghua University. There are certain age restrictions for Tsinghua and Peking University. To be precise, she was not studying in Peking University or Tsinghua University, but was placed in Peking University or Tsinghua University for training by the elder of Baidu Hall. Another week passed and the monthly assessment came. The monthly exam is relatively simple. It mainly tests your cultivation to see if you have made any progress compared to last month. Even if the cultivation level remains the same, as long as there is progress, the energy level displayed by the test column will be different, and that is also progress. I wonder if there will be any changes in the newcomer rankings this month. Definitely, but I feel like the number 1 position won't change. Me too. In a month, Murong Wan and Lu Xing can only reach the 3rd level of Qi Hai at most. It's impossible for them to catch up with L Yusuan. L Yusuan still has a lead. Do you think it's possible for L Yusuan to reach the 5th level of Qi Hai? On the day of the monthly exam, students were discussing and speculating about the changes in the newcomer list after this monthly exam. The newcomer list will change with each month's assessment. Wow! Lu Xing has actually reached the 3rd level of Qi Hai. Wang Tenjian has reached the 2nd level of Qi Hai. He's not bad. Du Yuqi has also reached the 2nd level of Qi Hai. She is a beauty. At the testing center, some students were stationed there, reporting the situation online. Ms. Murong, these dark energies. Don't give it to me, give it to Yuqing. She needs it more than I do. Okay. Outside the testing center, L Yusuan met Murong Wan again. She is here too. The dark energy he was about to send out was still not sent out. Murong Wan refused to accept it, and there was nothing he could do. Although the two had an intimate relationship for the 2nd time, it was also an accident. Their current relationship is still at a delicate and awkward point. Deep down in Murong Wan's heart, she was actually a little afraid of meeting L Yusuan. Murong Wan is here. It's so beautiful. As soon as Murong Wan entered the testing center, she attracted everyone's attention. She came to the testing column and delivered a full-strength blow. Ding ding ding. It's indeed the 3rd level of Qi Hai, the energy level is even higher than Lu Xing. It's amazing, it's so beautiful and so exciting. The students were very impressed. Murong Wan didn't stop and left. L Yusuan is here. The students saluted again. L Yusuan entered the testing center. Just when the students thought he was going to take the test, L Yusuan walked towards someone. You, a loser who doesn't dare to accept a challenge, finally dare to come to school. He looked at He Xiao and said coldly. Who are you calling trash? I've already reached the 5th level of Qi Hai. He Xiao actually turned his grief and anger into motivation and broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai. Really? See you in the ring later. L Yusuan said lightly. He Xiao paused. Although he broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai, he didn't have much confidence in going on the ring. He was scared by L Yusuan's beating. Waste. L Yusuan said disdainfully and walked towards the test column. He Xiao's face flushed red, and he really wanted to say let's fight. But I just don't dare say it out loud. He wanted to see L Yusuan's test results first. Ding ding ding. Wow. 5th level of Qi Hai. Oh my god. It's only been a month since school started, and he's already reached the 5th level of Qi Hai. The testing center was in a state of excitement. How come? Despair appeared in He Xiao's eyes. He finally broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai. Only a month had passed, and L Yusuan suddenly rushed up. In another month, wouldn't he be surpassed directly? In 1 month, it is absolutely impossible for He Xiao to break through the 6th level of Qi Hai. This is his confidence in himself. He's not that kind of genius. Ding ding ding. This is not over yet. Qi gathering level 2. Wow. The testing center is boiling again. Is this the ultimate tough guy from Baidu University? Ha ha ha, see, I was right, my brother Lu is the only true god. What a pity, cultivating both immortality and martial arts. The students were shocked, but some of them deliberately used the dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts to spoil the fun. This monthly exam once again sparked quite a bit of discussion. Of course, discussions come and go quickly. As soon as the monthly exam was over, students started practicing, and not many people wasted too much time on the internet. Blue Star has been accelerating recently. The time to enter the ancient starry sky road is getting shorter and shorter. All students felt a sense of urgency. Murong Wan's Taya sword skill breaks through the first level. You gain 20 times what Murong Wan gained. You obtain the Chu Youqing sword. A week later, suddenly, Youqing gained the benefits of Murong Wan's swordsmanship training. The sword of 10,000 tribulations and no form. When the Taya sword technique came to Youqing, it became the Chu Youqing sword. The name has changed, but it has become much more powerful. Chapter 57. Baidu University, Training Room. Youqing held a long sword, his brows slightly furrowed, and he concentrated on vibrating the true energy throughout his body. He turned his wrist slightly, and the sword drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, swinging continuously at the boulder in front of him that was taller than a man. Youqing's sword moves looked disorganized, as if they were just random moves by a beginner. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a mystery hidden in the chaos. Each sword seems to resonate with the heaven and earth, and contains an indescribable rhythmic beauty. Call. A few seconds later, Youqing put away his sword and stood. The stone in front is intact, without any damage. Papa. Youqing clapped his hands. The air was shaken by him. This triggered a chain reaction. Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the boulder, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, turning into hundreds of sharp-edged pieces of rubble. What a sharp sword energy! Youqing leaned over to pick up a piece of gravel, and gently stroked the mirror-smooth surface with his fingertips, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The cut surfaces of these stones are extremely smooth, just like mirrors. There is no doubt about it. They were all cut apart by Youqing's sword energy. The sword energy was so sharp that after cutting the stone into hundreds of pieces, the stone still remained intact. It was not until Youqing clapped his hands that the stone seemed to realize that it was no longer a hole. This shows how sharp the sword energy is. It's indeed a good sword technique. After the Taya sword technique was returned, it turned into the Chu Youqing sword. This sword technique is quite powerful. Just the first move makes Youqing's sword energy become extremely sharp. Another powerful aspect of the Chu Youqing sword is that its sword moves are invisible and formless, and the sword penetrates the void. Its moves are like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, and as ethereal and unpredictable as clouds and mist. In simple terms, no moves are better than moves. I'll make a good sword later. Youqing sheathed his sword. He exchanged this sword for dark energy at the school's supply department. A lot of things can be exchanged at the supplies department of Baidu University. For example, elixirs, weapons, armor, precious clothes, etc. The quality of these things is pretty good, above average. If you want something better, you have to spend a lot of money to buy it outside. Or if you get good rankings in some competitions held by the school or in important year-end rankings, there is a certain chance of winning rewards in these areas. Youqing's sword was exchanged for 2,000 dark energies, and its quality was too ordinary. 2 days later, late at night, Xiaobai turned into Princess Barbara again. She only wakes up once a month. Each session lasted only 2 or 3 minutes. Ah, I told you not to bathe me anymore. As soon as Barbara woke up, she received the memories of last month. Her fur stood on end and she waved her 2 front paws in the air. But this time she didn't rush over to kill Youqing. Youqing lazily got up from the bed, supporting his cheek with one hand. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on such meaningless complaints. That seems to be true. Barbara tilted her head and thought for a moment, her ears twitching slightly, and her angry expression immediately subsided. Well, I didn't lie to you, that spell is very useful. Then she lifted her tail proudly, her blue cat eyes sparkling with pride. Youqing nodded, it is indeed useful. Would you like to learn the second one? Barbara took a few steps closer and lowered her voice mysteriously. This is a support spell that can double your combat power in a short period of time. If you cast it repeatedly. She paused deliberately before continuing, the combat power can still be accumulated. Double the combat power? And it can be stacked? Go ahead. Liu Sun raised his eyebrows and remained calm. Listen carefully, this spell is very long. Barbara cleared her throat and recited seriously, Abecabibecardo, asterisk and. In the moonlight, the ragdoll cat's whiskers trembled gently with the spell. She repeated it 5 times until she was sure Liu Sun had mastered it completely. This is my blood. Try it and I'll see if you can pronounce it correctly. Barbara held out a drop of blood with her little paw. She was so anxious that Liu Sun became suspicious. The princess is the princess, and Ziobai is Ziobai. Although Ziobai is the instinct of Barbara's body after her consciousness fell asleep. But it is this instinct that is more reliable. After Barbara regains consciousness, she might start playing tricks on Liu Sun. Try again later. So, Liu Sun said lightly. The spell is very long and requires certain pronunciation skills. If you mispronounce any syllable, it will be useless. Are you sure you don't want me to teach you? Barbara blinked. Why don't you first tell me the purpose of teaching me these spells? Nothing good in this world happens without a reason. Liu Sun stared into her eyes and asked. It's simple. I want you to help me break the curse on me. This is difficult for you right now, so I will give you more support so that you can grow up smoothly. Barbara said seriously. Help her break the curse? Liu Sun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why choose me? If you want help, those strong men in the east are your best choice. No. Barbara shook her head firmly, the moonlight casting a mysterious shadow in her eyes. This is fate's choice, and it is also my only chance to turn things around. A choice of fate. That's right. Barbara took a step forward, her voice as soft as a whisper. After I was cast under the sleeping curse, I was never going to wake up until I met you. At this point, a strange light flashed in her cat eyes. Your aura is very special, it can even make the spell loosen a little. If this isn't fate, what is it? The special breath also loosened Barbara's sleeping spell. Could it be because of the chaos divine body? Liu Sun felt that this was very possible. As long as I can remove the triple curse on my body, meow. Before Barbara could finish her words, she was unable to speak again. Then, her consciousness fell into a deep sleep and she turned into Ziobai again. If nothing unexpected happens, she will regain consciousness next month. Chapter 58. This spell is indeed difficult. After Barbara fell asleep, Liu Sun tried it with the drop of blood on Ziobai's claws. Barbara's second spell was more difficult. Even though Liu Sun used Ziobai's blood and recited the spell correctly, he was unable to cast it. When he wanted to try again, that drop of blood had been used up. One drop of blood can only cast the spell once. I'll learn from Barbara after she wakes up next month. Liu Sun didn't take it too seriously and continued to sleep. The next morning, it was light before 5 o'clock. Recently, the blue planet has been accelerating in the starry sky with the help of the gravity of other stars. The time to enter the dark universe is getting closer and closer. This also results in the alternation of day and night on the blue planet becoming less regular. At Baidu University, there are very few students to be seen during the day. All the students were practicing with all their might. Even the number of students going to the cafeteria to eat has decreased significantly. Many students prepare high-energy foods early to avoid wasting time on eating. In the entire Baidu University, Liu Sun is still the most idle person. 2 bounties on him are still available on the dark web. Therefore, Liu Sun never left the school and lay down comfortably in the school every day. Chu Youqing seemed to be practicing with all her strength. In the past, Chu Youqing would send messages to Liu Sun almost every day. Recently the frequency has become once a week. As for Murong Wan, she never takes the initiative to contact Yusuan. Basically, Yusuan could only see her during the end-of-month assessment. Boom! In the training room, a talisman was activated by Yusuan, blowing a stone into pieces. It's quite powerful. Yusuan was very satisfied with the power of this talisman. Although he couldn't practice, Yusuan would think of some methods when he was lying down. For example, talismans. This is a method belonging to the immortal way. Martial arts emphasizes oneself more. The immortal way has many ways to leverage power. If you don't make much progress in cultivation, you can also learn side skills such as alchemy, weapon refining, formations, talismans, puppetry, etc. Murong Wan breaks through the 4th level of Qi Hai. You gain 20 times what Murong Wan gained. On this day, suddenly, Yusuan received a return from again. Amazing! Yusuan liked this. Murong Wan's cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. Only half a month after opening the meridians, he broke through the Qi Hai level. Although it took her more than a month to go from the 1st level of Qi Hai to the 2nd level, that was because she was delayed by family matters. After focusing on cultivation, Murong Wan broke through the 3rd level of Qi Hai in just 20 days. Now, more than 20 days have passed, and Murong Wan has directly reached the 4th level of Qi Hai. During this period, Murong Wan also spent some time practicing martial arts. The exquisite body is indeed a top-notch physique for cultivation. This is a physique born for cultivation. Comfortable. Yusuan rushed to the 13th level of Qi Hai in one fell swoop. His sea of Qi thus became extremely large, like a vast ocean, boundless and boundless. The power of his true Qi is comparable to that of some cultivators in the 3rd realm. Murong Wan's 1000 trace steps breaks through to the 2nd stage. You gain 20 times what Murong Wan did. Your Wanzongbu is upgraded to Shenzongbu. A week later, another return arrived. After breaking through the 4th level of Qi Hai, Murong Wan cultivated the Qianzong step to the 2nd level. Yusuan's Wanzongbu was also upgraded again and became Shenzongbu. Chu Youqing breaks through the 3rd level of Qi condensation. You will receive 20 times the amount of Chu Youqing's reward. A few days later, Chu Youqing also had a breakthrough. Yusuan happily welcomed the return. The 11th level of Qi gathering. Like Murong Wan, Chu Youqing's breakthrough did not allow him to reach the 3rd level, but instead he reached the peak of the 11th level of Qi gathering. Oh my god, it really is one floor per month. He's already above level 5, and he can break through one level every month. If he keeps going like this, he's going to break the Baidu University record. Don't forget, he is a dual cultivator of immortality and martial arts. He's mastered both immortal and martial arts so quickly. How on earth did he do it? Another month's monthly exam is here. Yusuan's performance once again attracted attention. Many students were surprised even though they had expected it. Yusuan's strength would rise by one level every month, and both his immortal and martial arts skills would rise at the same time. Even in the history of Baidu University, this has never happened before. Yusuan listened to the discussions around him and just smiled faintly, without commenting. If these students knew his true strength, they would be shocked. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The more proud you are now, the more miserable you will be in the future. He Xiao sneered. Now, he has completely lost hope of catching up with Yusuan. After this month, Yusuan's cultivation level surpassed his. If he wanted to break through the 6th level of Qi Hai, it would take at least another 3 months. Mr. He, hurry up. Lin Yan noticed Yusuan's gaze and urged He Xiao to leave quickly. He Xiao's expression changed and he fled away. He seldom comes to school recently and is even more afraid to meet Yusuan. Abecabibecardo, asterisk and, your spell is correct, but the pronunciation and duration of some syllables are wrong. How long? Of course. When you pronounce it, the duration must be exactly the same, no longer and no shorter. The first spell was optimized by the royal family, otherwise it would be 10 times more difficult than this one. A few days later, Barbara regained consciousness. After waking up this time, Barbara wasted no time and taught Yusun the spell. There are many things to pay attention to when casting spells. It looks like just a sentence, but it is not easy to learn. Yusun actually took a shortcut. That is using Barbara's blood. Otherwise, Yusun has no magic power in his body and cannot cast spells at all. Even if one has magic power, it is not easy to cast these spells. It requires extraordinary magical attainments. It looks like I can't learn it. I'll try again next month, meow. 2 minutes later, Barbara's consciousness fell into sleep again. Yusun still hasn't learned the spell. Yusun, I've put the Lingdan Pavilion's share into your account. At the end of the month, Chu Youqing sent a message. Yusun hasn't left the school for almost 2 months. Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion business is becoming more and more popular. The elixirs she refined were basically heaven-grade elixirs. Somehow the news spread on the internet, causing not only students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, but also students from other cultivation schools and cultivators from the outside world to go there to buy elixirs. The monthly share is also increasing. Chu Youqing insisted on giving half of the share to Yusun. Yusun had no choice but to let her do what she wanted. Chu Youqing is not short of dark energy now, so Yusun can save it and give it to her when she needs it in the future. Murong Wan breaks through the 5th level of Qi Hai, and the host gains 20 times what Murong Wan gained. After more than half of the new month had passed, Murong Wan made another breakthrough. Yusun also broke through the 15th level of Qi Hai. Chu Youqing breaks through the 3rd level of Qi Gathering, and the host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained. Not long after Murong Wan achieved a breakthrough, Chu Youqing also achieved a breakthrough. This upgrade can't be stopped. Yusun was overjoyed. In total, less than 3 months after the official start of school, Yusun had already reached the 15th level of Qi Hai and the 13th level of Qi Ju. This increase in strength is crazy. Chu Youqing learns the flying sword technique, and the host gains 20 times what Chu Youqing gained. You obtain the shadowless flying sword technique. Not long after Chu Youqing broke through the 3rd level of Qi Gathering, he learned the essential skills for the 2nd level of immortal cultivation, the flying sword technique. What she learned should be the general sword flying technique, which does not require too many tricks. The power mainly depends on the cultivation level and sword control skills. After being returned to Yusun 20 times, it turned into the shadowless flying sword technique. It is much more powerful than ordinary sword flying techniques. Chapter 59. Bai Ling closed the Lingdan Pavilion. Yes, boss, Miss Bai has been locked up for a week. She has been staying indoors and I don't know what she is doing. On this day, Yusun received an unexpected news. Bai Ling closed the Lingdan Pavilion. It is no exaggeration to say that Lingdan Pavilion makes a fortune every day. Yusun only needs to rent out half of the storefront, but he can still get 40% of the profits, which can be said to be pie in the sky. With Bai Ling's attainments in alchemy, no matter where she makes the elixir, her business will be good. Now she's suddenly closed. Could it be that he felt that Yusun got too much? We can't let such a big money tree get away. Not to mention, Bai Ling's elixirs also played a certain role in Chu Youqing and Murong Wan's rapid cultivation. As long as Bai Ling was still there, Yusun could take advantage of his proximity and get the elixir from her first. After thinking about it, Yusun decided to go to King Bay Street to see the situation. Although the 2 murder requests for him are still there on the dark web, his current strength is far superior to what it used to be, and a cultivator in the 3rd realm has no chance of killing him. Even if he encounters a killer of the 4th realm, Yusun can still fight with him for a few moves. King Bay Street is in the middle of King Bay and Peking University, so just delay it for a while. After some disguise, Yusun went out. Soon, he arrived at Xingyu Tower. It's closed. Yusun stood in front of the Lingdan Pavilion, looking at the locked door, frowning slightly. Even though it has been closed for a whole week, there are still many people waiting outside the door to buy pills. This shows how effective Bai Ling's elixir is. Yusun came to the third floor and knocked on the door. Who? Bai Ling's voice came from inside, with a hint of fatigue. She just closed the door and people were still inside. It's me, Yusun. Oh, wait a minute. Bai Ling's voice sounded normal, but one could vaguely hear the flurry of movement inside. From this point of view, she should be refining medicine instead of closing down the business. Squeak. After more than 10 minutes, the door slowly opened. Boss, long time no see. Bai Ling appeared behind the door, forcing a smile. Bai Ling. What's wrong with you? When he saw her appearance, Yusun couldn't help but ask. Bai Ling's appearance is not bad, she is a real beauty. Compared to Murong Wan's stunning beauty and Chu Youqing's purity, Bai Ling is more pretty and lively. However, her little face was dirty now, with a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and her hair looked a little messy. What was even more difficult to hold back was that her watery eyes had obvious dark circles under them, making her look shaky. How long has it been since you last slept? I'm fine, Bai Ling rubbed her eyes and yawned, this is from alchemy. I want to refine a third-grade elixir, but I haven't succeeded. As she spoke, her shoulders slumped in frustration. Third-grade elixir? That is the elixir corresponding to the third realm cultivator. As long as you can refine a third-grade elixir, you can be considered a third-grade alchemist. Bai Ling was able to refine second-grade heavenly elixirs, so refining ordinary third-grade elixirs was not difficult for her. She probably wanted to refine a higher quality third-grade elixir, so she made herself like this. I'm glad you're okay. I heard you stayed indoors and was a little worried, so I came to check on you. Yusun breathed a sigh of relief and his tone softened a bit. Thank you for your concern, boss. Bai Ling smiled sweetly. Boss, are you a monk? Immediately, she asked. Yusun nodded, yeah. Wow, that's great. I wish I could practice. She said enviously. Yusun paused, you are not a monk. Bai Ling nodded, well, I don't have any cultivation, otherwise I would definitely be able to refine a third-grade pill. No cultivation. Yusun's eyes moved back and forth on Bai Ling. He didn't quite believe it. Without any cultivation, he was able to refine a second-grade elixir. It's still a second-grade heavenly elixir. How is this possible? The attainment of alchemy is not directly linked to the level of cultivation, but without the support of cultivation, even slightly higher level pills cannot be refined. It's not that I have no cultivation ability at all. I can use pills to increase my spiritual power, and I can also control this spiritual power to make pills, but there is a problem with my spiritual veins, and I can't cultivate spiritual power on my own. Seeing that Yusun didn't believe it, Bai Ling explained. I see. Bai Ling, unexpectedly, can't practice either. Her situation is very different from Yusun's. Yusun was forbidden from practicing by the system, not that he couldn't practice. Even if he is forbidden to practice, he can still absorb dark energy to replenish his spiritual power and true qi. Bai Ling can't do that, she can only rely on taking pills to gain spiritual power. These spiritual powers cannot exist in the body for too long. I don't know what's wrong with her spiritual veins. However, without any cultivation, Bai Ling was able to refine second-grade heavenly elixirs simply by using the spiritual power replenished by elixirs. She was truly a genius in alchemy. Boss, someone's looking for you. At this time, the store manager ran up to inform. Who is it? Someone from the Jia Group. Jia Group. This is the alchemy group that produces Jia's body strengthening pills and meridian opening pills. Boss, can I ask you for a favor? Bai Ling on the side suddenly said. Lu Xun noticed that she looked a little nervous, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, as if she was worried about something. Bai Ling, tell me what it is. I will definitely help you as long as I can. Lu Xun said in a gentle voice. They will probably want to buy your shop for a high price. Can you refuse them? I won't let you help me in vain. I can increase the share of Lingdan Pavilion by another 20%. Bai Lingdao. Increase it by another 20%? That's 60%. Wow, Bai Ling makes the elixir herself, and Lu Xun only needs to provide a venue and can get 60% of it. Such a business is hard to find even with a lantern. What's wrong with Bai Ling? Why does she have to open a store here? Okay, I promise. Lu Xun agreed. Thank you, boss. You are so kind. Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. Lu Xun turned and left. Soon, he met people from the Jia group downstairs. There were 3 people in total, and the leader was a middle-aged man dressed very formally. He had a strong aura and gave Lu Xun the feeling that he was at least in the 3rd realm. Boss, are you interested in doing business with us? The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back, raised his chin slightly, and looked down on others. What business? Lu Xun crossed his arms and asked calmly. Your lease is for 3 years, right? For the remaining 2.5 years, we'll give you a lump sum of 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash. How about you sell us this shop? The middle-aged man said loudly. It's true. Bai Ling was right, the other party was indeed here to buy the store. 100,000 dark energies or 200 million in cash, this price is not low. Even if you can get a share from Lingdan Pavilion, it is not easy to earn 100,000 dark energy. From this perspective, Bai Ling made them feel threatened, so they came to buy it at a high price. Wrong. Lu Xun suddenly felt something was wrong. The Jia group is a behemoth. The pills they refine are not only popular in Huaxia, but also in the countries surrounding Huaxia. Their store on King Bay Street is just a small piece of the puzzle in their huge business empire. Even if Bai Ling can refine a 2nd-grade heavenly elixir, she is only one person after all. How much business can she take away from the Jia group? Not to mention, with Bai Ling's attainments in alchemy, even if Lu Xun agreed to resell the shop, Bai Ling would still be crowded with customers if she opened another shop. But Bai Ling would rather give up 60% of the profits than change the store, as if she wanted to go against the Jia group. The Jia group directly spent a large sum of money to acquire Xingye building. Is there any story behind this? Am I in a grudge situation? Lu Xun couldn't help but think. Chapter 60. Sorry, I don't sell it in this shop. While thinking about this, Lu Xun rejected the middle-aged man's offer. Boss, you don't have to refuse so quickly. How about we add another bottle of Jia's Ning Yuan pill or Tongqiao pill? The middle-aged man did not give up and added another condition. Jia's Ning Yuan pill or Tongqiao pill. If a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd realm heard about these 2 kinds of pills, his breathing would quicken. It is not easy for a cultivator in the 2nd realm to break through to the 3rd realm. Some people with average talent find it difficult to break through the peak of the 2nd realm for many years. At this time, with the help of Ning Yuan Dan or Tongqiao Dan, the success rate will be greatly improved. Ning Yuan pill is for immortal cultivators, and it is also called Foundation Establishment Pill. The 3rd realm of the immortal path, the Ning Yuan realm, is also known as the Foundation Building realm. This realm is extremely important. Once you break through, you can be considered a top figure among the group of cultivators. The 3rd level of martial arts is Tongqiao, and Tongqiao pills can also make breakthroughs easier. Both of these elixirs are standard 3rd-grade elixirs. Those with a little bit of quality are sold at extremely high prices. Ning Yuan or Tongqiao Dan from the Jia group are sold at sky-high prices and are not easy to buy. Now, they are willing to give up a bottle for a small Xingyu tower. It's really a grudge game. Liu Sun was now even more certain that Bai Ling and the Jia group probably had some grudges. Opposite. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he calmly waited for Liu Sun's reply. Judging from his expression, he seemed certain that Liu Sun would be moved. After all, those were the Ning Yuan and Tongqiao pills produced by the Jia group. Sorry, I don't sell it in this shop. To the middle-aged man's surprise, Liu Sun refused again. 50,000 dark energies plus elixirs. If you're willing to transfer, the dark energy will be deposited into your account today. The middle-aged man raised the price again. I don't want to say the same thing for the third time. Please go back, sir. Liu Sun refused without even thinking about it. 50,000 dark energies is indeed a sky-high price, but for Liu Sun now, he really doesn't care about it. In addition, this shop was left to Chu Youqing by Murong Wan. Although Chu Youqing gave all decision-making power to Liu Sun would not sell it just like that. Boss, would you like to reconsider? The middle-aged man's face darkened. I think I've made myself clear enough. Liu Sun's expression turned cold and he said lightly. I've just been rejected twice and even given a cold shoulder. Who's afraid of who? The middle-aged man looked at Liu Sun's face for a few seconds, snorted and turned away. Soon, he returned to the Jia family's medicine box opposite. Thank you, boss. I was really worried that you would agree to them. After the middle-aged man left, Bai Ling came out from behind and said gratefully. I've already promised you, and I won't break my promise. Just focus on refining the elixir and don't get too tired. Bai Ling nodded heavily. On the other side, on the third floor of Jia's pharmacy. The middle-aged man who had just arrived at Xingyu Tower returned here. Miss Third, the owner of Xingyu Tower won't sell it until things are done properly. The middle-aged man came up to a woman in her 20s with a face as rosy as a lotus and eyebrows as thin as willows, and bowed his head respectfully to report. Not selling. The third young lady slowly raised her head, tapping the table lightly with her slender fingers. Yes, Miss San, he refused to sell it. I raised the price twice, but I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He's not even interested in 50,000 dark energy and a bottle of foundation establishment pill. Manager Li, go investigate and find out who this guy is. Then find a way to contact the landlord and offer him a high price to force him to breach the contract and evict them. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man went down. After he left, the third young lady came to the window and looked at the Xingyu Tower across the street through the glass. Hua. Two shop assistants opened the door of Lingdan Pavilion on the left side of the first floor of Xingyu Tower. Wow, the door is open, the door is open. Fortunately, I have been staying here. The people who had been waiting outside were overjoyed and rushed into the Lingdan Pavilion like a tide. Even those who were originally planning to come to Jia's medicine shop turned around and chose Lingdan Pavilion. Miss, isn't her Danmei useless? Why is she still so powerful? A maid beside the third young lady asked cautiously. After the advent of the high martial arts era, the gap between people has become increasingly larger. In some large families, roles such as maids and servants have revived. No matter how powerful she is, she will never be able to refine a third-grade elixir in her lifetime. She's just a BD born of a wild woman. How can she compare to our third young lady? Another maid interrupted. That's enough. The third lady's words made the two maids shut up immediately. After staring at the Lingdan Pavilion for a long time, the third young lady finally saw a familiar figure. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. My dear sister, you didn't hide properly and deliberately came here. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, in Xingyu Tower. After receiving a message, Yusun left in a hurry. The He family wants to challenge me. Yes, Yusun. It is said that he is He Xiao's cousin, named He Qiang. He has just entered his senior year. After 6 months of seclusion, he just broke through to the third realm the day before yesterday. He wants to avenge He Xiao. Third realm. Otherwise, why do you say the He family is shameless? They are already seniors, and they are still in the third realm, but they actually want to challenge a freshman in the second realm. On the phone, Li Bufan explained the situation. At Baidu University, someone called Dianjin to challenge Yusun and even placed a heavy bet of 100,000 dark energy on it. As long as Yusun defeats him, he can take away 100,000 dark energy. This incident has attracted considerable attention and discussion at Baidu University. On the campus network, many students were discussing whether Yusun would accept He Qiang's challenge. Without the heaven and earth miraculous veins, how could he break through the third realm so quickly? He Qiang's situation also spread on the campus network. The other party did not open the strange meridians of heaven and earth, but he broke through the third realm in his senior year. Even so, the gap between the major realms is like heaven and earth, and He Qiang's strength is far beyond the reach of a second-level cultivator. He was very arrogant. He personally issued a declaration of war on the campus website and was still guarding the ring. Such behavior attracted a lot of onlookers from students. If you want to fight, then fight. After Yusun understood all the circumstances, he gave his reply directly under the letter of challenge. It's just the third realm. If it was a genius who had opened the heaven and earth chi meridians, Yusun might still consider it. He doesn't even have the heaven and earth Kamai, so why would Yusun be afraid of him? To be honest, the He family is really prosperous. He Xiao is considered the youngest genius, and He Qiang is not too weak either. There is also an immortal cultivator named He Huan, who is also a genius. The He family originally wanted to use him to marry Chu Youqing in order to produce more offspring with spiritual roots. The He family not only has many geniuses, but also has small minds. The younger generation does not hesitate to bully the weak, while the older generation secretly posts murder commissions on the dark web, aiming to kill Yusun. In this case, don't blame Yusun for being rude. After replying to the challenge, Yusun quickly walked towards the school. Let him see how capable He Qiang is. Meow. In his arms, Xiao Bai's ears suddenly stood up and he made a warning sound. Wrong. Yusun stopped and moved his hands, and several talismans began to rotate around him. These were the defensive talismans he had drawn in his spare time. With his limited attainments in talismans, the defensive power of these talismans was not very strong, but it was better to have them than not. Yusun looked around. The noisy voices just now have disappeared. The surrounding scenery also became blurry. It's as if Yusun seemed to be isolated from the world. Boundary. Yusun whispered. This should be a barrier. A barrier is a type of formation, more popular in the West because it is easier to cast a barrier through magic. Many magicians cast barriers that can isolate people in a busy city. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. You have good insights. You are indeed a genius famous in Baidu University. It is worth using my barrier talisman, which costs tens of millions per piece, on you. Along with the applause, a person who was dressed simply and ordinary, like a passerby, appeared. Chapter 61. Dark Web Killer. Yusun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the newcomer calmly, his right hand already quietly pressing on the hilt of the sword. Judging from the opponent's momentum, he is most likely a dark web killer. Do you know the dark web? The dark web killer raised his brow. He was somewhat surprised by Yusun's calmness. So, while asking the question, he turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed towards Yusun. Yusun moved lightly, dodging like a ghost, and at the same time, he drew his sword, a cold light flashing. Ding ding ding! As sword shadows intersected, the two had fought for more than 10 rounds. The collision of true qi caused the surrounding scenery to ripple. If there were no barrier talisman, a battle of this magnitude would be enough to alarm the strong men from Peking University and Tsinghua University. But now, the barrier talisman isolates all fluctuations, and the outside world cannot detect even a little movement. This is also the reason why this dark web killer dared to take action on King Bay Street. How can he be so strong? As soon as they started fighting, the dark web killer couldn't suppress his fear. According to the information he got, Yusun is only at the 6th level of Qi Hai. And he had already reached the 4th level of Tongqiao, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 3rd realm. The gap here is not just a few levels. But there is one heaven and one earth. This gave him enough confidence to kill Yusun easily. But now, he found out that he was wrong. Yusun is ridiculously strong. This is definitely not the 6th level of Qi Hai. In his perception, Yusun was still at the Qi Hai realm, but even warriors at the 10th level of Qi Hai did not have such domineering true Qi and vigorous Qi and blood as Yusun. He was not sure what level of Qi Hai Yusun was at. Just one thing for sure. Yusun, definitely not at the 6th level of Qi Hai. Shrink the earth into an inch. The dark web killer couldn't help but use his martial arts skills. The 3rd realm of martial arts is the Tongqia realm. The strength of martial artists in this realm is comprehensively enhanced, and they also have some passive or active martial arts abilities. If the 9 eye orifices are opened in the 1st level of Tongqia realm, one will gain passive martial arts abilities such as weak candle to identify subtleties, condensing light through flaws, and observing patterns at 100 steps. There is also a certain possibility of obtaining more powerful martial arts supernatural powers such as the divine eye, the eye that can see through delusion, and the clairvoyance, but the probability is extremely small. The 2nd layer opens the 9 ear orifices, which can gain martial arts skills related to hearing. The 3rd level is the realm of the nasal orifices, and the 4th level is the realm of the foot orifices. The strength of this dark web killer is at the 4th level of Tongqiao. He has opened dozens of secret acupoints, which has greatly enhanced his strength. He has also obtained the martial arts ability of shrinking the earth into an inch. His figure appeared and disappeared, his speed suddenly increased several times, and he moved freely on the battlefield. However, Yusun's divine steps were equally exquisite, and he could always cleverly avoid his attack just when he was about to succeed. Dang dang dang! The clash between the two sides continued to escalate. The 3rd realm is nothing more than this. The more he fought, the more confident Yusun became. He had less and less time to dodge with the divine step, and chose to confront enemies head-on more often. The sword of 10,000 tribulations. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The dark web killer was almost hurt by Yusun several times. If he hadn't been able to shrink the distance to an inch, he would have been finished long ago. This shocked him greatly. After awakening the supernatural power of eyesight, warriors in the 3rd realm can identify the enemy's weaknesses and anticipate the enemy's attacks. But he couldn't see through the weakness of the Chu Youqing sword, nor could he predict its moves. Hateful! We can't put it off any longer. The dark web killer decided to use his killer move. He suddenly killed an object and was about to use it. Suddenly, he sensed the danger, his eyelids twitched, and he dodged suddenly. A flash of cold light passed across his afterimage. Flying sword! The dark web killer was shocked. As a 3rd level warrior, he is not afraid of ordinary flying swords, but Yusun's flying sword is enough to threaten him in terms of speed and power. Sigh. Several more flying swords attacked, forcing the dark web killer into a panic and leaving him no time to use his killing moves. Not good. The fatal crisis came again, and he suddenly dodged to the side, and then dodged again. The magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch is more useful than many physical and martial arts skills. Just when he thought he had avoided Yusun's successive killing moves and was about to use his killing move, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Look down. Only half of his body was left. The next second, more sword lights came, and several flying swords hit him at the same time. Half of the dark web killer's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and he died with his eyes open. This powerful martial artist at the 4th level of the 3rd realm probably never imagined that one day he would die at the hands of a 2nd realm cultivator. 4th grade Thunder and Fire Talisman, Het. Liu Sun took the talisman from his hand, which the dark web killer had not yet activated. This is an attack talisman, a 4th grade Thunder and Fire Talisman. The 4th grade corresponds to the 4th realm. In other words, this talisman poses a certain threat to cultivators in the 4 realms. It's just a threat. The real purpose of the 4th grade talisman is to deal with cultivators below the 4th level. Those below the 4th realm will surely die if they encounter it unless they have appropriate defensive measures. This dark web killer was actually quite wealthy. He first isolated Liu Sun with a barrier talisman, and then prepared a powerful weapon like a 4th grade spiritual talisman. But he never imagined that Liu Sun was so powerful. It was so powerful that it killed Barbara without using any spells. Of course, the only thing to blame is this guy's own procrastination. If he had used the 4th grade Thunder and Fire Talisman right from the start, Liu Sun would have been in real danger. The villain dies because he talks too much. So, Liu Sun decided that if he wanted to kill someone in the future, he should do it properly and not waste any words. Hello, is this Yao Ling? I want to call the police. Teacher Fei, I encountered a little problem. A few minutes later, when the barrier talisman lost its effect, Liu Sun calmly took out his cell phone amid the screams of the surrounding students, reported the case, and notified Fei Taie. Do you think Liu Sun will come? Probably not. Liu Sun is not stupid. Well, I wouldn't be able to do that either. This is the 3rd realm, the gap is too big, only someone with a mental disorder would come here to be tortured. That's right, it was the He family who bullied others. SHH. Keep your voice down. At Baidu University, hundreds of students gathered under a ring. On the ring, stood a man in white. This is He Qiang from the He family. After he publicly declared war on Liu Sun, he has been waiting here. And threatened to wait for Liu Sun here for 3 days. If Liu Sun doesn't dare to come during these 3 days, he will call Liu Sun a coward whenever he sees him. I learned this from Liu Sun. He Xiao was completely devastated by Liu Sun's move. However, since He Qiang is a senior and in the 3rd realm, not many students stand on his side. Bullying the weak has been despised by people since ancient times. What's more, most students come from ordinary backgrounds and don't have much good feelings towards wealthy families like the He family. Mr. He, Liu Sun probably wouldn't dare to answer. Humph, I don't think he would dare. Lin Yan and He Xiao were also below the ring. After He Qiang broke through the 3rd realm, he heard about what happened to He Xiao and was eager to avenge He Xiao. Even though He Qiang is stronger, his status in the He family is not as good as He Xiao's. Liu Sun is back, Liu Sun is back. At this time, a student suddenly made a discovery. What? Look at the ID called Schrodinger's Lu below the challenge letter. That's Liu Sun's account. If you want to fight, then let's fight. WOC, are you accepting the challenge? Brother Sun is amazing. You dare to accept this? The gap is so big, can we win? Whether I win or not, my brother Sun is a real man. The students were excited. They never expected that Liu Sun would accept the challenge. He actually dared to answer. Lin Yan also saw Liu Sun's reply, his eyes full of disbelief. He, who had always been at odds with Liu Sun, couldn't understand why Liu Sun dared to accept the call. That is the 3rd realm, and the strength has undergone a qualitative change compared to the 2nd realm cultivators. Liu Sun is probably at the 6th or 7th level of Qi Hai now, how can he fight against someone at the 3rd level? If he wants to be tortured, then let him have his wish. He Xiao's eyes flashed, as if he saw the scene of Yusun being beaten violently by He Qiang. Soon, the news that Yusun accepted He Qiang's challenge spread like wildfire in Baidu University. Since today was the weekend, the news spread very quickly, causing the number of students under the ring to continue to rise, and soon exceeded 1,000. Some students who were originally practicing stopped practicing and ran to watch the fun. Chapter 62. Student Yusun, we've pretty much understood what's going on. You can leave now. Okay. King Bay Street. The matter of Yusun killing the dark web killer has been handled. After the people from Wu Mansion arrived, they conducted a simple investigation and settled the matter. Although they were very curious about Yusun's counterattack against the three-level killer, due to Yusun's special identity, the people in the Wu Mansion did not conduct an in-depth investigation. Which genius doesn't have any secrets of his own? This BD actually dared to kill my precious student. Yusun, go back to school first. I will buy you some treasures. Fei Taie was so angry that his beard stood up. Although he is very Buddhist, it does not mean that he does not value Yusun. He once planned to turn over a new leaf and start anew for Yusun. It was just that Yusun's words broke his defenses and he became depressed again. It's Yusun. Didn't he accept He Qiang's challenge? Why is he still here? I heard that a third-level dark web assassin tried to kill him, but he killed him instead. What? Yusun killed the third realm killer. The students passing by recognized Yusun and started talking about him. Some people gasped, some widened their eyes, and more people looked at Yusun in disbelief. Yusun, the most dazzling talent of the new class of Baidu University, possessing dual heavenly and earthly meridians, cultivating both immortality and martial arts, and counterattacking a killer from the third realm. Interesting, no wonder they rejected our acquisition. I don't know what your relationship is with my sister Bai Ling. On the third floor of Jia's elixir shop, the third young lady stood there, looking at Yusun's back from a distance, with a slight smile on her lips, revealing an interested look. Wow, Murong Wan. So beautiful, she's worthy of the title of Chengdu's most beautiful woman. At Baidu University, Murong Wan, who appeared near the arena, attracted the attention of many students. She stood quietly in the crowd, yet she stood out like a crane among chickens. She didn't dress up deliberately, but she had a breathtaking temperament. It's not that there are no beauties at Baidu University, but it's rare to find someone as beautiful as Murong Wan. The beauty of many women is more or less enhanced by other factors, such as identity, status, cultivation, etc. Murong Wan's beauty is the purest beauty. Even without any cultivation, she was already the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. Now she possesses an exquisite body, her cultivation advances by leaps and bounds, and with the bonus of the genius aura, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Xing, it's Lu Xing. So handsome. At this time, another person appeared. This is Lu Xing who possesses the holy star body. He rarely shows up in public, but he actually came to watch this battle. As soon as Lu Xing appeared, he attracted the attention of many girls. In terms of appearance, Lu Xing is indeed very good at fighting. In the old days, he could be a top-tier young star. After Lu Xing arrived, he glanced at Murong Wan from a distance, then turned his attention back to He Qiang. It's worth a fight. After observing He Qiang for 3 minutes, Lu Xing came to a conclusion. Even if He Qiang was at the third level, he believed he could fight him. As for whether this battle was a win, a loss, or a draw, Lu Xing didn't care. The most powerful thing about the holy body of the galaxy is its combat power. Even though Lu Xing is only at the 4th level of Qi Hai now, he doesn't take ordinary Qi Hai levels 9 or 10 seriously. With the dual heaven and earth meridians, considering the overwhelming power of that strange phenomenon, Yusun may not lose this battle. Unlike the vast majority of students who were not optimistic about Yusun, Lu Xing believed that Liu Sun would not necessarily lose this battle. In addition to Lu Xing, many other geniuses also came. For example, Wang Tenjian of the Wang family, and other people who have opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth. There were even some senior students who came to watch the game. Wow, big news! A level 3 assassin just tried to kill Liu Sun, but was killed by Liu Sun instead. What? Oh my god, is this true? One of my classmates was there, it's real. Nima, this is too unbelievable, right? Suddenly, a new piece of news caused a commotion among the students present. News of what happened on King Bay Street has been reported back. Absurd. Below the ring, He Xiao subconsciously denied the news. What a joke. A third-level killer could be killed by Liu Sun? A killer at the third level, who dares to act near Peking University and Tsinghua University, must be very skilled. These people must be mentally retarded to believe such exaggerated news. Lin Yan shook his head. He said this, but his heart was pounding. Because Lin Yan felt that this news might be true. Perhaps it was because Liu Sun had created too many miracles since he started to oppose him. So much so that Lin Yan, his opponent, would subconsciously become suspicious whenever he heard such outrageous news. Liu Sun killed the third realm assassin. How is that possible? He Qiang on the ring also heard the news. Unlike many students who instinctively disbelieved it, this news made He Qiang's heart skip a beat and his face turned pale with fright. Few people knew about the reward the He family had posted on the dark web for Liu Sun. He Xiao didn't know. Things are accomplished through secrecy, and are ruined through disclosure. The He family attaches great importance to confidentiality. After He Qiang broke through the third realm, his father told him about this. This challenge was also instructed by He Qiang's father. Liu Sun never left Baidu University, and the killer couldn't find an opportunity, so the purpose of He Qiang's challenge this time was to replicate Liu Sun's original actions and break Liu Sun's mentality. It would be best if Liu Sun could no longer bear it and choose to leave school to relax, so that the killer would have a chance. Unexpectedly, Liu Sun really left school today and was targeted by a killer. However, He Qiang never expected that a third-level killer who dared to act near Peking University and Tsinghua University would be killed by Liu Sun. This is great news. It was so strong that He Qiang almost couldn't stand. He had only been in his senior year for a few months when he broke through to the third realm, which was considered fast among the students of Baidu University. But only he himself knew that it was caused by the drugs he took. Otherwise, generally only after opening the strange meridians of heaven and earth can one achieve such a speed of cultivation. There are many disadvantages of taking drugs. One is that the foundation is unstable, and the other is that the combat effectiveness is weaker. He Qiang knew his own limitations and knew that he was definitely no match for that third-level killer. Liu Sun was able to kill the third-level killer, so defeating him would only take a few minutes. This made He Qiang's heart start beating uncontrollably. He was very panicked, but he had to pretend to be calm to avoid embarrassment. Fei Taiye is so generous, maybe he gave Liu Sun something to rely on. At this time, a student proposed a possibility. I think so too. Although Fei Taiye is a bit of a Buddhist, he is really good to Liu Sun. With Fei Taiye's strength, just giving him some life-saving trump cards, such as spiritual talismans and battle pills, can allow Liu Sun to kill the third realm. Other students echoed. Their words soon resonated with more students. That must be it. He Qiang's heart calmed down and his confidence began to grow again. There are clear rules in the arena. You cannot use external objects such as talismans and battle pills. You can only fight with your real skills. He Qiang just didn't believe that he, who was in the third realm, would lose to Liu Sun, who was in the second realm. Chapter 63. It's Liu Sun. I heard that he accepted He Qiang's challenge and even killed a third-level killer outside the school. Come on, follow him and see for yourself. The moment Liu Sun stepped into the school again, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Many students stopped and followed him from a distance, whispering to each other. Liu Sun walked steadily and calmly as he headed straight towards Baidu Square. As he moved forward, the crowd behind him grew larger and larger, forming a dark mass that surged like a tide. Brother Sun, you're awesome. You can even kill a third-level cultivator. He Qiang was almost scared to death by you. Li Bufan appeared from nowhere, approached Liu Sun with a grin on his face, and looked excited. His strength increased rapidly. 3 months after opening his meridians, Li Bufan had already reached the peak of the second level of Qi Hai, and was only one step away from the third level of Qi Hai. Liu Sun is here! Someone shouted, and the originally noisy crowd in Baidu Square suddenly quieted down for a moment, and then turned their heads in unison. The crowd automatically parted, leaving a passage several meters wide, and everyone's eyes were focused on Liu Sun. Most of the students here are freshmen, but there are also quite a few senior students. Many people have only heard of Liu Sun's name, and today is the first time they see Liu Sun. Wow, so handsome! I originally thought Lu Xing was unrivaled in handsomeness, but I didn't expect there was someone even more handsome than him. Is this the top talent in Baidu this year? Many girls' eyes lit up instantly and they talked in low voices. Liu Sun's appearance is already outstanding, and with the aura of a super genius, in the eyes of everyone, he seems to be shrouded in an invisible aura, so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off him. Liu Sun looked calm, ignoring the noise around him, and walked straight to the ring. He's here. How dare you come here? You think you can scare us by spreading some false information? Unfortunately, your psychological warfare is useless. He Xiao stared at Liu Sun coldly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. In his opinion, the news that was previously passed back must have been a smokescreen deliberately released by Liu Sun. The purpose is to shake He Qiang's fighting spirit in order to gain more initiative in the battle. Beside him, Lin Yan silently took a half step back, allowing He Xiao's figure to block him and avoid Liu Sun's sight. Who wants to challenge me? Liu Sun stood still under the ring, looking around. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I. On the ring, He Qiang responded loudly and slammed the broadsword in his hand heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound. It seems that not all the He family members are cowards. You finally have a decent man. Liu Sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his tone was calm, but his eyes glanced meaningfully at He Xiao who was standing beside him. He Xiao's face instantly darkened and he clenched his fists unconsciously. He has always been afraid to accept Liu Sun's challenge, which will become his biggest stain. Unless he defeats Liu Sun in the future, this stain cannot be washed away. You're a senior, I'm a freshman. You're in the third realm, I'm in the second. I'm not saying you're bullying the weak, but 100,000 dark energies isn't enough. Why not raise the stakes a bit? Do you dare? Liu Sun changed the subject and looked at He Qiang on the ring. How much do you want to add? He Qiang asked in a deep voice. It depends on how much you can take out. No matter how much you take out, I will take the same amount. Liu Sun said lightly. He Qiang frowned and subconsciously glanced at He Xiao. I'm afraid you can't produce that much dark energy. He Xiao sneered. Who says my students can't produce dark energy? A lazy voice sounded. Fei Taie is here. This card of mine contains a lot of dark energy. Feel free to gamble. If Liu Sun loses, no matter how much dark energy he gains, I, as your teacher, will take the blame. Fei Taie took out a golden card and shook it slowly. Wow, this is the gold card of the Blue Star Alliance. It's said that only those with a deposit of at least one dark energy can apply for a gold card. One side? That's not millions of units of dark energy. One student was knowledgeable enough to recognize the gold card in Fei Taie's hand. 1 cubic meter of dark energy, which is 1,000,000 units of dark energy, is worth over 1,000,000,000. Then bet on dark energy. Before Aqiang could say anything, He Xiao spoke hurriedly. The He family is naturally wealthy, but there are too many members in the family, so a piece of dark energy is not a small amount for He Xiao. He Xiao does not have so much dark energy in his hands. Now that you have the opportunity to make some extra money, why not do it? He Qiang's heart began to beat fast again. As soon as Liu Sun arrived, he wanted to raise the stakes. Not only did his mentor Fei Taiye not stop him, but he came over to add fuel to the fire. This made He Qiang feel uneasy instantly. Can you produce a dark energy? Liu Sun looked at He Xiao. Sure. I don't believe it unless you take it out right away. Just take it. He Xiao gritted his teeth, walked aside and made a phone call. This card contains a square of dark energy. As long as you win, it will be transferred to you immediately. A few minutes later, He Xiao took out a card. Apparently, he got dark energy from home. Okay, let's make this our bet. Liu Sun agreed promptly. Although He Qiang on the ring was a little panicked, he had no room for regret. In the current situation, he cannot show weakness. A genius of the third realm took the initiative to provoke trouble, but was frightened by a piece of news of unknown origin. If he gave in, where would he put his face in the future? It's better to give it a try, you may not lose. He is in the third realm. One side of dark energy, damn, isn't this a bit too high a bet? It's not just big, it's sky high. If Liu Sun wins, wouldn't it be awesome? It feels so good to lose. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone was shocked by this amazing bet. Even for students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, 1 cubic meter of dark energy is an astronomical figure. Such a bold bet is extremely rare in Peking University and Tsinghua University. My dear classmates, the rules of the arena are very simple. You are not allowed to use external forces such as talismans and elixirs, you are not allowed to harm others' lives, and you are not allowed to destroy others' foundations. If one party admits defeat, they must stop immediately. After the bets were set, a teacher who was in charge of the order in the ring began to explain the rules. The rules are public, and the teacher will repeat them every time a student goes up to the ring. Okay, let's get started now. After explaining the rules, the teacher stepped aside and activated a protective formation to prevent the aftermath of the fight between the two from spreading outside the ring. Liu Sun stood opposite He Qiang. He Qiang held a broadsword in his hand, the power in his body continued to surge, and his momentum rose wildly. Across from him, Liu Sun casually drew his sword. You strike first, or you'll accuse me of bullying the weak. After He Qiang's momentum reached its peak, he let Liu Sun make the first move. He is not really modest, but he is good at striking back and using stillness to overcome movement. Bullying the small? No, this is called bullying the big. Before Liu Sun finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. So fast. He Qiang's pupils suddenly contracted. He had just broken through to the third realm. His eyesight had been opened, and his dynamic vision was so strong that he could even clearly capture the trajectory of a bullet. But at this moment, he couldn't see Liu Sun's movements clearly. Wild Wind Sword Technique. In horror, He Qiang immediately went on the defensive, swinging his broadsword like a violent storm, forming an impenetrable sword curtain around him. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing rang out one after another. Liu Sun's attack was like a torrential rain, but it was all blocked by He Qiang. It's my turn. He Qiang was very calm and was about to fight back. Sigh sigh sigh. Several cold lights suddenly flashed. At the same time, Liu Sun slashed out with the sword in his hand again, and several sharp sword auras broke through the air. Not good. Golden bell cover. He Qiang's scalp tingled and he hastily swung his sword to block. At the same time, he launched a defensive martial art, the golden bell cover. In a flash, Yusun's sword energy was barely blocked by him, but two flying swords appeared like ghosts, penetrated the golden bell, and instantly pierced his shoulders and thighs. I give up. At the critical moment of life and death, He Qiang roared. Buzz! Three flying swords suddenly hovered, with the tips of the swords less than an inch away from his body. He Qiang was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His body was also covered in blood. He Qiang was seriously injured after being pierced by two flying swords, but his life was not in danger. Vulnerable. Yusun raised his hand and waved, and the flying sword returned to his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest. He Qiang's fighting ability is much weaker than that of the dark web killer. He is simply vulnerable to Yusun now. He defeated it easily without even using his true strength. Lost, He Qiang admitted defeat. What else can you do if you don't admit defeat? It will only hurt you more. Hiss. How could the third realm be defeated so quickly? The audience erupted in excitement, with exclamations echoing one after another. Thousands of students looked at each other in shock. Chapter 64. Yusun wins. The teacher announced Yusun's victory. He Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, and he yelled, "This is impossible!" Even though the result was before his eyes and the battle was witnessed by thousands of people at the same time, He Xiao still refused to believe it. A genius from the He family who was at the third level actually lost to Yusun. How could he accept this? Hiss! That's amazing! He's practicing both immortality and martial arts, and he's so powerful in a fight. With sword energy in one hand and a flying sword in the other, who the hell can defend against it? Why can he control both true energy and spiritual power at the same time? I have to use all my strength to control just one of them. Don't you think Yusun is really handsome when he fights? There was a crowd of people under the arena, and the students were still immersed in the battle just now, discussing it heatedly. How amazing! His flying sword can actually penetrate the golden bell. In the crowd, Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. Ordinary students just watch the fun, but he is looking for the tricks. There is a certain degree of superiority between immortals and warriors. In the current contempt chain on Blue Star, immortal cultivators look down on martial cultivators, and martial cultivators look down on Western magic. But in fact, all roads lead to Rome, and any road taken to the extreme can become invincible. The flying swords of immortal cultivators are extremely sharp in the first few realms, making it difficult to defend against them. Martial artists also have corresponding means. For example, after breaking through the third realm and opening 9 eye orifices, they gain dynamic vision and awaken the supernatural power of the eye orifices, so that they can capture the trajectory of the flying sword and respond accordingly. For example, defensive martial arts such as the Golden Bell Cover are also the nemesis of flying swords. The Golden Bell Cover is a martial art that can be performed from the first realm to the sixth realm and above. The effects of its performance vary greatly depending on the strength. Once used, it can form an all-round defense around. The Golden Bell Cover cast by He Qiang of the third realm is extremely difficult to be broken by a second realm immortal cultivator with just a flying sword. However, Yusun practiced both martial arts and immortality, and was able to pierce He Qiang's golden bell with his flying sword. This is a bit scary. His swordsmanship is so superb. Lu Xing also noticed more places. Yusun's swordsmanship was exceptionally superb, and the sword energy he emitted forced He Qiang to resist with all his might, leaving him with no more energy to deal with the flying sword. In other words, in the battle just now, Yusun was distracted and was controlling the flying sword at the same time as attacking with sword energy. Such ability is extremely rare. Lu Xing suddenly felt immense pressure. Although he and Yusun had no conflict, as geniuses from the same class, who wouldn't want to compete with each other? We are all at the age of full vigor and vitality. If we all live indifferently like middle-aged and elderly people, wouldn't it be a waste of this precious time? Is he that powerful? On the other side, a strange look appeared in Murong Wan's beautiful eyes. Just then, Yusun glanced at her. Their eyes met. Yusun winked at her. Murong Wan's cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked away as if escaping. This junior is quite interesting. It's been a long time since such a genius appeared. Why, are you planning to compete with him? I'm 3 years older than him, and my cultivation is about to break through the 4th realm. If I were to compete with him, wouldn't I be laughed at? There were more people watching this battle than expected. On the rooftop of a teaching building, several figures stood there, watching the battle from afar. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Fei Taie laughed and took a sip of wine, then walked towards He Xiao unsteadily. Master will help you to bet right away. He was afraid that He Xiao would default on his debt. After all, that's a full cubic meter of dark energy. Under Fei Tai's watchful gaze, He Xiao's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth as he transferred a piece of dark energy to Yusun. Then he jumped onto the stage to help the seriously injured He Qiang. As for Lin Yan, who had been following him, he had already slipped away to a place several dozen meters away from Yusun. This guy is now completely afraid of Yusun and doesn't even have the courage to meet Yusun face to face. He only dared to engage in verbal battles with Li Bufan, and the two would occasionally have a fight. Li Bufan's defense was amazing, but his attacking methods were average. Lin Yan slowly found a way to fight him, and the two sides fought back and forth, with most of the matches ending in a draw. My dear disciple, let's go find a private place. I will give you some protective treasures. After He Xiao transferred the money, Fei Taie took Yusun away. The challenge initiated by He Qiang thus came to an end. Although the challenge has ended, the after effects of this challenge lingered for a long time, spreading like the wind in Baidu University and spreading to other schools. The news is true. Yusun really killed a level 3 killer. If you don't believe me, watch the video. At this time, the news that had been passed back before was confirmed because of a video. That was a video of the 3 realms killer lying dead on the street. I knew it must be true. Needless to say, Yusun defeated He Qiang, who was at the 3rd level, so easily. Killing a 3rd level killer shouldn't be a big deal, right? The combat power of the immortal and martial dual cultivators is so terrifying. Is it too late for me to open my spiritual veins now? You might as well just fall asleep. Crooked. There's everything in dreams. Baidu University was once again shaken by this incident. Good disciple, with these things, you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter the 4th realm. But you must stay calm. The 4th realm is extraordinary, so if you encounter it, try to use the magic talisman to escape. In the training room, Fei Taie gave Yusun several protective treasures at once. These are all capable of coping with the 4th realm. The 4th grade Golden Bell Talisman can create a Golden Bell Shield after being activated, which can resist ordinary 4th level cultivators for more than 1 minute. The 4th grade Magic Speed Talisman can allow you to burst out at extreme speed in 3 minutes after being activated. It is the best choice for escaping. The 4th grade Thunder Pill is a war pill that can be activated by stimulating true Qi. It can instantly flood an area with thunder. It is a one-time offensive pill. There is also a set of Mithril Soft Armor. After wearing it, even the sword intent of a 4th level martial artist can block a few attacks. If you are an immortal cultivator, you can also block the cutting of ordinary flying swords. To Yusun, these 4 items are all genuine treasures, and each one is worth a fortune. Items of the 4th grade, regardless of their quality, are sold at extremely high prices. Fei Taie lost a lot of blood this time. Teacher, this is too precious. Yusun felt a little guilty. Fei Taie was really good to him. Whether it was Kingxia College or Baidu University, there was no other tutor like Fei Taie who was so dedicated to his students. Fei Taie waved his hand, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his cloudy eyes, I am afraid that I will never be able to break through the sixth realm in this lifetime. He tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, his voice hoarse. If I hadn't met your master's wife back then, well, let's not talk about it. Fei Tai's voice was so low that Yusun didn't know how to comfort her. Yusun was about to speak when he saw a startling look in his teacher's eyes. So, my disciple. He pressed Yusun's shoulders firmly and said, go and see the scenery above the 10 realms for me. Above the 10 realms. These 4 words made Yusun dazed for a moment. There is no public 10th realm expert on Blue Star right now. As for the realms above the 10th level, that is even more of a legend. Some people say that it is the realm of immortals and gods, a realm that is difficult for humans to reach. Some people also say that even if all the dark energy of the blue planet is used up, it will still be difficult to support the birth of a being above the 10th realm. That is too far for Yusun at the moment. There are more important things. Fei Taie patted Yusun on the shoulder. Yusun collected his thoughts and looked at him. Fei Taie drank the wine in the gourd and shouted, free me! Free him! Yusun was stunned. Teacher, aren't you free now? How can you be free when your heart is caged? As the sound lingered, Fei Tai's figure had disappeared, leaving only a faint aroma of wine lingering in the air. Chapter 65. This He family, is it ever going to end? In the dormitory, Yusun's face turned cold. The reward for him on the dark web was increased again, from 2 million units of dark energy to 4 million units. It doubled directly. That's 4 cubes of dark energy. It seems that the battle between Yusun and He Qiang completely angered the He family and made them feel extremely threatened, so the He family was determined to kill Yusun. If we talk about 1 or 2 cubic meters of dark energy, some 4th level cultivators might still hesitate. 4 cubic meters of dark energy are enough to make some 4th level cultivators take risks. You know, the He family's bounty was posted on the dark web, and the composition of the 4th level cultivators who frequently go to the dark web is more or less complicated. When there is enough benefit, these 4th level cultivators don't mind playing the role of a killer. Yusun, I heard that you were assassinated by a 3rd level killer. Are you not injured? In the evening, Chu Youqing's concerned voice sounded on the phone. Chu Youqing should be practicing during the day, and now she heard that Yusun encountered a 3rd level killer. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. I also heard that you defeated the He family's 3rd level genius, Yusun. You are so amazing. Chu Youqing's voice was full of admiration. After chatting with her for a few hours, it was already late at night. Yusun opened the campus network and saw that it was full of news about his fight with He Qiang. The news of this battle spread throughout Baidu University, and also spread to Kingshu College and many other cultivation schools. The topic that students discussed most was the combat effectiveness of practicing both immortal and martial arts. The dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts has happened before, and the combat effectiveness is indeed stronger. However, no one is as strong as Yusun. In the middle stage of the 2nd realm, he was able to defeat a 3rd realm genius so easily. As for the counterattack against the killer in the middle stage of the 3rd realm, many students tended to think about what trump card Yusun used, but did not discuss it too much. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is a must for genius. But what you cross is a small realm. There is a gap between the big realms, which is not so easy to cross. Besides, even if He Qiang didn't open the heaven and earth chi meridians, he was able to break through the 3rd realm in his senior year. In the outside world, he would be considered a genius. Just like that, he couldn't even last half a minute in Yusun's hands. Yusun's fighting ability is truly astonishing. No one should notice. After looking around, Yusun felt relieved. At least among the students, no one could see his true strength. In this battle, Yusun actually did not use too much of his extraordinary cultivation. He relied on the sharpness of the Wanja Wuxiang sword and the Wu Ying Fijian technique, as well as the elusive Shenzong step. Otherwise, with He Qiang possessing the ability to see through the eyes, it would be difficult for Liu Sun to defeat him so quickly. He Qiang's defeat was not unfair. These two martial arts and one spell were the product of a 20-fold upgrade after being returned by the system. It is much more powerful than ordinary martial arts and spells. As for whether any teacher could see through his true cultivation level, Liu Sun was not too worried. In the era of high martial arts, which genius doesn't have some secrets? As long as they are not possessed by others or have not betrayed their clan, the various training schools and the strong men on Blue Star are still very tolerant of geniuses. Not to mention the magic of the Chaos Divine Body, even a powerful being in the sixth realm would not be able to see much. Liu Sun should be more cautious, but not too cautious. As long as the system is not exposed, the problem will not be a big deal. Wow, it's Liu Sun. It's really him. The next day, Liu Sun swaggered out of the school gate and headed towards King Bay Street. That's right, even though he was assassinated yesterday, Liu Sun left school again. He wanted to see if there would be a fourth-level killer coming to assassinate him. If a fourth-level killer really attacks, you won't even know how you died. Because Fei Taiye was watching in secret. Last night, Liu Sun came up with this idea after learning that the He family had raised the price again. Use yourself as bait to lure the killer out. If Fei Taiye can deal with a fourth-level killer, it will definitely deter other killers. By then, before Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, Liu Sun won't have to be so careful. It's just right to find something for Fei Taiye to do. Liu Sun wanted Fei Taiye, his mentor who cared about him so much, to cheer up, but he was also afraid that after he cheered up, he would have to watch over him and practice every day. In this way, Liu Sun came all the way to Xingyu Tower. There was no killer encountered during this period. Come to think of it, a third-level killer was killed by Liu Sun just yesterday. Even if a fourth-level killer accepted the reward, he probably wouldn't dare to take action today. Boss, I heard that you were assassinated yesterday. Are you okay? On the third floor of Xingyu Tower, Bai Ling was quite happy to see Liu Sun. I'm fine. These three words are what Liu Sun said the most in the past 2 days. Boss, this bottle of pills is for you. If you encounter fatal injuries in the future, you can use them to save your life. Bai Ling handed Liu Sun a bottle of pills. Liu Sun took it and looked at it. Inside the bottle, each pill had golden patterns on it. There is no doubt that this is a heavenly grade elixir. The money for the pills can be deducted from the profit. Liu Sun is not going to take advantage of Bai Ling. No need, boss. You rejected their acquisition, and I haven't thanked you yet. Consider this bottle of medicine my thank you gift. Yehoki. Liu Sun put away the pill. By the way, boss, I'll give you these talismans as well. They're all second-grade talismans. I don't have the spiritual power of the third realm, so the best I can draw is talismans like these. The grade is a bit low, but the effect is very good. At this time, Bai Ling handed over a few more talismans. Liu Sun took it and looked at it. Although the talismans of Bai Ling were only of the second grade, their quality was very good. It's much better than what he drew. Not to mention anything else, the runes of the talisman alone are dozens of times more complicated than those drawn by Liu Sun. Can you draw talismans? Liu Sun was a little surprised. Not only is Bai Ling good at refining pills, she is also very good at drawing talismans. Well, my spiritual veins are damaged and I can't practice, so I have to think about these unconventional methods. In addition to drawing talismans, I have also done some research on formations. Bai Ling said with some pride. She also knows how to set up formations? It is possible to achieve this. Boss, look, I've set up a defensive formation for Xingyu Tower. Even a cultivator at the third level can hold off for a while. As if afraid that Liu Sun wouldn't believe it, Bai Ling activated a formation. This is a small formation that can protect the entire Xingyu Tower. After the formation was opened, Yusun tried it and found that Bai Ling was not lying. It would take Yusun some time to break this formation. The art of formation does not require such a high level of cultivation, which should be the reason why Bai Ling was able to set up such a formation. Although alchemy, talismans, and formations are side doors, they are not simple at all. Without the corresponding talent, even if you study it for a lifetime, your achievements will be limited. It is not easy to achieve something in a side path. Bai Ling can do 3 things at once, and all 3 are good. At this moment, this lively and pretty girl is simply a treasure girl in Yusun's eyes. Chapter 66. It would be great if I could bind her. System, how long will it take for me to bind a third person? Yusun came up with the idea of binding Bai Ling. Now that he has Murong Wan and Chu Youqing, he no longer has to worry about his cultivation. If he could bind Bai Ling, he would also have rapid growth in other means. The best part is, although he can't practice cultivation, he can still make pills, draw talismans, and set up formations, right? Once your alchemy skills improve, making money becomes easy. The same applies to drawing talismans. For example, the 4th grade talismans that Fei Taie gave to Yusun were all worth hundreds of millions. Converted into dark energy, it also starts at 100,000 units of dark energy. It is relatively difficult for a formation master to make money, but it is not bad either. After some cultivators grow up and become rich, they want to set up more powerful formations in their homes to protect their families. This gives the formation master an opportunity to make money. Generally speaking, alchemists are the richest, followed by talisman masters, and then formation masters. If he could bind Bai Ling and, with the help of the system, help Bai Ling solve her spiritual vein problem, then Yusun could get a steady stream of rewards from her. By then, Yusun will have these 3 ways to make money, which will enable him to solve the problem of cultivation resources for Murong Wan and Chu Youqing after they grow up, and ensure their cultivation speed. Their cultivation speed directly affects Yusun's growth speed. After the host's strength reaches the 3rd level, he can bind a third person. The system gave the answer. If Yusun wants to bind Bai Ling, he needs to reach the 3rd realm. The binding method is the same as before. Or they could have a deep connection like with Murong Wan. Or, like Chu Youqing, after the favor ability reaches 100%, you can bind through kissing. There are some hidden conditions here. For example, if it is a deep combination, Yusun must be the other person's first man. If the woman has already been visited by other men, she cannot be tied up. System, how much favorability do you think Bai Ling has towards me now? Yusun asked. 16%. The answer is out. Bai Ling's favorability towards Yusun is not low, at 16%, but it is not high either. 16% of it probably has something to do with Yusun decisively rejecting the acquisition by Jia Group. Otherwise, there is not much interaction between the 2 people, so how can there be any good feelings between them? Before breaking through the 3rd realm, find a way to increase the favorability, and then find a way to bind. Yusun started to plan. He is not a philandering man, he just wants to bind Bai Ling, and there are only these 2 ways. The first one is very difficult. Yusun can't possibly force Bai Ling, right? So Yusun chose the second option. Bai Ling, what's wrong with your spiritual vein? After making the decision, Yusun began to care about Bai Ling. He wanted to know what was wrong with Bai Ling's spiritual vein. Boss, this is what happened. I have a Danmei that was originally fine. 2 years ago, for some reason, it suddenly became useless, and my entire Ling Lun was blocked as a result. That's how I became what I am now. Bai Ling explained the reason behind the incident. The Danmei is damaged? How could it be damaged for no reason? Yusun instinctively felt that there was a story here. I don't know either. Maybe I've been refining too many pills. The pills you refine are so powerful, is there no way to solve it? There's a problem with the heaven and earth chi meridian. It's very difficult to resolve unless there's the origin chi. But how can I get the origin chi? Bai Ling sighed. This girl, who always seems optimistic, rarely sighs. If we can bind her, the system should be able to solve this problem. Liu Sun understood and felt relieved. Every time you bind a new object, the system will reward you with a binding gift package. In the binding gift package, there will basically be things that are extremely useful to the bound object and can solve its problems. For example, Murong Wan's innate energy and the innate spiritual energy that Chu Youqing needs. The system should also be able to provide the original energy that Bai Ling needs. I have nothing to do today anyway, so I'll come and help you. By the way, I can learn how to make pills from you. Thank you, boss, you are so kind. After learning all this, Liu Sun did not leave, but helped Bai Ling. Every day thereafter, Liu Sun would take time out to help Bai Ling. Helping is secondary, the main thing is to improve favorability. This move was indeed effective. After 3 days, Bai Ling's favorability towards Liu Sun exceeded 20%. During these 3 days, Fei Taie has been guarding in secret. To be precise, he was drinking and waiting in a cloud above King Bay Street. However, no killer came to deal with Liu Sun during these 3 days. Fei Taie was very patient. He had no ambition to make progress anyway and just spent his days drinking. It didn't matter where he drank. Miss Third, the owner of Xingyu Tower is unwilling to breach the contract. I'm afraid we can only think of other ways. Even if the conditions are doubled, he still won't be tempted. Yes, Miss San, the owner of the house has a special identity. I'm afraid we can't impress her. Oh? Who is she? Fu Shuet. Fu Shuet, it's actually her. It seems like we really can't impress her. On the other side, on the 3rd floor of Jia's medicine shop, the 3rd young lady frowned. In the past few days, Manager Li used various connections and finally found the owner of Xingyu building. The 3rd lady wants to pay a high price to make the owner choose to breach the contract and drive Liu Sun and Bai Ling away. But the other party was too powerful and refused to cooperate, so this approach was blocked. Then let's start a business war. Transfer a batch of pills from other stores and sell them all at half price. At the same time, buy the raw materials at a high price. I want to see how long she can hold out. A few minutes later, the 3rd young lady made a decision. She wants to start a business war to let Bai Ling know how powerful she is. Miss Third, for a small spiritual pill pavilion. Shut up, you can't question the lady's decision. Yes, I know I was wrong. Manager Li wanted to persuade her, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a maid. He sighed to himself. In his opinion, the small amount of medicine sold by Lingdan Pavilion every day posed no threat to Jia's elixirs. Not to mention the Jia Group, even the Jia medicine shop on King Bay Street is a behemoth compared to the Lingdan Pavilion. That's the difference between an elephant and an ant. The biggest problem with Lingdan Pavilion is that the quantity is too small. No matter how good the effect is, most students still cannot buy it. They can only choose Jia's elixir. There is absolutely no need for the 3rd miss to compete with Lingdan Pavilion. What? Jia's elixir is half price. Go grab it quickly. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout Peking University and Tsinghua University. Jia's medicine shop on King Bay Street sells all its medicines at half price. This news made students from Peking University and Tsinghua University very nervous. Jia's elixirs are highly praised, the only problem is that they are too expensive. Now, Jia's elixirs are half price. This is simply a godsend. If you don't grab it now, when will you? Soon, the entire King Bay Street was crowded with students who came to grab the pills. Those who came later couldn't even squeeze in. Why are they all going to the opposite side? Half price. Even if our pills are more effective, we can't resist the temptation of half price. In Lingnan Pavilion, several shop assistants looked outside eagerly. In the past, Lingnan Pavilion was bustling with people, but now it is deserted. Everyone ran to the other side. The power of half price is so great that few students would not be tempted. The dark energy that each student has to buy pills is actually limited. After all, children from wealthy families are a minority. Most students need to calculate their dark energy carefully, and often have to save up several months of dark energy before they can buy a pill. As a result, more than half of the pills Bai Ling had refined today were left. Chapter 67. Sure enough, he has made great progress this month. Cultivation is ultimately the foundation, but Liu Sun is not only strong in combat, his cultivation has also improved significantly. Baidu University, the quarterly exam is here. This time, Liu Sun showed off a little more strength, especially his strength as an immortal cultivator, which was directly raised by 2 levels, which once again caused heated discussions. Jia's elixirs half price. Liu Sun raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Bufan. Yes, brother Sun, Li Bufan rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. Jia's elixirs have never been half price before. Such a good opportunity to make money cannot be missed. Just after the assessment, Li Bufan came to tell Liu Sun a piece of news. The Jia family's elixirs on King Bay Street are sold at half price. This news was so explosive that it spread throughout Peking University and Tsinghua University. As soon as many students finished their monthly exams, they rushed out to buy Jia's elixir. Half price, are you trying to provoke Bai Ling? Liu Sun touched his chin, thinking. Today, because he had to take an exam, he had not gone to King Bay Street yet. So many people. When Liu Sun arrived at King Bay Street, he found it so packed that not even a needle could be inserted. King Bay Street is rarely this lively. This is enough to illustrate the power of Jia's half-price elixir. Why are there so many left? Liu Sun finally squeezed into the spiritual pill pavilion and saw that only half of the pills inside were sold. This was basically impossible before. Every time Bai Ling refines a pill, it's always sold out as soon as it comes out of the oven. After taking a look at the situation, Liu Sun came to the 3rd floor. Bai Ling was concentrating on controlling the Danhuo. When she heard footsteps, she raised her head and smiled faintly, "Boss." Her mood didn't seem to be affected yet. "Bai Ling, are you okay?" Liu Sun asked softly. "It's okay." Bai Ling wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke calmly. "Then did you know that Jia's elixirs are being sold at half price?" Liu Sun asked again. Bai Ling nodded, a glint of understanding flashing in her eyes. "Yes, they want to cut off my business. Not only are they selling at half price, but the raw materials for alchemy have also increased several times. This must be their doing. Have the people at the Jia group gone crazy? How much money have they lost for a small shop like Bai Ling?" Liu Sun was a little confused. He became even more curious about the feud between Bai Ling and the Jia group. What kind of hatred or grudge is it that makes the Jia group do this? "So what are you going to do?" Liu Sun asked about Bai Ling. "It's okay, boss. As long as I can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, I can continue to refine pills. And as long as I continue to refine pills, my Danmei may recover." Bai Ling was not too worried and always maintained an optimistic attitude. This is something that many people cannot learn. After a few more words, Liu Sun began to understand Bai Ling's intentions and plans. She came here to make elixirs not only to compete with Jia's elixirs. It's still for the Danmei. Bai Ling felt that if she continued to refine the elixir, there was a certain possibility that her elixir meridian would recover. Alchemy is a wasteful job, but the profit is extremely high, so in order to convince Liu Sun, she only gave up 30% of the share at the beginning. She doesn't need a lot of money. As long as she can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, it will be fine as long as she can continue to refine. Now, this trick of Jia's elixir is aimed at her. Hitting the snake is like hitting it in the most vulnerable part. If this continues, Bai Ling's pills will be difficult to sell. If the pills cannot be sold, the funds cannot be recovered. In addition, the price of raw materials has risen, so Bai Ling's wish to continue refining pills cannot be realized. If you can't make money, how can you buy new raw materials? Without raw materials, how can you refine new pills? After understanding all this, Lu Xun pondered for a moment and said, Bai Ling, for the time being, we don't want to split the profits. You can keep all the money for now and we'll talk about it later. Boss, you are so kind. I will compensate you later. Bai Ling paused her hand movements, and her eyes were slightly red when she raised her head. She didn't refuse either. Because she really needs it. However, even so, the situation is not optimistic. It seems that the Jia group is determined to deal with Bai Ling. In the next few days, Jia's elixirs will still be sold at half price. They also transferred a large number of pills from other shops to satisfy the students of Peking University and Tsinghua University. There are still not many people visiting the Lingdan Pavilion. Bai Ling is lucky if she can sell a quarter of the pills she refines every day. The quality of heaven-grade elixirs is indeed high, but the price is also more expensive, and the number of cultivators who can afford it is relatively limited. One of the important reasons why Bai Ling chose to open a store on King Bay Street was that the students here had the strongest purchasing power, which allowed her to continue refining elixirs. With Jia's elixirs at half price, a slightly slower cultivation speed is actually not a big problem for some students. Many students cannot guarantee that they will always have access to elixirs. The biggest problem is that Bai Ling can only refine second-grade heavenly elixirs at best. If she could refine heavenly grade elixirs of the third grade or above, the situation would naturally be different. Because the pills could not be sold and there were too many backlogs, Bai Ling had less and less money. If this continued, she would not be able to buy the raw materials for refining the pills. Bai Ling, you don't have to rush. If they do this, they will definitely lose money and they won't be able to hold on for long. Looking at Bai Ling's increasingly thin face, Lu Xun comforted her in a gentle voice. The Jia group's methods are actually very simple. On the one hand, they deliberately purchased raw materials at high prices so that the merchants who sold the materials would not sell them at low prices, and Bai Ling could only pay high prices if she wanted to buy the raw materials. On the other hand, he sold pills at low prices and snatched away Bai Ling's business. Even if the profit of elixirs is very high, the Jia group will definitely not make money by doing this, and may even lose money. He just didn't believe that the Jia group would continue to make losses. No, boss, I can't stop. My Danmei still has a chance of recovering. If I stop refining the elixir for a long time, my Danmei will never recover. Bai Ling shook her head. Is that so? Besides, she won't give up until she drives me away, and I won't let her do what she wants. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. Who is she? Lu Xun was now almost certain that this was a complete grudge game. Bai Ling, with the current price of raw materials, can you still make money from refining pills? Lu Xun asked after pondering for a moment. If I sell it at the original price, I'll definitely make a profit. I'm considering giving it a discount. That's good. Don't worry about the Jia group. Just keep refining the pills. It doesn't matter if you can't sell them. I'll cover all the costs. Ah? Boss, how can this be so embarrassing? I didn't spend money for nothing. These pills belong to me. In fact, I took advantage of you. Thank you, boss. Bai Ling was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. The current situation is too difficult for her. No one bought the pills she made, and she couldn't recover her investment. Even if she had some savings, she wouldn't be able to keep going for long. Lu Xun was willing to support her, which was a timely help to her. But, "Boss, the raw materials are very expensive now, and this is too much of a burden for you." "It's okay. I have plenty of money. You may not know this, but I just won 1 million units of dark energy." "Ah? The boss is awesome." Upon hearing that Liu Sun had won so much dark energy, Bai Ling's brilliance was rekindled, and she had a new understanding of Liu Sun. Originally, Liu Sun was just a small boss in her eyes. But now, she suddenly discovered that the young boss Liu Sun was not only very nice and charming, but also seemed a little extraordinary. Is the favorability level at 50%? Liu Sun's proactive help paid off greatly. Moved by this, Bai Ling's favorability towards him soared to 50%. Chapter 68. Abacababacado, and. In the small training room attached to the dormitory, as Liu Sun chanted the spell, his aura began to rise. Boom! Liu Sun hit the energy tester with one blow. It's doubled. Liu Sun's attack did not change in any other aspects, but the power of the attack doubled. All this is thanks to Barbara's spell. Hey, I finally learned it. Barbara was squatting on the side with a small red flower on her head, looking a little kawaii. If I want to stack up my combat power, can I just keep casting the spell? Liu Sun asked. It's like this. Each time you stack it, the consumption will double. My blood is very precious. You can only stack it 3 times at most. Don't do it too much, otherwise your mental strength will not be able to bear it. Barbara warned. When casting a spell, it does put some burden on mental strength. Liu Sun used Barbara's blood to take advantage of the situation, which was not very obvious, but if he used it continuously, the pressure would be very great. This is a very powerful meditation method. You can meditate when you have nothing to do to improve your mental strength. Barbara had carved a meditation method into the floor at some point. Meditation is an essential course for magicians to practice. For magicians, 2 indicators are the most important. One is mental power, and the other is magic power. The training of a magician in the first few realms is a process of constantly increasing mental strength and accumulating magic power. From this point of view, the magic on the planet where Barbara lives should be very developed. After drawing the meditation method, Barbara's awakening time this time came to an end. Soon, her consciousness fell into a deep sleep again, and she turned into Xiaobai who loved to nestle in Liu Sun's arms. Liu Sun took out his cell phone and took a picture of the meditation method engraved by Barbara. She also knows Hyuxia characters. Liu Sun discovered that the words Barbara used were actually Hyuxia characters. Liu Sun was not particularly surprised, after all, Barbara spoke Hyuxia to him. Barbara herself must be very strong, with a highly developed brain, so it is not difficult for her to learn other languages. I don't know how long she stayed on the blue planet, or how she came from the west to the east. The story behind this will only be known later. The next day, Liu Sun went to King Bay Street again. King Bay Street is still crowded with people, and the promotion of Jia's elixirs is still going on. The pills from Lingdan Pavilion are becoming less and less popular. Fortunately, with Liu Sun's support, Bai Ling can maintain a certain amount of alchemy every day to avoid the complete abandonment of her alchemy veins. Liu Sun was also worried that once her Danmei was completely destroyed, the binding rewards given by the system would be useless. Boss, this is the pill I made yesterday. When Bai Ling saw Liu Sun, she took the initiative to give him all the pills she had refined yesterday. Everything she does now is actually to preserve and restore her Danmei, not to make money. Bai Ling, from now on, you should put the newly refined pills out and take back yesterday's pills and give them to me. Liu Sun suggested. Why, boss? Bai Ling was puzzled. Be angry at the opposite side. Liu Sun's words made Bai Ling's eyes light up. She nodded heavily. Liu Sun did not leave and continued to help Bai Ling. This action won Bai Ling's favor. Her favorability towards Liu Sun is increasing every day. It's been half a month, and she's still holding on. Manager Li, is someone secretly selling her raw materials at a low price? A week later, in Jia's medicine shop, the voice of the third lady was heard. Miss Third, absolutely not. I've already contacted all the raw material suppliers in the capital. It's impossible for these suppliers to leave good money on the table and deliberately sell it to Lingnan Pavilion at a low price. Manager Li promised. Could it be that she has found another outlet for her business? One of the third Mrs. Maids asked. That's unlikely. The highest grade Lingnan Pavilion can only produce second grade heaven grade elixirs, but we can provide those big families with higher grade earth grade and heaven grade elixirs. They won't offend our Jia group for a mere Lingnan Pavilion. Manager Li has enough confidence. No matter how high the quality of Bai Ling's pills is, he is ultimately only a second-grade alchemist. This is Bai Ling's Achilles heel. There are indeed many wealthy families in the capital, but no one is willing to offend the behemoth Jia group for a second-grade heavenly elixir. The Jia group also has alchemists who can refine heavenly-grade elixirs, but their success rate is not high. They cannot make elixirs as easily as Bai Ling, whose success rate is almost 100%. Manager Li's words dispelled the third Mrs. worries. Manager Li, continue the half-price sale. Yes, Miss 3. Manager Li also let it go. The third Miss was determined to go against Lingnan Pavilion. If that was the case, why would he bother to make her unhappy? The Jia Group is a large and powerful company, and the profits from elixirs are truly astonishing. Although the recent discounts have been large and the prices of raw materials have been raised very high by them, they can afford the losses. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 weeks passed. Before we knew it, the half-price sale of Jia's elixirs had lasted for a whole month. This month, students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are very happy. Many of them bought the pills at half price and stockpiled a lot of them. Like Lin Yan, this guy asked his family for a large amount of dark energy and stockpiled a lot of pills. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. The third Miss did not stop the students from stockpiling. This is also what she is happy to see. Because students' purchasing power has been overdrawn for a long time. From then on, these students had no money to buy the pills made by Bai Ling. How could she hold on for so long? However, a month later, Lingnan Pavilion opened as usual. Not only is it open, but the elixirs in the Lingnan Pavilion are also updated every day, and new elixirs are displayed every day. This puzzled the third young lady. Others may not know Bai Ling, but she knows her. Bai Ling didn't have much dark energy in her hands. If she couldn't sell the pills she made, she would soon be unable to afford the raw materials for making the pills. According to her calculations, Bai Ling could not last a month. But that's the truth. Bai Ling persevered for a month. If Bai Ling hadn't been refining pills this month and had just been playing around all day, it would have been fine. But Bai Ling updates the pills every day. This was a little confusing for her. Something's wrong. The third young lady noticed something was wrong. Miss, could it be that the wild girl has found a backer? Her danmei is broken, where can she find support? Besides, this is our Jia Group's family affair, others will avoid it. The two maids thought they were members of the Jia family and started to speculate. Could it be him? A person flashed in the third Mrs. mind. That person was Liu Xuan. A few days ago, Manager Li conducted an investigation on Liu Xuan. The results of the investigation surprised the third young lady. From the information we have so far, it seems that Liu Xuan's parents died early and he experienced great changes in his youth. However, he performed brilliantly in the major exams and was admitted to Beida University. After entering university, Liu Xuan made rapid progress. First, he opened up the second strange vein of heaven and earth, causing a sensation in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Then, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he won the first place in the newcomer list in one fell swoop, and was far ahead in every assessment. Last month, he even killed a third-level killer and defeated the third-level genius He Qiang in the ring entirely with his own strength. Liu Xuan is truly dazzling. More importantly, the third lady learned that Liu Xuan had won 1 cubic meter of dark energy from He Qiang. With Liu Xuan's cultivation and achievements, the dark energy he receives from Baidu University every month will not be less. If Liu Xuan is willing to help Bai Ling, he can help Bai Ling survive for a long time. It's probably him. After some thought, the third lady felt that it was very likely that Liu Xuan was supporting Bai Ling. She couldn't sit still any longer. Chapter 69. Hello, Mr. Liu. A clear voice came. On King Bay Street, a woman in a haute couture suit blocked Liu Xuan's way. She had delicate makeup on, her long chestnut hair was slightly curled and fell on her shoulders, and the jewel bracelet on her wrist reflected tiny rays of light in the sunlight. Who are you? Jia Group, Jia Wei. The woman's red lips parted, revealing a perfectly tailored professional smile, her eyes slightly raised. Can we chat? Jia Wei? Sorry, I don't think we have much to talk about. Liu Xuan's tone was cold. The other person's surname is Jia. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he is obviously from the Jia family and is very likely a core figure of the Jia family. The recent business war between Jia's Medicine and Lingdon Pavilion might have been led by her. We have different standpoints, so what is there to talk about? Mr. Liu, this card contains a dark energy. As long as you promise me one thing, this card will be yours. Jia Wei caught up with Liu Xuan in high heels and handed over a card. One party? I thought the Jia group was so rich, but with just this little dark energy, are they just beggars? Liu Xuan said sarcastically. This sentence actually made Jia Wei feel relieved. As long as Liu Xuan is willing to talk, that's fine. The price is negotiable. If you think it's too little, Mr. Liu can make an offer. Jia Wei said. 100 cubic meters. As long as you give me 100 cubic meters of dark energy, Xingyu Tower will be yours. Liu Xuan held up 2 fingers. Jia Wei's smile froze on her face. 100 cubic meters is 100 cubic meters, that's 100 million units of dark energy. If we calculate based on 1 unit of dark energy being $1,000, this means 100 billion. 100 billion, just to buy the Xingyu building with a lease of only 3 years? With her intelligence, she obviously knew that Liu Xuan was deliberately asking for too much to reject her. Sure enough, she saw a hint of teasing at the corner of Liu Xuan's mouth. Student Liu, this matter involves a lot of things. I don't recommend you get involved. Jia Wei no longer mentioned the acquisition, and there was a warning in her tone. I'm sorry, but I don't accept your suggestion. A hero appreciates a beautiful woman. I understand that Mr. Liu supports her, but Mr. Liu, please think carefully. If you continue to do this, you will be opposing our Jia group. Are you threatening me? Liu Xuan stopped and looked at Jia Wei with unfriendly eyes. He could feel that Jia Wei was quite strong and even stronger than him. The Jia group is another behemoth. But so what? Liu Xuan wasn't raised to be scared. That's not a threat, I'm just stating the truth. Then what? Liu Xuan raised his eyebrows. Since Blue Star embarked on the ancient Starry Sky Road, countless geniuses have emerged, but only a few have been able to reach the 6th realm. Mr. Liu may have a smooth journey now, but who can predict what will happen in the future? What do you want to say? Liu Xuan was getting a little impatient. How can Mr. Liu guarantee that you will never encounter a bottleneck? What's more, Bai Ling can only refine second-grade pills. If you want to break through the 3rd level, Jia's pills are your best choice. Jia Wei revealed the answer. The implication is that once Liu Xuan goes against the Jia group, he will be blacklisted by the Jia group and will never be able to buy the Jia group's elixirs again. Really? Jia's elixirs are indeed well known in the East. But Liu Xuan really doesn't need it. Even if Chu Youqing, Murong Wan, and others need elixirs, it won't have much impact. It was Liu Xuan, not them, who was against the Jia group. What's more, now we have Bai Ling, and we have something better. Certainly. Jia Wei is very confident in Jia's elixir. I think you're right. Liu Xuan rarely agreed with her. Before Jia Wei could be happy, Liu Xuan spoke again, but I am very stubborn. Once I have made up my mind, even if it is wrong, even if I hit a wall, I will not turn back. Jia Wei paused. Today's meeting was in vain. Thank you, boss. When Liu Xuan came to Lingnan Pavilion again, Bai Ling thanked him as soon as she saw him. Why are you thanking me? Just wanted to thank you. Bai Ling seemed very happy. From this point of view, she should have known about Jia Wei's visit to Liu Xuan. Otherwise, why did her favorability towards Liu Xuan increase in the past 2 days? Liu Xuan also planned to get Bai Ling's favorability to 100%, so that as long as he broke through the 3rd level, he could bind Bai Ling at any time. His cultivation is still improving. As for Murong Wan, after breaking through the 5th level of Qi Hai about 20 days ago, she broke through the 6th level of Qi Hai in one fell swoop. Chu Youqing's speed was a little slower, but not too much. Liu Xuan wanted to know what the relationship between Bai Ling and the Jia group was, and what grudges they had. But Bai Ling didn't seem to want to talk about this. Liu Xuan didn't ask. Bai Ling's identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the mighty Jia group keep targeting Bai Ling's small Lingnan pavilion? Is this woman so vicious? The next day, Liu Xuan suddenly received a piece of news from Luo Dashan. A murder commission targeting Bai Ling appeared on the dark web, and the bid was quite high, reaching 100,000 units of dark energy. Well, after this business war started, Liu Xuan asked Luo Dashan to help him keep an eye on the dark web. He was worried that the Jia group would use some shady tactics. Now, it has finally arrived. After Jia Wei realized that Liu Xuan couldn't open a gap, she chose to physically eliminate Bai Ling. Through the dark web killer, she can easily get rid of herself so that no one will know that it was her who did it. Liu Xuan felt that if there had not been 2 murder requests for him on the dark web, the other party would probably not let him go. Why is there only 100,000 units of dark energy? Immediately, Liu Xuan was puzzled again. Isn't this reward a bit too stingy? In order to deal with Liu Xuan, Jia Wei was willing to give out 1 cubic meter of dark energy, which was 1 million units of dark energy. As it turned out, the reward on the dark web was only 100,000 units of dark energy. Could it be that Jia Wei thinks that the killer hired with 100,000 units of dark energy is enough to deal with Bai Ling? What a vicious woman! In Liu Xuan's eyes, Jia Wei has become associated with the word vicious. Apart from her and the Jia group, Liu Xuan couldn't think of anyone else who would deal with Bai Ling. Even if it wasn't her, it should be someone from the Jia group. She is the only one who should take the blame for this. After thinking about it, Liu Xuan carried Xiao Bai and went out. He was going to King Bay Street to give Bai Ling some means to save her life. Boss, you mean, someone wants to kill me? Well, you should be careful recently. Here are these 2 talismans for you. Use them immediately when you encounter danger. On the 3rd floor of Xingyu Tower, Liu Xuan gave Bai Ling the Golden Bell Talisman and the Thunder and Fire Talisman obtained from the 3 Realms Killer. These 2 talismans, one for attack and one for defense, can deal with threats from all 4 realms, which is enough for Bai Ling. This is a 4th grade spiritual talisman. It's too precious, boss, I can't have it. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your life. Liu Xuan forced the 2 talismans into Bai Ling's hands. Thank you, boss, you're so kind. Bai Ling was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Liu Xuan saw that her favorability towards him had exceeded 80%. After giving the 2 talismans to Bai Ling, Liu Xuan helped her for a while and then left. Xingyu Tower has the formation arranged by Bai Ling, plus the talisman given to her by Yusun, so even if a killer from the fourth realm comes to deal with her, it won't be a big problem. With 100,000 units of dark energy, it is unlikely that the four realms will take action. Chapter 70. Yusun. The next day, when Yusun left the school gate, Chu Youqing was already waiting there. The sunlight shone on the ends of her hair, making her look as pure and beautiful as an elf. When she saw Yusun, she jumped over like a happy little deer and took Yusun's arm without saying anything. Today is the weekend. Last night, Chu Youqing sent a message to Yusun saying that she wanted to go shopping with him. She has been busy practicing these days and hasn't seen Yusun for a while. Due to the popularity of Jia's elixirs, there are still many people on King Bay Street. Therefore, Yusun and Chu Youqing did not go shopping on King Bay Street, but went to several major shopping malls in Beijing. The two of them shopped until the afternoon and bought a lot of things. And in the evening, in front of a luxurious restaurant, Chu Youqing waved excitedly. Murong Wan, who had just gotten off the car, was stunned when she saw Yusun. Today is the weekend, and Chu Youqing specially asked her to get together. She thought it was just Chu Youqing and her. Who knew that Chu Youqing was with Yusun? Yusun was also a little speechless. He really wanted to open Chu Yuqing's little head to see how smart she was. Auntie, you've made such rapid progress that I can't even catch up with you. Yusun, what are you daydreaming about? Is the food here not to your liking? In the restaurant, Chu Youqing's voice kept ringing. Yusun and Murong Wan didn't talk much, so Chu Youqing became the most talkative person among the three. If there were students from Exquisite College here, they would definitely be surprised. Is this still the cool school beauty? Yes, Chu Youqing, the school belle of Rongcheng No. 1 Middle School, has now been voted the school belle of Exquisite College by the freshmen. It's not that Exquisite College doesn't have beauties, but the school beauties of previous years rarely show up, so their presence among the freshmen is not strong. Freshmen are the ones who speak the most on the campus network and in campus groups. The stupid Chu Youqing seemed to be completely unaware of the subtleties of this meal. The relationship between Yusun and Murong Wan is too special. It would actually be fine if there hadn't been a second intimate relationship. It had been so long since the first time, and Murong Wan was not planning to have any further development with Yusun, so her mentality was already very calm. But because of Murong Yan, Yusun and Murong Wan had a second close contact. To be precise, it's not the second time, but the second paragraph. Now that the two of them meet again and sit at the same table with Chu Youqing, it would be a little awkward. No way. After all, Chu Youqing is Yusun's girlfriend, and Murong Wan is her aunt. The relationship is too complicated. Wow, Moon Tribe people! On the stage in the center of the restaurant, several singers with skin glowing with a faint moonlight began to sing. Chu Youqing's attention was immediately attracted and her eyes sparkled. The singing of the Moon Tribe people flowed like a clear spring, making the entire restaurant quiet. The Moon Clan is also a foreign race. Unlike the Shadow Clan, the Moon Clan is a relatively gentle and friendly alien race. Their planet fell apart and was destroyed at a node in the ancient road. Countless Moon Clan members died tragically, and only a small number of them survived with difficulty in the ancient Starry Road. These Moon Clan members were relatively friendly and provided some help to Blue Star, helping Blue Star avoid some dangers and thus gaining the opportunity to stay on Blue Star. At present, there are many alien races like the Moon Clan who stay on Blue Star for various reasons. Some of these alien races, which are not much different from humans, have even begun to integrate into Blue Planet. In the state-enforced random marriage assignment, some people of other races are involved. If someone is unlucky, they may be assigned to a person of other races. This is a terrifying thing for many women. After all, it's not human. Of course, there are also foreign women who are assigned to human men. Some people say that the purpose of the country doing this is, first, to unite more forces, and second, mixed-race children born in this way often have some unique characteristics. These foreigners generally live in fixed areas, and ordinary people have little interaction with them. Yusun, you and my aunt go to the same school. You can communicate with me more often. Your cultivation is improving so fast. You can take care of me more often. After the Moon Clan members finished singing the song, Chu Youqing, perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a little dull, became lively again. Her eyes curved into crescents as she spoke, and she didn't notice Murong Wan's slightly tightened fingers under the table. Good. Yusun replied briefly, then naturally picked up a piece of roast goose for Chu Youqing. Youqing, this is good, try it. Auntie, you try it too. Then, Yusun picked up a piece of roast goose for Murong Wan. This sudden action made Murong Wan obviously startled, and the fingers holding the wine glass tightened unconsciously. Yusun's address to her made her ears feel slightly hot. Auntie, I'll toast you a glass. Yusun picked up the drink with a calm look. Murong Wan had no choice but to raise her glass in response. As she sipped, her eyelashes drooped, casting a light shadow on her cheeks. Aunt, this is the Jueyu vegetable that the Moon Clan brought in. Please try it. Aunt, let me pour you some wine. Auntie, I'll give you more rice. Yusun's aunt offensive comes one after another. He picked up some food for Murong Wan, poured her some wine, and added some tea, almost feeding her. Murong Wan's cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her neck was faintly pink. Chu Youqing's words gradually became less and less. Although Yusun always picked up food for her first and then for Murong Wan. But Yusun showed so much enthusiasm and concern for Murong Wan that Chu Youqing couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Deep in her heart, a sour feeling surfaced. Yusun, no need, I'm full. Murong Wan couldn't bear it anymore and refused. I'm full too. Chu Youqing put down her chopsticks and her voice became a little lower than usual. Only then did Yusun put down his chopsticks. Looking at the somewhat depressed Chu Youqing, Yusun finally felt that his girlfriend was a normal person. At least she would be jealous. Yusun, Auntie, it's been a pleasure having dinner together today. Can we get together like this every month from now on? Just as she thought of this, Chu Youqing came up with a new suggestion. Yusun. He silently retracted his previous thought. Chapter 71. In front of the restaurant, the two walked in hand. The woman was wearing a moon-white cheongsam, the slit of which was faintly visible when she walked, attracting the attention of the diners in the hall. Lu Mei. When Yusun looked up, he saw the woman. She was an acquaintance, Lu Mei. According to Li Bufan, Lu Mei dumped Lin Yan as soon as she arrived in Beijing. It was because of this incident that Lin Yan held a grudge against Li Bufan, and now the two of them would fight from time to time. From this perspective, after Lu Mei dumped Lin Yan, she hooked up with the man next to her. Yusun glanced at the man twice and then looked away. He no longer cared about Lu Mei, and when he saw her, his heart did not waver at all. Yusun. Lu Mei also saw Yusun, her pupils suddenly shrank, and then her red lips curled up into a deliberate smile. She pointed to a seat next to Yusun with her slender fingers and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Chiang, let's sit there." "Okay, whichever one you choose." The man named Brother Chiang obeyed Lu Mei's orders. The two sat down next to each other. After Lu Mei's eyes swept across Yusun's profile, the corners of her mouth curled up in a provocative arc, and she deliberately raised her voice, "Brother Chiang, you are so amazing. You broke through the third realm so quickly." "Wife, it's just the third realm. In a few years, I will definitely be able to break through to the fourth realm." Brother Chiang puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. He was also very happy to be able to show off his skills in such a high-end restaurant. As soon as Lu Mei finished speaking, many people around looked over at her. The third realm is not bad in the capital city where there are many masters. After all, not everyone is a genius. Our Wanliu Academy is truly remarkable. Those so-called geniuses at Peking University and Tsinghua University are mostly from poor families. They can't even afford better elixirs. Unlike you, Brother Chiang, you consume earth-grade and heaven-grade elixirs as if they were your meals. Perhaps noticing that Lu Xun didn't respond, Lu Mei raised her voice to a higher pitch. Wow, it's Wanliu College. Students who can enter Wanliu College are either rich or noble. It is a top academy for the nobility. It is said that children from wealthy families in small places are not qualified to enter. No wonder it's so powerful. This girl was able to enter Wanliu College, so her background must be quite impressive. There were some discussions around. These discussions greatly satisfied Lu Mei's vanity. The threshold for admission to Wanliu College is higher than that of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Peking University and Tsinghua University are relatively fair. As long as you are a genius, you can get in regardless of your background. Wanliu College is not good enough. Being a genius alone is not enough, one must be from a wealthy family. And he has to be the son of a very wealthy family. There must be at least one Grand Master in the family. Someone like Lin Yan is not qualified to enter Wanliu Academy. Of course, if it is a genius like Chu Youqing and Murong Wan, there is no restriction on background. The prerequisite is that you must be a woman. Like Lu Mei, she was able to enter Wanliu College with the help of this strong brother. This made her very proud. She had wanted to meet Lu Xun near Peking University and Tsinghua University more than once and show off to him. Today, she finally met him. How could she let go of this opportunity? However, Lu Mei miscalculated. Lu Xun next to her was not affected at all. Chu Youqing and Murong Wan just glanced at her and then looked away. Chu Youqing didn't even recognize her. Brother Chiang, after opening up the universe meridian, he broke through the first realm so quickly. Aren't you going to celebrate? Lu Mei grabbed Brother Chiang's arm and shook it, her voice sounding sickeningly sweet. The coquettishness is fake, and the real purpose is to show off that he has opened up the unique meridians of heaven and earth and broken through the first realm. Of course we have to celebrate. Brother Chiang stood up, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. I'll pay for everything today." Wow! Brother Chiang is so generous. As expected of the young master of Wanliu Academy, this aura is truly unique. Suddenly, there was a burst of praise in the restaurant. "Pretend, I let you pretend." Lu Mei sneered repeatedly. Because Lu Xun still didn't respond. She thought Lu Xun was pretending. In her opinion, Lu Xun must be regretting his decision now. "I asked you to lick her but you refused. Now Lu Mei is out of your reach. Waiter, check out." Lu Xun raised his hand to signal. Lu Mei was a little noisy. Since they had already finished eating, he didn't plan to stay any longer. "Sir, all the orders today are paid by Mr. Lin Qiang, you don't need to pay." The waiter bowed slightly. The fact that she could call out Brother Chiang's name meant that Lin Qiang often came here. "That's right, brother. I'm happy today. You can just go and don't worry about the bill." Lin Qiang waved his hand proudly with a condescending smile on his face. "Hey, isn't this Lu Xun?" Lu Mei felt that she couldn't let Lu Xun go like this. Lu Xun broke her heart and embarrassed her many times. How could she accept this without settling the score? "Wife, do you know him?" Lin Qiang asked. "Brother Chiang, that's him. He often bullied me when we were in Rongcheng, causing me so much suffering and ridicule." 55. Lu Mei started crying as soon as she said she would, and with tears in her eyes, she accused Lu Xun of his crimes. "It's you, Lu Mei." Chu Youqing finally reacted. "How can you be so mean, woman? Lu Xun has brought you food for 3 years, and you say he bullied you." Chu Youqing said angrily. Who asked him to bring food? He just wanted me. When he found out he couldn't, he got angry. Brother Chiang, what are you still standing there for? Are you just going to watch him bully me like this? Lu Mei was afraid that Chu Youqing would reveal more secrets, so she quickly spoke up to force Lin Qiang to take action. Well, you dare to bully my wife? Get down on your knees, boy. Lin Qiang immediately became angry, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He pressed down hard with his right hand, wanting to use the spiritual pressure of a third-level immortal cultivator to force Liu Xuan to kneel down. Snort! Liu Xuan snorted coldly, and his Qi Si and Lingfu boiled at the same time. Buzz! The warrior's pressure and the immortal cultivator's spiritual pressure rose from Liu Xuan at the same time, colliding violently with Lin Qiang's spiritual pressure. Puff! Under the impact of the aura, Lin Qiang, who had just broken through the third realm, felt a turmoil in his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Lu Mei covered her mouth in shock. This! How is this possible? The third-level master from Wanliu Academy actually vomited blood. Who is that person? Such terrifying strength! The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Boy, you are looking for death. Lin Qiang was extremely angry. He did not think that the failure of the aura collision meant that he was inferior to Liu Xuan. Thunder and fire technique. He clasped his hands together and was about to attack again. But Liu Xuan was faster than him. In a flash, he attacked Lin Qiang. Boom! Amid the sound of electricity and fire colliding, Lin Qiang flew backwards and smashed a table into pieces. Although the attacks of immortal cultivators are sharp, if they engage in close combat with martial artists of similar strength, they are courting death. Although Liu Xuan's realm is still the second realm, his strength is far beyond the ordinary third realm. Puff! Lin Qiang spat out another mouthful of blood. Ah! Lu Mei was stunned. Liu Xuan! I know, he's the Liu Xuan from Baidu University who practices both immortality and martial arts. Liu Xuan! Haven't you heard? Last month, he killed a third-level assassin with his second-level cultivation, and also defeated a third-level genius. His combat power is beyond the limit. Hiss! Is there such a genius in this world? The key is that he's only a freshman. Is it so scary? At this time, someone in the restaurant who had heard of Liu Xuan finally reacted and told the story of Liu Xuan. This caused bursts of exclamations in the restaurant. Everyone was shocked by Liu Xuan's strength and evilness. Compared with Liu Xuan, Lin Qiang, the genius of Wanliu Academy, is nothing. Liu Xuan was only a freshman, but Lin Qiang could tell at a glance that he was at least a junior or senior. Impossible, how could he be so powerful? The smug look on Lu Mei's face froze. She had been busy with diagnosis and trying to please Lin Qiang these days, and didn't know much about the situation at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and she didn't know that Liu Xuan had already made a great name for himself at Baidu University. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Liu Xuan was so powerful. But the facts were before her eyes, and she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Also, a crisp slap sounded. Ah, Liu Xuan, you dare to hit me! Lu Mei covered her burning face and screamed. Also, another slap. This slap sent Lu Mei flying. Her whole face was swollen and red from being beaten. This time she finally calmed down, covering her face and looking at Liu Xuan in horror, fearing that Liu Xuan would hit her again. I warned you last time. If there's a next time. Liu Xuan's eyes were cold, but the words he didn't say made Lu Mei's heart tremble. Chapter 72. Let's go. In the restaurant, Liu Xuan took the two women away. The farce caused by Lu Mei came to an end. Brother Chiang, woohoo! Lu Mei covered her red and swollen face and broke down in tears. Liu Xuan, I'm going to kill you. Lin Qiang got up from the ground in anger. He took out a talisman and rushed out. Meow. As Liu Sun and the other two left the restaurant, Xiao Bai in his arms suddenly cried out. Careful! Liu Sun's eyelids jumped, and he crushed a golden bell talisman without hesitation. Fei Taie gave him not just one but 3 golden bell talismans. After giving Bai Ling one, he still had 2 in his hand. A golden light suddenly appeared, and a huge golden bell with flowing runes instantly enveloped the 3 people. Puff! Lin Qiang, who had just rushed out, bumped into the golden bell and was bounced away, hitting Lu Mei. Both of them flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, both falling into a coma. Boom! Almost at the same time, a sharp blade light slashed the golden bell, causing the runes to scatter. The golden bell was shaking violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. 4 realms. Liu Sun's eyes were stern. The one who attacked him was a 4th-level master. Fortunately, he has the golden bell talisman. Boom boom boom. A figure wearing tight clothes and a mask appeared outside. He attacked like a tide, the sword in his hand turned into a cold light, and he madly chopped at the crumbling golden bell. This is the Grand Master of the 4th realm. The 4th grade golden bell talisman can hold off the 4th-level strongman for some time. This time is not fixed, it depends on the quality of the golden bell talisman itself and the strength of the strong man in the 4th realm. Generally speaking, it is fine to block for more than 1 minute. However, this 4th-level master was clearly prepared for a quick victory, and his attack was extremely fierce. The runes on the giant golden bell are disappearing rapidly. It is difficult to maintain this golden bell talisman for more than a minute. Liu Sun held another golden bell talisman in his hand, ready to activate at any time. Teacher, please don't fall asleep. Liu Sun glanced up at the sky. Since Liu Sun killed the 3rd-level killer last time, no new killers have come these days. A killer from the 3rd realm shouldn't dare to kill Liu Sun easily. The He family raised the reward to 4 million units of dark energy. Therefore, the next killer must be above the 4th level. A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, Liu Sun accompanied Chu Youqing shopping today with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole. As long as these guys are scared, they won't dare to assassinate Liu Sun. Sure enough, a 4th-level master-level killer was attracted. Liu Sun, this talisman is about to give out, I have another one. Murong Wan took out a talisman from her bosom. This should be the trump card Murong Zhan gave her. Wait a little longer. Liu Sun said in a deep voice. Boom boom boom. The 4 realm masters attacked frantically, trying to break the golden bell talisman. It's about to break. The golden bell symbol couldn't hold on any longer. Just as the golden bell was about to break, a brilliant sword light fell from the sky like a meteor. Puff! Blood spurted out, and although the killer dodged in time, his arm was still cut off. He groaned, crushed a talisman without hesitation, and turned into a stream of light and fled out of the city. Want to run? Fei Tai's figure flashed by and he chased after him. Not long after, Fei Tai came back again. Teacher, how is it? Liu Sun saw Fei Tai and took away the golden bell talisman. He used a 5th-grade escape talisman, and I was unable to catch him. These past few years, I have wasted my time. Fei Tai sighed. Although he was a 5th-level Grandmaster, his cultivation had regressed instead of improved due to his shattered Dao heart, and his combat effectiveness had also declined significantly. Fei Tai picked up the 4th realm assassin's arm from the ground, examined it, and said, with this arm, the people from the Wu mansion should be able to lock onto their target. 5th grade invisibility talisman. This is also a talisman used to escape. This 4th level killer has a lot of cards up his sleeve. People from Wu mansion arrived soon. The 4th level killer's attack didn't take long, less than a minute, but the damage he caused to the surrounding area was considerable. Although his attacks all landed on the giant golden bell, the surging true energy shattered the glass of many surrounding buildings. If these buildings were not basically protected by formations, it would not be impossible for them to collapse due to the earthquake. There weren't many injured people, but the most seriously injured were Lin Qiang and Lu Mei, who haven't woken up yet. Youqing, don't leave school for the time being. Practice well. An hour later, Lu Xun sent Chu Youqing back to the gate of Kingxiu College. Then, Lu Xun sent Murong Wan back to Bida University. Along the way, Murong Wan didn't say much. When they were about to separate, Lu Xun forced several bottles of elixirs made by Bai Ling into her hands. Ms. Murong, just think of it as you borrowing it from me. Lu Xun would not tolerate rejection. If it were in the past, Murong Wan would most likely not accept Lu Xun's gift. However, after Lu Xun entered the palace for the second time, her attitude towards Lu Xun became complicated, and today's assassination by the Grand Master of the Fourth Realm made her feel the importance of cultivation. Murong Wan pursed her lips and finally accepted it silently. Lu Xun, we've locked on our target. It's a fourth-level Grand Master named Zhao Jie. The Wu Mansion has issued a wanted order for him. This guy actually dared to attack my student. Don't worry, he can't get away. The next day, Fei Taie found Lu Xun and gave him a few more talismans. Lu Xun was assassinated twice in succession. Fei Taie also noticed something, but did not ask any more questions. Lu Xun thought about it and decided not to tell Fei Taie about the reward for murder on the dark web. The He family chose the dark web because it would not leave any evidence. Lu Xun will take revenge on his own in the future. Boss, how about I leave? The next day, in the Lingdan Pavilion, Bai Ling twisted her fingers, her eyes slightly red. What's wrong, Bai Ling? Lu Xun was a little puzzled. Could it be that Bai Ling was going to give up on her own? I heard you were assassinated again, it's all my fault. Bai Ling felt that she was the cause of Lu Xun's assassination. Bai Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Just focus on refining the elixir. Lu Xun laughed. The promotion of Jia's elixirs is still ongoing. Jia Wei never looked for Lu Xun again. Judging from the bounty for Bai Ling's life on the dark web, she or the Jia group should have made two plans. One is to continue to exert pressure through business wars, and the other is to hope that a killer will kill Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling rarely leaves Lingdan Pavilion, and the recent promotion of Jia's elixirs has made King Bei Street even more lively. It's not easy for a killer to find an opportunity to strike. Until this day. Bai Ling ran out of alchemy materials and went out to purchase raw materials herself when an accident happened. A killer approached her quietly and attacked her fiercely. At this moment, suddenly, a sword light came suddenly and forced the killer away. I'm waiting for you. The one who emitted the sword light was Lu Xun. The long sword in Lu Xun's hand continuously emitted sword energy, and the sword technique of the Wuxiang sword made it impossible for ordinary eyes to see clearly. The stars are moving. The killer also has martial arts skills that can deflect damage. I'll let you spin around as much as you want. Lu Xun's sword energy was like a violent storm, engulfing the killer. It didn't take long before the killer fell in a pool of blood. Lu Xun made a sword flower and sheathed his sword. Boss! Seeing Lu Xun, Bai Ling was surprised, happy and moved. Chapter 73. Bai Ling, let me accompany you. After dealing with the killer who came to deal with Bai Ling, Lu Xun accompanied her to buy alchemy materials. Sorry, our materials are all reserved. Please look at other places. However, new problems have arisen. The two of them ran around for the entire afternoon, but ended up not being able to buy any alchemy materials. All the alchemy materials in the shops were reserved, so Bai Ling couldn't buy any of them. It must be the Jia group. Lu Xun guessed. It should be her. Bai Ling was angry and helpless. It is not easy to get these raw materials for alchemy. You either have to buy them or go out of the city to find them yourself. The world out there is so vast, it's impossible to find everything in a short time. Many magical herbs and medicines are specially cultivated by some forces, and there are very few of them in the wild. Bai Ling sat on the river bank with her legs hugged, staring at the river in a daze. Yusun sat down next to her. This move by the Jia group was like cutting off the source of the trouble, completely blocking Bai Ling's path to alchemy. Bai Ling, why is the Jia group targeting you so much? He finally asked the question in his mind. She's afraid I'll take her heir position. Bai Ling whispered. The she you are talking about, are you referring to Jia Wei? Yes, it's her. She is the third daughter of the Jia group and the one with the greatest hope of inheriting the position of family head. But, your last name is not Bai. Yusun stopped talking halfway. Because he found Bai Ling crying. This always optimistic and strong girl, it was the first time that Yusun saw her cry. He silently handed over the tissue. Thanks. Bai Ling took it and wiped away her tears. Back then, the head of the Jia family fell in love with my mother and took her by force, but his wife couldn't tolerate her. Bai Ling spoke softly about what had happened in the past. Things were a little different from what Yusun imagined, but they were pretty much the same. After being ostracized, Bai Ling's mother married a man named Bai Jianhua and gave birth to Bai Ling. Bai Ling always thought Bai Jianhua was her father. Bai Jianhua died in a disaster a few years ago, and his mother became seriously ill as a result. Before her death, her mother told her that she was a member of the Jia family and asked Bai Ling to return to the Jia family, as that was her stage. In order to fulfill her mother's last wish, Bai Ling chose to return to the Jia family. The head of the Jia family originally disliked Bai Ling, but when he discovered Bai Ling's talent in alchemy, he decisively accepted Bai Ling. Bai Ling also did a great job. The 9 Revolutions Dan Meridian, a unique meridian of heaven and earth, was opened. She is a natural alchemist. Before entering the first realm, Bai Ling could refine second-grade heavenly elixirs. Her talent for alchemy is rare in the entire Huaxia. The head of the Jia family then intended to make her his heir. And this position originally belonged to the third young lady, Jia Wei. So far, Bai Ling's future is bright. But who knew that after Bai Ling was refining the elixir, something suddenly went wrong with her elixir meridian and it became useless. Her life took a sharp turn for the worse. The head of the Jia family was not going to give up on her so easily, but he couldn't stand the fact that everyone in the Jia family didn't like her very much, so he forced her out of the family. Bai Ling did not give up. She wanted to restore her Danmei by constantly refining pills. At the same time, she is also stubborn deep down and wants to prove herself. That's why she ran to King Bay Street and went to make the elixir opposite Jia's elixir shop. But she never expected that in order to deal with her, Jia Wei would personally take charge and mobilize the resources of the Jia group to encircle and suppress her. At the same time, they are using shady tactics in secret and posting rewards on the dark web. Although she is a genius in alchemy, she has not yet grown up. How can she fight against a behemoth like the Jia group? Boss, thank you for taking care of me all these days. I've figured it out. This is my fate. Bai Ling, don't give up. Yusun interrupted Bai Ling. He held Bai Ling's hand and encouraged her, we still have a way. If it doesn't work in the capital, we can go to other cities. I don't believe that the Jia group can control all the alchemy materials in the east. But, boss, I'm so tired. Think about your mother. She definitely wouldn't want you to be like this. Seeing that Bai Ling was about to give up on herself, Yusun moved her mother out. This method was indeed effective, and a glimmer of light appeared again in Bai Ling's dim eyes. Your mother must be very unwilling to accept this. She desperately hopes that you can grow up and let the Jia group see how powerful her daughter is. You are a person with Danmei. As long as your Danmei is restored, no one in the huge Jia group will be able to compare with you. Liu Sun struck while the iron was hot and kept encouraging Bai Ling. Boss, do you think I can do this? Bai Ling looked at Liu Sun like a drowning man trying to grasp at the last straw. Well, it's definitely possible. You're not fighting alone. Liu Sun looked into her eyes and said seriously, you still have me. You still have me. These 4 words made Bai Ling's eyes light up completely. Bai Ling's favorability has reached 100%. The host has defeated 4 or more 3rd level cultivators, and his strength is determined to be at the 3rd level. He can now bind to Bai Ling. At this moment, suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Can we bind it now? Liu Sun was a little surprised. He thought he needed to advance to the 3rd realm, but it turned out that the system judged based on strength. The criteria for judgment is also very simple, just defeat 4 or more 3rd level cultivators. However, after the favorability reaches 100%, binding to Bai Ling still requires close contact, at least a kiss. For the sake of higher return multiples in Bai Ling's abilities, and also to help Bai Ling recover her Danmei, there is nothing wrong with kissing Bai Ling. The dilemma is what to do. Should I forcefully kiss Bai Ling? At this moment, Liu Sun discovered that Bai Ling's eyes were full of charm and her face was a little red. Yes, he was just looking at the system panel, and his eyes happened to meet Bai Ling's, and it took a while. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Liu Sun decided to be decisive. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Liu Sun decisively went over. Bai Ling's eyes widened and her body froze in shock at Liu Sun's sudden kiss. Meets the binding conditions and has been bound to Bai Ling. Current return multiple, 30. Note, Bai Ling's 9 revolutions Danmei collapsed due to damage, and can be repaired through the origin Qi. Reminder, the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. Chapter 74. You gain the original energy. As Liu Sun expected, the bound reward was indeed the origin Qi. While his lips were still on Bai Ling, Liu Sun quickly gave the origin Qi to Bai Ling. 1 minute later, all the original energy entered Bai Ling's body. Only then did Liu Sun leave Bai Ling. Bai Ling was still frozen in place, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, standing still like a frightened deer, obviously startled by the sudden kiss and unable to react. Liu Sun waited patiently. After several minutes, Bai Ling blinked gently. When she saw Liu Sun so close to her, her fair cheeks instantly turned red, and even the tips of her ears were a lovely pink. Bai Ling, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. No, it's okay, boss. Bai Ling waved her hands in panic, her eyes erratic, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. I don't blame you, don't feel bad. What a kind girl. Even after being kissed by Liu Sun, she was still worried that Liu Sun would feel bad. At this moment, her expression suddenly became serious, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was feeling the changes in her body. The next second, her expression suddenly relaxed, a dazzling light burst out of her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. What's wrong, ghost? Boss, my Danmei is recovering. Bai Ling's face was full of surprise. She clearly felt that the Danmei in her body, which had been abandoned for a long time, was regaining vitality. It really works. The original energy took effect. Very good. Bai Ling couldn't help but cheer. Danmei is her lifeline, which can be said to be more important than life. Without Danmei, her spirit wheel could not function, and her other spirit veins were also affected, so she couldn't even practice. Bai Ling clearly possesses a spirit wheel formed by 9 major spirit veins and a large number of small spirit veins, but she has no cultivation level. This is why. Now, the Danmei is actually recovering. This person pulled her out of the desperate situation. Bai Ling, recovery is important. Liu Sun reminded. Okay, boss. Bai Ling quickly sat down and immersed herself in the recovery of her Danmei. Bai Ling's 9 transformation pill vein was restored, and the host gained 30 times what Bai Ling had gained. The host obtains the creation pill vein. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth. Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released. An hour later, the system prompt appeared. Creation Danmei. Wow, another amazing vein in heaven and earth. Liu Sun didn't expect that Bai Ling's Danmei would recover and could actually be returned. Now, Liu Sun became a man with 3 extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. In his body, where the original chaos divine vein was, another strange vein of heaven and earth appeared. This is the creation pill vein. As soon as it appeared, it merged into a whole with the 2 previous strange veins of heaven and earth, becoming a part of the chaos divine vein. At the same time, strange phenomena appeared again in the sky. I saw the Dangxia burning the sky, and the clouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The red gold elixir fire in the sky poured down like a rainstorm, but when it touched the ground, it turned into the phantom of a spiritual medicine, and withered in an instant when it took root. This scene was like the wonder of the birth and death of all kinds of medicine. Not only that, above the sky, the shadow of a giant furnace woven from Dangxia slowly emerged, and a roaring sound like a bell or a drum came from the furnace. Inside, pills floated up and down, turning into 9 bright stars, forming a line. Another vision. Dangxia burns the sky, the black furnace refines the 9 stars. Danmei, this Danmei has appeared in the world. Someone in the sky noticed this scene. Since this time the vision was caused by Liu Sun, the scope of the vision was not large due to the limitations of the system. In addition, there were visions in the capital almost every day, so this time the vision did not alarm too many people. There were still a few streaks of light coming from afar. By the time the stream of light approached, the vision was nearing its end. This time, the vision was severely restricted by the system. Fortunately, if people knew that I was the one who caused this, they would inevitably become suspicious. Liu Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The first 2 strange phenomena in heaven and earth were easy to deal with. This time, the strange phenomenon in the world was caused by the recovery of Bai Ling's Danmei. If people knew about it, they might have some associations. It's better to make a fortune quietly. Xiaoling. Has your Danmei recovered? A figure fell from the sky and saw Bai Ling. He thought that the strange phenomena in the sky and earth were caused by Bai Ling, and he couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy. Thank you for your concern, Master Ji. Bai Ling's Danmei has indeed recovered. Bai Ling's expression instantly turned cold, and her tone was as distant as if she was facing a stranger. Her words made the man who arrived pause. He is the head of the Jia family, the helmsman of the Jia group, and Bai Ling's biological father. Now Bai Ling calls her the head of the Jia family and calls herself Bai Ling. This clearly shows that she wants to draw a clear line with the Jia family. Xiaoling, don't blame me. The Jia family is so big, and there are so many elders here. I can't make too many decisions by myself. The head of the Jia family sighed. He felt a little regretful. After Bai Ling's Danmei was destroyed, he did not insist on keeping Bai Ling. However, who could have thought at that time that Bai Ling's Danmei could be restored? Master Ji, you're joking. Bai Ling has no right to blame you. Bai Ling will not make things difficult for you. From now on, Bai Ling will never set foot in the Jia family again. Bai Ling's tone was so firm that the head of the Jia family's face suddenly changed. Xiaoling, don't be like this. I swear to God, as long as you are willing to go back with me, the position of heir will still be yours. The head of the Jia family raised his hand. Bai Ling shook her head, no, that home doesn't belong to me. After saying that, she walked towards the road not far away, ready to take a taxi there. Seeing her determination, the head of the Jia family drooped his shoulders dejectedly and let out a long sigh. Little brother, are you Xiaoling's friend? Please help me bring this card to her. The password is her birthday. The head of the Jia family handed Liu Xuan a card. Liu Xuan thought about it and accepted it. If he were the protagonist of this matter, he would definitely not want it. But the head of the Jia family is Bai Ling's father after all, and Liu Xuan wants to give her the right to choose. Why don't you think about why Bai Ling's Danmei has problems? After taking the card, Liu Xuan suddenly asked. This question startled the head of the Jia family. Little brother, do you suspect someone has done something wrong? The head of the Jia family hesitated for a moment and asked. It's not that he didn't have this suspicion, but he couldn't find any evidence. It is extremely difficult to destroy Bai Ling's Danmei quietly. Master Ji, do you know that Bai Ling encountered an assassination attempt this morning? Liu Xuan raised another question. Assassination? Who did it? The head of the Jia family raised his eyebrows and his eyes were filled with anger. I was just about to ask that, Liu Xuan shrugged, and turned away, saying, since Master Jia doesn't know either, I'll take my leave. You really aren't going back? A few minutes later, in the online car, Liu Xuan asked. Well, Bai Ling looked at the passing scenery outside the window with a firm look in her eyes, I'm not going back. Okay. This is a good thing. There are a lot of people in the Jia family who want to harm Bai Ling. If she goes back now, new problems may arise soon. If I really want to go back, it will be later. Now, it's not bad to just make some pills on King Bay Street. Once her Dan meridians recovered, she would be able to refine third-grade pills quickly. The progress of cultivation will also be very fast. The power of Danmei, a unique vein in heaven and earth, lies in that it is not only useful for refining pills, but also allows one to improve their cultivation through continuous refining of pills. In other words, Bai Ling does not need to practice deliberately.